A diversity of creatures. As easy as AB Roman 1,001,912. The AB Roman 100, that semi-elected semi-nominated body of a few score persons, controls the planet transportation, is civilization our motto, runs theoretically, we do what we please so long as we do not interfere with the traffic, and all it implies practically, the AB Roman 100 confirms or annuls all international arrangements, and to judge from its last report finds our tolerant, humorous, lazy little planet only too ready to shift the whole burden of public administration on its shoulders. With the night mail won. Isn't it almost time that our planet took some interest in the proceedings of the aerial board of control? One knows that easy communications nowadays and lack of privacy in the past have killed all curiosity among mankind, but as the board's official reporter, I am bound to tell my tale. At 9 A Roman 1000 August 26 A Roman 500, the board sitting in London was informed by De Forest that the District of Northern Illinois had riotously cut itself out of all systems and would remain disconnected till the board should take over and administer it direct. Every Northern Illinois freight and passenger tower was he reported out of action. All district main, local, and guiding lights had been extinguished, all general communications were dumb, and through traffic had been diverted, no reason had been given, but he gathered unofficially from the mayor of Chicago that the district complained of crowd-making and invasion of privacy. As a matter of fact, it is of no importance whether Northern Illinois stay in or out of planetary circuit. As a matter of policy, any complaint of invasion of privacy needs immediate investigation, lest worse follow. By 945 A Roman 1000, De Forest, Dragomirov, Russia, Takahira, Japan, and Pirillo, Italy were empowered to visit Illinois, and to take such steps as might be necessary for the resumption of traffic, and all that implies. By 10 A Roman 1000, the hall was empty, and the 4 members and I were aboard what Pirillo insisted on calling my little godchild, that is to say, the new Victor Pirillo. Our planet prefers to know Victor Pirillo as a gentle gray-haired enthusiast who spends his time near Foggia inventing or creating new breeds of Spanish-Italian olivetries. But there is another side to his nature-eth manufacture of quaint inventions, of which the Victor Pirillo is perhaps not the least surprising. She and a few score sister craft of the same type embody his latest ideas, but she is not comfortable. An AB Roman 100 boat does not take the air with the level-keeled lift of a liner, but shoots up rocket fashion like the aeroplane of our ancestors, and makes a height at top speed from the first. That is why I found myself sitting suddenly on the large lap of Eustace Arnott, who commands the AB Roman 100 fleet. One knows vaguely that there is such a thing as a fleet somewhere on the planet, and that theoretically it exists for the purposes of what used to be known as war. Only a week before, while visiting a glacier sanatorium behind Gothaven, I had seen some squadrons making false auroras far to the north, while they maneuvered round the pole, but naturally it had never occurred to me that the things could be used in earnest. Said Arnott to De Forest, as I staggered to a seat on the chartroom divan, we're tremendously grateful to M in Illinois. We've never had a chance of exercising all the fleet together. I've turned in a general call, and I expect have at least 200 keels aloft this evening. Well aloft? De Forest asked. Of course, sir, out of sight till they're called for. Arnott laughed as he lolled over the transparent chartable, where the map of the summer blue Atlantic slid along degree by degree. In exact answer to our progress, our dial already showed 320 Roman 1000 ph, and we were 2,000 feet above the uppermost traffic lines. Now where is this Illinois district of yours? Said Dragomirov. One travels so much, one sees so little. Oh, I remember, it is in North America. De Forest, whose business it is to know the out districts, told us that it lay at the foot of Lake Michigan on a road to nowhere in particular, was about half an hour's run from end to end, and except in one corner as flat as the sea, like most flat countries. Nowadays it was heavily guarded against invasion of privacy by forced timber 50-foot spruce and tamarack grown in 5 years. The population was close on 2 millions largely migratory between Florida and California, with a backbone of small farms they call 1,000 acres of farm in Illinois, whose owners come into Chicago for amusements and society during the winter. They were, he said, noticeably kind, quiet folk, but a little exacting, as all flat countries must be in their notions of privacy. There had, for instance, been no printed news sheet in Illinois for 27 years. Chicago argued that engines for printed news sooner or later developed into engines for invasion of privacy, which in turn might bring the old terror of crowds and blackmail back to the planet. So news sheets were not. And that's Illinois DeForest, concluded. You see, in the old days, she was in the forefront of what they used to call progress and Chicago. Chicago, said Takahira, that's the little place where there is Salati's statue of the nigger in flames, a fine bit of old work. When did you see it? Asked DeForest quickly. They only unveil it once a year. I know, at Thanksgiving it was then, said Takahira with a shudder, and they sang Macdonought's song too. Hugh DeForest whistled. I did not know that. I wish you'd told me before. Macdonought's song may have had its uses when it was composed, but it was an infernal legacy for any man to leave behind. It's protective instinct, my dear fellows, said Pirillo, rolling a cigarette. The planet, she has had her dose of popular government. She suffers from inherited agoraphobia. She has no use for crowds. Dragomirov leaned forward to give him a light. Certainly, said the white-bearded Russian, the planet has taken all precautions against crowds for the past 100 years. What is our total population today? 600 million. We hope 500. We think but if next year's census shows more than 450, I myself will eat all the extra little babies. We have cut the birth rate outright out for a long time. We have said to Almighty God, thank you, sir, but we do not much like your game of life, so we will not play. Anyhow, said Arnott defiantly, men live a century apiece on the average now. Oh, that is quite well. I am rich. You are rich. We are all rich and happy because we are so few and we live so long. Only, I think Almighty God, he will remember what the planet was like in the time of crowds and the plague. Perhaps he will send us nerves, a Pirillo. The Italian blinked into space. Perhaps. He said he has sent them already. Anyhow, you cannot argue with the planet. She does not forget the old days, and what can you do? For sure we can't remake the world. DeForest glanced at the map, flowing smoothly across the table from west to east. We ought to be over our ground by 9. Tonight there won't be much sleep afterwards. On which hint we dispersed, and I slept till Takahira waked me for dinner. Our ancestors thought 9 hours sleep ample for their little lives. We, living 30 years longer, feel ourselves defrauded with less than 11 out of the 24. By 10 o'clock, we were over Lake Michigan. The west shore was lightless, except for a dull ground glare at Chicago, and a single traffic-directing light, its leading beam pointing north at Waukegan on our starboard. None of the lake villages gave any sign of life, and inland westward, so far as we could see, blackness lay unbroken on the level earth. We swooped down and skimmed low across the dark, throwing Coles county by county. Now and again, we picked up the faint glimmer of a house light, heard the rasp and rend of a cultivator being played across the fields, but northern Illinois as a whole was one inky, apparently uninhabited waste of high-forest woods. Only our illuminated map, with its little pointers switching from county to county, as we wheeled and twisted, gave us any idea of our position. Our calls, urgent, pleading, coaxing, or commanding through the general communicator, brought no answer. Illinois strictly maintained her own privacy in the timber, which she grew for that purpose. Oh, this is absurd, said DeForest. We're like an owl trying to work a wheat field. Is this Bureau Creek? Let's land, Arnott, and get hold of someone. We brushed over a belt of forest woodland, 15-year-old maples 60 feet, high-grounded on a private meadow dock, none too big, where we moored to our own grapnels, and hurried out through the warm, dark night towards a light in a veranda. As we neared the garden gate, I could have sworn we had stepped knee-deep in quicksand, for we could scarcely drag our feet against the prickling currents that clogged them. After 5 paces, we stopped, wiping our foreheads, as hopelessly stuck on dry, smooth turf as so many cows in a bog. Pest, cried Pirillo angrily, we are ground circuited, and it is my own system of ground circuits too. I know the pull. "Good evening," said a girl's voice from the veranda. "Oh, I am sorry. We've locked up. Wait a minute." We heard the click of a switch and almost fell forward as the currents round our knees were withdrawn. The girl laughed and laid aside her knitting. An old-fashioned controller stood at her elbow, which she reversed from time to time, and we could hear the snort and clank of the obedient cultivator half a mile away behind the guardian woods. "Come in and sit down," she said. "I'm only playing a plow. Dad's gone to Chicago to Then it was your call I heard just now." She had caught sight of Arnott's board uniform, leaped to the switch, and turned it full on. We were checked, gasping, waist-deep in current this time, 3 yards from the veranda. "We only want to know what's the matter with Illinois," said DeForest placidly. "Then hadn't you better go to Chicago and find out?" she answered. "There's nothing wrong here. We own ourselves." "How can we go anywhere if you want Lucius?" DeForest went on, while Arnott scowled. "Admirals of fleets are still quite human when their dignity is touched." "Stop a minute, you don't know how funny you look." She put her hands on her hips and laughed mercilessly. "Don't worry about that," said Arnott, and whistled. A voice answered from the Victor Pirillo in the meadow. "Only a single fuse ground circuit," Arnott called. "Sort it out gently, please." We heard the ping of a breaking lamp. A fuse blew out somewhere in the veranda roof, frightening a nestful of birds. The ground circuit was open. We stooped and rubbed our tingling ankles. "How rude, how very rude of you," the maiden cried. "Sorry, but we haven't time to look funny," said Arnott. "We've got to go to Chicago, and if I were you, young lady, I'd go into the cellars for the next 2 hours and take mother with me." Off he strode with us at his heels, muttering indignantly till the humor of the thing struck and doubled him up with laughter at the foot of the gangway ladder. "The board hasn't shown what you might call a fat spark on this occasion," said DeForest, wiping his eyes. "I hope I didn't look as big a fool as you did." Arnott, "Hullo, what on earth is that? Dad coming home from Chicago?" There was a rattle and a rush, and a 5-plow cultivator, blades in air like so many teeth, trundled itself at us round the edge of the timber, fuming and sparking furiously. "Jump," said Arnott, as we bundled ourselves through the non-etuwide door. "Never mind about shutting it up." The Victor Pirillo lifted like a bubble, and the vicious machine shot just underneath us, clawing high as it passed. "There's a nice little spit kitten for you," said Arnott, dusting his knees. "We ask her a civil question first, she circuits us, and then she plays a cultivator at us. And then we fly," said Dragomirov. "If I were 40 years more young, I would go back and kiss her. Ho, ho." I said Pirillo would smack her. "My pet ship has been chased by a dirty plow." "How do you say agricultural implement?" "Oh, that is Illinois all over," said DeForest. "They don't content themselves with talking about privacy, they arrange to have it. And now, where's your alleged fleet, Arnott? We must assert ourselves against this wench." Arnott pointed to the black heavens. "Waiting on up there," said he. "Shall I give them the whole installation, sir?" "Oh, I don't think the young lady is quite worth that," said DeForest. "Get over Chicago, and perhaps we'll see something." In a few minutes, we were hanging at 2,000 feet over an oblong block of incandescence in the center of the little town. "That looks like the old city hall." "Yes, there's Salati's statue in front of it," said Takahira. "But what on earth are they doing to the place? I thought they used it for a market nowadays." "Drop a little, please." We could hear the sputter and crackle of road-surfacing machines, cheap Western type, which fuse stone and rubbish into lava-like ribbed glass for their rough country roads. 3 or 4 surfacers worked on each side of a square of ruins. The brick and stone wreckage crumbled, slid forward, and presently spread out into white-hot pools of sticky slag, which the leveling rods smoothed more or less flat. Already a third of the big block had been so treated, and was cooling to dull red before our astonished eyes. "It is the old market," said DeForest. "Well, there's nothing to prevent Illinois from making a road through a market. It doesn't interfere with traffic that I can see." "HSH," said Arnott, gripping me by the shoulder. "Listen, they're a singing. Why on the earth are they singing?" We dropped again till we could see the black fringe of people at the edge of that glowing square. At first they only roared against the roar of the surfacers and levelers. Then the words came up, clear lithe words of the forbidden song that all men knew and none let pass their lips. Pat Macdonought's song made in the days of the crowds and the plague every silly word of it loaded to sparking point with the planet's inherited memories of horror, panic, fear, and cruelty, and Chicago innocent, contented little Chicagoers singing it aloud to the infernal tune that carried riot, pestilence, and lunacy round our planet a few generations ago. Once there was, the people terror gave it birth. Once there was the people, and it made a hell of earths. Then the stamp and pause. Earth arose and crushed it. Listen, O ye slain. Once there was, the P-plate shall never be again. The levelers thrust in savagely against the ruins, as the song renewed itself again, and again, louder than the crash of the melting walls. De Forest frowned. I don't like that, he said. They've broken back to the old days. They'll be killing somebody soon. I think we'd better divert Arnott. Aye, Sir. Arnott's hand went to his cap, and we heard the hull of the Victor Pirillo ring to the command lamps. Both watches stand by lamps. Keep still, Takahira whispered to me. Blinkers, please, quartermaster. It's all right, said Pirillo from behind, and to my horror slipped over my head some sort of rubber helmet that locked with a snap. I could feel thick colloid bosses before my eyes, but I stood in absolute darkness. To save the sight, he explained, and pushed me on to the chartroom divan. You will see in a minute. As he spoke, I became aware of a thin thread of almost intolerable light let down from heaven at an immense distance-own vertical hairsbreadth of frozen lightning. Those are our flanking ships, said Arnott at my elbow. That one is over Galena. Look, south. That other one's over Keithburg. Vincennes is behind us, and north yonder is Winthrop Woods. The fleet's in position, Surtheis to De Forest, as soon as you give the word. Ah, no, cried Dragomirov at my side. I could feel the old man tremble. I do not know all that you can do, but be kind. I ask you to be a little kind to them. Below this is horrible. When a woman kills a chicken, dynasties and empires sicken. Takahira quoted, it is too late to be gentle now. Then take off my helmet. Dragomirov began hysterically. Pirillo must have put his arm round him. Hush, he said, I am here. It is all right, Ivan, my dear fellow. I'll just send our little girl in Bureau County. A warning, said Arnott. She don't deserve it, but well, allow her a minute or two to take Mama to the cellar. In the utter hush that followed the growling spark after Arnott had linked up his service communicator with the invisible fleet, we heard Macdonought's song from the city beneath us grow fainter as we rose to position. Then I clapped my hand before my mask lenses, for it was as though the floor of heaven had been riddled, and all the inconceivable blaze of suns in the making was poured through the manholes. You needn't count, said Arnott. I had had no thought of such a thing. There are 250 keels up there, 5 miles apart. Full power, please, for another 12 seconds. The firmament, as far as eye could reach, stood on pillars of white fire. One fell on the glowing square at Chicago and turned it black. Oh, can men be allowed to do such things? Dragomirov cried, and fell across our knees. Glass of water, please, said Takahira to a helmeted shape that leaped forward. He is a little faint. The lights switched off, and the darkness stunned like an avalanche. We could hear Dragomirov's teeth on the glass edge. Pirillo was comforting him. All right, he repeated. Come and lie down. Come below, and take off your mask. I give you my word, old friend. It is all right. They are my siegelights, little Victor Pirillo's little lights. You know me, I do not hurt people. Pardon, Dragomirov moaned. I have never seen death. I have never seen the board take action. Shall we go down and burn them alive, or is that already done? Oh, hush, said Pirillo, and I think he rocked him in his arms. Do we repeat, Sir Arnott? Asked De Forest. Give them a minute's break, De Forest replied. They may need it. We waited a minute, and then Macdonought's song, broken but defiant, rose from undefeated Chicago. They seem fond of that tune, said De Forest. I should let have it Arnott. Very good, sir, said Arnott, and felt his way to the communicator keys. No lights broke forth, but the hollow of the skies made herself the mouth for one note that touched the raw fiber of the brain. Men hear such sounds in delirium, advancing like tides from horizons beyond the ruled foreshores of space. That's our pitch pipe, said Arnott. We may be a bit ragged. I've never conducted 250 performers before. He pulled out the couplers and struck a full chord on the service communicators. The beams of light leaped down again and danced solemnly, and awfully a Stilton's, sweeping 30 or 40 miles left and right at each stifflegged kick, while the darkness delivered itself. There is no scale to measure against that utterancy of the tune to which they kept time. Certain notes on learnt to expect them with terror cut through one's marrow, but after 3 minutes thought and emotion passed in indescribable agony. We saw, we heard, but I think we were in some sort swooning. The 250 beams shifted, reformed, straddled, and split, narrowed, widened, rippled in ribbons, broke into 1,000 white-hot parallel lines, melted and revolved in interwoven rings, like old-fashioned enginette earning, flung up to the zenith, made as if to descend and renew the torment. Halted at the last instant, twizzled insanely round the horizon, and vanished to bring back for the 100th time darkness more shattering than their instantly renewed light over all Illinois. Then the tune and lights ceased together, and we heard one single devastating wail that shook all the horizon as a rubbed wet finger shakes the rim of a bowl. Ah, that is my new siren, said Pirillo. You can break an iceberg in half if you find the proper pitch. They will whistle by squadrons now. It is the wind through pierced shutters in the bows. I had collapsed beside Dragomirov, broken and sniveling feebly, because I had been delivered before my time to all the terrors of Judgment Day, and the archangels of the resurrection were hailing me naked across the universe to the sound of the music of the spheres. Then I saw De Forest smacking Arnott's helmet with his open hand. The wailing died down in a long shriek as a black shadow swooped past us and returned to her place above the lower clouds. I hate to interrupt a specialist when he's enjoying himself, said De Forest, but as a matter of fact, all Illinois has been asking us to stop for these last 15 seconds. What a pity Arnott slipped off his mask. I wanted you to hear us really hum our lower C can lift street paving. It is hell, cried Dragomirov and sobbed aloud. Arnott looked away as he answered. It's a few thousand volts ahead of the old shootermansincum game, but I should scarcely call it that. What shall I tell the fleet, sir? Tell we're very pleased and impressed. I don't think they need wait on any longer. There isn't a spark left down there. De Forest pointed. They'll be deaf and blind. Oh, I think not, sir. The demonstration lasted less than 10 minutes. Marvelous, Takahira sighed. I should have said it was half a night now. Shall we go down and pick up the pieces? But first a small drink, said Pirillo. The board must not arrive weeping at its own works. I am an old fool, Dragomirov began piteously. I did not know what would happen. It is all new to me. We reason with them in Little Russia. Chicago North landing tower was unlighted, and Arnott worked his ship into the clips by her own lights. As soon as these broke out, we heard groanings of horror and appeal from many people below. All right, shouted Arnott into the darkness. We aren't beginning again. We descended by the stairs to find ourselves knee-deep in a groveling crowd, some crying that they were blind, others beseeching us not to make any more noises, but the greater part writhing face downward, their hands or their caps before their eyes. It was Pirillo who came to our rescue. He climbed the side of a surfacing machine, and there, gesticulating as though they could see, made oration to those afflicted people of Illinois. Stupids, he began, there is nothing to fuss, for of course your eyes will smart and be red tomorrow. You will look as if you and your wives had drunk too much, but in a little while you will see again, as well as before. I tell you this, and I am Pirillo, Victor Pirillo. The crowd with one accord shuddered, for many legends attached to Victor Pirillo of Foggia deep in the secrets of God. Pirillo, an unsteady voice lifted itself. Then tell us, was there anything except light in those lights of yours just now? The question was repeated from every corner of the darkness. Pirlo laughed. No, he thundered, why have small men such large voices? I give you my word, and the board's word, that there was nothing except light, just light. UST Cupids, your birth rate is too low already, as it is. Some day I must invent something to send it up, but send it down ever. Is that true? Thought somebody said. One could feel the tension relax all round. You two big fools, Pirlo cried. You could have sent us a call, and we would have told you. Send you a call? A deep voice shouted. I wish you had been at our end of the wire. I'm glad I wasn't, said De Forest. It was bad enough from behind the lamps. Never mind, it's over now. Is there anyone here I can talk business with? I am De Forest for the board. You might begin with me for one, Mayor, the bass voice replied. A big man rose unsteadily from the street and staggered towards us, where we sat on the broad turf edging in front of the garden fences. I ought to be the first on my feet, am I? Said he. Yes, said De Forest, and steadied him as he dropped down beside us. Hello, Andy, is that you? A voice called. Excuse me, said the mayor, that sounds like my chief of police, Bluthner. Bluthner it is, and here's Mulligan and Keefing their feet. Bring 'em up, please. Blut, we're supposed to be the four in charge of this hamlet. What we says goes. And De Forest, what do you say? Nothing yet, De Forest answered, as we made room for the panting, reeling men. You've cut out of system well. Tell the steward to send down drinks, please. Arnott whispered to an orderly at his side. Good, said the mayor, smacking his dry lips. Now, I suppose, we can take it, De Forest, that henceforward the board will administer us direct. Not if the board can avoid it, De Forest laughed. The AB Roman 100 is responsible for the planetary traffic only. And all that implies. The Big Four, who ran Chicago, chanted their Magna Charta like children at school. Well, get on, said De Forest wearily. What is your silly trouble anyway? Too much damn democracy, said the mayor, laying his hand on De Forest's knee. So I thought Illinois had had her dose of that. She has. That's why. Blut, what did you do with our prisoners last night? Locked 'em in the water tower to prevent the women killing 'em, the chief of police replied. I am too blind to move just yet, but Arnott, send some of your people, please, and fetch 'em along, said De Forest. They're a triple-circuited, the mayor called. You'll have to blow out 3 fuses. He turned to De Forest, his large outline just visible in the paling darkness. I hate to throw any more work on the board. I am an administrator myself. But we've had a little fuss with our servals. What, in a big city, there's bound to be a few men and women who can't live without listening to themselves, and who prefer drinking out of pipes they don't own. Both ends of they inhabit flats and hotels all the year round. They say it saves 'em trouble anyway. It gives 'em more time to make trouble for their neighbors. We call 'em servals locally, and they are apt to be tuberculous. Just so, said the man called Mulligan. Transportation is civilization, democracy is disease. I've proved it by the bluttest every time. Mulligan's our health officer, and a one-idea man, said the mayor, laughing. But it's true that most servals haven't much control. They will talk. And when people take to talking as a business, anything may arrivement it. De Forest. Anything except the facts of the case, said De Forest, laughing. I'll give you those in a minute, said the mayor. Our servals got to talking first in their houses, and then on the streets, telling men and women how to manage their own affairs. You can't teach a serval not to finger his neighbor's soul. That's invasion of privacy, of course. But in Chicago, well, suffer anything sooner than make crowds. Nobody took much notice. And so I let him alone. My fault. I was warned there would be trouble. But there hasn't been a crowd or murder in Illinois for 19 years. 22, said his chief of police. Likely anyway, we'd forgot such things, so from talking in the houses and on the streets, our servals go to calling a meeting at the old market yonder. He nodded across the square, where the wrecked buildings heaved up gray in the donglement, behind the square-case statue of the Negro in flames. There's nothing to prevent anyone calling meetings except that it's against human nature to stand in a crowd, besides being bad for the health. I ought to have known by the way our men and women attended that first meeting that trouble was brewing. There There were as many as 1,000 in the marketplace, touching each other, touching. Then the servals turned in all tongue switches and talked, and we. What did they talk about, said Takahiro. First, how badly things were managed in the city. That pleased us, for we were on the platform because we hoped to catch 1 or 2 good men for city work. You know how rare executive capacity is. Even if we didn't, it's refreshing to find anyone interested enough in our job to damn our eyes. You don't know what it means to work year in, year out, without a spark of difference, with a living soul. Oh, don't we, said De Forest. There are times on the board when we'd give our positions if anyone would kick us out and take hold of things themselves. But they won't, said the mayor ruefully. I assure you, sir, we 4 have done things in Chicago in the hope of rousing people that would have discredited Nero. But what do they say? Very good, Andy, have it your own way. Anything's better than a crowd. I'll go back to my land. You can't do anything with folk who can go where they please and don't want anything on God's earth except their own way. There isn't a kick or a kicker left on the planet. Then I suppose that little shed yonder fell down by itself, said De Forest. We could see the bare and still smoking ruins and hear the slagpools crackle as they hardened and set. Oh, that's only amusement. Tell you later. As I was saying, our servals held the meeting, and pretty soon we had to ground circuit the platform to save M from being killed, and that didn't make our people any more pacific. How do you mean? I ventured to ask. If you've ever been ground circuited, said the mayor, y'all know, it don't improve any man's temper to be held up straining against nothing. No, sir. 800 or 900 folk kept pawing and buzzing like flies in treacle for 2 hours, while a pack of perfectly safe servals invades their mental and spiritual privacy. May be amusing to watch, but they are not pleasant to handle afterwards. Pirillo chuckled. Our folk on themselves, they were of opinion things were going too far and too fiery. I warned the servals, but they're a born house dwellers. Unless a fact hits M on the head, they cannot see it. Would you believe me? They went on to talk of what they called popular government. They wanted us to go back to the old voodoo business of voting with papers and wooden boxes and word-drunk people, and printed formulas and news sheets, they said. They practiced it among themselves about what they'd have to eat in their flats and hotels. Yes, sir, they stood up behind Bluthner's doubled ground circuits, and they said that in this present year of grace to self-owning men and women on that very spot. Then they finished. He lowered his voice cautiously, be talking about the people. And then Bluthner, he had to sit up all night in charge of the circuits because he couldn't trust his men to keep M shut. It was trying him too high. The chief of police broke in, but we couldn't hold the crowd ground-circuited forever. I gathered in all the servals on charge of crowd-making and put him in the water tower. And then I let things cut loose. I had to the district lit like a sparked gas tank. The news was out over 7 degrees of country, the mayor continued. And when once it's a question of invasion of privacy, goodbye to right and reason in Illinois, they began turning out traffic lights and locking up landing towers on Thursday night. Friday, they stopped all traffic and asked for the board to take over. Then they wanted to clean Chicago off the side of the lake and rebuild elsewhere just for a souvenir of the people that the servals talked about. I suggested that they should slag the old market where the meeting was held, while I turned in a call to you all on the board that kept him quiet till you came along and now you can take hold of the situation. Any chance of their quieting down? De Forest asked. You can try, said the mayor. De Forest raised his voice in the face of the reviving crowd that had edged in towards us. Day was come. Don't you think this business can be arranged? He began, but there was a roar of angry voices. We've finished with crowds. We aren't going back to the old days. Take us over, take the servals away, administer direct, or well kill 'em down with the people. An attempt was made to begin MacDonough's song. It got no further than the first line, for the victor Pirillo sent down a warning drone on one stopped horn. A wrecked sidewall of the old market tottered and fell inwards on the slagpools. None spoke or moved till the last of the dust had settled down again, turning the steel case of Salati's statue ashy gray. You see, y'all just have to take us over, the mayor whispered. De Forest shrugged his shoulders. You talk as if executive capacity could be snatched out of the air, like so much horsepower can't. you manage yourselves on any terms, he said. We can if you say so. It will only cost those few lives to begin with. The mayor pointed across the square where Arnot's men guided a stumbling group of 10 or 12 men and women to the lake front and halted them under the statue. Now I think, said Takahira under his breath, there will be trouble. The mass in front of us growled like beasts. At that moment, the sun rose clear and revealed the blinking assembly to itself. As soon as it realized that it was a crowd, we saw the shiver of horror and mutual repulsion shoot across it precisely as the steely flaws shot across the lake outside. Nothing was said, and, being half-blind of course, it moved slowly, yet, in less than 15 minutes, most of that vast multitude of 3,000, at the lowest count, melted away like frost on south eaves. The remnants stretched themselves on the grass, where a crowd feels and looks less like a crowd. These mean business, the mayor whispered to Takahira. There are a goodish few women, their hove-born children. I don't like it. The morning draft off the lake stirred the trees round us, with promise of a hot day. The sun reflected itself dazzlingly on the canister-shaped covering of Salati's statue Cock's crew in the gardens, and we could hear gate latches clicking in the distance as people stumblingly resought their homes. I'm afraid there won't be any morning deliveries, said De Forest. We rather upset things in the country last night. That makes no odds, the mayor returned. We're all provisioned for 6 months. We take no chances. Nor, when you come to think of it, does anyone else. It must be 3/4 of a generation since any house or city faced a food shortage. Yet is there house or city on the planet today that has not half a year's provisions laid in? We are like the shipwrecked seamen in the old books, who, having once nearly starved to death, ever afterwards hide away bits of food and biscuit. Truly, we trust no crowds nor system based on crowds. De Forest waited till the last footstep had died away. Meantime, the prisoners at the base of the statue shuffled, posed, and fidgeted with the shamelessness of quite little children. None of them were more than 6 feet high, and many of them were as gray-haired as the ravaged, harassed heads of old pictures. They huddled together in actual touch, while the crowd, spaced at large intervals, looked at them with congested eyes. Suddenly, a man among them began to talk. The mayor had not in the least exaggerated. It appeared that our planet lay sunk in slavery beneath the heel of the aerial board of control. The orator urged us to arise, in our might burst our prison doors, and break our fetters. All his metaphors, by the way, were of the most medieval. Next, he demanded that every matter of daily life, including most of the physical functions, should be submitted for decision at any time of the week, month, or year to, I gathered, anybody who happened to be passing by or residing within a certain radius, and that everybody should forthwith abandon his concerns to settle the matter, first by crowd-making, next by talking to the crowd's maid, and lastly by describing crosses on pieces of paper, which rubbish should later be counted with certain mystic ceremonies and oaths. Out of this amazing play, he assured us, would automatically arise a higher, nobler, and kinder world. Based demonstrated this with the awful lucidity of the insane, based on the sanctity of the crowd and the villainy of the single person. In conclusion, he called loudly upon God to testify to his personal merits and integrity. When the flow ceased, I turned bewildered to Takahira, who was nodding solemnly. Quite correct, said he. It is all in the old books. He has left nothing out, not even the war talk. But I don't see how this stuff can upset a child much less a district, I replied. Ah, you are too young, said Dragomirov. For another thing, you are not a mama. Please look at the mamas. 10 or 15 women who remained had separated themselves from the silent men and were drawing in towards the prisoners. It reminded one of the stealthy encircling before the rush in at the quarry of wolves round Muskoxen in the north. The prisoners saw and drew together more closely. The mayor covered his face with his hands for an instant. De Forest, bareheaded, stepped forward between the prisoners and the slowly, stiffly moving line. That's all very interesting, he said to the dry-lipped orator, but the point seems that you've been making crowds and invading privacy. A woman stepped forward and would have spoken, but there was a quick assenting murmur from the men, who realized that De Forest was trying to pull the situation down to ground line. Yes, yes, they cried, we cut out. because they made crowds and invaded privacy. Stick to that, keep on that switch, lift the servals out of this, the boards in charge HSH. Yes, the boards in charge, said De Forest. I'll take formal evidence of crowd-making, if you like, but the members of the board can testify to it. Will that do? The women had closed in another pace, with hands that clenched and unclenched at their sides. Good enough, the men cried. We're content, only take them away quickly. Come along up, said De Forest to the captives. Breakfast is quite ready. It appeared, however, that they did not wish to go. They intended to remain in Chicago and make crowds. They pointed out that De Forest's proposal was gross invasion of privacy. My dear fellow, said Pirillo to the most voluble of the leaders, you hurry, or your crowd, that can't be wrong, will kill you. But that would be murder, answered the believer in crowds, and there was a roar of laughter from all sides that seemed to show the crisis had broken. A woman stepped forward from the line of women laughing, I protest, as merrily as any of the company. One hand, of course, shaded her eyes, the other was at her throat. Oh, they needn't be afraid of being killed, she called. Not in the least, said De Forest, but don't you think that now the board's in charge you might go home while we get these people away? I shall be home long before that. It has been rather a trying day. She stood up to her full height, dwarfing even De Forest 6'8", and smiled with eyes closed against the fierce light. Yes, rather, said De Forest. I am afraid you feel the glare a little. Well, have the ship down. He motioned to the Pirillo to drop between us and the sun, and at the same time to loopcircuit the prisoners, who were a trifle unsteady. We saw them stiffen to the current where they stood. The woman's voice went on, sweet and deep and unshaken. I don't suppose you men realize how much this sort of thing means to a woman. I've borne 3. We women don't want our children given to crowds. It must be an inherited instinct. Crowds make trouble. They bring back the old days, hate, fear, blackmail, publicity. The people that she pointed to the statue, and the crowd growled once more. Yes, if they are allowed to go on, said De Forest, but this little affair. It means so much to us women that this little affair should never happen again. Of course, never's a big word, but one feels so strongly that it is important to stop crowds at the very beginning. Those creaturesses pointed with her left hand at the prisoners swaying like seaweed in a tideway as the circuit pulled them. Those people have friends and wives and children in the city and elsewhere. One doesn't want anything done to them. You know, it's terrible to force a human being out of 50 or 60 years of good life. I'm only 40 myself, I know, but at the same time, one feels that an example should be made, because no price is too heavy to pay if these people, and all that they imply, can be put an end to. Do you quite understand? Or would you be kind enough to tell your men to take the casing off the statue? It's worth looking at. I understand perfectly, but I don't think anybody here wants to see the statue on an empty stomach. Excuse me one moment. De Forest called up to the ship. A flying loop ready on the port side. If you please. Then to the woman he said, with some crispness, you might leave us a little discretion in the matter. Oh, of course, thank you for being so patient. I know my arguments are silly, but she half turned away and went on in a changed voice. Perhaps this will help you to decide. She threw out her right arm with a knife in it before the blade could be returned to her throat or her bosom. It was twitched from her grip, sparked as it flew out of the shadow of the ship above, and fell flashing in the sunshine at the foot of the statue. 50 yards away, the outflung arm was arrested rigid as a bar for an instant, till the releasing circuit permitted her to bring it slowly to her side. The other women shrank back silent among the men. Pirillo rubbed his hands, and Takahira nodded. That was clever of you, De Forest, said he. What a glorious pose! Dragomirov murmured, for the frightened woman was on the edge of tears. Why did you stop me? I would have done it, she cried. I have no doubt you would, said De Forest, but we can't waste a life like yours on these people. I hope the arrest didn't sprain your wrist. It's so hard to regulate a flying loop. But I think you are quite right about those persons, women and children. Well, take them all away with us, if you promise not to do anything stupid to yourself. I promise, she controlled herself with an effort. But it is so important to us women, we know what it means, and I thought if you saw I was in earnest. I saw you were, and you've gained your point. I shall take all your servals away with me. At once, the mayor will make lists of their friends and families in the city, and the district and hell ship them after us this afternoon. Sure, said the mayor, rising to his feet. Keefe, if you can see, hadn't you better finish leveling off the old market? It don't look sightly the way it is now, and we shan't use it for crowds any more. I think you had better wipe out that statue as well, Mr. Mayor, said De Forest. I don't question its merits as a work of art, but I believe it's a shade morbid. Certainly, Sir O'Keefe, slag the nigger before you go on to fuse the market. I'll get to the communicators and tell the district that the board is in charge. Are you making any special appointments, sir? None. We haven't men to waste on these backwoods. Carry on as before, but under the board. Are not run your servals aboard, please, ground ship, and pass them through the bilgedoors. Well, wait till we've finished with this work of art. The prisoners trailed past him, talking fluently, but unable to gesticulate in the drag of the current. Then the surfacers rolled up, two on each side of the statue. With one accord the spectators looked elsewhere, but there was no need. Keefe turned on full power, and the thing simply melted within its case. All I saw was a surge of white-hot metal pouring over the plinth, a glimpse of Salati's inscription, to the eternal memory of the justice of the people. Ere the stone base itself cracked and powdered into finest lime, the crowd cheered. Thank you, said De Forest, but we want our breakfasts, and I expect you do too. Goodbye, Mr. Mayor, delighted to see you at any time, but I hope I shan't have to officially for the next 30 years. Goodbye, madam. Yes, we're all given to nerves nowadays. I suffer from them myself. Goodbye, gentlemen, all you're under the tyrannous heel of the board from this moment. But if ever you feel like breaking your fetters, you've only to let us know. This is no treat to us. Good luck. We embarked amid shouts, and did not check our lift till they had dwindled into whispers. Then De Forest flung himself on the chartroom divan and mopped his forehead. I don't mind men, he panted, but women are the devil. Still the devil, said Pirillo cheerfully. That one would have suicided. I know it. That was why I signaled for the flying loop, to be clapped on her. I owe you an apology for that, Arnott. I hadn't time to catch your eye, and you were busy with our caitiffs. By the way, who actually answered my signal? It was a smart piece of work. Ilroy, said Arnott, but he overloaded the wave. It may be pretty gallery work to knock a knife out of a lady's hand, but didn't you notice how she rubbed em? He scorched her fingers slovenly, I call it. Far be it from me to interfere with fleet discipline, but don't be too hard on the boy. If that woman had killed herself, they would have killed every serval, and everything related to a serval throughout the district by nightfall. That was what she was playing for, Takahira said, and with our fleet gone, we could have done nothing to hold them. I may be ass enough to walk into a ground circuit, said Arnott, but I don't dismiss my fleet till I am reasonably sure that trouble is over. They're in position still, and I intend to keep em there till the servals are shipped out of the district. That last little crowd meant murder, my friends. Nerves, all nerves, said Pirillo. You cannot argue with agoraphobia. And it is not as if they had seen much dead, or is it, said Takahira. In all my 90 years, I have never seen death. Dragomirov spoke, as one who would excuse himself perhaps. That was why last night. Then it came out, as we sat over breakfast, that with the exception of Arnott and Pirillo, none of us had ever seen a corpse or knew in what manner the spirit passes. We're a nice lot to flap about governing the planet. De Forest laughed. I confess now, it's all over that my main fear was I might be able to pull it off without losing a life. I thought of that too, said Arnott, but there's no death reported, and I've inquired everywhere. What are we supposed to do with our passengers? I've fed em. We're between two switches, De Forest drawled. If we drop them in any place that isn't under the board, the natives will make their presence an excuse for cutting out, same as Illinois did, and forcing the board to take over. If we drop them in any place under the board's control, they'll be killed as soon as our backs are turned. If you say so, said Pirillo thoughtfully, I can guarantee that they will become extinct in process of time quite happily. What is their birth rate now? Go down and ask em, said De Forest. I think they might become nervous and tear me to bits, the philosopher of Foggia replied. Not really well. Open the bilge doors, said Takahira, with a downward jerk of the thumb. Scarcely after all the trouble we've taken to save M, said De Forest. Try London. Arnott suggested you could turn Satan himself loose there, and they'd only ask him to dinner. Good man, you've given me an idea, Vincent. Oh, Vincent, he threw the general communicator open so that we could all hear, and in a few minutes, the chartroom filled with the rich, fruity voice of Leopold Vincent, who has purveyed all London her choicest amusements for the last 30 years, we answered with expectant grins, as though we were actually in the stalls of, say, the Combination on a first night. We've picked up something in your line, De Forest began. That's good, dear man, if it's old enough. There's nothing to beat the old things for business purposes. Have you seen London, Chatham, and Dover at Earl's Court? No, I thought I missed you there. Immense. I've had the real steam locomotive engines built from the old designs, and the iron rails cast specially by hand, cloth cushions in the carriages too immense, and paper railway tickets, and Polly Milton. Polly Milton back again, said Arnott rapturously. Book me 2 stalls for tomorrow night. What's she singing now, bless her? The old songs, nothing comes up to the old touch. Listen to this, dear men, Vincent caroled with flourishes. O cruel lamps of London, if tears your light could drown, your victims' eyes would weep them. O lights of London town, then they weep. You see, Pirillo waved his hands at us. The old world always wept when it saw crowds together. It did not know why, but it wept. We know why, but we do not weep, except when we pay to be made to by fat, wicked old Vincent. Old yourself, Vincent laughed. I am a public benefactor. I keep the world soft and united. And I am De Forest of the board, said De Forest, acidly trying to get a little business done. As I was saying, I've picked up a few people in Chicago. I cut out Chicago is. Do listen, they're a perfectly unique. Do they build houses of baked mud blocks while you wait? That's an old contact. They're an untouched primitive community with all the old ideas. Sewing machines and maple dances, cooking on coal gas stoves, lighting pipes with matches, and driving horses. Gerolstein tried that last year, an absolute blowout. De Forest plugged him wrathfully and poured out the story of our doings for the last 24 hours on the top note. And they do it all in public, he concluded. You can't stop 'em. The more public, the better. They are pleased. They'll talk for hours like you. Now you can come in again. Do you really mean they know how to vote, said Vincent. Can they act it? Act it's their life to 'em, and you never saw such faces scarred like volcanoes, envy, hatred, and malice. In plain sight, wonderfully flexible voices, they weep too. Aloud in public. I guarantee not a spark of shame or reticence in the entire installation. It's the chance of your career. Do you say you've brought their voting props along, those papers and ballot box things? No, confound you, I am not a luggage lifter. Apply direct to the mayor of Chicago. Hell forward, you everything well. Wait a minute, did Chicago want to kill M? That ud look well on the communicators. Yes, they were only rescued with difficulty from a howling mob, if you know what that is. But I don't, answered the great Vincent simply. Well then, they'll tell you themselves. They can make speeches hours long. How many are there? By the time we ship M all over, they'll be perhaps 100, counting children. An old world in miniature, can't you see it? Mise, but I've got to pay for it if it's a blowout, dear man. They can sing the old war songs in the streets. They can get word-drunk and make crowds and invade privacy in the genuine old-fashioned way. And they'll do the voting trick as often as you ask 'em a question. Too good, said Vincent. You unbelieving Jew, I've got a dozen head aboard here. I'll put you through direct, sample 'em yourself. He lifted the switch, and we listened. Our passengers on the lower deck at once, but not less than 5 at a time, explained themselves to Vincent. They had been taken from the bosom of their families, stripped of their possessions, given food without finger bowls, and cast into captivity in a noisome dungeon. But look here, said Arnott aghast, they're a saying what isn't true my lower deck isn't noisome, and I saw to the finger bowls myself. My people talk like that sometimes in Little Russia, said Dragomirov. We reason with them, we never kill no. But it's not true, Arnott insisted. What can you do with people who don't tell facts? They're a mad. HSH, said Pirillo, his hand to his ear. It is such a little time since all the planet told lies. We heard Vincent silkily sympathetic. Would they, he asked, repeat their assertions in public before a vast public? Only let Vincent give them a chance. And the planet, they vowed, should ring with their wrongs, their aim in life to a women. And a man explained it too. There was to reform the world. Oddly enough, this also had been Vincent's life dream. He offered them an arena in which to explain, and by their living example, to raise the planet to loftier levels. He was eloquent on the moral uplift of a simple old-world life, presented in its entirety to a debauched civilization. Would they for 3 months certain devote themselves under his auspices as missionaries to the elevation of mankind, at a place called Earl's Court, which he said with some truth was one of the intellectual centers of the planet. They thanked him and demanded we could hear his chuckle of delight. Time to discuss and to vote on the matter. The vote solemnly managed by counting heads. On head 1 vote was favorable. His offer therefore was accepted, and they moved a vote of thanks to him in 2 speeches, one by what they called the proposer and the other by the seconder. Vincent threw over to us, his voice shaking with gratitude. I've got did you hear those speeches? That's nature, dear men, art can't teach that, and they voted as easily as lying. I've never had a troop of natural liars before. Bless you, dear men, remember you're on my free lists, forever, anywhere. All of you. Oh, Gerolstein will be sick. Then you think they'll do, said De Forest. Do the little village'll go crazy ill, knock up a series of old-world plays for their voices will make you laugh and cry, my God, dear men, where do you suppose they picked up all their misery from on this sweet earth? Ill have a pageant of the world's beginnings, and Mosenthal shall do the music. Go and knock up a village for by tonight. Well, meet you at No. 15 West Landing Tower, said De Forest. Remember, the rest will be coming along tomorrow. Let 'em all come, said Vincent. You don't know how hard it is nowadays, even for me, to find something that really gets under the public's damned iridium-plated hide. But I've got it at last. Good. Well, said De Forest, when we had finished laughing. If anyone understood corruption in London, I might have played off Vincent against Gerolstein and sold my captives at enormous prices. As it is, I shall have to be their legal advisor tonight when the contracts are signed, and they won't exactly press any commission on me either. Meantime, said Takahira, we cannot, of course, confine members of Leopold Vincent's last engaged company chairs for the ladies, please, Arnott. Then I go to bed, said De Forest. I can't face any more women, and he vanished. When our passengers were released and given another meal, finger bowls came first. This time they told us what they thought of us and the board, and like Vincent, we all marveled how they had contrived to extract and secrete so much bitter poison and unrest out of the good life God gives us. They raged, they stormed, they palpitated, flushed, and exhausted their poor torn nerves, panted themselves into silence, and renewed the senseless, shameless attacks. But can't you understand, said Pirillo pathetically to a shrieking woman, that if we'd left you in Chicago, you'd have been killed? No, we shouldn't. You were bound to save us from being murdered. Then we should have had to kill a lot of other people. That doesn't matter. We were preaching the truth. You can't stop us. We shall go on preaching in London, and then you'll see. You can see now, said Pirillo, and opened a lower shutter. We were closing on the little village, with her 3 million people spread out at ease inside her ring of girdling main traffic lights. Those 8 fixed beams at Chatham, Tonbridge, Redhill, Dorking, Woking, St. Albans, Chipping, Ongar, and Southend. Leopold Vincent's new company looked with small pale faces at the silence, the size, and the separated houses. Then some began to weep aloud, shamelessly, always without shame. Macdonough's song, whether the state can loose and bind, in heaven as well as on earth, if it be wiser to kill mankind, before or after the birth. These are matters of high concern, where state-kept schoolmen are. But holy state we have lived to learn, endeth in holy wars, whether the people be led by the Lord, or lured by the loudest throat. If it be quicker to die by the sword, or cheaper to die by vote, these are the things we have dealt with once, and they will not rise from their grave. For holy people, however it runs, endeth in holy slave. Whatsoever for any cause seeketh to take or give power above or beyond the laws, suffer it not to live. Holy state or holy king, or holy people's will, have no truck with the senseless thing. Order the guns and kill, saying Gaftum. Once there was, the people terror gave it birth. Once there was the people, and it made a hell of earths. Earth arose and crushed it, listen, O ye slain. Once there was, the peaplate shall never be again. Friendly Brook. March 1914. The valley was so choked with fog that one could scarcely see a cow's length across a field. Every blade, twig, bracken frond, and hoofprint carried water, and the air was filled with the noise of rushing ditches and field drains, all delivering to the brook. Below, a week's November rain on waterlogged land had gorged her to full flood, and she proclaimed it aloud. Two men in sackcloth aprons were considering an untrimmed hedge that ran down the hillside and disappeared into mist. Beside those roarings, they stood back and took stock of the neglected growth, tapped an elbow of hedge oak, here a mossed beech stub, there swayed a stooled ash back and forth, and looked at each other. I reckon she's about 2 rod thick, said Jabez the younger, and she hasn't felt iron since Yuhan, has she, Jessie? Call it 25 year, Jabez, and you won't be far out. Jabez rubbed his wet handbill on his wetter coat sleeve. She ain't a hedge, she's all manner o' trees. Well, just about have to, he paused, as professional etiquette required. Just about have to side her up and see what shell bear, but hadn't we best? Jesse paused in his turn, both men being artists and equals. Get some kind o' line to go by. Jabez ranged up and down till he found a thinner place, and with clean snicks of the handbill revealed the original face of the fence. Jesse took over the dripping stuff as it fell forward, and with a grasp and a kick made it to lie orderly on the bank till it should be faggoted. By noon, a length of unclean jungle had turned itself into a cattle-proof barrier, tufted here and there with little plumes of the sacred holly, which no woodman touches without orders. Now we've a witness board to go by, said Jessie at last. She won't be as easy as this all along, Jabez answered. Shell need plenty stakes and binders when we come to the brook. Well, ain't we plenty? Jessie pointed to the ragged perspective ahead of them that plunged downhill into the fog. I lay, there's a cord and a half o' firewood, let alone faggots, 'fore we get anywheres. Anig, the brook. The brook's got up a piece since morning, said Jabez. Sounds likes if she was over Wickenden's doorstones. Jessie listened too. There was a growl in the brook's roar, as though she worried something hard. Yes, she's over Wickenden's doorstones, he replied. Now shell flood across Alder Bay and that'll ease her. She won't ease Jim Wickenden's, hey none, if she do, Jabez grunted. I told Jim he'd set that little haystack o' his too low down in the meadow. I told him so when he was drowin' the bottom for it. I told him so too, said Jessie. I told him for ever you Roman 999. I told him when the county council tarred the roads up along, he pointed uphill, where unseen automobiles and road engines droned past continually, a tarred road. She shoots every drop o' water into a valley, same's a slate roof, tisn't as 'twas in the old days when the waters soaked in and soaked out in the way o' nature. It rushes off they tarred roads all of a lump, and naturally every drop is bound to descend into the valley, and there's tar roads both two sides this valley for 10 mile. That's what I told Jim Wickenden when they tarred the roads last year. But he's a Valaman, he don't hardly ever journey uphill. What did he say when you told him that? Jabez demanded, with a little change of voice. Why, what did he say to you when you told him, was the answer. What he said to you, I reckon, Jessie. Then you don't need me to say it over again, Jabez. Well, let be how twill what was he gettin' after when he said what he said to me, Jabez insisted. I dunno, unless you tell me, what manner o' words he said to you. Jabez drew back from the hedge all hedges, our nests of treachery and eavesdropping and moved to an open cattle lodge in the center of the field. No need to go ferretin' around, said Jesse. None can't see us here for we see them. What was Jim Wickenden gettin' at when I said he'd set his stack too near Anig? The brook. Jabez dropped his voice. He was in his mind. He ain't never been out of it, yet to my knowledge, Jesse drawled and uncorked his tea bottle. But then Jim says I ain't goin' to shift my stack a yard. He says the brook's been good friends to me, and if she be minded, he says to take a snatch at my hay, I ain't settin' out to withstand her. That's what Jim Wickenden says to me last Junine 'twas, said Jabez. Nor he hasn't shifted his stack, neither, Jesse replied, and if there's more rain the brook shall shift it for him. No need tell me, but I want to know what Jim was gettin' at. Jabez opened his clasp knife very deliberately. Jesse as carefully opened his. They unfolded the newspapers that wrapped their dinners, coiled away, and pocketed the string that bound the packages, and sat down on the edge of the lodge manger. The rain began to fall again through the fog, and the brook's voice rose. But I always allowed Mary was his lawful child, like said Jabez, after Jesse had spoken for a while. Tain't so Jim Wickenden's woman, she never made nothing she come out o' lose with her stockings round her heels, and she never made nor mended aught, till she died he had to light fire and get breakfast every mornin', except Sundays, while she sewed at a bed then. She took and died 16-17 year back, but she never had no children. They was vallefolk, said Jabez apologetically, I'd no call to go in among em, but I always allowed Mary. No Mary come out o' one o' those Lunnon children's societies. After his woman died, Jim got his mother back from his sister over to Peasmarsh, which shed gone to house, with when Jim married his mother kept house for Jim. After his woman died, they do say 'twas, his mother led him on toward adoptin' of Merito. Furnish out the house with a child like, and to keep him off of gettin' a new woman, he mostly done what his mother contrived cardinally twixt em. They asked for a child from one o' those Lunnon society esum, as it might ha' been these Barnardo children, and Mary was sent down to em in a candlebox, I've heard. Then Mary is chancer born, I never knowed that, said Jabez, yet I must ha' heard it some time or other. No, she ain't. 'Twould ha' been better for some folk, if she had been. She come to Jim in a candlebox, with all the proper paper slawful child o' some couple in Lunnon, somewhere smother, dead father drinkin', and there was that Lunnon society's 5 shillings a week for her Jim's mother. She wouldn't despise weekend money, but I never heard Jim was much of a muckgrubber. Let be how twill they two mothered up Mary no bounds, till it looked at last like they'd forgot she wasn't their own flesh and blood. Yes, I reckon they forgot Mary wasn't theirn by rights. That's no new thing, said Jabez. There's more'n one or two in this parish wouldn't surrender back their Bernarders. You ask Mark Copley and his woman, and that Bernarder cripple babe o' theirs. Maybe they need the 5 shillin', Jesse suggested. It's handy, said Jabez, but the child's more dada, he says, and mumma, he says, with his great rollin' headpiece all hurdled up in that iron collar, he want live long high's backbones rot like. But they Copleys do just about set store by him 5 bob, or no 5 bob. Same way with Jim and his mother, Jesse went on. There was talk betwixt them, after a few years not talkin' any more weekend money for Mary, but let alone she never passed a farden in the mire thout Longins. Jim didn't care like to push himself forward into the society's remembrance, so none came of it. The weekend money would ha' made no odds to Jim not, after his uncle willed him they 4 cottages at Eastbourne and money in the bank. That was true too. Then I heard something in a scatterin' Wordomouth way, said Jabez. Ill answer for the house property, because Jim, he requested my sign name at the foot o' some papers concernin' it regardin' the money in the bank. He naturally wouldn't like such things talked about all round the parish, so he took strangers for witnesses. Then 'twill make Mary worth seekin' after. Shell needed her maker, ain't done much for her outside, nor yet in. That ain't no odds, Jabez shook his head, till the water showered off his hat brim. If Mary has money, she'll be wed. Before any likely poor maid, she's cause to be grateful to Jim. She hides it middlin' close, then said Jessie, it don't sometimes look to me as if Mary has her natural rightful feelin's. She don't put on an apron o' Mondays thout being druv to iten the kitchen, or the hen house she's studyin' to be a schoolteacher shell make a beauty. I never knowed her show any sort o' kindness to nobody, not even when Jim's mother was took dumb. No, 'twa'n't no stroke. It stifled the old lady in the throat here first. She couldn't shape her words, no shape. Then she clucked like, and lastly, she couldn't more than suck down spoonmeat and hold her peace. Jim took her to Dr. Harding and Harding. He bundled her off to Brighton Hospital on a ticket, but they couldn't make no stay to her afflictions there. And she was bundled off to Lunnon, and they lit a great old lamp inside her. And Jim told me they couldn't make out nothing in no sort there, and along o' one thing and another and all their spines and pryins, she come back a sight worse than when she started. Jim said he'd have no more hospitalities in, so he give her a slate which she tied to her waist-string, and what she was minded to say, she writ on it. Now I never knowed that, but they're a valafolk, Jabez repeated. 'Twa'n't particular noticeable, for she was a talkin' woman any time o' her days. Mary had all three's tongue. Well, then 2 years this summer come what I'm tellin' you. Mary's Lunnon father, which they'd put clean out o' their minds, arrived down from Lunnon with the law on his side, sayin' he'd take his daughter back to Lunnon. After all, I was working for Muse Docket at Pound's Farm that summer, but I was obligin' Jim that even in mucking out his pigpen, I seed a stranger come traipsin' over the bridge agin Wickendon's doorstones. 'Twadn't the new county council bridge with the handrail, they hadn't given it in for a public right-o' way, then 'twas just a bit o' lathy old plank, which Jim had throwed across the brook for his own conveniences. The man wasn't drunkenly a little concerned in liquor like Ian. His back was a mask where he'd slipped in the muck common along. He went up the bricks past Jim's mother, which was feedin' the ducks, and set himself down at the table inside. Jim was just changin' his socksin. The man let Jim know all his rights and aims regardin' Mary. Then there just about was a hurly-bully. Jim's fust mind was to pitch him forth, but he'd done that once in his young days, and got 6 months up to lose jail along o' the man fallin' on his head. So he swallowed his spittle and let him talk. The law about Mary was on the man's side from fust to last, for he showed us all the papers. Then Mary come downstairs. She'd been studyin' for an examination, and the man tells her who he was, and she says he had ought to have took proper care of his own flesh and blood while he had it by him, and not to think he could reclaim it when it suited. He says something or other, but she looks him up and down, front and backward, and she just tongues him scatterin' out o' doors, and he went away stuffin' all the papers back into his hat, talkin' most abusefully. Then she come back and freed her mind against Jim and his mother for not having warned her of her upbringin's, which it come out she hadn't ever been told. They didn't say non to her. They never. Roman 999 id. Packed her off with any man that would took her and God's pity on him. Said Jabez, and sucked his pipe. So then that was the beginnin'. The man come back again next week or so, and he catched Jim alone, 'thout his mother this time, and he fair beazled him with his papers and his talk. For the law was on his side till Jim went down into his money purse and give him 10 shillings. Hushmanith told me to withdraw away for a bit and leave Mary with M. But that's no way to get rid o' man or woman, Jabez said. No more tease, I told Jim. So what can I do? Jim says the law's with the man. I walk about daytimes thinkin' o' it, till I sweats my underclothes ringin', and I lie abed nights thinkin' o' it, till I sweats my sheets all of a sop. 'Tisn't as if I was a young man, he says, nor yet as if I was a poor man. Maybe hell drink hisself to death. I e'en a'most told him outright what foolishness he was enterin' into, but he knowed it, because he said next time the man come 'twould be 15 shillings, and next time 'twas just 15 shillings. And was the man her father? Asked Jabez. He had the proofs in the papers. Jim showed me what that Lunnon Children's Society had answered when Mary writ up to M and taxed M with it. I lay she hadn't been proper polite in her letters to M, for they answered middlin' short. They said the matter was out o' their hands, but let's see If I remember, oh yes, thee regretted there had been an oversight, I reckon. They had sent Mary out in the candle box as a orphan instead. Oh, having a father terrible awkward then, when he dee drinked up the money. The man come agin in his usualson, he kept hammering on, and hammering on about his duty to his poor dear wife, and what he dee do for his dear daughter in Lunnon, till the tears run down his two dirty cheeks, and he come away with more money. Jim used to slip it into his hand behind the door, but his mother, she heard the chink, she didn't hold with hush money, shed write out all her feelin's on the slate, and Jim 'ud be settin' up half the night answerin' back and showing that the man had the law with him. Hadn't that man no trade nor business then? He told me he was a printer, I reckon, though he lived on the rates like the rest of 'em up there in Lunnon. And how did Mary take it? She said she'd sooner go into service than go with the man. I reckon a mistress 'ud be middlin' put to it for a maid, for she put Mary into cap and gown. She was studyin' to be a school teacher, a beauty shell, make well. That was how things went that fall. Mary's Lunnon father kept common carden as he dee drinked out the money Jim gave him, and each time he dee pewed up his price for not talkin' Mary away. Jim's mother, she didn't like partin' with no money, and bane obliged to write her feelin's on the slate instead o' givin' vent by mouth. She was just about mad, just about she was mad. Come November, I lodged with Jim in the outside room over against his hen house. I paid her my rent. I was working for Dockett at Poundscot in Chestnut Bats out o' Perry Shaw. Just such weather as this berena top o' rain after a wet October, and I remember it ended in dry frosts right away up to Christmas. Dockett, he dee sent up to Perry Shaw for Menno. He comes puffin' up to me himself because a big corner piece o' the bank had slipped into the brook, where she makes that elber at the bottom o' the 17-acre, and all the rubbishy alders and sallies which he ought to have cut out. When he took the farm, they'd slipped with the slip, and the brook was common rooshin' down atop of 'em, and they'd just about back and spilled the waters over his winter wheat. The water was lyin' in the flats already. Gore immedy Jesse, he bellers out at me, get that rubbish away. All manners you can, don't stop for no faggotin', but give the brook play or my wheat's past salvation. I can't lend you no help, he says, but workin' ill pay ye. You had him there, Jabez chuckled. Yes, I reckon I had ought to have drove my bargain, but the brook was backin' up on good breadcorn, so cardinally I laid into the mess of it, workin' off the bank, where the trees was drownin' themselves head down in the roosh. Just such weather as this'n, the brook creepin' up on me all the time long. Toward noon, Jim comes mochin' along with his top-in axe over his shoulder. Be you minded for an extra hand at your job, he says. Be you minded to turn to, I says, and no more talk to it. Jim laid in alongside o' me. He's no hunger with a top-in axe. Maybe, but I've seed him at a job o' throwin' in the woods, and he didn't seem to make out no shape, said Jabez. He haven't got the shoulders nor yet the judgment. Me opinion when he's dealin' with full-gut timber, he don't rightly make up his mind where he's goin' to throw her. We wasn't throwin' nothin'. We was cuttin' out they soft alders and haulin' 'em up the bank for they could back the waters on the wheat. Jim didn't say much less. It was that he had a postcard from Mary's Lunnon father night before sayin' he was comin' down that mornin'. Jim, he sweated all night, and he didn't reckon hisself equal to the talkin' and the swearin' and the cryin', and his mother blammin' him afterwards on the slate. It spiled my day to think of it, he says, when we was eatin' our pieces. So I've fair cried dunghill, and run mother'll have to tackle him by herself. I lay she won't give him no hush money. He says I lay hell be surprised by the time he's done with her, he says, and that was e'en a'most all the talk we had concernin' it. But he's no hunger with the top-in axe. The brook shed crep up and up on us, and she kept creepin' upon us, till we was workin' knee-deep in the shallers, cuttin' and pookin' and pullin' what we could get to o' the rubbish. There was a middlin' lot common downstream, two kettlebars and hopples and oddsends bats all poltin' down together, but they rooshed round the elbow good shape. By the time we'd backed out they drowned trees. Come 4 o'clock, we reckoned we'd done a proper day's work, and shed take no harm if we left her. We couldn't puddle about there in the dark and wet to no more advantage. Jim, he was pourin' the water out of his boots. No, I was doin' that. Jim was kneelin' to unlace his'n dam. It all, Jesse, he says, standin' up the flood. Must be over my doorsteps at home, for here comes my old white-top beeskep. Yes, I alloos heard. He paints his beeskeps, Jabez put in. I dunno, paint don't tarify bees morn. It keeps 'em dry. He'll have a pook at it, he says, and he pooks at it, As it comes round the elbow, the roosh nigh jerked the pooker out of his hand grips, and he calls to me, and I come running barefoot. Then we pulled on the pooker, and it reared up on eend in the roosh, and we guessed what 'twas cardinally. We pulled it into a shaller, and it rolled a piece, and a great old stiff man's arm nigh hit me in the face. Then we were sure 'tis a man, says Jim, but the face was all a mask. I reckon it's Mary's Lunnon father. He says presently lend me a match, and ill make sure he never used baccy. We lit 3 matches, one by another wells we could in the rain, and he cleaned off some o' the slob with a tussock o' grass. Yes, he says it's Mary's Lunnon father. He want terrify us no more. Do you want him, Jessie? He says. No, I says, if this was Eastbourne Beach like he'd be half-a-crown a piece to us for the coroner. But now we'd only lose a day having to tend the inquest. I lay, he fell into the brook. I lay he did, says Jim. I wonder if he saw mother. He turns him over and opens his coat, and puts his fingers in the waistcoat pocket, and starts laughing. He's seen mother right enough, he says, and he's got the best of her too. She won't be able to crow no more over me bout giving him money. I never give him more than a sovereign, she's give him 2. And he trousers laughing all the time, and now well, pook him back again, for I've done with him, he says. So he pooked him back into the middle of the brook, and we saw he went round the elbow thout balkin, and we walked quite a piece beside of him to set him on his ways. When we couldn't see no more, we went home by the high road, because we knowed the brook 'ud be out across the meadows, and we wasn't going to hunt for Jim's little rotten old bridge in that darken. Rainin' heavens hard too. I was middlin' pleased to see light and victuals again. When we got home, Jim, he pressed me to come insides for a drink. He don't drink in a generality, but he was rid of all his troubles that even in see mother. He says so soon as the door oped, have you seen him? She whips out her slate and writes down no. Oh no, says Jim, you don't get out of it that way, mother. I lay you have seen him, and I lay he's bested you for all your talk, same as he bested me. Make a clean breast of it, mother. He says he got round you too. She was going for the slate again, but he stops her. It's all right, mother. He says I've seen him since you have, and he won't trouble us no more. The old lady looks up quick as a robin, and she writes. Did he say so? No, says Jim, laughing. He didn't say so, that's how I know. But he bested you, mother. You can't have it in at me. For Baines, soft-hearted, you're twice as tender-hearted as what I be. Look, he says, and he shows her the 2 sovereigns. Put him away where they belong, he says. He won't never come for no more, and now well, have our drink, he says, for we've earned it. Nature, really, they weren't going to let me see where they kept their monies. She went upstairs with it for the whiskey. I never knowed Jim was a drinking man in his own house, like said Jabez. No more he isn't, but what he takes he likes good. He want tech, no publican's hogwash across the bar. 4 shillings he paid for that bottle o' whiskey, I know, because when the old lady brought it down there wasn't more'n just a little few dreenins and dregs in it, nothing to set before neighbours, I do assure you. Why, 'twas half full last week, mother, he says. You don't mean, he says, you've given him all that as well? It's 2 shillings worth. He says, that's how I knowed he paid 4. Well, mother, you be too tender-hearted to live. But I don't grudge it to him, he says. I don't grudge him nothing he can keep so cardinally. We drinked up what little sup was left. And what come to Mary's Lunnon father, said Jabez, after a full minute's silence. I be too tired to go readin' papers of evenings, but Dockett, he told me that very week, I think, that they'd inquested on a man down at Robertsbridge, which had poked and poked up again so many bridges and banks, like they couldn't make none out of him. And what did Mary say to all these doin's? The old lady bundled her off to the village, for her Lunnon father come to buy weekend stuff, and she forgot the half o' it when we come in. She was upstairs studyin' to be a schoolteacher. None told her none about it. 'Twa'n't girls' affairs. Reckon she knowed, Jabez went on. She must have guessed it middlin' close when she saw her money come back, but she never mentioned it in writing so far's I know. She were more worrited that night on account of 2-3. Her chickens, bane drowned for the flood, had skewed their old henhouse round on her posts. I cobbled her up next mornin' when the brook shrinked. And where did you find the bridge? Some fur downstream, didn't ye? Just where she alludes was she hadn't shifted, but very little. The brook had gulled out the bank a piece under one end o' the plank, so she was liable to tilt ye sideways if you wasn't careful. But I pooked 3 for bricks under her, and she was all plumb again. Well, I dunno how it looks like, but let be how 'twill, said Jabez. He hadn't no business to come down from Lunnon terrifying people and threatening to take away children which they'd hobbed up for their lawful ownavin, if 'twas Mary Wickenden. He had the business right enough, and he had the law with him no getting over that, said Jessie, but he had the drink with him too, and that was where he failed like. Well, let be how 'twill, the Brook was a good friend to Jim. I see it now. I always did wonder what he was getting at when he said that. When I talked to him about shifting the stack, you dunno everything. He says the Brook's been a good friend to me. He says, and if she's minded to have a snatch at my hay, I ain't setting out to withstand her. I reckon she's about shifted it too, by now. Jessie chuckled. Hark, that ain't any slip off the bank, which she's got hold of. The Brook had changed her note again. It sounded as though she were mumbling something soft. The land. When Julius Fabricius, sub-prefect of the Weald, in the days of Diocletian, owned our lower river field, he called to him Hobdenius of Britain of the clay, saying, what about that river piece for laying in to hay? And the aged Hobden answered, I remember as a lad, my father told your father that she wanted dreenin' bad, and the more that you neglect her, the less you'll get her clean. Have it just as you've a mind to, but if I was you, I'd drain. So they drained it long and crossways in the lavish Roman style. Still we find among the river drift their flakes of ancient tile. And in drouthy middle August, when the bones of meadows show, we can trace the lines they followed 1600 years ago. Then Julius Fabricius died, as even prefects do. And after certain centuries, imperial Rome died too. Then did robbers enter Britain from across the northern main, and our lower river field was won by Ogier the Dane. Well could Ogier work his warboat, well could Ogier wield his brand. Much he knew of foaming waters, not so much of farming land. So he called to him a Hobden of the old unaltered blood, saying, what about that river bit, she doesn't look no good. And that aged Hobden answered, tain't for me to interfere, but I've known that bit o' meadow now for 55 year. Have it just as you've a mind to, but I've proved it time on time. If you want to change her nature, you have got to give her lime. Ogier sent his wains to lose 20 hours' solemn walk, and drew back great abundance of the cool grey healing chalk. And old Hobden spread it broadcast, never heeding what was in't. Which is why in cleaning ditches now and then we find a flint. Ogier died, his sons grew English, Anglo-Saxon was their name, till out of blossomed Normandy another pirate came. For Duke William conquered England and divided with his men, and our lower river field he gave to William of Warrennes. But the Brook, you know her habit, rose one rainy autumn night, and tore down sodden flitches of the bank to left and right. So said William to his bailiff as they rode their dripping rounds, Hob, what about that river bit? The Brook's got up no bounds. And that aged Hobden answered, tain't my business to advise, but ye might ha' known 'twould happen from the way the valley lies. When ye can't hold back the water, you must try and save the sile. Have it just as you've a mind to, but if I was you, I'd spile. They spiled along the watercourse with trunks of willow trees, and planks of elms behind and immortal oaken knees. And when the spates of autumn whirl the gravelbs away, you can see their faithful fragments iron-hard in iron clay. Georgii Quinti Anno Sexto, I who own the river field, am fortified with title deeds attested, signed, and sealed, guaranteeing me my assigns, my executors and heirs, all sorts of powers and profits which are neither mine nor theirs. I have rights of chase and warren, as my dignity requires. I can fish but Hobden tickles, I can shoot but Hobden wires. I repair, but he reopens certain gaps, which men allege have been used by every Hobden since a Hobden swapped a hedge. Shall I dog his morning progress o'er the track betraying dew? Demand his dinner basket, into which my pheasant flew? confiscate his evening faggot, into which the canaille ran, and summons him to judgment, I would sooner summons Pan. His dead are in the churchyard 30 generations laid. Their names went down in Doomsday Book, when Doomsday Book was made. And the passion, and the piety and prowess of his line have seeded, rooted, fruited in some land, the law calls mine. Not for any beast that burrows, not for any bird that flies, would I lose his large sound counsel, miss his keen, amending eyes. He is bailiff, woodman, wheelwright, field surveyor, engineer. And if flagrantly, a poacher tain't for me to interfere. Hob, what about that riverbit? I turn to him again. With Fabricius and Augia and William of Warren. Have it just as you've a mind to Butand, so he takes command. For whoever pays the taxes, old Muse Hobden owns the land. In the same boat. A throbbing vein, said Dr. Gilbert soothingly, is the mother of delusion. Then how do you account for my knowing, when the thing is due? Conroy's voice rose, almost to a break. Of course, but you should have consulted a doctor before using palliatives. It was driving me mad, and now I can't give them up. Not so bad as that one doesn't form fatal habits at 25. Think again, were you ever frightened as a child? I don't remember. It began when I was a boy. With or without the spasm. By the way, do you mind describing the spasm again? Well, said Conroy, twisting in the chair, I am no musician. But suppose you were a violin string vibrating and someone put his finger on you, as if a finger were put on the naked soul. Awful. So's indigestion, so's nightmare while it lasts. But the horror afterwards knocks me out for days, and the waiting for it. And then this drug habit, it can't go on. He shook as he spoke, and the chair creaked. My dear fellow, said the doctor, when you're older you'll know what burdens the best of us carry a fox to every Spartan. That doesn't help me, I can't, cried Conroy, and burst into tears. Don't apologize, said Gilbert. When the paroxysm ended, I am used to people coming a little unstuck in this room. It's those tabloids. Conroy stamped his foot feebly as he blew his nose. They've knocked me out. I used to be fit once. Oh, I've tried exercise and everything. Beautif one sits down for a minute. When it's due at 4 in the morning, it runs up behind one. Ye's many things come in the quiet of the morning. You always know when the visitation is due. What would I give not to be sure? He sobbed. Well, put that aside for the moment. I am thinking of a case where what we'll call anemia of the brain was masked. I don't say cured by vibration. He couldn't sleep or thought he couldn't, but a steamer voyage and the thump of the screw. A steamer after what I've told you. Conroy almost shrieked. Id sooner. Of course not a steamer in your case, but a long railway journey. The next time you think it will trouble you, it sounds absurd, but I'd try anything. I nearly have. Conroy sighed. Nonsense, I've given you a tonic that will clear that notion from your head. Give the train a chance, and don't begin the journey by bucking yourself up with tabloids. Take them along, but hold them in reserve. Do you think I've self-control enough after what you've heard? Said Conroy. Dr. Gilbert smiled. Yes, after what I've seen. He glanced round the room. I have no hesitation in saying you have quite as much self-control as many other people. I'll write you later about your journey. Meantime, the tonic. And he gave some general directions before Conroy left. An hour later, Dr. Gilbert hurried to the links, where the others of his regular weekend game awaited him. It was a rigid round, played as usual at the trot, for the tension of the week lay as heavy on the two kings' councils, and Sir John Chartres as on Gilbert. The lawyers were old enemies of the Admiralty Court, and Sir John of the frosty eyebrows and Abernethy manner was bracketed with, but before Rutherford Gilbert among nervous specialists. At the clubhouse afterwards, the lawyers renewed their squabble over a tangled collision case, and the doctors as naturally compared professional matters. Les all lies, said Sir John, when Gilbert had told him Conroy's trouble. Post hoc propter hoc, the man or woman who drugs is ipso facto a liar. You've no imagination. Pity you haven't, a little occasionally. I have believed a certain type of patient in my time, It's always the same for reasons not given in the consulting room. They take to the drug certain symptoms, follow they will swear to you. And believe it, that they took the drug to mask the symptoms. What does your man use Nadjoline? I thought so. I had practically the duplicate of your case. Last Thursday, same old Najdolnasame, old lie. Tell me the symptoms, and ill, draw my own inferences, Johnny. Symptoms, the girl was rank poisoned, with Nadjoline ramping stamping possession. Gad, I thought shed, have the chandelier down. Mine came unstuck too, and he has the physique of a bull, said Gilbert. What delusions had yours? Faces with mildew on them in any other walk of life. We'd call it the horrors. She told me, of course. She took the drugs to mask the faces, post hoc propter hoc, again, all liars. What's that, said the senior K. Roman 100 quickly. Sounds professional. Go away, not for you, Sandy. Sir John turned a shoulder against him and walked with Gilbert in the chill evening. To Conroy in his chambers came 1 week later this letter. Dear Mr. Conroy, if your plan of a night's trip on the 17th still holds good, and you have no particular destination in view, you could do me a kindness. A Miss Henskill, in whom I am interested, goes down to the west by the 10 from Waterloo No. 3 platform on that night. She is not exactly an invalid, but like so many of us, a little shaken in her nerves. Her maid, of course, accompanies her, but if I knew you were in the same train, it would be an additional source of strength. Will you please write and let me know whether the 10 from Waterloo No. 3 platform on the 17th suits you, and I will meet you there. Don't forget my caution, and keep up the tonic. Yours sincerely, Roman 50, Rutherford Gilbert. He knows I am scarcely fit to look after myself, was Conroy's thought, and he wants me to look after a woman. Yet at the end of half an hour's irresolution, he accepted. Now Conroy's trouble, which had lasted for years, was this. On a certain night, while he lay between sleep and wake, he would be overtaken by a long shuddering sigh, which he learned to know was the sign that his brain had once more conceived its horror, and in due time would bring it forth. Drugs could so well veil that horror that it shuffled along no worse than as a freezing dream in a procession of disorderly dreams, but over the return of the event, drugs had no control. Once that sigh had passed his lips, the thing was inevitable, and through the days granted before its rebirth, he walked in torment. For the first 2 years, he had striven to fend it off by distractions, but neither exercise nor drink availed. Then he had come to the tabloids of the excellent Roman 1000 Najdal. These guarantee on the label refreshing and absolutely natural sleep to the soul-weary. They are carried in a case with a spring, which presses one scented tabloid to the end of the tube, whence it can be lipped off in stroking the mustache or adjusting the veil. 3 years of Roman 1000 Najdal's preparations do not fit a man for many careers. His friends, who knew he did not drink, assumed that Conroy had strained his heart through valiant outdoor exercises, and Conroy had with some care invented an imaginary doctor's symptoms and regimen which he discussed with them, and with his mother in Hereford. She maintained that he would grow out of it, and recommended nux vomica. When at last Conroy faced a real doctor, it was he hoped to be saved from suicide by a straitwaistcoat. Yet Dr. Gilbert had but given him more drugs, a tonic, for instance, that would couple railway carnage. Sand had advised a night in the train, not alone the horrors of a railway journey, for which a man who dare keep no servant must e'en pack label and address his own bag, but the necessity for holding himself in hand before a stranger, a little shaken in her nerves. He spent a long forenoon packing, because when he assembled and counted things, his mind slid off to the hours that remained of the day before his night, and he found himself counting minutes aloud. At such times, the injustice of his fate would drive him to revolts which no servant should witness. But on this evening, Dr. Gilbert's tonic held him fairly calm while he put up his patent razors. Waterloo Station shook him into real life. The change for his ticket needed concentration, if only to prevent shillings and pence turning into minutes at the booking office, and he spoke quickly to a porter about the disposition of his bag. The old 10 from Waterloo to the west was an all-night caravan that halted in the interests of the milk traffic at almost every station. Dr. Gilbert stood by the door of the one composite corridor coach, an older and stouter man behind him. So glad you're here, he cried. Let me get your tickets. Certainly not, Conroy answered. I got it myself long ago, my bags in two, he added proudly. I beg your pardon, Miss Henskills here, I'll introduce you. But he stammered, think of the state I am in, if anything happens I shall collapse. Not you, you'd rise to the occasion like a bird. And as for the self-control you were talking of the other day, Gilbert swung him round. Look. A young man in an ulster over a silk-faced frock-coat stood by the carriage window weeping shamelessly. Oh, but that's only drink, Conroy said. I haven't had one of my things since lunch. Excellent, said Gilbert. I knew I could depend on you. Come along, wait for a minute, Chartres. A tall woman veiled sat by the far window. She bowed her head. As the doctor murmured Conroy knew not what, then he disappeared, and the inspector came for tickets. My maid next compartment, she said slowly. Conroy showed his ticket, but in returning it to the sleeve pocket of his ulster, the little silver Nagdoline case slipped from his glove and fell to the floor. He snatched it up as the moving train flung him into his seat. How nice, said the woman. She leisurely lifted her veil, unbuttoned the first button of her left glove, and pressed out from its palm a Nagdol necklace. Don't, said Conroy, not realizing he had spoken. I beg your pardon. The deep voice was measured, even, and low. Conroy knew what made it so. I said don't. He wouldn't like you to do it. No, he would not. She held the tube, with its ever-presented tabloid between finger and thumb. But aren't you one of Thistleweary too? That's why. Oh, please, don't, not at first. I haven't had one since morning. You'll set me off. Are you so far gone as that? He nodded, pressing his palms together. The train jolted through Vauxhall Points and was welcomed with the clang of empty milk cans for the west. After long silence, she lifted her great eyes, and with an innocence that would have deceived any sound man, asked Conroy to call her maid to bring her a forgotten book. Conroy shook his head. No, our sort can't read, don't. Were you sent to watch me? The voice never changed. Me, I need a keeper myself, much more thighs night of all. This night have you a night? Then they disbelieved me when I told them of mine. She leaned back and laughed. Always slowly, errant doctors, stupid, they don't know. She leaned her elbow on her knee, lifted her veil that had fallen, and chin in hand, stared at him. He looked at her till his eyes were blurred with tears. Have I been there, think you? She said. Sure, leisurely, Conroy answered, for he had well seen the fear and the horror that lived behind the heavy-lidded eyes, the fine tracing on the broad forehead, and the guards set about the desirable mouths. Then suppose we have one, just one apiece. I've gone without since this afternoon. He put up his hand and would have shouted, but his voice broke. Don't, can't you see that it helps me to help you to keep it off? Don't, let's both go down together. But I want one. It's a poor heart that never rejoices, just one. It's my night. It's mine too, my 6th, 5th, 6th, 7th. He shut his lips firmly against the tide of visualized numbers that threatened to carry him along. It's only my 39th. She paused. As he had done. I wonder if I shall last into the 60s. Talk to me, or I shall go crazy. You're a man, you're the stronger vessel. Tell me when you went to pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I beg your pardon. Not in the least. I always pretend I've dropped a stitch of my knitting. I count the days till the last day, then the hours, then the minutes. Do you? I don't think I've done very much else for the last, said Conroy, shivering, for the night was cold, with a chill he recognized. Oh, how comforting to find someone who can talk sense. It's not always the same date, is it? What difference would that make? He unbuttoned his ulster with a jerk. You're a sane woman, can't you see? The wicked dust flew from the padded armrest as he struck it. Unfairness of it. What have I done? She laid her large hand on his shoulder very firmly. If you begin to think over that, she said, you'll go to pieces and be ashamed. Tell me yours, and I'll tell you mine. Only be quiet, lad, or you'll set me off. She made shift to soothe him, though her chin trembled. Well, said he at last, picking at the armrest between them. Mine's nothing much, of course. Don't be a fool, that's for doctors and mothers. It's hell, Conroy muttered. It begins on a steamer and a stifling hot night. I come out of my cabin. I pass through the saloon, where the stewards have rolled up the carpets, and the boards are bare and hot and soapy. I've traveled too, she said. I come on deck. I walk down a covered alleyway. Butchers, meat, bananas, oil, that sort of smell. Again she nodded. It's a lead-colored steamer, and the sea's lead-colored, perfectly smooth, sea-perfectly still ship, except for the engines running, and her waves going off in lines and lines and linestole, gray all this time. I know something's going to happen. I know something going to happen, she whispered. Then I hear a thud in the engine room, then the noise of machinery falling down like firearms, and then two most awful yells. They're more like hoots, and I know, while I listen that it means that two men have died, as they hooted. It was their last breath hooting out of themin, most awful pain, do you understand? I ought to go on. That's the first part. Then I hear bare feet running along the alleyway. One of the scalded men comes up behind me and says quite distinctly, my friend all is lost. Then he taps me on the shoulder, and I hear him drop down dead. He panted and wiped his forehead. So that is your night, she said. That is my night. It comes every few weeks, so many days after I get what I call sentence. Then I begin to count. Get sentenced, do you mean this? She half closed her eyes, drew a deep breath, and shuddered. Notice, I call it Sir John, thought it was all lies. She had unpinned her hat and thrown it on the seat opposite, showing the immense mass of her black hair rolled low in the nape of the columnar neck and looped over the left ear, but Conroy had no eyes except for her grave eyes. Listen now, said she. I walk down a road, a white sandy road near the sea. There are broken fences on either side, and men come and look at me over them. Just men, do they speak? They try to. Their faces are all mildly eaten away, and she hid her face for an instant with her left hand. It's the faces. Yes, like my two hoots, I know. Ah, but the place itself, the baroness and the glitter, and the salt smells, and the wind blowing the sand. The men run after me, and I run. I know what's coming too. One of them touches me. Yes, what comes, then we've both shirked that. One awful shock, not palpitation, but shock. As though your soul were being stopped as you'd stop a finger bowl, humming, he said. Just that, she answered, one's very soul, that one lives by stopped so. She drove her thumb deep into the armrest, and now she whined to him, now that we've stirred each other up this way, mightn't we have just one? No, said Conroy, shaking. Let's hold on. We're past. Peered out of the black windows, walking. There's the necropolis. How long till dawn? Oh, cruel long yet. If one dozes for a minute, it catches one. And how do you find that? Thish tapped the palm of his glove. Helps you. It covers up the thing from being too real. If one takes enough, you know, only own loses everything else. I've been no more than a boja girl for 2 years. What would you give to be real again? This lying's such a nuisance. One must protect oneself, and there's one's mother to think of, he answered. True, I hope allowances are made for us somewhere. Our burden, can you hear her burden, is heavy enough. She rose, towering into the roof of the carriage. Conroy's ungentle grip pulled her back. Now you are foolish. Sit down, said he. But the cruelty of it, can't you see it? Don't you feel it? Let's take one no before I. Sit down, cried Conroy, and the sweat stood again on his forehead. He had fought through a few nights, and had been defeated on more, and he knew the rebellion that flares beyond control to exhaustion. She smoothed her hair and dropped back, but for a while her head and throat moved with the sickening motion of a captured wryneck. Once she said, spreading out her hands, I ripped my counterpane from end to end. That takes strength. I had it then. I've little now, all dorn, as my little niece says, and you, lad. All dorn, let me keep your case for you till the morning. But the cold feeling is beginning. Lend it me then. And the drag down my right side. I shan't be able to move in a minute. I can scarcely lift my arm myself, said Conroy. We're in for it. Then why are you so foolish? You know it'll be easier if we have only one apiece. She was lifting the case to her mouth with tremendous effort. Conroy Caught it, the two moved like jointed dolls, and when their hands met, it was as wood on wood. "You must not," said Conroy, his jaws stiffened, and the cold climbed from his feet up. "Why must I not?" She repeated the words idiotically. Conroy could only shake his head while he bore down on the hand, and the case in it. Her speech went from her altogether. The wonderful lips rested half over the even teeth. The breath was in the nostrils, only the eyes dulled the face set gray, and through the glove the hand struck like ice. Presently her soul came back, and stood behind her icy thing that had life in all that place stood, and looked for Conroy's soul. He too was fettered in every limb, but somewhere at an immense distance, he heard his heart going about its work, as the engine room carries on through and beneath the all but overwhelming wave. His one hope, he knew, was not to lose the eyes that clung to his, because there was an evil abroad which would possess him if he looked aside by a hairbreadth. The rest was darkness through which some distant planet spun, while cymbals clashed beyond Farnborough. The 10 rolls out many empty milk cans at every halt. Then a body came to life, with intolerable pricklings limb by limb. After agonies of terror, that body returned to him, steeped in most perfect physical weariness, such as follows a long day's rowing. He saw the heavy lids droop over her iced watcher behind them, departed, and his soul sinking into assured peace. Conroy slept. Light on his eyes, and a salt breath roused him without shock. Her hand still held his. She slept forehead down upon it, but the movement of his waking waked her too, and she sneezed like a child. I think it's morning," said Conroy. "And nothing has happened. Did you see your men?" "I didn't see my faces. Does it mean we've escaped? Did you take any after I went to sleep?" "Ill swear I didn't," she stammered. "No, there wasn't any need. We've slept through it." "No need, thank God. There was no need. Oh, look." The train was running under red cliffs, along a seawall washed by waves that were colorless in the early light southward. The sun rose mistily upon the channel. She leaned out of the window and breathed to the bottom of her lungs, while the wind wrenched down her disheveled hair and blew it below her waist. "Well," she said, with splendid eyes, "aren't you still waiting for something to happen?" "No, not till next time we've been let off," Conroy answered, breathing as deeply as she. "Then we ought to say our prayers." "What nonsense! Someone will see us." "We needn't kneel, stand up and say our Father." "We must." It was the first time since childhood that Conroy had prayed. They laughed hysterically when a curve threw them against an armrest. "Now for breakfast," she cried. "My maid nurse Blabberhas the basket and things. It'll be ready in 20 minutes. Oh, look at my hair." And she went out laughing. Conroy's first discovery, made without fumbling or counting letters on taps, was that the London and South Western's allowance of washing water is inadequate. He used every drop, rioting in the cold tingle on neck and arms. To shave in a moving train balked him, but the next halt gave him a chance, which to his own surprise he took. As he stared at himself in the mirror, he smiled and nodded. There were points about this person, with the clear if sunken eye and the almost uncompressed mouth. But when he bore his bag back to his compartment, the weight of it on a limp arm humbled that new pride. "My friend," he said, half aloud, "you go into training. You're a putty." She met him in the spare compartment, where her maid had laid breakfast. "By Jove," he said, halting at the doorway, "I hadn't realized how beautiful you were." "The same to you, lad. Sit down. I could eat a horse." "I shouldn't," said the maid quietly. "The less you eat, the better." She was a small, freckled woman, with light, fluffy hair and pale blue eyes that looked through all veils. "This is Miss Blaber," said Miss Henskill. "He's one of the Solwary too, nursey." "I know it, but when one has just given it up, a full meal doesn't agree. That's why I've only brought you bread and butter." She went out quietly, and Conroy reddened. "We're still children, you see," said Miss Henskill, "but I am well enough to feel some shame of it. Do take sugar." They starved together heroically, and Nurse Blaber was good enough to signify approval when she came to clear away. "Nursey," Miss Henskill insinuated, and flushed. "Do you smoke?" said the nurse coolly to Conroy. "I haven't in years. Now you mention it, I think I'd like a cigarette or something." "I used to think it would keep me quiet," Miss Henskill said. "Perhaps try these." the nurse handed them her cigarette case. "Don't take anything else," she commanded, and went away with the tea basket. "Good," grunted Conroy, between mouthfuls of tobacco. "Better than nothing," said Miss Henskill, but for a while they felt ashamed, yet with the comfort of children punished together. Now she whispered, "Who were you when you were a man?" Conroy told her, and in return she gave him her history. It delighted them both to deal once more in worldly concerns, families, names, places, and dates with a person of understanding. She came, she said, of Lancashire folk, wealthy cotton spinners, who still kept the broadened and slurred aspirate of the old stock. She lived with an old masterful mother in an opulent world north of Lancaster Gate, where people in society gave parties at a Mecca called the Langham Hotel. She herself had been launched into society there, and the flowers at the ball had cost £87, but being reckoned peculiar, she had made few friends among her own sex. She had attracted many men, for she was a beauty, in fact of society, she said. She spoke utterly without shame or reticence, as a life prisoner tells his past to a fellow prisoner, and Conroy nodded across the smoke rings. "Do you remember when you got into the carriage?" she asked. "Oh, I wish I had some knitting. Did you notice aught, lad?" Conroy thought back. It was ages since. Wasn't there someone outside the door crying, he asked. "Hesh's the little man I was engaged to," she said, "but I made him break it off. I told him 'twas no good, but he want yo see. That fellow, why he doesn't come up to your shoulder. That's not to do with it. I think all the world of him. I'm a foolish wench." Speech wandered as she settled herself cozily, one elbow on the armrest. "We'd been engaged. I couldn't help that, and he worships the ground I tread on. But it's no use, I'm not responsible. You see, his two sisters are against it, though I've the money. They're a right. But they think it's the drink," she drawled. "They're a Methodist Skinners. You see, their grandfather that started the patent mills, he died o' the drink." "I see," said Conroy. The grave face before him, under the lifted veil, was troubled. "George Skinner," she breathed it softly, "'id make him a good wife, by God's grace, if I could. But it's no use, I am not responsible." But hell not take no for an answer. "I used to call him Toots. He's of no consequence, yo see." "That's in Dickens," said Conroy quite quickly. "I haven't thought of Toots for years. He was at Dr. Blimber's. And so that's my trouble," she concluded, ever so slightly wringing her hands. "But I don't you think there's hope now?" Said Conroy. "Oh yes. This is the first time I've turned my corner without help. With your help, I should say. It'll come back, though. Then shall we meet it in the same way? Here's my card. Write me your train, and we'll go together." "Yes, we must do that. But between times when we want," she looked at her palm, the 4 fingers working on it, "it's hard to give him up. But think what we have gained already, and let me have the case to keep." She shook her head and threw her cigarette out of the window. "Not yet. Then let's lend our cases to nurse, and we'll get through today on cigarettes. I'll call her while we feel strong." She hesitated, but yielded at last, and nurse accepted the offerings with a smile. "Y'all be all right," she said to Miss Henskill, "but if I were you, Conroy, I'd take strong exercise." When they reached their destination, Conroy set himself to obey Nurse Blaber. He had no remembrance of that day, except one streak of blue sea to his left, gorse bushes to his right, and before him a coastguard's track marked with whitewashed stones that he counted up to the far thousands. As he returned to the little town, he saw Miss Henskill on the beach, below the cliffs. She kneeled at Nurse Blaber's feet, weeping and pleading. 25 days later, a telegram came to Conroy's rooms. Notice given Waterloo again. 21st. That same evening, he was wakened by the shudder, and the sigh that told him his sentence had gone forth. Yet he reflected on his pillow that he had, in spite of lapses, snatched something like 3 weeks of life, which included several rides on a horse before breakfast hour. One most craves Nadjoline, 5 consecutive evenings on the river at Hammersmith Tub, where he had well stretched the white arms that passing crews marked at a game of rackets at his club. 3 dinners, 1 small dance, and 1 human flirtation with a human woman. More notable still, he had settled his month's accounts only once, confusing petty cash with the days of grace. Allowed him next morning, he rode his hired beast in the park. Victoriously, he saw Miss Henskill on horseback near Lancaster gate talking to a young man at the railings. She wheeled and cantered toward him. "By Jove, how well you look," he cried without salutation. "I didn't know you rode." "I used to once," she replied. "I am all soft now." They swept off together down the ride. "Your beast pulls," he said. "Want him to gives me something to think of. How have you been?" she panted. "I wish chemists' shops hadn't red lights." "Have you slipped out and bought some then?" "You don't know Nursey, eh? But it's good to be on a horse again. This chap cost me 200. "Then you've been swindled," said Conroy. "I know it, but it's no odds. I must go back to Toots and send him away. He's neglecting his work for me." She swung her heavy-topped animal on his none too sound Hawk's sentence, "Come, lad." "Yes, but I am not minding it so much this time." "Waterloo then, and God help us," she thundered back to the little frock-coated figure that waited faithfully near the gate. Conroy felt the spring sun on his shoulders and trotted home that evening. He went out with a man in a pair oar and was rowed to a standstill, but the other man owned he could not have kept the pace 5 minutes longer. He carried his bag all down number 3 platform at Waterloo and hove it with one hand into the rack. "Well done," said Nurse Blaber in the corridor. "We've improved too." Dr. Gilbert and an older man came out of the next compartment. "Hallo," said Gilbert. "Why haven't you been to see me, Mr. Conroy? Come under the lamp, take off your hat. No, sit, you young giant, very good look. Here a minute, Johnny." A little round-bellied, hawk-faced person glared at him. Gilbert was right about the beauty of the beast, he muttered. "Diu, keep it in your glove now." He went on and punched Conroy in the short ribs. "No," said Conroy meekly, but without coughing. "No hurryin', my honor, I've chucked it for good." "Wait till you are a sound man before you say that, Mr. Conroy," Sir John Chartres stumped out, saying to Gilbert in the corridor. "It's all very fine, but the question is, shall I or we, Sir Pandarus of Troy, become a? We're bound to think of the children." "Have you been vetted?" said Miss Henskill a few minutes after the train started. "May I sit with you?" I don't trust myself, yet I can't give up as easily as you can seemingly." "Can't you? I never saw anyone so improved in a month. Look here." She reached across to the rack, single-handed lifted Conroy's bag, and held it at arm's length. "I counted 10 slowly, and I didn't think of hours or minutes," she boasted. "Don't remind me," he cried. "Ah, now I've reminded myself. I wish I hadn't. Do you think it'll be easier for us tonight?" "Oh, don't." The smell of the carriage had brought back all his last trip to him, and Conroy moved uneasily. "I'm sorry, I've brought some games," she went on. "Drafts and cards, but they all mean counting. I wish I'd brought chess, but I can't play chess. What can we do? Talk about something." "Well, how's Toots, to begin with?" said Conroy. "Why, did you see him on the platform?" "No, was he there? I didn't notice." "Oh yes, he doesn't understand. He's desperately jealous. I told him it doesn't matter. Will you please let me hold your hand? I believe I am beginning to get the chill." "Toots ought to envy me," said Conroy. "He does. He paid you a high compliment the other night. He's taken to calling again in spite of all they say." Conroy inclined his head. He felt cold and knew surely he would be colder. "He said," she yawned. "Beg your pardon." "He said he couldn't see how I could help falling in love with a man like you, and he called himself a damned little rat, and he beat his head on the piano last night." "The piano? You play then?" "Only to him. He thinks the world of my accomplishments. Then I told him I wouldn't have you if you were the last man on earth, instead of only the best-looking knot with 1,000,000 in each stocking." "No, not with 1,000,000 in each stocking," said Conroy vehemently. "Isn't that odd?" "I suppose so. Do anyone who doesn't know. Well, where was I? Oh, George as good as told me I was deceiving him, and he wanted to go away without saying good night. He hates standing adept, but he must if I want sit down." Conroy would have smiled, but the chill that foreign the coming of the Lyran weight was upon him, and his hand closed warningly on hers. And so she was trying to say when her hour also overtook her, leaving alive only the fear-dilated eyes that turned to Conroy. Hand froze on hand, and the body with it as they waited for the horror in the blackness that heralded it. Yet through the worst Conroy saw at an uncountable distance, 1 minute glint of light in his night thither, would he go and escape his fear. And behold, that light was the light in the watchtower of her eyes, where her locked soul signaled to his soul, look at me. In time from him, and from her the thing sheared aside that each soul might step down and resume its own concerns. He thought confusedly of people on the skirts of a thunderstorm, withdrawing from windows, where the torn night is to their known, and furnished beds. Then he dozed, till in some drowsy turn his hand fell from her warmed hand. That's all the faces haven't come, he heard her say, all thank God. I don't feel even I need what Nursey promised me, do you? No, he rubbed his eyes, but don't make too sure. Certainly not, we shall have to try again next month. I'm afraid it will be an awful nuisance for you. Not to me, I assure you, said Conroy, and they leaned back and laughed at the flatness of the words, after the hells through which they had just risen. And now, she said, strict eyes on Conroy, why wouldn't you take Menot, with $1 million in each stocking? I don't know, that's what I've been puzzling over. So have Roman one were as handsome a couple as I've ever seen. Are you well off, lad? They call me so, said Conroy, smiling. That's North Country, she laughed again, setting aside my good looks and yours. I've 4,000 a year of my own, and the rents should make it 6. That's a match some old cats would lap tea all night to fettle up. It is lucky, Toots, said Conroy. I, she answered, hell be the luckiest lad in London, if I win through who's yours. No, one dear, I've been in hell for years, I only want to get out, and be alive, and so on. Isn't that reason enough? Maybe for a man, but I never minded things much, till George came. I was all stupid like. So was I, but now, I think I can live. It ought to be less next month, oughtn't it, he said. I hope so, yees. There's nothing much for a maid, except to be married, and I ask no more. Whoever yours is, when you've found her, she shall have a wedding present from Mrs. George Skinner, that. But she wouldn't understand it, any more than Toots. He doesn't matter except to me. I can't keep my eyes open, thank God. Good night, lad. Conroy followed her with his eyes. Beauty, there was grace, there was strength, and enough of the rest to drive better men than George Skinner to beat their heads on piano tops. But, for the newfound life of him, Conroy could not feel one flutter of instinct or emotion that turned to herward. He put up his feet and fell asleep, dreaming of a joyous, normal world, recovered with interest on arrears. There were many things in it, but no one face of any one woman. Thrice afterward they took the same train, and each time their trouble shrank and weakened. Miss Henskill talked of Toots, his multiplied calls, the things he had said to his sisters, the much worse things his sisters had replied of the late. He seemed very dead to them. Roman 1,000 Najdal's gifts for the soul weary of shopping, of house rents, and the cost of really artistic furniture and linen. Conroy explained the exercises in which he delighted, mighty labors of play undertaken against other mighty men, till he sweated, and having bathed, slept. He had visited his mother too in Hereford, and he talked something of her and of the home life which his body cut out of all clean life for 5 years innocently, and deeply enjoyed. Nurse Blaber was a little interested in Conroy's mother, but as a rule she smoked her cigarette and read her paperback novels in her own compartment. On their last trip, she volunteered to sit with them and buried herself in the cloister and the hearth while they whispered together. On that occasion, it was near Salisbury at 2 in the morning, when the Lyran Waite brushed them with his wing. It meant no more than that they should cease talk for the instant, and for the instant hold hands, as even utter strangers on the deep may do when their ship rolls underfoot. But still, said Nurse Blaber, not looking up, I think your Mr. Skinner might feel jealous of all this. It would be difficult to explain, said Conroy. Then you'd better not be at my wedding, Miss Henskill laughed. After all we've gone through too, but I suppose you ought to leave me out. Is the day fixed? He cried. 22nd of September. In spite of both his sisters, I can risk it now. Her face was glorious as she flushed. My dear chap, he shook hands unreservedly, and she gave back his grip without flinching. I can't tell you how pleased I am. Gracious heavens, said Nurse Blaber in a new voice. Oh, I beg your pardon, I forgot I wasn't paid to be surprised. What at oh, I see, Miss Henskill explained to Conroy. She expected you were going to kiss me, or I was going to kiss you or something. After all you've gone through, as Mr. Conroy said. But I couldn't, could you, said Miss Henskill, with a disgust as frank as that on Conroy's face. It would be horrible, horrible. And yet, of course, you're a wonderfully handsome. How do you account for it, nursey? Nurse Blaber shook her head. I was hired to cure you of a habit, dear. When you're a cured, I shall go on to the next caste at Senaldeke, one at Bournemouth, I told you about. And I shall be left alone with George. But suppose it isn't cured, said Miss Henskill of a sudden. Suppose it comes back again. What can I do? I can't send for him in this way. When I am a married woman, she pointed like an infant. It'd come, of course, Conroy answered, but seriously, that is a consideration. They looked at each other, alarmed and anxious, and then toward Nurse Blaber, who closed her book, marked the place, and turned to face them. Have you ever talked to your mother, as you have to me? She said. No, I might have spoken to Dad, but mother's different. What do you mean? And you've never talked to your mother, either, Mr. Conroy? Not till I took Nadjolene, then I told her it was my heart. There's no need to say anything now that I am practically over it, is there? Not if it doesn't come back. But she beckoned with a stumpy, triumphant linger that drew their heads close together. You know, I always go in and read a chapter to mother at tea, child. I know you do. You're an angel. Miss Henskill patted the blue shoulder next her mother's Church of England. Now, she explained, but shall have her Bible with her pikelets at tea every night like the Skinners. It was Naaman and Gehazi last Tuesday that gave me a clue. I said I'd never seen a case of leprosy, and your mother said she'd seen too many. Well, she never told me, Miss Henskill began. A few months before you were born, on her trip to Australia at Mola or Molo, something or other, it took me 3 evenings to get it all out. I'm mother's suspicious of questions, said Miss Henskill to Conroy. Shell lock the door of every room she's in if it's. But for 5 minutes, she was a tackberry from Jarrah way yo see. She described your men to the lifemen, with faces all eaten away, staring at her over the fence of a lepers' hospital in this Molo island. They begged from her, and she ran. She told me all down the street, back to the pier. One touched her, and she nearly fainted. She's ashamed of that still. My men, the sand, and the fences, Miss Henskill muttered. Yes, you know how tidy she is, and how she hates wind. She remembered that the fences were brokench, remembered the wind blowing sans and salt windfences faces. I got it all out of her bit by bit. You don't know what I know, and it all happened 3 or 4 months before you were born. Their Nurse Blaber slapped her knee with her little hand triumphantly. Would that account for it? Miss Henskill shook from head to foot. Absolutely. I don't care who you ask. You never imagined the thing. It was laid on you. It happened on earth to you. Quick, Mr. Conroy. She's too heavy for me. I'll get the flask. Miss Henskill leaned forward and collapsed as Conroy told her afterwards, like a factory chimney. She came out of her swoon with teeth that chattered on the cup. No, she said, gulping. It's not hysterics, yo see. I've no call to have him any more. No call, no reason. Whatever, God be praised. Can't yo feel I am a right woman now? Stop hugging me, said Nurse Blaber. You don't know your strength. Finish the brandy and water. It's perfectly reasonable and ill lay long odds. Mr. Conroy's case is something of the same. I've been thinking. I wonder, said Conroy, and pushed the girl back as she swayed again. Nurse Blaber smoothed her pale hair. Yes, your trouble, or something like it, happened somewhere on earth or sea to the mother who bore you. Ask her, child, ask her, and be done with it once for all. I will, said Conroy. There ought to be. He opened his bag and hunted breathlessly. Bless you, oh God, bless you, nursey. Miss Henskill was sobbing. You don't know what this means to me. It takes it all off from the beginning. But doesn't it make any difference to you now? The nurse asked curiously. Now that you're rightfully a woman. Conroy, busy with his bag, had not heard. Miss Henskill stared across, and her beauty, freed from the shadow of any fear, blazed up within her. I see what you mean, she said, but it hasn't changed anything. I want Toots. He has never been out of his mind in his life except over silly me. It's all right, said Conroy, stooping under the lamp, Bradshaw in hand. If I change at Templecombe for Bristol Hereford eyes, I can be with mother for breakfast in her room and find out. Quick then, said Nurse Blaber, we've passed Gillingham quite a while. You'd better take some of our sandwiches. She went out to get them, Conroy, and Miss Henskill would have danced, but there is no room for giants in a southwestern compartment. Goodbye, good luck, lad, but you've changed already. Like me send a wire to our hotel as soon as you're sure, said Miss Henskill. What should I have done without you? Or I, said Conroy, but it's Nurse that's saving us really. Then thank her, said Miss Henskill, looking straight at him. Yes, I would shed like it. When Nurse Blaber came back after the parting at Templecombe, her nose and her eyelids were red, but for all that her face reflected a great light, even while she sniffed over the cloister and the hearth. Miss Henskill, deep in a house furnisher's catalogue, did not speak for 20 minutes. Then she said, between adding totals of best guest and servants' sheets, but why should our times have been the same, Nursey? Because a child is born somewhere every second of the clock, Nurse Blaber answered, and besides that you probably set each other off by talking and thinking about it. You shouldn't, you know. But you've never been in hell, said Miss Henskill. The telegram handed in at Hereford at 12 and delivered to Miss Henskill on the beach of a certain village at 2 ran thus. Absolutely confirmed. She says she remembers hearing noise of accident in engineer room, returning from India 8:05. He means the year, not the thermometer, said Nurse Blaber, throwing pebbles at the cold sea. And 2 men scolded, thus explaining my hoots. The idea of telling me that subsequently silly clergyman passenger ran up behind her calling for joke friend all, is lost, thus accounting very words. Nurse Blaber purred audibly. She says only remembers being upset minute or 2, unspeakable relief. Best love, Nursey, who is Jewel, get out of her what she would like best. Oh, I ought to have read that, said Miss Henskill. It doesn't matter, I don't want anything, said Nurse Blaber, and if I did I shouldn't get it. Helen, all alone's. There was darkness under heaven. For an hour's space. Darkness that we knew was given us for special grace. Sun and moon and stars were hid. God had left his throne. When Helen came to me, she did. Helen, all alone's. Side by side, because our fate damned us ere our birth. We stole out of limbo gate, looking for the earth's hand in pulling hand amid fear no dreams have known. Helen ran with me, she did. Helen, all alone's. When the horror passing speech hunted us along, each laid hold on each, and each found the other strong in the teeth of things forbid and reason overthrown. Helen stood by me, she did. Helen, all alone's. When at last we heard the fires dull and die away, when at last our linked desires dragged us up to day, when at last our souls were rid of what that night had shown, Helen passed from me, she did. Helen, all alone's. Let her go and find a mate, as I will find a bride, knowing not of limbo gate, or who are penned inside. There is knowledge, God forbid, more than one should own. So Helen went from me, she did. Oh, my soul be glad she did. Helen, all alone's. The honors of war. A hooded motor had followed mine from the Guildford Road up the drive to the infant's ancestral hall and had turned off to the stables. We're having a quiet evening together, Stockies upstairs changing dinners at 7 sharp. Because we're hungry, his room's next to yours, said the infant, nursing a cobwebbed bottle of Burgundy. Then I found Lieutenant Colonel A. Roman 50 Corcoran Roman 1A, who borrowed a collar stud, and told me about the East and his Sikh regiment. And are your subalterns as good as ever, I asked. Amazin', simply amazin'. All I've got to do is to find jobs. They keep touchin' their caps to me and askin' for more work, come at me with their tongues hanging out. I used to run the other way at their age. And when they said Roman, one I suppose, they do sometimes. Then they run to me again to weep with remorse over their virgin peccadillos. I never cuddled my colonel when I was in trouble, lambs-positive lambs. And what do you say to M? Talk to M like a papa, tell M how I can't understand it and how shocked I am, and how grieved their parents'll be, and throw in a little about the army regulations. And the 10 Commandments makes one feel rather a sweep when one thinks of what one used to do at their age. Do you remember? We remembered together till close on 7 o'clock, as we went out into the gallery that runs round the big hall. We saw the infant below talking to 2 deferential well-set-up lads, whom I had known on and off in the holidays any time for the last 10 years. One of them had a bruised cheek, and the other a weeping left eye. Yes, that's the style, said Stocky below his breath. They're brought up on lemon squash and mobilization textbooks. I say the girls we knew must have been much better than they pretended they were, for I'll swear it isn't the fathers. But why on earth did you do it? The infant was shouting. You know what it means nowadays. Well, sir, said Bobby Trivett, the taller of the 2. Wantner talks too much. For one thing, he didn't join till he was 23, and besides that he used to lecture on tactics in the anteroom. He said Clausewitz was the only tactician, and he illustrated his theories with cigarettes. He was that sort of chap, sir. And he didn't much care whose cigarettes they were, said Eames, who was shorter and pinker. And then he would talk about the varsity, said Bobby. He got a degree there, and he told us we weren't intellectual. He told the adjutant so, sir. He was just that kind of chap, sir, if you understand. Stocky and I backed behind a tall Japanese jar of chrysanthemums and listened more intently. Was all the mess in it, or only you 2? The infant demanded, chewing his mustache. The adjutant went to bed, of course, sir, and the senior subaltern said he wasn't going to risk his commission. They're awfully down on ragging nowadays in the service, but the rest of you's attended to him, said Bobby. Much? The infant asked. The boys smiled deprecatingly. Not in the anteroom, sir, said Eames. Then he called us silly children and went to bed, and we sat up discussin', and I suppose we got a bit above ourselves, and went to his quarters and drew him, the infant suggested. Well, we only asked him to get out of bed, and we put his helmet and sword belt on for him, and we sung him bits out of the Blue Fairy book, the cram book on army organization. Oh yes. And then we asked him to drink old Clausewitz's health as a brother tactician in milk punch and Worcester sauce. And so on. We had to help him a little there. He bites. There wasn't much else that time. But you know the War Office is severe on ragging these days. Bobby stopped with a lopsided smile. And then Eames went on. Then Wantner said we'd done several pounds worth of damage to his furniture. Oh, said the infant, he's that kind of man, is he? Does he brush his teeth? Oh yes, he's quite clean all over, said Trivett, but his father's a wealthy barrister. Solicitor, Eames corrected, and so this Mr. Wantner is out for our blood. He's going to make a first-class row about it, appeal to the War Office court of inquirispicy bits in the papers and songs in the music halls. He told us so. That's the sort of chap he is, said Trivett, and that means old Durabags, our colonel, be put on half-pay, same as that case in the Scarafungers mess, and our adjutant'll have to exchange like it was with that fellow in the 73rd Dragoons, and there'll be misery all round. He means making it too hot for us, and his pap'll back him. Yes, that's all very fine, said the infant, but I left the service about the time you were born. Bobby, what's it got to do with me? Father told me I was always to go to you when I was in trouble, and you've been awfully good to me since he. Better stay to dinner. The infant mopped his forehead. Thank you very much, but the fact is, Trivett halted. This afternoon, about 4, to be exact, Eames broke in. We went over to Wantner's quarters to talk things over. The row only happened last night, and we found him writing letters as hard as he could to his father, jitting up his case for the War Office. You know, he read us some of them, but I'm not a good judge of style. We tried to write him off quietly, apologies, and so forth, but it was the milk punch and mayonnaise that defeated us. Yes, he wasn't taking anything except pure revenge, said Eames. He said he'd make an example of the regiment, and he was particularly glad that he'd landed our colonel. He told us so old durabags don't sympathize with Wantner's tactical lectures. He says Wantner ought to learn manners first, but we thought Trivett turned to Eames, who was less a son of the house than himself, Eames' father being still alive. Then Eames went on, he became rather noisome, and we thought we might as well impound the correspondence set, wrinkled his swelled left eye end. After that, we got him to take a seat in my car. He was in a sack, you know. Trivett explained he wouldn't go any other way, but we didn't hurt him. Oh no, his head's sticking out quite clear, and Eames rushed the fence. You have put him in your garagier pendant light. My garage infant's voice nearly broke with horror. Well, father always told me, if I was in trouble, Uncle George. Bobby's sentence died away as the infant collapsed on a divan and said no more than your commissions. There was a long silence. What price your latter-day lime juice, subaltern? I whispered to Stocky behind my hand. His nostrils expanded, and he drummed on the edge of the Japanese jar with his knuckles. Confound your father, Bobby, the infant groaned. Ragging's a criminal offense these days. It isn't as if. Come on, said Stocky. That was my old line battalion. In Egypt they nearly slung old durabags and me out of the service. In '85, for ragging, he descended the stairs, and the infant rolled appealing eyes at him. I heard what you youngsters have confessed, he began, and in his orderly room voice, which is almost as musical as his singing one, he tongue-lashed those lads in such sort as was a privilege and a revelation to listen to. Till then they had known him almost as a relative who were all brevet deputy or acting uncles to the infant's friends. Brutus sympathetic elder brother sound on finance. They had never met Colonel A. Roman 50 Corcoran in the chair of justice, and while he flayed and rent and blistered and wiped the floor with them, and while they looked for hiding places and found none on that floor, I remembered one, the upending of Dolly Macsheen at Dalhousie, which came perilously near a court-martial on 2nd Lieutenant Corcoran, 2, the burning of Captain Parmalee's Mosquitocotons on a hot Indian dawn, when the captain slept in his garden and Lieutenant Corcoran smoking rode by after a successful whist night at the Club 3, the introduction of an Eka pony with Eka attached into a brother captain's tent on a frosty night in Peshawar, and the removal of tent pole cot and captain, all wrapped in chilly canvas, for the bath that was given to Elliot Hacker on his own veranda. His ladylove saw it, and broke off the engagement, which was what the mess intended, she being an Eurasian, and the powdering all over of Elliot Hacker with flour and turmeric from the bazaar. When he took breath, I realized how only Satan can rebuke sin. The good don't know enough. Now, said Stocky, get out. No, not out of the house. Go to your rooms. I'll send your dinner, Bobby, said the infant Ips. Nothing had ever been known to astonish Ips, the butler. He entered and withdrew with his charges after all he had suffered from Bobby since Bobby's 12th year. They've done everything they could short of murder, said the infant. You know what this'll mean for the regiment. It isn't as if we were dealing with sahibs nowadays. Quite so. Stocky turned on me. Go and release the bagman, he said. Tisn't my garage, I pleaded. I am company. Besides, hell probably slay me. He's been in the sack for hours. Look here, Stocky thundered. The years had fallen from us both. Is Yoram I commandin', or are you? We've got to pull this thing off somehow or other. Cut over to the garage, make much of him, and bring him over. He's dining with us. Be quick, you dithering ass. I was quick enough, but as I ran through the shrubbery, I wondered how one extricates the subaltern of the present day from a sack without hurting his feelings. Anciently one slit the end open, taking off his boots first, and then fled. Imagine a sumptuously equipped garage, half-filled by the infant's cobalt blue gray-corded silk limousine, and a mud-splashed cheap hooded four-seater in the back seat of this last. Conceive a fiery chestnut head emerging from a long oat sack, an implacable white face, with blazing eyes and jaws that worked ceaselessly at the loop of the string that was drawn round its neck. The effect under the electrics was that of a demon caterpillar wrathfully spinning its own cocoon. Good evening, I said genially. Let me help you out of that. The head glared. We've got I went on. They came to quite the wrong shop for this sort of game. Quite the wrong shop. Game, said the head. Well, see, about that, let me out. It was not a promising voice for one so young, and as usual I had no knife. You've chewed the string, so I can't find the knot, I said, as I worked with trembling fingers at the caterpillar's throat. Something untied itself, and Mr. Wantner wriggled out, collarless, tieless, his coat split half down his back, his waistcoat unbuttoned, his watch chain snapped, his trousers rucked well above the knees. Where, he said grimly, as he pulled them down, are Master Trivett and Master Eames. Both arrested, of course, I replied. Sir George gave the infant's full title as a baronet's, a justice of the peace. He'd be very pleased. If you dined with us, there's a room ready for you. I picked up the sack. Do you know, said Mr. Wantner through his teeth, but the car's bonnet was between us, that this looks to me like, I won't say conspiracy yet, but uncommonly like a confederacy. When injured souls begin to distinguish and qualify, danger is over, so I grew bold. Sorry you take it that way, I said. You come here in trouble. My good fool, he interrupted with a half-hysterical snort, let me assure you that the trouble will recoil on the other men. As you please, I went on. Anyhow, the chaps who got you into trouble are arrested, and the magistrate who arrested M asks you to dinner. Shall I tell him you're walking back to Aldershot? He picked some fluff off his waistcoat. I am in no position to dictate terms, yet he said that will come later. I must probe into this a little further. In the meantime, I accept your invitation without prejudice, if you understand what that means. I understood and began to be happy again. Subalterns without prejudices were quite new to me. All right, I replied. If you'll go up to the house, I'll turn out the lights. He walked off stiffly while I searched the sack and the car for the impounded correspondence that Bobby had talked of. I found nothing, except, as the police reports say, the trace of a struggle. He had kicked half the varnish off the back of the front seat and had bitten the leather padding where he could reach it, evidently a purposeful and hard-mouthed young gentleman. Well done, said Stalky at the door. So he didn't slay you? Stop laughing, he's talking to the infant now about depositions. Look here, you're nearest his size, cut up to your rooms, and give Ips your dinner things and a clean shirt for him. But I haven't got another suit, I said. I'm not thinking of you. We've got to conciliate him. He's in filthy rags and a filthy temper, and he won't feel decent till he's dressed. You're the sacrifice. Be quick, and clean socks, remember. Once more I trotted up to my room, changed into unseasonable, unbrushed grey tweeds, put studs into a clean shirt, dug out fresh socks, handed the whole garniture over to Ips, and returned to the hall just in time to hear Stalky say, I am a stockbroker, but I have the honor to hold His Majesty's commission in a territorial battalion. Then I felt as though I might be beginning to be repaid. I have a very high opinion of the territorials myself, said Mr. Wantner, above a glass of sherry. Infant never lets us put bitters into anything above 20 years old, but if you had any experience of the service, you would find that the average army man. Here the infant suggested changing, and Ips, before whom no human passion can assert itself, led Mr. Wantner away. Why the devil did you tell him I was on the bench? Said Infant wrathfully to me. You know I ain't now. Why didn't he stay in his father's office? He's a raging blight. Not a bit of it, said Stalky cheerfully. He's a little shaken and excited. Probably Beetle annoyed him in the garage, but we must overlook that we've contained him so far, and I am going to nibble round his outposts at dinner. All you've got to do, Infant, is to remember you're a gentleman in your own house. Don't hop yowl. Find it pretty difficult before dinner's over. I don't want to hear anything at all from you, Beetle. But I am just beginning to like him, I said. Do let me play. Not till I ask you. You'll overdo it. Poor old Durabags, a scandal 'ud break him up. But as long as a regiment has no say as to who joins it, it's bound to rag. Infant began. Wee, they varnished me when I joined. He squirmed at the thought of it. Don't be owls, we ain't discussing principles. We've got to save the court of inquiry, if we can, said Stalky. 5 minutes later, at 7, to be precise, who sat down to such a dinner as I hold only the infant's cook can produce, with wines worthy of pontifical banquets. A man in the extremity of rage and injured dignity is precisely like a typhoid. Patient, he asks no questions, accepts what is put before him, and babbles in one keevery, often of trifles. But food and drink are the very best of drugs. I think it was Heidsieck, dry monopole 92 Stalky, as usual stuck to Burgundithat, began to unlock. Mr. Wantner's heart behind my shirt front me, he snubbed throughout after the Oxford manner, because I had seen him in the sack. And he did not intend me to presume, but to Stalky and the infant, while I admired the set of my dinner jacket across his shoulders. He made his plans of revenge very clear indeed. He had even sketched out some of the paragraphs that were to appear in the papers. And if Stalky had allowed me to speak, I would have told him that they were rather neatly phrased. "You ought to be able to get whacking damages out of 'em into the bargain," said Stalky, after Mr. Wantner had outlined his position legally. My dear Sir, Mr. Wantner applied himself to his glass. "It isn't a matter that gentlemen usually discuss, but I assure you we Wantnish waved a well-kept hando not stand in any need of filthy lucre in the next 3 minutes. We learned exactly what his father was worth, which, as he pointed out, was a trifle no man of the world dwelt on. Stalky envied aloud, and I delivered my first kick at the infant's ankle. Thence we drifted to education and the average army man. And the desolating vacuity. I remember these words off army society, notably among its womenkind. It appeared there was some sort of narrow convention in the army against mentioning a woman's name at mess. We were much surprised at this. Stalky would not let me express my surprise, but we took it from Mr. Wantner, who said we might, that it was so. Next he touched on colonels of the old school, and their cognizance of tactics, not that he himself pretended to any skill in tactics, but after 3 years at the varsity none of us had had a varsity education. A man insensibly contracted the habit of clear thinking. At least, he could automatically coordinate his ideas, and the jealousy of these muddle-headed colonels was inconceivable. We would understand that it was his duty to force on the retirement of his colonel, who had been in the conspiracy against him, to make his adjutant resign or exchange, and to give the half-dozen childish subalterns who had vexed his dignity a chance to retrieve themselves in other core West African ones. He hoped for himself after the case was decided. He proposed to go on living in the regiment, just to prove for he bore no malice that times had changed Nosk Mutimer in Elisif. We knew what that meant. Infant had curled his legs out of reach, so I was quite free to return thanks, yet once more to Allah for the diversity of his creatures in his adorable world. And so, by way of an 80-year-old liqueur brandy to tactics, and the great General Clausewitz, unknown to the average army man, here the infant, at a whisper from Ipswich face, had darkened like a mulberry, while he waited, excused himself, and went away. But Stalky, colonel of territorials, wanted some tips on tactics. He got them unbrokenly. For 10 minutes Wantner and Clausewitz mixed, but Wantner in a film of priceless cognac, distinctly on top. When the infant came back, he renewed his clear-spoken demand that infant should take his depositions. I supposed this to be a family trait of the Wantners, whom I had been visualizing for some time, past even to the 3rd generation. "But hang it all, they're both asleep," said infant, scowling at me. "Ips, let 'em have the 81 port." "Asleep," said Stalky, rising at once. "I don't see that makes any difference as a matter of form. You'd better identify them. I'll show you the way." We followed up the white stone side staircase that leads to the bachelor's wing. Mr. Wantner seemed surprised that the boys were not in the coal cellar. "Oh, a chap's assumed to be innocent until he's proved guilty," said Stalky, mounting step by step. "How did they get you into the sack?" Mr. Wantner jumped on me from behind. 2 to 1, said Mr. Wantner briefly. "I think I handed each of them something first, but they roped my arms and legs." "And did they photograph you in the sack?" "Good heavens, no," Mr. Wantner shuddered. "That's lucky awful thing to live down a photograph, isn't it?" said Stalky to me as we reached the landing. "I am thinking of the newspapers, of course." "Oh, but you can easily have sketches in the illustrated papers, from accounts supplied by eyewitnesses," I said. Mr. Wantner turned him round. It was the first time he had honored me by his notice since our talk in the garage. "Ah," said he, "do you pretend to any special knowledge in these matters?" "I am a journalist by profession," I answered simply, but nobly. "As soon as you're at liberty, I'd like to have your account of the affair." Now I thought he would have loved me for this, but he only replied, in an uncomfortable, uncoming voice. "Oh, you would you?" "Not if it's any trouble, of course," I said. "I can always get their version from the defendants. Do either of 'em draw or sketch at all, Mr. Wantner, or perhaps your father might?" Then he said quite hotly, "I wish you to understand very clearly, my good man, that a gentleman's name can't be dragged through the gutter to bolster up the circulation of your wretched sheet, whatever it may be. It is I named a journal of enormous sales, which specializes in scholastic, military, and other scandals. I don't know yet what it can't do, Mr. Wantner." "I didn't know that I was dealing with a reporter," said Mr. Wantner. We were all halted outside. A shut door. Ips had followed us. "But surely you want it in the papers, don't you?" I urged. "With a scandal like this one couldn't, in justice to the democracy, be exclusive wed syndicated here. And in the United States, I helped you out of the sack, if you remember." "I wish to goodness you'd stop talking," he snapped, and sat down on a chair. Stalky's hand on my shoulder quietly signaled me out of action, but I felt that my fire had not been misdirected. "Ill answer for him," said Stalky to Wantner in an undertone that dropped to a whisper I caught not, "without my leave dependent on me for market tips and other gratifying tributes to my integrity." Still Mr. Wantner sat in his chair, and still we waited on him. The infant's face showed worry and heavy grief. Stalky's, a bright and bird-like interest, mine, was hidden behind his shoulders. But on the face of Ips were written emotions that no butler should cherish towards any guest. Contempt and wrath were the least of them, and Mr. Wantner was looking full at Ips, as Ips was looking at him. Mr. Wantner's father, I understood, kept a butler and 2 footmen. "Do you suppose they're a shamming in order to get off?" he said at last. Ips shook his head, and noiselessly threw the door open. The boys had finished their dinner, and were fast asleep on a sofa, one in a long chair, their faces fallen back to the lines of their childhood. They had had a wildish night, a hard day, that ended with a telling off from an artist, and the assurance they had wrecked their prospects for life. What else should youth do then but eat and drink 81 port, and remember their sorrows no more? Mr. Wantner looked at them severely. "Ips within easy reach, his hands quite ready." "Childish," said Mr. Wantner at last. "Childish, but necessary. Have you such a thing as a rope on the premises, and a sack, 2 sacks, and 2 ropes? I'm afraid I can't resist the temptation. That man understands, doesn't he, that this is a private matter?" That man, who was me, was off to the basement like one of infant's own fallow deer. The stables gave me what I wanted, and coming back with it through a dark passage, I ran squarely into Ips. "Go on," he grunted, "the minute he lays hands on Master Bobby. Master Bobby's saved. But that person ought to be told how near he came to being assaulted. It was touch and go with me all the time from the soup down, I assure you. I arrived breathless with the sacks and the ropes. They were 2 to 1 with me," said Mr. Wantner, as he took them. "If they wake, well, stand by." Stalky replied, 2 to 1 is quite fair." But the boys hardly grunted, as Mr. Wantner roped first one, and then the other. Even when they were slid into the sacks, they only mumbled with rolling heads through sticky lips and snored on. "Port," said Mr. Wantner virtuously. "Nervous exhaustion. They aren't much more than kids, after all." "What's next?" said Stalky. "I want to take 'em away with me, please." Stalky looked at him with respect. "I'll have my car round in 5 minutes, said the infant. "Ips'll help carry 'em downstairs," and he shook Mr. Wantner by the hand. We were all perfectly serious, till the 2 bundles were dumped on a divan in the hall, and the boys waked and began to realize what had happened. "Ya," said Mr. Wantner, with the simplicity of 12 years old, who scored now, and he sat upon them. The tension broke in a storm of laughter, led, I think, by Ips. "Asinine, absolutely asinine," said Mr. Wantner, with folded arms from his lively chair. But he drank in the flattery and the fellowship of it all with quite a brainless grin, as we rolled and stamped round him and wiped the tears from our cheeks. "Hang it," said Bobby Trivett, "we're defeated." "By tactics too," said Eames. "I didn't think you knew Clausewitz. It's a fair score. What are you going to do with us?" "Take you back to mess," said Mr. Wantner. "Not like this." "Oh no, worse, much worse. I haven't begun with you yet, and you thought you'd scored, ya." They had scored beyond their wildest dream, the man in whose hands it lay to shame them, their colonel, their adjutant, their regiment. And their service had cast away all shadow of his legal rights, for the sake of a common or bear-garden rag. Such a rag, as if it came to the ears of the authorities, would cost him his commission. They were saved, and their saviour was their equal and their brother, so they chaffed and reviled him as such till he again squashed the breath out of them, and we others laughed louder than they. "Fall in," said Stalky, when the limousine came round. "This is the score of the century. I wouldn't miss it for a brigade. We shan't be long, infant." I hurried into a coat. "Is there any necessity for that reporter chap to come too?" said Mr. Wantner in an unguarded whisper. "He isn't dressed for one thing." Bobby and Eames wriggled round to look at the reporter, began a joyous bellow, and suddenly stopped. "What's the matter?" said Wantner with suspicion. "Nothing," said Bobby. "I die happy. Clausewitz, take me up tenderly." We packed into the car, bearing our sheaves with us, and for half an hour, as the cool night air fanned his thoughtful brow, Mr. Wantner was quite abreast of himself. Though he said nothing unworthy, he triumphed and trumpeted a little loudly over the sacks. I sat between them on the back seat and applauded him servilely till he reminded me that what I had seen and what he had said was not for publication. I hinted, while the boys plunged with joy inside their trappings, that this might be a matter for arrangement. "Then a sovereign shan't part us," said Mr. Wantner cheerily, and both boys fell into lively hysterics. "I don't see where the joke comes in for you," said Mr. Wantner. "I thought it was my little jokelet tonight." "No, Clausewitz," gasped Bobby, "some is, but not all. I'll be good now. I'll give you my parole till we get to mess. I wouldn't be out of this for a fiver." "Nor me," said Eames, and he gave his parole to attempt no escape or evasion. "Now I suppose," said Mr. Wantner largely to Stalky, as we neared the suburbs of Ash, "you have a good deal of practical joking on the stock exchange, haven't you?" "And when were you on the stock exchange, Uncle Leonard?" piped Bobby, while Eames laid his sobbing head on my shoulder. "I am sorry," said Stalky, "but the fact is I command a regiment myself. When I am at home, your colonel knows me. I think he gave his name." Mr. Wantner seemed to have heard of it. We had to pick Eames off the floor, where he had cast himself from excess of delight. "Oh heavens," said Mr. Wantner, after a long pause. "What have I done? What haven't I done?" We felt the temperature in the car rise as he blushed. "You didn't talk tactics, Clausewitz," said Bobby. "Oh, say, it wasn't tactics, darling." "It was," said Wantner. Eames was all among our feet again, crying, "If you don't let me get my arms up, I'll be sick. Let's hear what you said. Tell us." But Mr. Wantner turned to Stalky. "It's no good my begging your pardon, sir, I suppose," he said. "Don't you notice, said Stalky, "it was a fair rag all round. And anyhow, you two youngsters haven't any right to talk tactics. You've been rolled up horse, foot, and guns." "I'll make a treaty if y'all let us go and change presently," said Bobby. "I'll promise. We won't tell about you, Clausewitz. You talk tactics to Uncle Len. Old Durabags will like that he don't love you, Klaus. If I've made one ass of myself, I shall take extra care to make asses of you," said Wantner. "I want to stop, please, at the next milliner's shop. On the right, it ought to be close here." He evidently knew the country, even in the dark, for the car stopped at a brilliantly lighted millinery establishment, where it was Saturday evening. A young lady was clearing up the counter. I followed him, as a good reporter should. "Have you got," he began, "Arthosal do?" He pointed to two hairy plush beehive bonnets, one magenta, the other a conscientious electric blue. "How much, please?" "I'll take them both. And that bunch of peacock feathers, and that red feather thing." It was a brilliant crimsoned pigeon's wing. "Now I want some yards of muslin, with a nice fierce pattern, please." He got it yellow with black chalipsand, returned heavily laden. "Sorry to have kept you," said he. "Now well, go to my quarters to change and beautify." We came to Themaposit, a dun waste of parade ground that might have been Mayan Murand bugles, as they blew, and drums, as they rolled, set heartstrings echoing. We hoisted the boys out and arranged them on chairs, while Wantner changed into uniform, but stopped when he saw me taking off my jacket. "What on earth's that for?" said he. "Because you've been wearing my evening things. I said I want to get into 'em again, if you don't mind." Then you aren't a reporter, he said. No, I said, but that shan't part us. Oh, hurry, cried Eames in desperate convulsions. We can't stand this much longer, 'tisn't fair on the young. I'll attend to you in good time, said Wantner, and when he had made careful toilet, he unwrapped the bonnets, put the peacock's feather into the magenta one, pinned the crimson wing on the blue one, set them daintily on the boys' heads, and bade them admire the effect in his shaving-glass, while he ripped the muslin into lengths, bound it first, and draped it artistically afterwards, a little below their knees. He finished off with a gigantic sashbow obi-fashion hobble skirts. He explained to Stocky, who nodded approval. Next he split open the bottom of each sack so that they could walk, but with very short steps. I ought to have got you white satin slippers, he murmured, and I am sorry there's no rouge. Don't worry on our account, old man, you're doing us proud, said Bobby from under his hat. This beats milk punch and mayonnaise. Oh, why didn't we think of these things when we had him at our mercy, Eames wailed. Never mind, well, try it on the next chap, you've a mind, Klaus. Now we'll call on at mess, said Wantner, as they minced towards the door. I think I'll call on your colonel, said Stocky. He oughtn't to miss this, your first attempt, I assure you. I couldn't have done it better myself. Thank you, he held out his hand. Thank you, sir, said Wantner, shaking it. I am more grateful to you than I can say, and I'd like you to believe some time that I am not quite as big a. Not in the least, Stocky interrupted. If I were writing a confidential report on you, I should put you down as rather adequate look after your geishas or thale fall. We watched the three cross the road and disappear into the shadow of the mess veranda. There was a noise, then telephone bells rang, a sergeant and a mess waiter charged out, and the noise grew till at last the mess was a little noisy. We came back 10 minutes later with Colonel Dalziel, who had been taking his sorrows to bed with him. The anteroom was quite full, and visitors were still arriving, but it was possible to hear oneself speak occasionally. Trivett and Eames in sack and sash sat side by side on a table, their hats at a ravishing angle, coquettishly twiddling their tied feet. In the intervals of singing Put Me Among the Girls, they sipped whiskey and soda held to their lips by, I regret to say, a major. Public opinion seemed to be against allowing them to change their costume till they should have danced in it. Wantner, lying more or less gracefully at the level of the chandelier, in the arms of 6 subalterns, was lecturing on tactics and imploring to be let down, which he was with a run when they realized that the colonel was there. Then he picked himself up from the sofa and said, I want to apologize, sir, to you and the mess for having been such an ass ever since I joined. This was when the noise began. Seeing the night promised to be wet, Stocky and I went home again in the infant's car. It was some time since we had tasted the hot air that lies between the cornice and the ceiling of crowded rooms. After half an hour's silence, Stocky said to me, I don't know what you've been doing, but I believe I've been weepin'. Would you put that down to burgundy or senile decay? The children. These were our children who died for our lands. They were dear in our sight. We have only the memory left of their home-treasured sayings and laughter. The price of our loss shall be paid to our hands, not another's hereafter. Neither the alien nor priest shall decide on it, that is our right, but who shall return us the children? At the hour, the barbarian chose to disclose his pretenses. And raged against man, they engaged on the breasts that they bared for us. The first felon stroke of the sword he had long time prepared for us. Their bodies were all our defense, while we wrought our defenses. They bought us anew, with their blood forbearing to blame us. Those hours which we had not made good, when the judgment o'ercame us. They believed us, and perished for it, our statecraft, our learning. Delivered them bound to the pit, and alive to the burning. Whither they mirthfully hastened, as jostling for honor. Not since her birth has our earth seen such worth loosed upon her. Nor was their agony brief, or once only imposed on them. The wounded, the war-spent, the sick received no exemption. Being cured, they returned and endured, and achieved our redemption. Hopeless themselves of relief, till death marveling closed on them. That flesh we had nursed from the first in all cleanness was given to corruption, unveiled and assailed by the malice of heaven. by the heart-shaking jests of decay where it lolled on the wires. To be blanched or gay-painted by fumesto, be cindered by fires. To be senselessly tossed and retossed in stale mutilation. From crater to crater for this we shall take expiation. But who shall return us, our children? The dog Hervey. April 1914. My friend Atli, who would give away his own head if you told him you had lost yours, was giving away a 6-month-old litter of Bettina's pups, and half a dozen women were in raptures at the show on Mittelham Lawn. We picked by lot. Mrs. Godfrey drew first choice, her married daughter second, I was third, but waived my right, because I was already owned by Malachi, Bettina's full brother, whom I had brought over in the car to visit his nephews and nieces, and he would have slain them all if I had taken home one Millie, Mrs. Godfrey's younger daughter. Pounced on my rejection with squeals of delight, and Atli turned to a dark, sallow-skinned, slack-mouthed girl who had come over for tennis, and invited her to pick. She put on a pince-nez that made her look like a camel, knelt clumsily, for she was long from the hip to the knee, breathed hard, and considered the last couple. I think I'd like that centipede one, she said. Oh, not him, Miss Sitchliff, Atli cried. He was overlaid, or had sunstroke, or something. They call him the loony in the kennels. Besides, he squints. I think that's rather fetching, she answered. Neither Malachi nor I had ever seen a squinting dog before. That's Korea St. Vitus dance, Mrs. Godfrey put in. He ought to have been drowned. But I like his cast of countenance, the girl persisted. He doesn't look a good life, I said, but perhaps he can be patched up. Miss Sitchliff turned crimson. I saw Mrs. Godfrey exchange a glance with her married daughter, and knew I had said something which would have to be lived down. Yes, Miss Sitchliff went on, her voice shaking, he isn't a good life, but perhaps I can patch him up. Come here, sir. The misshapen beast lurched toward her, squinting down his own nose till he fell over his own toes. Then luckily Bettina ran across the lawn and reminded Malachi of their puppyhood. All that family are as queer as Dick's hatband, and fight like man and wife. I had to separate them, and Mrs. Godfrey helped me till they retired under the rhododendrons and had it out in silence. Do you know what that girl's father was? Mrs. Godfrey asked. No, I replied. I loathe her for her own sake. She breathes through her mouth. He was a retired doctor, she explained. He used to pick up stormy young men in the repentant stage, take them home, and patch them up till they were sound enough to be insured. Then he insured them heavily and let them out into the world again with an appetite. Of course no one knew him while he was alive, but he left pots of money to his daughter. Strictly legitimate, highly respectable, I said, but what a life for the daughter. Mustn't it have been? Now do you realize what you said just now? Perfectly, and now you've made me quite happy. Shall we go back to the house? When we reached it, they were all inside, sitting in committee on names. What shall you call yours? I heard Millie ask Miss Sitchliff. Harvey, she replied. Harvey's sauce. You know he's going to be quite saucy. When Ivish saw Mrs. Godfrey and me coming through the French window, and he's stronger. Atli, the well-meaning man, to make me feel at ease, asked what I thought of the name. Oh, splendid, I said at random. H with an A with an RR with a. But that's Little Bingo, someone said, and they all laughed. Miss Sitchliff, her hands joined across her long knees, drawled, you ought always to verify your quotations. It was not a kindly thrust, but something in the word quotation set the automatic side of my brain at work on some shadow of a word or phrase that kept itself out of memory's reach, as a cat sits just beyond a dog's jump. When I was going home, Miss Sitchliff came up to me in the twilight, the pup on a leash, swinging her big shoes at the end of her tennis racket. Sorry, she said, in her thick schoolboy-like voice, I am sorry for what I said to you about verifying quotations. I didn't know you well enough, and anyhow, I oughtn't to have. But you were quite right about Little Bingo, I answered. The spelling ought to have reminded me. Yes, of course, it's the spelling, she said, and slouched off with the pup sliding after her. Once again, my brain began to worry after something that would have meant something if it had been properly spelled. I confided my trouble to Malachi on the way home, but Bettina had bitten him in 4 places, and he was busy. Weeks later, Atli came over to see me. and before his car stopped Malachi let me know that Bettina was sitting beside the chauffeur. He greeted her by the scruff of the neck as she hopped down, and I greeted Mrs. Godfrey at lie and a big basket. "You've got to help me," said Atli tiredly. We took the basket into the garden, and there staggered out the angular shadow of a sandipede broken-haired terrier with one imbecile and one delirious ear and two most hideous squints. Bettina and Malachi, already at grips on the lawn, saw him let go and fled in opposite directions. "Why have you brought that fetid hound here?" I demanded. "Harvey for you to take care of," said Atli. "He's had distemper, but I am going abroad." "Take him with you. I won't have him. He's mentally afflicted." "Look here," Atli almost shouted, "do I strike you as a fool?" "Always said Roman one well, then if you say so and Ella says so, that proves I ought to go abroad." "Will's wrong, quite wrong," Mrs. Godfrey interrupted, "but you must take the pup." My dear boy, don't you ever give anything to a woman," Atli snorted. Bit by bit I got the story out of them in the quiet garden, never a sign from Bettina and Malachi, while Harvey stared me out of countenance, first with one cuttlefish eye, and then with the other. It appeared that a month after Miss Sitchliff took him, the dog Harvey developed distemper. Miss Sitchliff had nursed him herself. For some time then, she carried him in her arms the 2 miles to Mittelham, and actually wept at Atli's feet, saying that Harvey was all she had or expected to have in this world, and Atli must cure him. Atli, being by wealth, position, and temperament guardian to all lame dogs, had put everything aside for this unsavory job, and he asserted Miss Sitchliff had virtually lived with him ever since. She went home at night, of course, he exploded, but the rest of the time she simply infested the premises. Goodness knows I am not particular, but it was a scandal. Even the servants 3 and 4 times a day, and notes in between to know how the beast was. Hang it all, don't laugh. And wanting to send me flowers and goldfish. Do I look as if I wanted goldfish? Can't you two stop for a minute? Mrs. Godfrey and I were clinging to each other for support, and it isn't as if I was so alluring a personality, is it? Atli commands more trust, goodwill, and affection than most men, for he is that rare angel and absolutely unselfish bachelor content to be run by contending syndicates of zealous friends. His situation seemed desperate, and I told him so. "Instant flight is your only remedy," was my verdict. "I'll take care of both your cars while you're away, and you can send me over all the greenhouse fruit." "But why should I be chased out of my house by a shedromery?" he wailed. "Oh, stop, Mrs. Godfrey sobbed. "You're both wrong. I admit you're right, but I know you're wrong." 3 and 4 times a day, said Atli with an awful countenance. "I'm not a vain man, but look here, Ella, I am not sensitive, I hope, but if you persist in making a joke of it—" "Oh, be quiet," she almost shrieked. "Do you imagine for one instant that your friends would ever let Mittelham pass out of their hands? I quite agree. It is unseemly for a grown girl to come to Mittelham at all hours of the day and night." "I told you she went home o' nights," Atli growled. "Especially if she goes home o' nights, oh, but think of the life she must have led, Will." "I'm not interfering with it, only she must leave me alone." "She may want to patch you up and insure you," I suggested. "Do you know what you are?" Mrs. Godfrey turned on me with the smile I have feared for the last quarter of a century. "You're the nice, kind, wise doggy friend. You don't know how wise and nice you are supposed to be. Will has sent Harvey to you to complete the poor angel's convalescence. You know all about dogs, or Will wouldn't have done it. He's written her that you're too far off for her to make daily calls on you. P'raps she'll drop in 2 or 3 times a week and write on other days, but it doesn't matter what she does, because you don't own Mittelham, don't you see?" I told her I saw most clearly. "Oh, you'll get over that in a few days," Mrs. Godfrey countered. "You're the sporting, responsible doggy friend who—" "He used to look at me like that at first," said Atli with a visible shudder, "but he gave it up after a bit. It's only because you're new to him." "But confound you, he's a ghoul," I began. "And when he gets quite well, you'll send him back to her direct with your love, and she'll give you some pretty fortailed goldfish," said Mrs. Godfrey, rising. "That's all settled. Car, please. were going to Brighton to lunch together. They ran before I could get into my stride, so I told the dog Harvey what I thought of them, and his mistress. He never shifted his position, but stared at me an intense lopsided stare. After Malachi came along when he had seen his sister off, and from a distance counseled me to drown the brute and consort with gentlemen again, but the dog Harvey never even cocked his cockable ear. And so it continued as long as he was with me. Where I sat he sat, and stared. Where I walked he walked, beside head stiffly slewed over one shoulder, in single-barreled contemplation of me. He never gave tongue, never closed in for a caress, seldom let me stir a step alone. And to my amazement Malachi, who suffered no stranger to live within our gates, saw this gaunt, growing, green-eyed devil wipe him out of my service and company without a whimper. Indeed, one would have said the situation interested him, for he would meet us returning from grim walks together, and look alternately at Harvey and at me with the same quivering interest that he showed at the mouth of a rat-hole. Outside these inspections, Malachi withdrew himself as only a dog or a woman can. Miss Sitchliff came over after a few days. Luckily, I was out with some elaborate story of paying calls in the neighborhood. She sent me a note of thanks. Next day I was reading it when Harvey and Malachi entered and disposed themselves as usual. Harvey close up to stare at me, Malachi half under the sofa watching us both out of curiosity. I returned Harvey's stare, then pulled his lopsided head onto my knee and took his eye for several minutes. Now in Malachi's eye I can see at any hour all that there is of the normal decent dog flecked here and there with that strained half-soul which man's love and association have added to his nature. But with Harvey the eye was perplexed, as a tortured man's. Only by looking far into its deeps could one make out the spirit of the proper animal beclouded and cowering beneath some unfair burden. Legat, my chauffeur, came in for orders. How do you think Harvey's coming on? I said, as I rubbed the brute's gulping neck. The vet had warned me of the possibilities of spinal trouble following distemper. He ain't my fancy, was the reply, but I don't question his comings and goings so long as I haven't to sit alone in a room with him. Why, he's as meek as Moses, I said. He fair gives me the creeps, p'raps hell go out in fits. But Harvey, as I wrote, his mistress from time to time throve, and when he grew better would play by himself grisly games of spying, walking up, hailing, and chasing another dog. From these he would break off of a sudden and return to his normal stiff gait with the air of one who had forgotten some matter of life and death which could be reached only by staring at me. I left him one evening posturing with the unseen on the lawn, and went inside to finish some letters for the post. I must have been at work nearly an hour, for I was going to turn on the lights, when I felt there was somebody in the room whom the short hairs at the back of my neck warned me I was not in the least anxious to face. There was a mirror on the wall. As I lifted my eyes to it, I saw the dog Harvey reflected near the shadow by the closed door. He had reared himself full length on his hind legs, his head a little one side to clear a sofa between us, and he was looking at me. The face with its knitted brows and drawn lips was the face of a dog, but the look, for the fraction of time that I caught it, was human, wholly and horribly human. When the blood in my body went forward again, he had dropped to the floor and was merely studying me in his usual one-eyed fashion. Next day I returned him to Miss Sitchliff. I would not have kept him another day for the wealth of Asia or even Ella Godfrey's approval. Miss Sitchliff's house I discovered to be a mid-Victorian mansion of peculiar villainy, even for its period, surrounded by gardens of conflicting colors, all dazzling with glass and fresh paint on ironwork, striped blinds, for it was a blazing autumn morning, covered most of the windows, and a voice sang to the piano an almost forgotten song of Jean Ingello's. Methought that the stars were blinking bright, and the old brig's sails unfurled. Down came the loud pedal, and the unrestrained cry swelled out across a bed of tritomas, consuming in their own fires. When I said, I will sail to my love this night, on the other side of the world. I have no music, but the voice drew. I waited till the end. O maid most dear, I am not here. I have no place apart, no dwelling more on sea or shore, but only in thy heart. It seemed to me a poor life that had no more than that to do at 11 o'clock of a Tuesday forenoon, Then Miss Sitchliff suddenly lumbered through a French window in clumsy haste, her brows contracted against the light. "Well," she said, delivering the word like a spur thrust, with the full weight of a body behind it. "I've brought Harvey back at last," I replied. "Here he is." But it was at me she looked, not at the dog, who had cast himself at her feet, looked, as though she would have fished my soul out of my breast on the instant. "What did you think of him? What did you make of him?" she panted. I was too taken aback for the moment to reply. Her voice broke as she stooped to the dog at her knees. "Oh, Harvey, Harvey, you utterly worthless old devil," she cried. And the dog cringed and abased himself in servility that one could scarcely bear to look upon. I made to go. "Oh, but please you mustn't," she tugged at the car's side. "Wouldn't you like some flowers or some orchids? We've really splendid orchids." Ange clasped her hands. "There are Japanese goldfish, real Japanese goldfish, with 4 tails. If you don't care for 'em, perhaps your friends or somebody." "Oh, please." Harvey had recovered himself, and I realized that this woman beyond the decencies was fawning on me as the dog had fawned on her. "Certainly," I said, ashamed to meet her eye. "I am lunching at Middleham, but—" "There's plenty of time," she entreated. "What do you think of Harvey?" "He's a queer beast," I said, getting out. "He does nothing but stare at me." "Does he stare at you all the time he's with you?" "Always. He's doing it now. Look." We had halted. Harvey had sat down and was staring from one to the other with a weaving motion of the head. "He'll do that all day," I said. "What is it, Harvey?" "Yes, what is it, Harvey?" she echoed. The dog's throat twitched, his body stiffened and shook as though he were going to have a fit. Then he came back with a visible wrench to his unwinking watch. "Always so," she whispered. "Always," I replied, and told her something of his life with me. She nodded once or twice, and in the end led me into the house. There were unaging pitchpine doors of Gothic design. In it there were inlaid marble mantelpieces and cut-steel fenders. There were stupendous wallpapers, and octagonal medallioned Wedgwood whatnots, and black and gilt Austrian images holding candelabra, with every other refinement that art had achieved or wealth had bought between 1851 and 1878, and everything reeked of varnish. Now she opened a baize door and pointed down a long corridor flanked with more Gothic doors. "This was where we used Toto patch 'em up. You've heard of us. Mrs. Godfrey told you in the garden the day I got Harvey given me." Ish drew in her breath. "I live here by myself, and I have a very large income. Come back, Harvey." He had tiptoed down the corridor as rigid as ever, and was sitting outside one of the shut doors. "Look here," she said, and planted herself squarely in front of me. "I tell you this because you've patched up Harvey too now. I want you to remember that my name is Mora. Mother calls me Marjorie because it's more refined, but my real name is Mora, and I am in my 31st year." "Very good," I said. "Ill remember all that." "Thank you." Then, with a sudden swoop into the humility of an abashed boy, "Sorry if I haven't said the proper things. You see, there's Harvey looking at us again. Oh, I want to say, if ever you want anything in the way of orchids or goldfish or anything else that would be useful to you, you've only to come to me for it. Under the will I am perfectly independent, and we're a long-lived family. Worse luck." She looked at me, and her face worked like glass behind driven flame. "I may reasonably expect to live another 50 years, she said. "Thank you, Miss Sitchliff," I replied. "If I want anything, you may be sure it'll come to you for it." She nodded. "Now I must get over to Middleham," I said. "Mr. Atli will ask you all about this." For the first time she laughed aloud. "I'm afraid I frightened him nearly out of the county. I didn't think, of course, but I dare say he knows by this time he was wrong. Say goodbye to Harvey." "Goodbye, old man," I said. "Give me a farewell stare, so we shall know each other when we meet again." The dog looked up, then moved slowly toward me and stood head bowed to the floor, shaking in every muscle as I patted him, and when I turned I saw him crawl back to her feet. That was not a good preparation for the rampant Boyangel-dominated lunch at Middleham, which as usual I found in possession of everybody except the owner. "But what did the dromedary say when you brought her beast back?" Atli demanded. "The usual polite things," I replied. "I am posing as the nice doggy friend nowadays." I don't envy you, she's never darkened my doors, thank goodness. Since I left Harvey at your place, I suppose she'll run about the county now, swearing you cured him. That's a woman's idea of gratitude. Atli seemed rather hurt, and Mrs. Godfrey laughed. That proves you were right about Miss Sitchliff, Ella. I said she had no designs on anybody. I am always right in these matters, but didn't she even offer you a goldfish? Not a thing, said Roman. One, you know what an old maid's like, where her precious dog's concerned. And though I have tried vainly to lie to Ella Godfrey for many years, I believe that in this case I succeeded. When I turned into our drive that evening, Leggett observed half aloud, I am glad Zivengali's back, where he belongs. It's time our Mike had a look in. Sure enough, there was Malachi back again in spirit as well as flesh, but still with that odd air of expectation he had picked up from Harvey. It was in January that Atli wrote me that Mrs. Godfrey, wintering in Madeira with Millie, her unmarried daughter, had been attacked with something like enteric, that the hotel, anxious for its good name, had thrust them both out into a cottage annex, that he was off with a nurse, and that I was not to leave England till I heard from him again in a week. He wired that Millie was down as well, and that I must bring out 2 more nurses with suitable delicacies. Within 17 hours, I had got them all aboard the Cape boat, and had seen the women safely collapsed into seasickness. The next few weeks were for me, as for the invalids, a low delirium clouded with fantastic memories of Portuguese officials, trying to tax Calvisfoot jelly voluble doctors, insisting that true typhoid was unknown in the island, nurses who had to be exercised taken out of themselves, and returned on the tick of change of guard night slides down glassy cobbled streets, smelling of sewage and flowers between walls whose every stone and patchet lie, and I knew vigils in stucco verandas, watching the curve and descent of great stars, or drawing auguries from the break of dawn, insane interludes of gambling at the local casino, where we won heaps of unconsoling silver blasts of steamers, arriving and departing in the roads, help offered by total strangers, grabbed at or thrust aside the long nightmare, crumbling back into sanity one forenoon under a vine-covered trellis, where Atli sat hugging a nurse, while the others danced a noiseless, neat-footed breakdown never learned at the Middlesex Hospital. At last, as the tension came out all over us in aches and tingles, that we put down to the country wine. A vision of Mrs. Godfrey, her grey hair turned to spunglass, but her eyes triumphant over the shadow of retreating death beneath them, with Millie enormously grown and clutching life back to her young breast, both stretched out on cane chairs, clamoring for food. In this ungirt hour, there imported himself into our life a youngish-looking middle-aged man of the name of Shend, with a blurred face and deprecating eyes. He said he had gambled with me at the casino, which was no recommendation, and I remember that he twice gave me a basket of champagne and liqueur. Brandy for the invalids, which a sailor in a red-tasseled cap carried up to the cottage for me at 3 a Roman 1000. He turned out to be the son of some merchant prince in the oil and color line, and the owner of a 400-ton steam yacht into which, at his gentle insistence, we later shifted our camp staff. An equipage. Millie weeping with delight to escape from the horrible cottage. There we lay off Funchal for weeks, while Shend did miracles of luxury and attendance through deputies, and never once asked how his guests were enjoying themselves. Indeed, for several days at a time, we would see nothing of him. He was, he said, subject to malaria, giving as they do with both hands. I knew that Atli and Mrs. Godfrey could take nobly, but I never met a man who so nobly gave, and so nobly received thanks, as Shend. Roman 999. Tell us why you have been so unbelievably kind to us gypsies, Mrs. Godfrey said to him one day on deck. He looked up from a diagram of some Thamesmouth shoals, which he was explaining to me, and answered with his gentle smile, I will. It's because it makes me happy. It makes me more than happy to be with you. It makes me comfortable. You know how selfish men are. If a man feels comfortable all over with certain people, hell bore them to death. Just like a dog, you always make me feel as if pleasant things were going to happen to me. Haven't any ever happened before? Millie asked. This is the most pleasant thing that has happened to me in ever so many years, he replied. I feel like the man in the Bible. It's good for me to be here generally. I don't feel that it's good for me to be anywhere in particular then, as one begging a favor. Yowl, let me come home with you in the same boat. I mean, it'd take you back in this thing of mine, and that would save you packing your trunks. But she's too lively for spring work across the bay. We booked our berths, and when the time came, he wafted us and ours aboard the Southampton mailboat with the pomp of plenipotentiaries and the precision of the Navy. Then he dismissed his yacht and became an inconspicuous passenger in a cabin opposite to mine on the port side. We ran at once into early British spring, weather followed by sou'west gales. Mrs. Godfrey Millie and the nurses disappeared at lie, stood it out visibly yellowing till the next meal, and followed suit and shend, and I had the little table all to ourselves. I found him even more attractive when the women were away. The natural sweetness of the man, his voice and bearing all fascinated me, and his knowledge of practical seamanship. He held an extra master's certificate. Was a real joy. We sat long in the empty saloon, and longer in the smoking room, making dashes downstairs over slippery decks at the 11th hour. It was on Friday night, just as I was going to bed, that he came into my cabin after cleaning his teeth, which he did half a dozen times a day. I say, he began hurriedly, do you mind if I come in here for a little? I am a bit edgy. I must have shown surprise. I am ever so much better about liquor than I used to be. It's the whiskey in the suitcase that throws me. For God's sake, old man, don't go back on me tonight. Look at my hands. They were fairly jumping at the wrists. He sat down on a trunk that had slid out with the roll. We had reduced speed and were surging in confused seas that pounded on the black port glasses. The night promised to be a pleasant one. You understand, of course, don't you? He chattered. Oh yes, I said cheerily, but how about? No, on no account. The doctor tell the whole ship. Besides, I've only got a touch of M. You'd never have guessed it, would you? The toothwash does the trick. I'll give you the prescription. I'll send a note to the doctor for a prescription, shall I suggested. Right, I put myself unreservedly in your hands. Fact is, I always Roman 999, I said to myself. Sure, I don't bore you. Minute I saw you, I said, thou art the man. He repeated the phrase as he picked at his knees. All the same, you can take it from me that the ULM business is a rotten bad one. I don't care how unfaithful the shepherd may be, drunk or sober. 'Tisn't cricket. A surge of the trunk threw him across the cabin. As the steward answered my bell, I wrote my requisition to the doctor, while Shend was struggling to his feet. What's wrong? He began. Oh, I know, we're slowing for soundings off. Ushant, it's about time too. You'd better ship the deadlights when you come back. Match'em, it'll save you waking us later. This sea's going to get up. When the tide turns, that'll show you, he said, as the man left, that I am to be trusted. You'll stop me if I say anything I shouldn't want you. Talk away, I replied, if it makes you feel better. That's it, you've hit it exactly. You always make me feel better. I can rely on you. It's awkward soundings, but you'll see me through it. Well, defeat him, yet I may be an utterly worthless devil, but I'm not a brawler. I told him so at breakfast. I said, Doctor, I detest brawling, but if ever you allow that girl to be insulted again, as Clements insulted her, I will break your neck with my own hands. You think I was right? Absolutely, I agreed. Then we needn't discuss the matter any further. That man was a murderer in intention outside the law, you understand. As it was then, they've changed it since, but he never deceived me. I told him so. I said to him at the time, I don't know what price you're going to put on my head, but if ever you allow Clements to insult her again, you'll never live to claim it. And what did he do? I asked, to carry on the conversation, for Matcham entered with the bromide. Oh, crumpled up at once. Lead, still going, Matcham? I haven't eared, said that faithful servant of the Union Castle Company. Quite right, never alarm. The passengers shipped the deadlight. Will you? Matcham shipped it, for we were rolling very heavily. There were tramplings and gull-like cries from on deck. Shend looked at me with a mariner's eye. That's nothing, he said, protectingly. Oh, it's all right for you, I said, jumping at the idea. I haven't an extra master's certificate. I am only a passenger. I confess it funks me. Instantly, his whole bearing changed to answer the appeal. My dear fellow, it's as simple as houses were hunting for 6 to 5 fathom water. Anything short of 60, with a sou'west wind means, but I'll get my channel pilot out of my cabin and give you the general idea. I'm only too grateful to do anything to put your mind at ease. And so perhaps for another hour, declined the drink channel pilot in hand, he navigated us round Ushant, and at my request, up channel to Southampton Light, by light with explanations and reminiscences, I professed myself soothed at last, and suggested bed. In a second said, he now you wouldn't think would yow, glanced off the book toward my wildly swaying dressing gown on the door that I've been seeing things for the last half fact, is I am just on the edge of skating on thin ice round the corner northeast, as near as nothingwhere that dog's looking at me. What's the dog like? I asked. Ah, that is comforting of you. Most men walk through to show me they aren't real, as if I didn't know, but you're a different anybody, could see that. With half an eye he stiffened, and pointed damn it all the dog sees it too, with half and why he knows you perfectly die you know him. How can I tell if he isn't real? I insisted. But you can you're all right, I saw that from the first. Don't go back on me now, or I shall go to pieces like the Drummond Castle. I beg your pardon, old man. But you see you do know the dog ill prove it. What's that dog doing? Come on, you know. A tremor shook him, and he put his hand on my knee, and whispered with great meaning, ill letter, or have it with you there you begin. As said I to humor him, for a dog would most likely be standing or sitting, or maybe scratching or sniffling or staring. Q, he went on, and I could feel the heat of his shaking hand. You said Roman 1, there was no other letter possible, but I was shaking too. Roman 1. Ting, he ran out there, that proves it. I knew you knew him. You don't know what a relief that is between ourselves, old man. He's been turning up lately, damn sight more often than I cared for. And a squinting doga dog that squints, I mean, that's a bit too much, what he gulped and half rose, and I thought that the full tide of delirium would be on him in another sentence. Not a bit of it, I said, as a last chance with my hand over the bell push. Why, you've just proved that I know him, so there are two of us in the game anyhow. By Jove, that is an idea, of course. There are, I knew you'd see me through, well, defeat them. Yet hi pup, he's gone, absolutely disappeared. He sighed with relief, and I caught the lucky moment. Good business, I expect. He only came to have a look at me. I said, now get this drink down and turn in to the lower bunk. He obeyed, protesting that he could not inconvenience me, and in the midst of apologies sank into a dead sleep. I expected a wakeful night, having a certain amount to think over, but no sooner had I scrambled into the top bunk than sleep came on me like a wave from the other side of the world. In the morning, there were apologies, which we got over at breakfast, before our party were about. I suppose after this, well, I don't blame you. I am rather a lonely chap, though his eyes lifted dog-like across the table. Shend, I replied, I am not running a Sunday school. You're coming home with me in my car as soon as we land. That is kind of yowkender than you think. That's because you're a little jumpy still now. I don't want to mix up in your private affairs. But I'd like you to, he interrupted. Then would you mind telling me the Christian name of a girl who was insulted by a man called Clements? Mora, he whispered, and just then Mrs. Godfrey and Milly came to table with their shore-going hats on. We did not tie up till noon, but the faithful legate had intrigued his way down to the dock edge, and beside him sat Malachi wearing his collar of gold, or legate, makes it look so as eloquent as Demosthenes. Shend flinched a little when he saw him. We packed Mrs. Godfrey and Milly into it. Lies Carthy were going with him to Middleham, of course, and drew clear across the railway lines to find England all lit and perfumed for spring. Shend sighed with happiness. Do you know, he said, if you'd chucked me, I should have gone down to my cabin after breakfast and cut my throat, and know it's like a dreamer, good dream, you know. We lunched with the other three at Romsey. Then I sat in front for a little while to talk to my Malachi. When I looked back, Shend was solidly asleep, and stayed so for the next 2 hours, while Legate chased at Lie's fat Daimler along the green-speckled hedges. He woke up when we said goodbye at Middleham, with promises to meet again very soon. And I hope, said Mrs. Godfrey, that everything pleasant will happen to you. Heaps and heaps all at once, cried long weak Milly, waving her wet handkerchief. I've just got to look in at a house near here for a minute to inquire about a dog, I said, and then we will go home. I used to know this part of the world, he replied, and said no more till Leggett shot past the lodge at the Sitchliffe gate. Then I heard him gasp. Miss Sitchliffe, in a green waterproof, an orange jersey, and a pinkish leather hat, was working on a bullboarder. She straightened herself as the car stopped, and breathed hard. Shend got out and walked towards her. They shook hands, turned round together, and went into the house. Then the dog Harvey pranced out. Corkily from under the lee of a bench, Malachi, with one joyous swoop, fell on him as an enemy, and an equal Harvey, for his part, freed from all burden whatsoever, except the obvious duty of a mandog, on his own ground, met Malachi without reserve or remorse, and with 6 months' additional growth to come and go on. "Don't check, Em," cried Leggett, dancing round the flurry. "They've both been saving up for each other all this time. It'll do Em worlds of good." "Leggett," I said, "will you take Mr. Shen's bag and suitcase up to the house and put them down just inside the door? Then we will go on." So I enjoyed the finish alone. It was a dead heat, and they licked each other's jaws in amity, till Harvey, one imploring eye on me, leaped into the front seat, and Malachi backed his appeal. It was theft, but I took him, and we talked all the way home of our rats and our rabbits and bones and baths, and the other basic facts of life. That evening after dinner, they slept before the fire with their warm chins across the hollows of my anclesto, each chin an anklet, till I kicked them upstairs to bed. I was not at Middleham when she came over to announce her engagement, but I heard of it when Mrs. Godfrey and Atli came 40 miles an hour over to me, and Mrs. Godfrey called me names of the worst for suppression of information. "As long as it wasn't me, I don't care," said Atli. "I believe you knew it all along," Mrs. Godfrey repeated. "Else, what made you drive that man," literally, into her arms? "To ask after the dog Harvey," I replied. "Then what's the beast doing here?" Atli demanded. For Malachi and the dog Harvey were deep in a council of the family with Bettina, who was being out-argued. "Oh, Harvey seemed to think himself de trop where he was," I said, "and she hasn't sent after him. You'd better save Bettina before they kill her." "There's been enough lying about that dog," said Mrs. Godfrey to me. "If he wasn't born in lies, he was baptized in M. Do you know why she called him Harvey? It only occurred to me in those dreadful days when I was ill, and one can't keep from thinking, and thinks everything. Do you know your Boswell? What did Johnson say about Hervey with an E?" "Oh, that's it, is it?" I cried incautiously. That was why I ought to have verified my quotations. The spelling defeated me. "Wait a moment, and it will come back. Johnson said he was a vicious man," I began. "But very kind to me," Mrs. Godfrey prompted. "Then both together. If you call a dog Hervey, I shall love him." "So you were mixed up in it. At any rate, you had your suspicions from the first. Tell me," she said. "Ella," I said, "I don't know anything rational or reasonable about any of it. It was all woman work, and it scared me horribly." "Why?" she asked. "That was 6 years ago. I have written this tale to let her know wherever she may be. The comforters, until thy feet have trod the road. Advise not wayside folk, nor till thy back has borne the load. Break in upon the broke. Chase not with undesired largesse of sympathy the heart, which knowing her own bitterness, presumes to dwell apart. Employ not that glad hand to raise the God-forgotten head to heaven and all the neighbors' gaze. Cover thy mouth instead, the quivering chin, the bitten lip, the cold and sweating brow. Later may yearn for fellowship. Not now, you ass, not now. Time not thy near, so timely speech. Life not thy views thereon. Shall furnish or deny to each his consolation, or if impelled to interfere, exhort, uplift, advise. Lend not a base, betraying ear to all the victim's cries. Only the Lord can understand, when those first pangs begin, how much is reflex action, and how much is really sin. E'en from good words thyself refrain, and tremblingly admit there is no anodyne for pain. accept the shock of it. So when thine own dark hour shall fall, unchallenged canst thou say, I never worried you at all. For God's sake, go away. The village that voted the earth was flat. Our drive till then had been quite a success. The other men in the car were my friend Woodhouse, young Olliott, a distant connection of his and Pallant. The Roman 1000 P. Woodhouse's business was the treatment and cure of sick journals. He knew by instinct the precise moment in a newspaper's life when the impetus of past good management is exhausted and it fetches up on the dead center between slow and expensive collapse and the new start which can be given by gold injection. San genius. He was wisely ignorant of journalism, but when he stooped on a carcase, there was sure to be meat. He had that week added a half-dead halfpenny evening paper to his collection, which consisted of a prosperous London daily, one provincial ditto, and a limp-bodied weekly of commercial leanings. He had also that very hour planted me with a large block of the evening paper's common shares, and was explaining the whole art of editorship to Olliott, a young man 3 years from Oxford with quarantine-colored hair, and a face harshly modeled by harsh experiences, who I understood was assisting in the new venture. Pallant, the long-wrinkled Roman 1000 P, whose voice is more like a crane's than a peacock's, took no shares, but gave us all advice. Y'all find it rather a knacker's yard. Woodhouse was saying, yes, I know they call me the knacker, but it will pay inside a year. All my papers do. I've only one motto: back your luck and back your staff. It'll come out all right. Then the car stopped, and a policeman asked our names and addresses for exceeding the speed limit. We pointed out that the road ran absolutely straight for half a mile ahead, without even a side lane. That's just what we depend on, said the policeman unpleasantly. The usual swindle, said Woodhouse under his breath. What's the name of this place? Huckley, said the policeman. Huckley, and wrote something in his notebook, at which young Olliott protested. A large red man on a grey horse, who had been watching us from the other side of the hedge, shouted an order we could not catch. The policeman laid his hand on the rim of the right driving door. Woodhouse carries his spare tires aft, and it closed on the button of the electric horn. The grey horse at once bolted, and we could hear the rider swearing all across the landscape. Damn it, man, you've got your silly fist on it. Take it off, Woodhouse shouted. Ho, said the constable, looking carefully at his fingers, as though we had trapped them. That won't do you any good either. And he wrote once more in his notebook before he allowed us to go. This was Woodhouse's first brush with motor law, and since I expected no ill consequences to myself, I pointed out that it was very serious. I took the same view myself, when in due time I found that I too was summoned on charges ranging from the use of obscene language to endangering traffic. Judgment was done in a little Paleolo market town with a small Jubilee clock tower and a large corn exchange. Woodhouse drove us there in his car. Pallant, who had not been included in the summons, came with us as moral support. While we waited outside, the fat man on the grey horse rode up and entered into loud talk with his brother magistrates. He said to one of them, "For I took the trouble to note it down. It falls away from my lodge gates dead straight 3/4 of a mile. Id defy anyone to resist it. We rooked £70 out of him last month. No car can resist the temptation. You ought to have one your side, the county Mike. They simply can't resist it." Hugh, said Woodhouse, "we're in for trouble. Don't you say a word or Olliott either ill pay the fines, and well get it over as soon as possible. Where's Pallant?" "At the back of the court, somewhere," said Olliott. "I saw him slip in just now." The fat man then took his seat on the bench of which he was chairman, and I gathered from a bystander that his name was Sir Thomas Ingelbart, Roman 1000 P. of Ingel Park. Huckley, he began with an allocution pitched in a tone that would have justified revolt throughout empire's evidence, when the crowded little court did not drown it with applause, was given in the pauses of the address. They were all very proud of their Sir Thomas, and looked from him to us wondering why we did not applaud too. Taking its time from the chairman, the bench rollicked with us for 17 minutes. Sir Thomas explained that he was sick and tired of processions of cads of our type, who would be better employed breaking stones on the road than in frightening horses worth more than themselves or their ancestors. This was after it had been proved that Woodhouse's man had turned on the horn purposely to annoy Sir Thomas, who happened to be riding by there were other remarks too primitive. Enough, but it was the unspeakable brutality of the tone, even more than the quality of the justice, or the laughter of the audience that stung our souls out of all reason, when we were dismissed to the tune of £23, 12 shillings and sixpence. You waited for Pallant to join us, while we listened to the next case on of driving without a license. Elliot, with an eye to his evening paper, had already taken very full notes of our own, but we did not wish to seem prejudiced. "It's all right," said the reporter of the local paper soothingly. "We never report Sir Thomas in extenso, only the fines and charges." "Oh, thank you," Elliot replied, and I heard him ask who everyone in court might be. The local reporter was very communicative. The new victim, a large flaxen-haired man in somewhat striking clothes, to which Sir Thomas, now thoroughly warmed, drew public attention, said that he had left his license at home. Sir Thomas asked him if he expected the police to go to his home address at Jerusalem to find it for him, and the court roared. Nor did Sir Thomas approve of the man's name, but insisted on calling him Mr. Masquerader. And every time he did so, all his people shouted. Evidently, this was their established auto-dafe. "He didn't summons me because I am in the house, I suppose. I think I shall have to ask a question," said Pallant, reappearing at the close of the case. "I think I shall have to give it a little publicity, too," said Woodhouse. "We can't have this kind of thing going on, you know." His face was set, and quite white. Pallant's, on the other hand, was black, and I know that my very stomach had turned with rage. Elliot was dumb. "Well, let's have lunch," Woodhouse said at last, "then we can get away before the show breaks up." We drew Elliot from the arms of the local reporter, crossed the market square to the Red Lion, and found Sir Thomas, Mr. Masquerader, just sitting down to beer, beef, and pickles. "Ah," said he, in a large voice, "companions in misfortune, won't you gentlemen join me?" "Delighted," said Woodhouse. "What did you get?" "I haven't decided. It might make a good turn, but th' public aren't educated up to it. Yet it's beyond if it wasn't, that red dub on the bench would be worth 50 a week." "Where?" said Woodhouse. The man looked at him with unaffected surprise. "At any one of my places," he replied, "but perhaps you live here." "Good heavens," cried young Elliot suddenly, "you are Masquerader? Then I thought you were Bat Masquerader." He let the words fall with the weight of an international ultimatum. "Yes, that's all I am, but you have the advantage of me, gentlemen." For the moment, while we were introducing ourselves, I was puzzled. Then I recalled prismatic music-hall posters. Of enormous acre that had been the unnoticed background of my visits to London. For years past, posters of men and women singers, jongleurs, impersonators, and audacities of every draped and undraped brand, all moved on and off in London and the provinces by Bat Masquerader, with the long wedge-tailed flourish following the final R. "I knew you at once," said Pallant, the trained Roman 1000p, and I promptly backed the lie. Woodhouse mumbled excuses. Bat Masquerader was not moved for or against us any more than the frontage of one of his own palaces. "I always tell my people there's a limit to the size of the lettering," he said. "Overdue that, and the retinad doesn't take it in advertising, is the most delicate of all the sciences. There's one man in the world who is going to get a little of it if I live for the next 24 hours, said Woodhouse, and explained how this would come about. Masquerader stared at him lengthily with gunmetal blue eyes. "You mean it?" he drawled. The voice was as magnetic as the look. "I do," said Elliot. "That business of the horn alone ought to have him off the bench in 3 months. Masquerader looked at him even longer than he had looked at Woodhouse. "He told me," he said suddenly, "that my home address was Jerusalem. You heard that?" "But it was the tone," Elliot cried. "You noticed that too, did you?" said Masquerader. "That's the artistic temperament. You can do a lot with it. And I am Bat Masquerader." He went on. He dropped his chin in his fists and scowled straight in front of him. "I made the silhouettes, I made the trefoil, and the Jocunda I made dull Benzagen." Here Elliot sat straight up, for in common with the youth of that year, he worshipped Miss Vidal Benzagen of the trefoil immensely and unreservedly. "Is the dressing gown or an ulster you're supposed to be wearing? You heard that, and I suppose you hadn't time to brush your hair either. You heard that, now you hear me." His voice filled the coffee room, then dropped to a whisper as dreadful as a surgeon's. Before an operation, he spoke for several minutes. Pallant muttered, "Hear, hear." I saw Elliot's eye flash. It Was to Olliott that Masquerier addressed himself. Chiefly and Woodhouse leaned forward with joined hands. "Are you with me?" he went on, gathering us all up in one sweep of the arm. "When I begin a thing I see it through, gentlemen. What bat can't break breaks him. But I haven't struck that thing yet. This is no one turn it down show. This is business to the dead finish. Are you with me, gentlemen? Good, now we'll pool our assets. One London morning and one provincial daily, didn't you say? One weekly commercial ditto and one Roman 1000p. Not much use, I am afraid." Pallant smirked. But privileged, he returned. "And we have also my little team: London, Blackburn, Liverpool, Leeds. I'll tell you about Manchester later, and me bat Masquerier." He breathed the name reverently into his tankard. "Gentlemen, when our combination has finished with Sir Thomas, in Gelbart, Roman 1000p, and everything else that is his Sodom and Gomorrah, will be a winsome bit of merry England beside him. I must go back to town now, but I trust you gentlemen will give me the pleasure of your company at dinner tonight, at the Chop Suey, red amber room, and well block out the scenario." He laid his hand on young Olliott's shoulder and added, "It's your brains I want." Then he left in a good deal of Astrakhan collar and nickel-plated limousine, and the place felt less crowded. We ordered our car a few minutes later as Woodhouse, Olliott, and I were getting in. Sir Thomas, in Gelbart, Roman 1000p, came out of the Hall of Justice across the square and mounted his horse. I have sometimes thought that if he had gone in silence, he might even then have been saved. But as he settled himself in the saddle, he caught sight of us and must needs shout, "Not off yet, you'd better get away, and you'd better be careful." At that moment Pallant, who had been buying picture postcards, came out of the inn, took Sir Thomas' eye, and very leisurely entered the car. It seemed to me that for one instant there was a shade of uneasiness on the baronet's grey-whiskered face. "I hope," said Woodhouse, after several miles, "I hope he's a widower." "Yes," said Pallant, "for his poor dear wife's sake I hope that very much indeed. I suppose he didn't see me in court. Oh, here's the parish history of Huckley written by the rector, and here's your share of the picture postcards. Are we all dining with this Mr. Masquerier tonight?" "Yes," said we all. If Woodhouse knew nothing of journalism, young Olliott, who had graduated in a hard school, knew a good deal. Our halfpenny evening paper, which we will call the Bun to distinguish her from her prosperous morning sister. The cake was not only diseased, but corrupt. We found this out when a man brought us the prospectus of a new oil field and demanded subleaders on its prosperity. Olliott talked pure Brasenose to him for 3 minutes, otherwise he spoke and wrote trade English, a toothsome amalgam of Americanisms and epigrams. But though the slang changes, the game never alters, and Olliott and I, and in the end some others, enjoyed it immensely. It was weeks ere we could see the wood for the trees. But so soon as the staff realized that they had proprietors who backed them, right or wrong, and specially when they were wrong, which is the sole secret of journalism, and that their fate did not hang on any passing owner's passing mood, they did miracles. But we did not neglect Huckley. As Olliott said, our first care was to create an arresting atmosphere round it. He used to visit the village of weekends on a motor bicycle with a sidecar, for which reason I left the actual place alone and dealt with it in the abstract. Yet it was I who drew first blood. 2 inhabitants of Huckley wrote to contradict a small, quite solid paragraph in the Bun that Hoopo had been seen at Huckley and had of course been shot by the local sportsmen. There was some heat in their letters, both of which we published. Our version of how the Hoopo got his crest from King Solomon was, I grieve to say, so inaccurate that the rector himself, no sportsman, as he pointed out, but a lover of accuracy, wrote to us to correct it. We gave his letter good space and thanked him. "This priest is going to be useful," said Olliott. "He has the impartial mind. I shall vitalize him." Forthwith he created Roman 1000 Roman 50 Sigden, a recluse of refined tastes, who in the Bun demanded to know whether this Hucklyoth Hoopo was the Hugley of his boyhood, and whether by any chance the fell change of name had been wrought by collusion between a local magnate and the railway in the mistaken interests of spurious refinement. For I knew it, and loved it, with the maidens of my day. Hugh ob Anguloas. Hugley wrote Roman 1000 Roman 50 Sigden from Oxf. Though other papers scoffed, the Bun was gravely sympathetic. Several people wrote to deny that Huckley had been changed at birth. Only the rector, no philosopher, as he pointed out, but a lover of accuracy, had his doubts, which he laid publicly before Mr. Roman 1000 Roman 50 Sigden, who suggested through the Bun that the little place might have begun life in. Anglo-Saxon days as Hogslear, or among the Normans as Argel on account of its much clay, the rector had his own ideas too. He said it was mostly gravel. And Roman 1000 Roman 50, Sigden had a fund of reminiscences, oddly enough, which is seldom the case with free reading matter subscribers, rather relished the correspondence and contemporaries quoted freely. The secret of power, said Eliot, is not the big stick, it's the liftable stick. This means the arresting quotation of 6 or 7 lines. Did you see the spec had a middle on rural tenacities last week? That was all Huckley. I am doing a Mabiquity on Huckley next week. Our Mabiquities were Friday evening accounts of easy motorbike sidecar trips round London, illustrated. We could never get that machine to work properly by smudgy maps. Eliot wrote the stuff with a fervor and a delicacy which I always ascribed to the sidecar. His account of Epping Forest, for instance, was simply young love with its soul at its lips, but his Huckley Mabiquity would have sickened a soapboiler. It chemically combined loathsome familiarity, leering suggestions, slimy piety, and rancid social service in one fuming compost that fairly lifted me off my feet. Yes, said he after compliments, it's the most vital, arresting, and dynamic bit of tump I've done up to date, non nobis gloria. I met Sir Thomas Ingell in his own park. He talked to me again, he inspired most of it. Which the glutinous native drawl, or the neglected adenoids of the village children? I demanded. Oh no, that's only to bring in the panel doctor. It's the last flight we am proudest of. This dealt with the crepuscular penumbra spreading her dim limbs over the boskage, with jolly rabbits, with a herd of gravid polled Angus, and with the arresting gypsy-like face of their swart scholarly owners, well known at the Royal Agricultural Shows as that of our late King Emperor. Swart is good, and so's gravid, said I, but the panel doctor will be annoyed about the adenoids. Not half as much as Sir Thomas will about his face, said Eliot, and if you only knew what I've left out. He was right. The panel doctor spent his weekend. This is the advantage of Friday articles in overwhelming us with a professional counterblast of no interest whatever to our subscribers. We told him so, and he then and there battered his way with it into the Lancet, where they are keen on glands, and forgot us altogether. But Sir Thomas Ingell was of sterner stuff. He must have spent a happy weekend too. The letter, which we received from him on Monday, proved him to be a kinless loon of upright life, for no woman, however remotely interested in a man, would have let it pass the home wastepaper basket. He objected to our references to his own herd, to his own labors in his own village, which he said was a model village, and to our infernal insolence, but he objected most to our invoice of his features. We wrote him courteously to ask whether the letter was meant for publication. He, remembering, I presume, the Duke of Wellington, wrote back, publish, and be damned. Oh, this is too easy, Eliot said, as he began heading the letter. Stop a minute, I said, the game is getting a little beyond us. Tonight's the Bat dinner. I may have forgotten to tell you that our dinner with Bat Masquerier in the red amber room of the Chop Suey had come to be a weekly affair. Hold it over till they've all seen it. Perhaps you're right, he said, you might waste it. At dinner then, Sir Thomas' letter was handed round. Bat seemed to be thinking of other matters, but Pallant was very interested. I've got an idea, he said presently. Could you put something into the bun tomorrow about foot-and-mouth disease in that fellow's herd? Oh, plague if you like, Eliot replied. There are only 5 measly shorthorns. I saw one lying down in the park. Shall serve as a substratum of fact. Then do that, and hold the letter over meanwhile. I think I come in here, said Pallant. Why, said Roman 1, because there's something coming up in the house about foot-and-mouth, and because he wrote me a letter after that little affair, when he find you took 10 days to think it over. Here you are, said Pallant. House of Commons paper, you see. We read. Dear Pallant, although in the past our paths have not lain much together, I am sure you will agree with me that on the floor of the House all members are on a footing of equality. I make bold, therefore, to approach you in a matter which I think capable of a very different interpretation from that which perhaps was put upon it by your friends. Will you let them know that that was the case, and that I was in no way swayed by animus in the exercise of my magisterial duties, which, as you, as a brother magistrate, can imagine, are frequently very distasteful to yours, very sincerely. T. and Gel. So I have seen to it that the motor vigilance to which your friends took exception has been considerably relaxed in my district. What did you answer, said Olliott, when all our opinions had been expressed? I told him I couldn't do anything in the matter, and I couldn't then, but you'll remember to put in that foot-and-mouth paragraph. I want something to work upon. It seems to me the bun has done all the work up to date, I suggested. When does the cake come in? The cake, said Woodhouse, and I remembered afterwards that he spoke like a cabinet minister on the eve of a budget reserves to itself the fullest right to deal with situations as they arise. Yebat Masquerier shook himself out of his thoughts. Situations as they arise, I ain't idle either, but there's no use fishing till the swim's baited. Youch turned to Olliett. Manufacture very good ground bait. I always tell my people what the deuce is that. There was a burst of song from another private dining room across the landing. It eased some ladies from the trefoil. The waiter began. Oh, I know that. What are they singing, though? He rose and went out to be greeted by shouts of applause from that merry company. Then there was silence, such as one hears in the form-room after a master's entry. Then a voice that we loved began again. Here we go gathering nuts in May, nuts in May, nuts in May. It's only Dalland some nuts, he explained. When he returned, she says, she's coming in to dessert. He sat down humming the old tune to himself. Until Miss Vidal Benzane entered, he held us speechless with tales of the artistic temperament. We obeyed Pallant to the extent of slipping into the bun a wary paragraph about cows lying down and dripping at the mouth, which might be read either as an unkind libel or in the hands of a capable lawyer as a piece of faithful nature-study. And besides, said Olliott, we allude to gravid polled Angus. I am advised that no action can lie in respect of virgin shorthorns. Pallant wants us to come to the house tonight. He's got us places for the strangers' gallery. I am beginning to like Pallant. Masquerier seems to like you, I said. Yes, but I'm afraid of him, Olliott answered with perfect sincerity. I am the absolutely amoral soul. I've never met one yet. We went to the house together. It happened to be an Irish afternoon, and as soon as I had got the cries and the faces a little sorted out, I gathered there were grievances in the air, but how many of them was beyond me. It's all right, said Olliott of the trained ear. They've shut their ports against yes export of Irish cattle foot-and-mouth disease at Ballyhellion. I see Pallant's idea. The house was certainly all mouth for the moment, but as I could feel quite in earnest, a minister with a piece of typewritten paper seemed to be fending off volleys of insults. He reminded me somehow of a nervous huntsman breaking up a fox in the face of rabid hounds. It's question time, they're asking questions, said Olliott. Look Pallant's up. There was no mistaking it. His voice, which his enemies said was his one parliamentary asset, silenced the hubbub, as toothache silences mere singing in the ears. He said, arising out of that, may I ask if any special consideration has recently been shown in regard to any suspected outbreak of this disease on this side of the Channel? He raised his hand. It held a noon edition of the Bun. We had thought it best to drop the paragraph out of the later ones. He would have continued, but something in a grey frock coat roared and bounded on a bench opposite and waved another bun. It was Sir Thomas in Gel. As the owner of the herd, so dastardly implicated, his voice was drowned in shouts of order. The Irish leading. What's wrong? I asked Olliott. He's got his hat on his head, hasn't he? Yes, but his wrath should have been put as a question. Arising out of that, Mr. Speaker, Sir Thomas bellowed through a lull, are you aware that all this is a conspiracy, part of a dastardly conspiracy to make Huckley ridiculausto, make us ridiculous, part of a deep-laid plot to make me ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, sir? The man's face showed almost black against his white whiskers, and he struck out swimmingly with his arms. His vehemence puzzled and held the House for an instant, and the Speaker took advantage of it to lift his pack from Ireland to a new scent. He addressed Sir Thomas in Gel in tones of measured rebuke, meant also, I imagine, for the whole House, which lowered its hackles at the word. Then Pallant, shocked and pained, I can only express my profound surprise that in response to my simple question, the honorable member should have thought fit to indulge in a personal attack if I have in any way offended. Again the speaker intervened, for it appeared that he regulated these matters. He too expressed surprise, and Sir Thomas sat back in a hush of reprobation that seemed to have the chill of the centuries behind it. The Empire's work was resumed. Beautiful, said I, and I felt hot and cold up my back. And now well, publish his letter, said Olliott. We did. On the heels of his carefully reported outburst, we made no comment, with that rare instinct for grasping the heart of a situation, which is the mark of the Anglo-Saxon. All our contemporaries, and I should say 2/3 of our correspondents, demanded how such a person could be made more ridiculous than he had already proved himself to be. But beyond spelling his name, Injli, we alone refused to hit a man when he was down. There's no need, said Olliott. The whole press is on the huckle from end to end. Even Woodhouse was a little astonished at the ease with which it had come about, and said as much. Rot, said Olliott. We haven't really begun. Huckley isn't news yet. What do you mean, said Woodhouse, who had grown to have great respect for his young, but by no means distant connection. Mean by the grace of God, Master Ridley, I mean to have it so that when Huckley turns over in its sleep Reuters and the Press Association jump out of bed to cable. Then he went off at score about certain restorations in Huckley Church, which he said and he seemed to spend his every weekend there had been perpetrated by the rector's predecessor, who had abolished a leper window or a squinch hole, whatever these may be, to institute a lavatory in the vestry. It did not strike me as stuff for which Reuters or the Press Association would lose much sleep, and I left him declaiming to Woodhouse about a 14th century font which he said he had unearthed in the sexton's toolshed. My methods were more on the lines of peaceful penetration. An odd copy in the Bunn's Rag and Bone Library of Hone's Everyday Book had revealed to me the existence of a village dance, founded like all village dances on druidical mysteries, connected with the solar solstice, which is always unchallengeable, and midsummer morning, which is dewy and refreshing to the London eye. For this I take no credit, Hone being a mine, anyone can work, but that I rechristened that dance, after I had revised it. The Gubby is my title to immortal fame. It was still to be witnessed, I wrote in all its poignant purity at Huckley, that last home of significant medieval survivals, and I fell so in love with my creation that I kept it back for days, enameling and burnishing. You'd better put it in, said Olliott. At last it's time. We asserted ourselves again. The other fellows are beginning to poach. You saw that thing in the Pinnacle about Sir Thomas Model Village. He must have got one of their chaps down to do it. Nothing like the wounds of a friend. I said that account of the non-alcoholic pub alone was. I liked the bit best about the white-toweled laundry, and the fallen virgins who wash Sir Thomas' dress shirts our side couldn't come within a mile of that. You know, we haven't the proper flair for sexual slobber. That's what I am always saying, I retorted. Leave 'em alone. The other fellows are doing our work for us. Now besides, I want to touch up my Gubby dance a little more. No, y'all spoil it. Let's shove it in today. For one thing, it's literature. I don't go in for compliments, as you know, but etc. etc. I had a healthy suspicion of young Olliott in every aspect, but though I knew that I should have to pay for it, I fell to his flattery, and my priceless article on the Gubby dance appeared next Saturday. He asked me to bring out the Bun in his absence, which I naturally assumed would be connected with the little maroon sidecar. I was wrong. On the following Monday, I glanced at the cake at breakfast time to make sure as usual of her inferiority to my beloved but unremunerative Bun. I opened on a heading: the village that voted the earth was flat. I read that the Geoplanarian Society, a society devoted to the proposition that the earth is flathead, held its annual banquet and exercises at Huckley on Saturday, when after convincing addresses amid scenes of the greatest enthusiasm, Huckley village had decided by an unanimous vote of 438 that the earth was flat. I do not remember that I breathed again till I had finished the 2 columns of description that followed. Only one man could have written them. They were flawless, crisp, nervous, austere. yet human, poignant, vital, arresting, most distinctly arresting, dynamic enough to shift a city, and quotable by whole sticks at a time. And there was a leader, a grave and poised leader, which tore me in two with mirth, until I remembered that I had been left out infamously and unjustifiably dropped. I went to Aliot's rooms. He was breakfasting, and to do him justice, looked conscience-stricken. "It wasn't my fault," he began. "It was Bat Masquerier. I swear I would have asked you to come if—" "Never mind that," I said. "It's the best bit of work you've ever done or will do. Did any of it happen?" "Happen, heavens, do you think even I could have invented it?" "Is it exclusive to the cake?" I cried. "It cost Bat Masquerier 2,000. Aliot replied. "Do you think he'd let anyone else in on that? But I give you my sacred word, I knew nothing about it till he asked me to come down and cover it." He had Huckley posted in 3 colors, the Geoplanarians' annual banquet, and exercises. Yes, he invented Geoplanarians. He wanted Huckley to think it meant aeroplanes. Yes, I know that. There is a real society that thinks the world's flat. They ought to be grateful for the lift, but Bat made his own. He created the whole show. I tell you, he swept out half his halls for the job. Think of that'n. A Saturday Theou went down in motor charabancs, 3 of Imone pink, 1 primrose, and 1 forget-me-not blue, 20 people in each one, and the earth is flat on each side and across the back. I went with Teddy Ricketts and Laffan from the Trefoil, and both the Silhouette sisters, and wait, a minuteth crosslig trio. You know, the everyday dramas trio at the Jocunda, Ada Crossalig, Bunt Crossalig, and little Victorine them, and there was Hoke Ramsden, the lightning change chap in Morgiana and Drexelland. There was Billy Turpin, yes, you know him. The North London star. I am the referee that got himself disliked at Blackheath, that chap. And there was Maccheth, that one-eyed Scotch fellow that all Glasgow is crazy about. Talk of subordinating yourself for art's sake. Mackay was the earnest inquirer who got converted at the end of the meeting. And there was quite a lot of girls I didn't know, and oh yes, there was Doll Benzagen herself. We sat together, going and coming. She's all the darling there ever was. She sent you her love, and she told me to tell you that she won't forget about Nellie Farron. She says you've given her an ideal to work for. She was the lady secretary to the Geoplanarians, of course. I forget who were in the other breaks, provincial stars mostly, but they played up gorgeously. Art of the music hall's changed since your day. They didn't overdo it a bit. You see, people who believe the earth is flat don't dress quite like other people. You may have noticed that I hinted at that in my account. It's a rather flat-fronted Ionic style, neo-Victorian. Except for the bustles. Doll told me, but Doll looked heavenly in it, so did little Victorine, and there was a girl in the Blue Breakashes, a provincial, but she's coming to town this winter, and shall knock Winnie Deans. Remember that she told Huckley how she had suffered for the cause as a governess in a rich family where they believed that the world is round, and how she threw up her job sooner than teach immoral geography. That was at the overflow meeting outside the Baptist chapel. She knocked to sawdust. We must look out for Winnie. But Laffan was beyond everything. Impact, personality, conviction. Whole bag o' tricks. He sweated conviction. Gad, he convinced me. While he was speaking he was president of the Geoplanarians, of course. Haven't you read my account? It is an infernally plausible theory. After all, no one has actually proved the earth is round, have they? Never mind the earth. What about Huckley? Oh, Huckley got tight. That's the worst of these model villages. If you let smell firewater, there's one alcoholic pub in the place that Sir Thomas can't get rid of. Bat made it his base. He sent down the banquet in 2 motor lorries, dinner for 500 and drinks for 10,000. Huckley voted all right. Don't you make any mistake about that. No vote, no dinner, a unanimous vote, exactly as I've said. At least the rector and the doctor were the only dissentients. We didn't count them. Oh yes, Sir Thomas was there. He came and grinned at us through his park gates. Hell, grin worse. Today there's an aniline dye that you rub through a stencil plate that eats about a foot into any stone and wears good to the last. Bat had both the lodge gates stenciled. The earth is flat, and all the barns and walls they could get at. Oh Lord, but Huckley was drunk. We had to fill him up too. Make forgive us for not being aeroplanes, unthankful yokels. Do you realize that emperors couldn't have commanded the talent Bat decanted on why Doll alone was? And by 8 o'clock, not even a bit of paper left. The whole show packed up and gone, and Huckley hurrying for the earth being flat. Very good, I began. I am, as you know, a one-third proprietor of the bun. I didn't forget that Elliot interrupted, that was uppermost in my mind. All the time I've got a special account for the bun Tadaits and Ireland, just to show how I thought of you. I told Doll, coming home, about your gubby dance. And she told Winnie came back in our charabanc after a bit. We had to get out and dance it in a field. It's quite a dance the way we did it, and Lafon invented a sort of guerrilla lockstep procession at the end. Bat had sent down a film chap on the chance of getting something. He was the son of a clergyman, most dynamic personality. He said there isn't anything for the cinema in meetings qua meetings. The lack action films are a branch of art by themselves. But he went wild over the gubby. He said it was like Peter's vision at Joppa. He took about 1,000,000 feet of it. Then I photoed it exclusive. For the bun I've sent him in already. Only remember, we must eliminate Winnie's left leg in the first figure. It's too arresting, and there you are. But I tell you, I'm afraid of Bat. That man's the personal devil. He did it all. He didn't even come down himself. He said he'd distract his people. Why didn't he ask me to come? I persisted. Because he said you'd distract me. He said he wanted my brains on ice. He got him. I believe it's the best thing I've ever done. He reached for the cake and reread it luxuriously. Yes, out and away the best, supremely quotable, he concluded. And after another survey, by God, what a genius I was yesterday. I would have been angry, but I had not the time. That morning press agencies groveled to me in the bun office for leave to use certain photos, which they understood I controlled, of a certain village dance. When I had sent the fifth man away on the edge of tears, my self-respect came back a little. Then there was the bun's poster to get out, art being elimination. I find it down to 2 words, one too many, as it proved the gubby in red, at which our manager protested, but by 5 o'clock he told me that I was the Napoleon of Fleet Street. Elliot's account in the bun of the Geoplanarians' exercises and love feast lacked the supreme shock of his version in the cake, but it bruised more, while the photos of the gubby, which with Winnie's left leg, was why I had set the doubtful press to work so early, were beyond praise, and next day beyond price. But even then I did not understand. A week later, I think it was Bat Masquerier telephoned to me to come to the trefoil. It's your turn now, he said. I am not asking Elliot come to the stage box. I went, and as Bat's guest was received as royalty is not, we sat well back and looked out on the packed thousands. It was Morgiana and Drexel, that fluid and electric review which Bat, though he gave Lafon the creditorially created. Ye, said Bat dreamily, after Morgiana had given the nasty jar to the 40 thieves in their 40 oil combinations. As you say, I've got M, and I can hold him. What a man does doesn't matter much, and how he does it don't matter either. It's the when psychological moment. Press can't make up for it, money can't, brains can't, a lot's luck. But all the rest is genius. I'm not speaking about my people now, I am talking of myself. Then Dausch was the only one who dared knocked at the door and stood behind us, all alive and panting, as Morgiana Lafon was carrying the police court scene, and the house was ripped up crossways with laughter. I'll tell a fellow now, she asked me for the 20th time, did you love Nellie Farron when you were young? Did we love her? I answered, if the earth and the sky and the sea, there were 3 million of us, doll, and we worshipped her. How did she get it across? Doll went on. She was Nellie. The houses used to coo over her when she came on. I've had a good deal, but I've never been cooed over yet, said Doll wistfully. It isn't the how, it's the when, Bat repeated. Ah. He leaned forward as the house began to rock and peel full-throatedly. Doll fled. A sinuous and silent procession was filing into the police court to a scarcely audible accompaniment. It was dressed, but the world and all its picture epilisses know how it was dressed. It danced, and it danced, and it danced the dance which bit all humanity in the leg for half a year, and it wound up with the lockstep finale that mowed the house down in swathes. Sobbing and aching, somebody in the gallery moaned, "Oh, gourd the gubby," and we heard the word run like a shudder, for they had not a full breath left among them. Then Doll came on, an electric star in her dark hair, the diamonds flashing in her 3-inch heels, a vision that made no sign for 30 counted seconds, while the police court scene dissolved behind her into Morgiana's manicure palace, and they recovered themselves. The star on her forehead went out, and a soft light bathed her, as she took slowly to the croon of adoring strings 18 paces forward, we saw her first as a queen alone, next as a queen for the first time conscious of her subjects, and at the end when her hands fluttered as a woman delighted, awed not a little, but transfigured and illuminated with sheer, compelling affection and goodwill. I caught the broken mutter of welcometh coo, which is more than tornadoes of applause. It died and rose and died again lovingly. She's got it across, Bat whispered. I've never seen her like this. I told her to light up the star, but I was wrong, and she knew it. She's an artist. Doll, you darling, someone spoke, not loudly, but it carried through the house. Thank you, Doll answered, and in that broken tone, one heard the last fetter riveted. Good evening, boys. I've just come from nowhere. The deuce was it I have come from. She turned to the impassive files of the gubby dancers, and went on, ah, so good of you to remind me, you dear bun-faced things. I've just come from the village that voted the earth was flat. She swept into that song with the full orchestra. It devastated the habitable earth for the next 6 months. Imagine, then, what its rage and pulse must have been at the incandescent hour of its birth. She only gave the chorus once at the end of the second verse. Are you with me, boys? She cried, and the house tore it clean away from her. Earth was flat as my hat, flatter than that, drowning all but the bassoons and double basses that marked the word. Wonderful, I said to Bat, and it's only nuts in May with variations. Yes, but I did the variations, he replied. At the last verse, she gestured to Carlini, the conductor, who threw her up his baton. She caught it with a boy's ease. Are you with me? She cried once more, and the maddened house behind her abolished all the instruments, except the guttural belch of the double basses on earth. The village that voted the earth was flat. Earth was flat. It was delirium. Then she picked up the gubby dancers and led them in a clattering improvised lockstep thrice round the stage, till her last kick sent her diamond-hiked shoe Catherine-wheeling to the electrolier. I saw the forest of hands raised to catch. It heard the roaring and stamping pass through hurricanes to full typhoon, heard the song pinned down by the faithful double basses, as the bulldog pins down the bellowing bull over bear, even those, till at last the curtain fell and Bat took me round to her dressing-room, where she lay spent after her 7th call. Still the song, through all those whitewashed walls, shook the reinforced concrete of the trefoil, as steam piledrivers shake the flanks of a dock. I am all out, first time in my life. I'll tell a fellow now, did I get it across? She whispered huskily. You know you did, I replied, as she dipped her nose deep in a beaker of barley water. They cooed over you. Bat nodded, and poor Nellie's dead in Africa, ain't it? I hope ill die before they stop cooing, said Doll. Earth was flat now, it was more like mine pumps in flood. They'll have the house down if you don't take another someone cold. Bless em, said Doll, and went out for her 8th, when in the face of that cataract, she said, yawning, I don't know how you feel, children, but I am dead. You be quiet. Hold a minute, said Bat to me. I've got to hear how it went in the provinces. Winnie Deans had it in Manchester, and Ramsden at Glasgow, and there are all the films too. I had rather a heavy weekend. The telephones presently reassured him. It'll do, said he, and he said my home address was Jerusalem. He left me humming the refrain of the holy city like Olliott. I found myself afraid of that man. When I got out into the street and met the disgorging picture epilices capering on the pavements and humming it, for he had put the gramophones on with the films, and when I saw far to the south the red electrics flash gubby across the Thames, I feared more than ever. A few days passed, which were like nothing, except perhaps a suspense of fever, in which the sick man perceives the searchlights of the world's assembled navies, in act to converge on 1-minute fragment of wreckage, only in all the black and agony-strewn sea. Then those beams focused themselves earth, as we knew it, full circuit of our orblade, the weight of its impersonal and searing curiosity on this Huckley, which had voted that it was flat. It asked for news about Huckleyware, and what it might be, and how it talked. It knew how it danced, and how it thought in its wonderful soul. And then in all the zealous, merciless press, Huckley was laid out for it to look at, as a drop of pond water is exposed on the sheet of a magic lantern show. But Huckley's sheet was only coterminous with the use of type among mankind. For the precise moment that was necessary, fate ruled it. that there should be nothing of first importance in the world's idle I-1 atrocious murder, a political crisis. An incautious or heady continental statesman, the mere catarrh of a king, would have wiped out the significance of our message. As passing cloud annuls the urgent helio, but it was halcyon, whether in every respect alliate, and I did not need to lift our little fingers any more than the alpine climber, whose last sentence has unkeyed the arch of the avalanche. The thing roared and pulverized and swept beyond eyesight all by itself, all by itself, and once well away the fall of kingdoms could not have diverted it. Ours is after all a kindly earth, while the song ran, and raped it with the cataleptic kick of Tararabundi, multiplied by the West African significance of everybody's doing it plus twice, the infernal elementality of a certain tune in Dona et Gamma, when for all practical purposes, literary, dramatic, artistic, social, municipal, political, commercial, and administrative, the earth was flat. The rector of Huckley wrote to use again as a lover of accuracito point out that the Huckley vote on the alleged flatness of this scene of our labors here below was not unanimous, he and the doctor having voted against it, and the great Baron Reuter himself, I am sure it could have been none other, flashed that letter in full to the front, back, and both wings of this scene of our labors for Huckley was news. The Bun also contributed a photograph, which cost me some trouble to fake. We are a vital nation, said Olliott, while we were discussing affairs at a bat dinner. Only an Englishman could have written that letter at this present juncture. It reminded me of a tourist in the Cave of the Winds under Niagara, just one figure in a mackintosh. But perhaps you saw our photo, I said proudly. Yes, Bat replied, I've been to Niagara too, and how's Huckley taking it? They don't quite understand, of course, said Olliott, but it's bringing pots of money into the place ever since the motorbus excursions were started. I didn't know they had been, said Pallant. Oh yes, motor charabancs, uniformed guides and keybuggles included. They're getting a bit fed up with the tune there nowadays, Olliott added. They play it under his windows, don't they? Bat asked. He can't stop the right of way across his park. He cannot, Olliott answered. By the way, Woodhouse, I've bought that font for you from the sexton. I paid £15 for it. What am I supposed to do with it? Asked Woodhouse. You give it to the Victoria and Albert Museum. It is 14th century work. All right, you can trust me. Is it worth it? No, said Pallant, not that I am weakening, but merely as a matter of tactics. But this is true, said Olliott. Besides, it is my hobby. I always wanted to be an architect. I'll attend to it myself. It's too serious for the bun, and miles too good for the cake. He broke ground in a ponderous architectural weekly which had never heard of Huckley. There was no passion in his statement, but mere fact backed by a wide range of authorities. He established beyond doubt that the old font at Huckley had been thrown out on Sir Thomas' instigation 20 years ago to make room for a new one of Bath stone adorned with Limoges enamels, and that it had lain ever since in a corner of the sexton's shed. He proved with learned men to support him that there was only one other font in all England to compare with it, so Woodhouse bought it and presented it to a grateful South Kensington, which said it would see the earth still flatter before it returned the treasure to purblind Huckley bishops by the benchful and most of the Royal Academy, not to mention Margarita's anti-porcos, wrote fervently to the papers. Punch based a political cartoon on it. The Times, a third leader, The Lust of Newness, and The Spectator, a scholarly and delightful middle village Hosmania, the vast amused outside world, said in all its tongues and types, of course, this is just what Huckley would do, and neither Sir Thomas, nor the rector, nor the sexton, nor anyone else wrote to deny it. You see, said Olliott, this is much more of a blow to Huckley than it looks, because every word of it's true. Your gubby dance was inspiration, I admit, but it hadn't its roots in 2 hemispheres and 4 continents so far, I pointed out. Its roots in the hearts of Huckley was what I was going to say. Why don't you ever come down and look at the place? You've never seen it since we were stopped there. I've only my weekends free, I said, and you seem to spend yours there pretty regularly with the sidecar. I was afraid. Oh, that's all right, he said cheerily. We're quite an old engaged couple now. As a matter of fact, it happened after the gravid polled Angus business come along this Saturday. Woodhouse says he'll run us down after lunch. He wants to see Huckley too. Pallant could not accompany us, but Bat took his place. It's odd, said Bat, that none of us, except Elliot, has ever set eyes on Huckley since that time. That's what I always tell my people. Local color is all right after you've got your idea. Before that it's a mere nuisance. He regaled us on the way down with panoramic views of the success, geographical and financial, off the Gubby and the song. By the way, said he, I've assigned Doll all the gramophone rights of the earth. She's a born artist, hadn't sense enough to hit me for tripledubs the morning after she'd have taken it out in coups. Bless her, and what'll she make out of the gramophone rights, I asked. Lord knows, he replied, I've made 54,000, my little end of the business, and it's only just beginning here. That. A shell-pink motor brake roared up behind us to the music on a keybugle of the village that voted the earth was flat. In a few minutes, we overtook another in natural wood, whose occupants were singing it through their noses. I don't know that agency, it must be Cook's, said Elliot. They do suffer. We were never out of earshot of the tune the rest of the way to Huckley. Though I knew it would be so, I was disappointed with the actual aspect of the spot. We had it, is not too much to say, created in the face of the nations, the alcoholic pub, the village green, the Baptist chapel, the church, the sexton's shed, the rectory, whence the sonderful letters had come, Sir Thomas Park gate pillars still violently declaring the earth is flat. We're as mean, as average, as ordinary as the photograph of a room where a murder has been committed. Elliot, who of course knew the place specially well, made the most of it to us. Bat, who had employed it as a backcloth to one of his own dramas, dismissed it as a thing used and emptied, but Woodhouse expressed my feelings when he said, is that after all we've done? I know, said Elliot soothingly, like that strange song I heard Apollo sing when Ilion like a mist rose into towers. I've felt the same sometimes, though it has been paradise for me, but they do suffer. The fourth break in 30 minutes had just turned into Sir Thomas Park to tell the whole that the earth was flat. A knot of obviously American tourists were codaking his lodge gates, while the tea shop opposite the Lich Gate was full of people buying postcards of the old font as it had lain 20 years in the sexton's shed. We went to the alcoholic pub and congratulated the proprietor. It's bringin' money to the place, said he, but in a sense you can buy money too, dear. It isn't doing us any good. People are laughing at us. That's what they're a-doing now with regard to that vote of ours you may have heard talk about. For gore's sake, Chuck, that vote in business, cried an elderly man at the door. Moneygettin' or no moneygettin', we're fed up with it. Well, I do think, said the publican, shifting his ground, I do think Sir Thomas might ha' managed better in some things. He told me, the elderly man shouldered his way to the bar, told me 20 years ago to take and lay that font in my tool shed. He told me so himself, and now, after 20 years, me own wife mackin' me out little better than the common hangman. That's the sexton, the publican explained. His good lady sells the postcards if you haven't got some, but we feel Sir Thomas might ha' done better. What's he got to do with it, said Woodhouse. There's nothing we can trace home to him in so many words, but we think he might have saved us the font business now in regard to that votin' business. Chuck it, oh chuck it, the sexton roared, or you'll have me cuttin' my throat at cock crow. Here's another parcel of funmakers. A motor brake had pulled up at the door, and a multitude of men and women immediately descended. We went out to look. They bore rolled banners, a reading desk in 3 pieces, and I specially noticed a collapsible harmonium, such as is used on ships at sea. Salvation Army, I said, though I saw no uniforms. 2 of them unfurled a banner between poles which bore the legend, the earth is flat. Woodhouse, and I turned to Bat. He shook his head. No, no, not me. If I had only seen their costumes in advance. Good Lord, said Elliot, it's the genuine society. The company advanced on the green with the precision of people well broke to these movements. Scene shifters could not have been quicker with the 3-piece rostrum, nor stewards with the harmonium, almost before its cross legs had been kicked into their catches, certainly before the tourists, by the lodge gates, had begun to move over. A woman sat down to it and struck up a hymn. Hear the truth our tongues are telling. spread their light from shore to shore. God hath given man a dwelling, flat and flat for evermore. When their primal dark retreated, when their deeps were undesigned, he with rule and level mated, habitation for mankind. I saw sick envy on Bat's face curse nature. He muttered, she gets ahead of you every time, to think I forgot hymns and a harmonium. Then came the chorus. Hear their truth, our tongues are telling. Spread their light from shore to shore. Oh, be faithful, oh, be truthful. Earth is flat for evermore. They sang several verses with the fervor of Christians awaiting their lions. Then there were growlings in the air. The sexton, embraced by the landlord, two-stepped out of the pub door. Each was trying to outroar the other, apologizing in advance for what he says. The landlord shouted, "You'd better go away here." The sexton began to speak words. "This isn't the time, nor yet the place for any more o' this chat." The crowd thickened. I saw the village police sergeant come out of his cottage, buckling his belt. "But surely," said the woman at the harmonium, "there must be some mistake. We are not suffragettes." "Damn it, they'd be a change," cried the sexton. "You get out of this, don't talk. I can't stand it. For one, get right out, or we'll font you." The crowd, which was being recruited from every house in sight, echoed the invitation. The sergeant pushed forward a man beside the reading desk, said, "But surely we are among dear friends and sympathizers. Listen to me for a moment." It was the moment that a passing charabanc chose to strike into the song. The effect was instantaneous. Bat Aliot and I, who by divers roads have learned the psychology of crowds, retreated towards the tavern door. Woodhouse, the newspaper proprietor, anxious, I presume, to keep touch with the public, dived into the thick of it. Everyone else told the society to go away at once. When the lady at the harmonium, I began to understand why it is sometimes necessary to kill women, pointed at the stenciled park pillars, and called them the cromlechs of our common faith. There was a snarl and a rush. The police sergeant checked it, but advised the society to keep on going. The society withdrew into the break, fighting as it were a rearguard action of oratory up each step. Collapsed harmonium was hauled in last, and with the perfect unreason of crowds, they cheered it loudly till the chauffeur slipped in his clutch and sped away. Then the crowd broke up, congratulating all concerned, except the sexton, who was held to have disgraced his office by having sworn at ladies. We strolled across the green towards Woodhouse, who was talking to the police sergeant. Near the park gates, we were not 20 yards from him when we saw Sir Thomas Ingell emerge from the lodge and rush furiously at Woodhouse with an uplifted stick, at the same time shrieking, "Ill teach you to laugh, you." But Aliot has the record of the language. By the time we reached them, Sir Thomas was on the ground. Woodhouse, very white, held the walking stick and was saying to the sergeant, "I give this person in charge for assault." "But good Lord," said the sergeant, whiter than Woodhouse, "it's Sir Thomas." "Whoever it is, it isn't fit to be at large," said Woodhouse. The crowd, suspecting something wrong, began to reassemble, and all the English horror of a row in public moved us, headed by the sergeant, inside the lodge. We shut both park gates and lodge door. "You saw the assault," Sergeant Woodhouse went on. "You can testify I used no more force than was necessary to protect myself. You can testify that I have not even damaged this person's property. Here, take your stick. You heard the filthy language he used." I can't say I did," the sergeant stammered. "Oh, but we did," said Aliot, and repeated it to the apron-veiled horror of the lodgekeeper's wife. Sir Thomas, on a hard kitchen chair, began to talk. He said he had stood enough of being photographed like a wild beast, and expressed loud regret that he had not killed that man who was conspiring with the sergeant to laugh at him. "Had you ever seen I.M. before, Sir Thomas?" the sergeant asked. "No, but it's time an example was made here. I've never seen the sweep in my life." I think it was Bat Masquerier's magnetic eye that recalled the past to him, for his face changed, and his jaw dropped. "But I have," he groaned, "I remember now." Here a writhing man entered by the back door. He was, he said, the village solicitor. I do not assert that he licked Woodhouse's boots, but we should have respected him more if he had, and been done with it. His notion was that the matter could be accommodated, arranged, and compromised for gold. and yet more gold the sergeant. Thought so too. Woodhouse undeceived them both. To the sergeant he said, "Will you or will you not enter the charge to the village solicitor?" He gave the name of his lawyers, at which the man wrung his hands, and cried, "Oh, Sir T," in a miserable falsetto, for it was a bat masquerier of a firm. They conferred together in tragic whispers. "I don't dive after Dickens," said Olliott to Bat and me by the window, "but every time I get into a row, I notice the police court always fills up with his characters." "I've noticed that too," said Bat, "but the odd thing is you mustn't give the public straight Dickens. Not in my business. I wonder why that is." Then Sir Thomas got his second wind, and cursed the day that he or it may have been we were born. I feared that though he was a radical he might apologize, and since he was an Roman 1000p, might lie his way out of the difficulty. But he was utterly and truthfully beside himself. He asked foolish questions such as what we were doing in the village at all, and how much blackmail Woodhouse expected to make out of him, but neither Woodhouse, nor the sergeant, nor the writhing solicitor listened. The upshot of their talk in the chimney corner was that Sir Thomas stood engaged to appear next Monday before his brother magistrates on charges of assault, disorderly conduct, and language calculated, etc. Olliott was specially careful about the language. Then we left. The village looked very pretty in the late light, pretty and tuneful as a nest of nightingales. "Y'all turn up on Monday, I hope," said Woodhouse, when we reached town. That was his only allusion to the affair. So we turned up through a world still singing that the earth was flat at the little clay-colored market town with the large corn exchange and the small Jubilee Memorial. We had some difficulty in getting seats in the court. Woodhouse's imported London lawyer was a man of commanding personality, with a voice trained to convey blasting imputations by tone. When the case was called he rose and stated his client's intention not to proceed with the charge. His client, he went on to say, had not entertained, and of course in the circumstances could not have entertained, any suggestion of accepting on behalf of public charities any moneys that might have been offered to him on the part of Sir Thomas' estate. At the same time, no one acknowledged more sincerely than his client the spirit in which those offers had been made by those entitled to make them. But as a matter of fact, he became the man of the world, colloguing with his equal. Certain details had come to his client's knowledge since the lamentable outburst, which he shrugged his shoulders. Nothing was served by going into them, but he ventured to say that had those painful circumstances only been known earlier, his client would again, of course, never have dreamed. A gesture concluded the sentence, and the ensnared bench looked at Sir Thomas with new and withdrawing eyes. Frankly, as they could see, it would be nothing less than cruelty to proceed further with this unfortunate affair. He asked leave, therefore, to withdraw the charge in toto, and at the same time to express his client's deepest sympathy with all who had been in any way distressed, as his client had been by the fact and the publicity of proceedings, which he could of course again assure them that his client would never have dreamed of instituting, if, as he hoped, he had made plain certain facts had been before his client at the time, when but he had said enough for his fee. It seemed to me that he had. Heaven inspired Sir Thomas lawyer roll of a sweat lest his client's language should come out to rise up and thank him. Then Sir Thomas, not yet aware what leprosy had been laid upon him, but grateful to escape on any terms, followed suit. He was heard in interested silence, and people drew back a pace as Gehazi passed forth. "You hit hard," said Bat to Woodhouse afterwards. "His own people think he's mad." "You don't say so. I'll show you some of his letters tonight at dinner," he replied. He brought them to the red amber room of the chop suey. We forgot to be amazed, as till then we had been amazed over the song or the gubby or the full tide of fate that seemed to run only for our sakes. It did not even interest Olliott that the verb to huckle had passed into the English leader-writer's language. We were studying the interior of a soul, flashlighted to its grimiest corners by the dread of losing its position. "And then it thanked you, didn't it, for dropping the case?" said Pallant. "Yes, and it sent me a telegram to confirm." Woodhouse turned to Bat. "Now do you think I hit too hard?" he asked. "No," said Bat, "after all talking of everyone's business, no one can't ever do anything in art that comes up to nature in any game in life. Just think how this thing has." "Just let me run through that little case of yours again," said Pallant, and picked up the bun which had it set out in full. "Any chance of Dull looking in on us tonight?" Olliott began. She's occupied with her art too. Bat answered bitterly. What's the use of art? Tell me. Someone, a barrel organ outside, promptly pointed out that the earth was flat, the gramophones killing street organs. But I let loose 174 of those hurdy-gurdies, 12 hours after the song said, but not counting the provinces. His face brightened a little. Look here, said Pallant over the paper. I don't suppose you, or those asinine JPs knew it, but your lawyer ought to have known that you've all put your foot in it, most confoundedly, over this assault case. What's the matter? Said Woodhouse. It's ludicrous, it's insane. There isn't two pennorth of legality in the whole thing. Of course, you could have withdrawn the charge, but the way you went about it is childish. Besides being illegal, what on earth was the chief constable thinking of? Oh, he was a friend of Sir Thomas. They all were, for that matter, I replied. He ought to be hanged, so ought the chairman of the bench. I am talking as a lawyer now. Why, what have we been guilty of? Misprision of treason, or compounding a felony? What said Olliott? I'll tell you later. Pallant went back to the paper, with knitted brows, smiling unpleasantly from time to time. At last he laughed. Thank you, he said to Woodhouse. It ought to be pretty useful for us. What do you mean? Said Olliott. For our side, they are all rads who are mixed up in this. From the chief constable down, there must be a question. There must be a question. Yes, but I wanted the charge withdrawn in my own way, Woodhouse insisted. That's nothing to do with the case. It's the legality of your silly methods. You wouldn't understand if I talked till morning. He began to pace the room, his hands behind him. I wonder if I can get it through our whip's thick head that it's a chance that comes of stuffing the bench with radical tinkers, he muttered. Oh, sit down, said Woodhouse. Where's your lawyer to be found now? He jerked out. At the Trefoil, said Bat promptly. I gave him the stage box for tonight. He's an artist too. Then I am going to see him, said Pallant. Properly handled, this ought to be a godsend for our side. He withdrew without apology. Certainly this thing keeps on opening up and up, I remarked inanely. It's beyond me, said, but I don't think if I'd known it'd have ever. Yes, I would though, he said. My home address was. It was his tone, his tone. Olliott almost shouted. Woodhouse said nothing, but his face whitened as he brooded. Well, anyway, Bat went on, I'm glad. I always believed in God and Providence, and all those things, else I should lose my nerve. We've put it over the whole world, the full extent of the geographical globe. We couldn't stop it. If we wanted to now, it's got to burn itself out. I am not in charge any more. What do you expect'll happen next, angels? I expected nothing. Nothing that I expected approached what I got. Politics are not my concern. But for the moment, since it seemed that they were going to huckle with the rest, I took an interest in them. They impressed me as a dog's life without a dog's decencies. And I was confirmed in this when an unshaven and unwashen Pallant called on me at 10 o'clock one morning, begging for a bath and a couch. Bail too, I asked. He was in evening dress, and his eyes were sunk feet in his head. No, he said hoarsely, all night sitting 15 divisions, nother tonight. Your place was nearer than mine, so he began to undress in the hall. When he awoke at 1 o'clock, he gave me lurid accounts of what he said was history, but which was obviously collective hysteria. There had been a political crisis. He and his fellow Roman 1000 PS had done things I never quite got at the things for 18 hours on end, and the pitiless whips were even then at the telephones to herd him up to another dogfight, so he snorted and grew hot all over again while he might have been resting. I'm going to pitch in my question about that miscarriage of justice at Huckley this afternoon, if you care to listen to it. He said it'll be absolutely thrown away in our present state. I told him so, but it's my only chance for weeks. P'raps Woodhouse would like to come. I'm sure he would. Anything to do with Huckley interests us, I said. It'll misfire. I'm afraid both sides are absolutely cooked. The present situation has been working up for some time. You see, the row was bound to come, etc., etc. And he flew off the handle once more. I telephoned to Woodhouse, and we went to the house together. It was a dull, sticky afternoon, with thunder in the air. For some reason or other, each side was determined to prove its virtue and endurance to the utmost. I heard men snarling about it all round me. If they want spare us, well, show 'em. no mercy break. The brute's up from the start. They can't stand late hours, come on, no shirking, I know you've had a Turkish bath, were some of the sentences I caught on our way. The house was packed already, and one could feel the negative electricity of a jaded crowd, wrenching at one's own nerves and depressing the afternoon soul. "This is bad," Woodhouse whispered. "There'll be a row before they've finished. Look at the front benches." And he pointed out little personal signs by which I was to know that each man was on edge. He might have spared himself. The house was ready to snap. Before a bone had been thrown, a sullen minister rose to reply to a staccato question. His supporters cheered defiantly. None that came. From the back benches, I saw the speaker's face stiffen like the face of a helmsman as he humors a hard-mouthed yacht after a sudden following sea. The trouble was barely met in time. There came a fresh, apparently causeless gust. A few minutes later, savage, threatening. But futile, it died out. One could hear the sign's sudden, wrathful realization of the dreary hours ahead, and the ship of state drifted on. Then Palantan, the raw house, winced at the torture of his voice rose. It was a 20-line question, studded with legal technicalities. The gist of it was that he wished to know whether the appropriate minister was aware that there had been a grave miscarriage of justice on such and such a date at such and such a place before such and such justices of the peace in regard to a case which arose. I heard one desperate, weary damn float up from the pit of that torment. Palant sawed on out of certain events which occurred at the village of Huckley. The house came to attention with a parting of the lips like a hiccup, and it flashed through my mind. Palant repeated, Huckley, the village that voted the earth, was flat. A single voice from a back bench sang it once like a lone frog in a far pool. Earth was flat, croaked another voice opposite. Earth was flat. There were several, then several more. It was, you understand, the collective overstrained nerve of the house snapping strand by strand to various notes as the hawser parts from its moorings. The village that voted the earth was flat. The tune was beginning to shape itself. More voices were raised, and feet began to beat time. Even so, it did not occur to me that the thing would. The village that voted the earth was flat. It was easier now to see who were not singing. There were still a few of a sudden, and this proves the fundamental instability of the crossbench. Mind, a crossbencher leaped on his seat, and there played an imaginary double bass with tremendous maestro-like wagglings of the elbow. The last strand parted. The ship of state drifted out helpless on the rocking tide of melody. The village that voted the earth was flat. The village that voted the earth was flat. The Irish first conceived the idea of using their order papers as funnels, wherewith to reach the correct vroom on earth. Labor, always conservative and respectable, at a crisis stood out longer than any other section. But when it came in, it was howling syndicalism. Then, without distinction of party, fear of constituents, desire for office, or hope of emolument, the house sang at the tops and at the bottoms of their voices, swaying their stale bodies and epileptically beating with their swelled feet. They sang the village that voted the earth was flat first, because they wanted to, and secondly, which is the terror of that song, because they could not stop for no consideration. Could they stop? Palant was still standing up. Someone pointed at him, and they laughed. Others began to point, lunging, as it were in time with the tune. At this moment, two persons came in practically abreast from behind the speaker's chair, and halted appalled. One happened to be the Prime Minister, and the other a messenger. The house, with tears running down their cheeks, transferred their attention to the paralyzed couple. They pointed 600 forefingers at them. They rocked, they waved, and they rolled while they pointed, but still they sang. When they weakened for an instant, Ireland would yell, "Are ye with me, boys?" And they all renewed their strength like Antaeus. No man could say afterwards what happened in the press or the strangers' gallery. It was the House, the hysterical and abandoned House of Commons, that held all eyes as it deafened all ears. I saw both front benches bend forward, some with their foreheads on their dispatch boxes, the rest with their faces in their hands, and their moving shoulders jolted the House out of its last rag of decency. Only the Speaker remained unmoved. The entire press of Great Britain bore witness next day that he had not even bowed his head. The angel of the Constitution, for vain was the help of man, foretold him the exact moment at which the House would have broken into the gubby. He is reported to have said, "I heard the Irish beginning to shuffle it, so I adjourned." Pallant's version is that he added, "And I was never so grateful to a private member in all my life as I was to Mr. Pallant." He made no explanation, he did not refer to orders or disorders, he simply adjourned the House till 6 that evening, and the House adjourned, some of it nearly on all fours. I was not correct when I said that the Speaker was the only man who did not laugh. Woodhouse was beside me all the time. His face was set, and quite whitey as white, they told me, as Sir Thomas Ingelles, when he went by request to a private interview with his chief whip. The press. The soldier may forget his sword. The sailorman the sea. The mason may forget the word. And the priest his litany. The maid may forget both jewel and gem. And the bride her wedding dress. But the Jew shall forget Jerusalem, ere we forget the press, who once hath stood through the loaded hour, ere roaring like the gale, the herald and the hoe devours their league-long paper bales, and has lit his pipe in the morning calm that follows the midnight stress. He hath sold his heart to the old black art we call the daily press, who once hath dealt in the widest game that all of a man can play. No later love, no larger fame, will lure him long away, as the war-horse smelleth the battle afar, the entered soul no less. He saith, "Ha, ha," where the trumpets are, and the thunders of the press. Canst thou number the days that we fulfill, or the times that we bring forth? Canst thou send the lightnings to do thy will, and cause them rain on earths? Hast thou given a peacock goodly wings, to please his foolishness? Sit down at the heart of men and things, companion of the press. The Pope may launch his interdict, the Union its decree, but the bubble is blown and the bubble is pricked by us and such as we. Remember the battle and stand aside, while thrones and powers confess that king over all the children of pride is the presently press. In the presence. So the matter, the regimental chaplain concluded, was correct, in every way correct. I am well pleased with Rutten Singh and Atter Singh, they have gathered the fruit of their lives. He folded his arms and sat down on the veranda. The hot day had ended, and there was a pleasant smell of cooking along the regimental lines, where half-clad men went back and forth with leaf platters and water goglets. The subedar major, in extreme undress, sat on a chair as befitted his rank. The havildar major, his nephew, leaning respectfully against the wall. The regiment was at home and at ease in its own quarters, in its own district, which takes its name from the great Mohammedan Saint Mayan Mir, revered by Jehangir and beloved by Guru Har Gobind, sixth of the great Sikh gurus. Quite correct, the regimental chaplain repeated. No Sikh contradicts his regimental chaplain, who expounds to him the holy book of the Granth Sahib, and who knows the lives and legends of all the gurus. The subedar major bowed his grey head. The havildar major coughed respectfully to attract attention, and to ask leave to speak, though he was the subedar major's nephew, and though his father held twice as much land as his uncle, he knew his place in the scheme of things. The subedar major shifted one hand with an iron bracelet on the wrist. Was there by any chance any woman at the back of it? The havildar major murmured, I was not here when the thing happened. Yes, 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 we all know that thou wast in England eating and drinking with the sahibs. We are all surprised that thou canst still speak Punjabi. The subedar major's carefully tended beard bristled. There was no woman, the regimental chaplain growled. It was land here. You Rutten Singh and Atter Singh were the elder of 4 brothers. These 4 held land in what was the village's name o Pishapur near Thori, in the Banalu Tehsil of Patiala state, where men can still recognize right behavior when they see it. The 2 younger brothers tilled the land, while Rutten Singh and Atter Singh took service with the regiment according to the custom of the family. True, true, said the havildar major, There is the same arrangement in all good families. Then listen again, the regimental chaplain went on their kin on their mother's side, put great oppression and injustice upon the two younger brothers who stayed with the land in Paciala, state their mother's kin, loosened beasts into the four brothers' crops. When the crops were green, they cut the corn by force. When it was ripe, they broke down the watercourses, they defiled the wells. And they brought false charges in the law courts against all four brothers. They did not spare even the cottonseed, as the saying is. Their mother's kin trusted that the young men would thus be forced by weight of trouble and further trouble and perpetual trouble to quit their lands in Pishapur village, in Banalu Tehsil, in Paciala state. If the young men ran away, the land would come whole to their mother's kin. I am not a regimental schoolmaster, but is it understood, child? Understood, said the Havildar Major grimly. Pishapur is not the only place where the fence eats the field instead of protecting it, but perhaps there was a woman among their mother's kin. God knows, said the regimental chaplain, woman or man or law courts, the young men would not be driven off the land, which was their own by inheritance. They made appeal to Ratan Singh and Atar Singh, their brethren, who had taken service with us in the regiment, and so knew the world too. Help them in their long war against their mother's kin in Pishapur for that reason, because their own land and the honor of their house was dear to them. Ratan Singh and Atar Singh needs must very often ask for leave to go to Paciala and attend to the lawsuits and cattle poundings there. It was not, look you, as though they went back to their own village and sat garlanded with jasmine in honor upon chairs before the elders under the trees. They went back always to perpetual trouble, either of lawsuits or theft or strayed cattle, and they sat on thorns. I knew it, said the Subadar Major. Life was bitter for them both, but they were well-conducted men. It was not hard to get them their leave from the Colonel Sahib. They spoke to me also, said the chaplain. Let him who desires the four great gifts apply himself to the words of holy men. That is written often. They showed me the papers of the false lawsuits brought against them. Often they wept on account of the persecution put upon them by their mother's kin. Men thought it was drugs when their eyes showed red. They wept in my presence too, said the Subadar Major. Well-conducted men of 9 years' service apiece. Ratan Singh was drill naik too. They did all things correctly as Sikhs should, said the regimental chaplain. When the persecution had endured 7 years, Atar Singh took leave to Pishapur once again. That was the 4th time in that year only, and he called his persecutors together before the village elders, and he cast his turban at their feet, and besought them by his mother's blood to cease from their persecutions, for he told them earnestly that he had marched to the boundaries of his patience, and that there could be but one end to the matter. They gave him abuse, they mocked him and his tears, which was the same as though they had mocked the regiment. Then Atar Singh returned to the regiment, and laid this last trouble before Ratan Singh, the eldest brother, but Ratan Singh could not get leave all at once, because he was drill naik, and the recruits were to be drilled. I myself told him, so said the Subadar Major. He was a well-conducted man, he said he could wait. But when permission was granted, those two took 4 days' leave. The chaplain went on. I do not think Atar Singh should have taken Bains Sahib's revolver. He was Bains Sahib's orderly, and all that Sahib's things were open to him. It was therefore, as I count it, shame to Atar Singh, said the Subadar Major. All the words had been said. There was need of arms, and how could soldiers use government rifles upon mere cultivators in the fields? The regimental chaplain replied, moreover, the revolver was sent back together with a money order for the cartridges expended. Borrow not, but if thou borrowest, pay back soon. That is written in the hymns. Ratan Singh took a sword, and he and Atar Singh went to Pishapur, and after word given, the 4 brethren fell upon their persecutors in Pishapur village, and slew 17, wounding 10. A revolver is better than a lawsuit. I say that these 4 brethren, the 2 with us, and the 2 mere cultivators, slew and wounded 20 Svenol, their mother's kin, male and female. Then the 4 mounted to their housetop, and Atar Singh, who was always one of the impetuous, said, my work is done, and he made Shinnan purification in all men's sight, and he lent Ratan Singh Bains Sahib's revolver, and Ratan Singh shot him in the head. So Atar Singh abandoned his body as an insect abandons a blade of grass, but Ratan Singh, having more work to do, went down from the housetop, and sought an enemy whom he had forgotten. A Paciala man of this regiment, who had sided with the persecutors. When he overtook the man, Ratan Singh hit him twice with bullets and once with the sword. But the man escaped and is now in the hospital here, said the subadar major. The doctor says he will live in spite of all. Not Ratan Singh's fault. Ratan Singh left him for dead. Then Ratan Singh returned to the housetop, and the three brothers together, Atar Singh being dead, sent word by a lad to the police station for an army to be dispatched against them, that they might die with honors, but none came, and yet Patiala state is not under English law, and they should know virtue there when they see it. So on the third day Ratan Singh also made Shinnan, and the youngest of the brethren shot him also in the head, and he abandoned his body. Thus was all correct. There was neither heat nor haste nor abuse in the matter from end to end. There remained alive not one man or woman of their mother's kin, which had oppressed them, of the other villagers of Pishapur who had taken no part in the persecutions. Not one was slain. Indeed, the villagers sent them food on the housetop for those 3 days, while they waited for the police, who would not dispatch that army. Listen again. I know that Atar Singh and Ratan Singh omitted no ceremony of the purifications, and when all was done, Bains Sahib's revolver was thrown down from the housetop together with 3 rupees, 12 annas, and order was given for its return by post. And what befell the 2 younger brethren who were not in the service? The havildar major asked. Doubtless they too are dead, but since they were not in the regiment, their honor concerns themselves only so far as we were touched. See how correctly we came out of the matter. I think the king should be told, for where could you match such a tale, except among us? Seek Sri Wahguru Jai Kai Khalsa, Sri Wahguru Jai Kai Fateh, said the regimental chaplain. Would 3 rupees 12 annas pay for the used cartridges, said the havildar major. Atar Singh knew the just price. All Bains Sahib's gear was in his charge. They expended 1 tin box of 50 cartouches, lacking 2 which were returned. As I say, the arrangement was made not with heat nor blasphemies, as a Mussulman would have made it, not with cries nor caperings, as an idolater would have made it, but conformably to the ritual and doctrine of the Sikhs. Hear you, though hundreds of amusements are offered to a child, it cannot live without milk. If a man be divorced from his soul and his soul's desire, he certainly will not stop to play upon the road, but he will make haste with his pilgrimage. That is written, I rejoice in my disciples. True, true, correct, correct, said the subadar major. There was a long, easy silence. One heard a water wheel creaking somewhere, and the nearest sound of meal being ground in a quern. But he, the chaplain, pointed a scornful chin at the havildar major. Has been so long in England that. Let the lad alone, said his uncle. He was but 2 months there, and he was chosen for good cause. Theoretically, all Sikhs are equal. Practically, there are differences, as none know better than well-born landowning folk or long-descended chaplains from Amritsar. Hast thou heard anything in England to match my tale? The chaplain sneered. I saw more than I could understand, so I have locked up my stories in my own mouth, the havildar major replied meekly. Stories? What stories? I know all the stories about England, said the chaplain. I know that Terrains run underneath their bazaars there. And as for their streets stinking with motor cars, only this morning I was nearly killed by Duggan Sahib's motor car. That young man is a devil. I expect, Grunthaji, said the subadar major, you and I grow too old to care for the kahar kinoched bearer's dance. He named one of the sauciest of the old-time notches, and smiled at his own pun. Then he turned to his nephew. When I was a lad, and came back to my village on leave, I waited the convenient hour, and the elders giving permission, I spoke of what I had seen elsewhere. I, my father, said the havildar major softly, and affectionately he sat himself down with respect, as behoved a mere lad of 30, with a bare half-dozen campaigns to his credit. There were 4 men in this affair also, he began, and it was an affair that touched the honor not of 1 regiment nor 2, but of all the army in Hind. Some part of it I saw, some I heard, but all the tale is true. My father's brother knows, and my priest knows, that I was in England on business with my colonel, when the king's great queen's son completed his life. First there was a rumor that sickness was upon him, next we knew that he lay sick in the palace. A very great multitude stood outside the palace by night and by day in the rain, as well as the sun, waiting for news. Then came out one with a written paper, and set it upon a gate-sided word of the king's death-hand. They read and groaned. This I saw with my own eyes, because the office where my Colonel Sahib went daily to talk with Colonel Forsyth. Sahib was at the east end of the very gardens, where the palace stood. They are larger gardens than Shalimar here, pointed with his chin, up the Linser Shadara, across the river. Next day there was a darkness in the streets, because all the city's multitude were clad in black garments, and they spoke, as a man speaks in the presence of his dead, all those multitudes in the eyes in the air. And in the heart there was blackness. I saw it, but that is not my tale. After ceremonies had been accomplished, and word had gone out to the kings of the earth, that they should come and mourn the new king's dead, king's song gave commandment that his father's body should be laid coffined in a certain temple, which is near the river. There are no idols in that temple, neither any carvings, nor paintings, nor gildings. It is all grey stone of one color, as though it were cut out of the live rock. It is larger thanais than the Durbar Sahib at Amritsar. Even though the Akal Bunga and the Baba Atal were added, how old it may be God knows. It is the Sahib's most sacred temple. In that place, by the new king's commandment, they made as it were a shrine for a saint, with lighted candles at the head, and the feet of the dead, and duly appointed watchers for every hour of the day and the night, until the dead king should be taken to the place of his fathers, which is at Wanadza. When all was in order, the new king said, "Give entrance to all people," and the doors were opened. And O my uncle, O my teacher, all the world entered, walking through that temple to take farewell of the dead. There was neither distinction, nor price, nor ranking in the host, except an order that they should walk by fours. As they gathered in the streets without, very far off, so they entered the temple walking by fours, the child, the old man, mother, virgin, harlot, trader, priest, of all colors and faiths and customs, under the firmament of God from dawn till late at night. I saw it. My colonel gave me leave to go. I stood in the line many hours, one caste, two castes, distant from the temple. Then why did the multitude not sit down under the trees? Asked the priest. Because we were still between houses. The city is many castes wide. The Havildar Major resumed. I submitted myself to that slow-moving river, and thus a pace. At a time I made pilgrimage. There were in my rank a woman, a cripple, and a lascar from the ships. When we entered the temple, the coffin itself was as a shoal in the Ravi River, splitting the stream into two branches, one on either side of the dead. And the watchers of the dead, who were soldiers, stood about it, moving no more than the still flame of the candles. Their heads were bowed, their hands were clasped, their eyes were cast upon the ground. Thus they were not men, but images, and the multitude went past them in fours by day, and except for a little while by night also. No, there was no order that the people should come to pay respect. It was a freewill pilgrimage. 8 kings had been commanded to commuho obiad, but, upon his own sahibs, the new king laid no commandment of themselves. They came. I made pilgrimage twice, once for my salt's sake, and once again for wonder and terror and worship. But my mouth cannot declare one thing of 100,000 things in this matter. There were lakhs of lakhs, crores of people. I saw them. More than at our great pilgrimages, the regimental chaplain demanded. Yes, those are only cities and districts coming out to pray. This was the world walking in grief. And now hear you, it is the king's custom that 4 swords of our armies in hind should stand always before the presence in case of need. The king's custom are right, said the Subadar Major curtly. Also are right, these honored ones are changed after certain months or years, that the honor may be fairly spread. Now it chanced that when the old king queen's son completed his days, the 4 that stood in the presence were Gorkhas, neither Sikhs alas, nor Pathans, Rajputs, nor Jats. Gorkhas, my father. Idolaters, said the chaplain. But soldiers, for I remember in the Tura, the Havildar Major began. But soldiers, for I remember 15 campaigns. Go on, said the Subadar Major. And it was their honor and right to furnish one who should stand in the presence by day and by night, till it went out to burial. There were no more than 4 all told for old men to furnish that guard. Old, what talk is this of old men, said the Subadar Major. Nay, my fault, your pardon. The Havildar Major spread a deprecating hand. They were strong, hot, valiant men, and the youngest was a lad of 4 to 5. That is better, the subadar major laughed. But for all their strength and heat, they could not eat strange food from the sahib's hands. There was no cooking place in the temple, but a certain colonel for Sith Sahib, who had understanding made arrangement, whereby they should receive at least a little castically parched grain, also cold rice maybe, and water which was pure yet at best. This was no more than a hen's mouthful snatched. As each came off his guard, they lived on grain, and were thankful, as the saying is. 1 hour's guard in every 4 was each man's burden, for, as I have shown, they were but 4 all told, and the honour of our armies in Hind was on their heads. The sahibs could draw upon all the armies in England, for the other watchers thousands upon thousands of fresh men if they needed, but these 4 were but 4. The sahibs drew upon the grenadiers, for the other watchers grenadiers be very tall men, under very tall bearskins, such as fusilier regiments, where in cold weather thus, when a grenadier bowed his head, but a very little over his stock, the bearskins sloped, and showed, as though he grieved exceedingly. Now the Gorkhas wear flat green caps. I see, said the subadar major impatiently. They are bull-necked too, and their stocks are hard, and when they bend depli deplito match, the grenadiers the come nigh to choking themselves. That was a handicap against them when it came to the observance of ritual. Yet even with their tall grief-declaring bearskins, the grenadiers could not endure the full hour's guard. In the presence there was good cause, as I will show why no man could endure that terrible hour. So for them the hour's guard was cut to 1/2. What did it matter to the sahibs? They could draw on 10,000 grenadiers, for Sith Sahib, who had comprehension, put this choice also before the 4. And they said, no, ours is the honour of the armies of Hind. Whatever the sahibs do, we will suffer the full hour. For Sith Sahib, seeing that they were knowing that they could neither sleep long nor eat much, said, is it great suffering? They said, it is great honour, we will endure. For Sith Sahib, who loves us, said then to the eldest, Ho father, tell me truly what manner of burden it is, for the full hour's watch breaks up our men like water. The eldest answered, Sahib, the burden is the feet of the multitude that pass us on either side. Our eyes being lowered and fixed, we see those feet only from the knee down, a river of feet, Sahib, that never stops. It is not the standing without any motion, it is not hunger, nor is it the dead part before the dawn, when maybe a single one comes here to weep. It is the burden of the unendurable procession of feet from the knee down that never stops. For Sith Sahib said, by God, I had not considered that. Now I know why our men come trembling and twitching off that guard. But at least my father eased the stock a little beneath the bent chin for that 1 hour. The eldest said, we are in the presence. Moreover, he knew every button and braid and hook of every uniform in all his armies. Then for Sith Sahib said no more, except to speak about their parched grain. But indeed, they could not eat much after their hour, nor could they sleep much, because of eye-twitchings and the renewed procession of the feet before the eyes. Yet they endured each his full hour, not half an hour, his 1 full hour in each 4 hours. Correct, said the subadar major and the chaplain together, we come well out of this affair. But seeing that they were old men, said the subadar major reflectively, very old men worn out by lack of food and sleep, could not arrangements have been made, or influence have been secured, or a petition presented, whereby a well-born Sikh might have eased them of some portion of their great burden, even though his substantive rank? Then they would most certainly have slain me, said the havildar major with a smile. And they would have done correctly, said the chaplain, what befell the honourable ones later. This the kings of the earth and all the armies sent flowers and such like to the dead king's palace at Wanidza, where the funeral offerings were accepted. There was no order given, but all the world made oblation, so the 4 took counsel 3 at a time, and either they asked for Sith Sahib to choose flowers, or themselves they went forth and bought flowers. I do not know, but however it was arranged, the flowers were bought and made in the shape of a great drum-like circle weighing half a mond. For Sith Sahib had said, let the flowers be sent to Wanidza with the other flowers which all the world is sending, but they said among themselves, it is not fit that these flowers, which are the offerings of his armies in Hind, should come to the palace of the presence by the hands of hirelings or messengers, or of any man not in his service. Hearing this, for Sith Sahib, though he was much occupied with office work, said, give me the flowers, and I will steal a time and myself take them to Wanadza. The eldest said, since, when has Fursith Sahib worn sword? Fursith Sahib said, but always, and I wear it in the presence, when I put on uniform, I am a colonel in the armies of Hind. The eldest said, of what regiment? And Fursith Sahib looked on the carpet, and pulled the hair of his lip. He saw the trap. Fursith Sahib's regiment was once the old 46th Pathans, which was called the Subadar Major, gave the almost forgotten title, adding that he had met them in such and such campaigns when Fursith Sahib was a young captain. The Havildar Major took up the tale, saying the eldest knew that also my father. He laughed, and presently Fursith Sahib laughed. It is true, said Fursith Sahib, I have no regiment for 20 years. I have been a clerk tied to a thick pen. Therefore I am the more fit to be your orderly and messenger in this business. The eldest then said, if it were a matter of my life or the honor of any of my household, it would be easy. And Fursith Sahib joined his hands together, half laughing, though he was ready to weep. And he said, enough, I ask pardon, which one of you goes with the offering? The eldest said, feigning not to have heard, nor must they be delivered by a single sworders, though we were pressed for men in his service. And they saluted and went out. Were these things seen, or were they told? Said the Subadar Major. I both saw and heard in the office, full of books and papers, where my Colonel Sahib consulted Fursith Sahib upon the business that had brought my Colonel Sahib to England. And what was that business? The regimental chaplain asked of a sudden, looking full at the Havildar Major, who returned the look without a quiver. That was not revealed to me, said the Havildar Major. I heard it might have been some matter touching the integrity of certain regiments, the chaplain insisted. The matter was not in any way open to my ears, said the Havildar Major. Humph, the chaplain drew his hard, road-worn feet under his robe. Let us hear the tale that it is permitted thee to tell, he said, and the Havildar Major went on. So then the three, having returned to the temple, called the fourth, who had only 4 to 5 years when he came off guard, and said, we go to the palace at Wanadza, with the offerings remain thou in the presence, and take all our guards one after the other, till we return. Within that next hour, they hired a large and strong matakaha for the journey from the temple to Wanadza, which is 20 castes or more, and they promised expedition. But he who took their guards said, it is not seemly that we should for any cause appear to be in haste. There are 18 medals with 11 clasps, and 3 orders to consider. Go at leisure, I can endure. So the three with the offerings were absent 3 hours and a half, and having delivered the offering at Wanadza in the correct manner, they returned and found the lad on guard, and they did not break his guard till his full hour was ended. So he endured 4 hours in the presence, not stirring one hair, his eyes abased, and the river of feet from the knee down passing continually before his eyes. When he was relieved, it was seen that his eyeballs worked like weavers' shuttles. And so it was done, not in hot blood, not for a little while, nor yet with the smell of slaughter and the noise of shouting to sustain, but in silence for a very long time, rooted to one place before the presence, among the most terrible feet of the multitude. Correct, the chaplain chuckled. But the Gorkhas had the honor, said the Subadar Major sadly. Theirs was the honor of his armies in Hind, and that was our honor, the nephew replied. Yet I would one Sikh had been concerned in Itvan one Lokas Sikh, and after. They endured the burden, until the Enduntal it went out of the temple to be laid among the older kings at Wanadza, when all was accomplished, and it was withdrawn under the earth. Fursith Sahib said to the 4, the king gives command that you be fed here on meat, cooked by your own cooks. Eat, and take ease, my fathers. So they loosed their belts, and ate. They had not eaten food, except by snatches for some long time, and when the meat had given them strength, they slept for very many hours, and it was told me that the procession of the unendurable feet ceased to pass before their eyes any more. He threw out one hand, palm upward, to show that the tale was ended. We came well and cleanly out of it, said the Subadar Major. Correct, 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 said the regimental chaplain in an evil age. It is good to hear such things, and there is certainly no doubt that this is a very evil age. Jobson's Amen. Blessed be the English and all their ways and works. Cursed be the infidels, heretics, and Turks. Amen, quo Jobson, but where I used to lie was neither candle bell nor book to curse my brethren by, but a palm tree in full bearing, bowing down, to a serf that drove unsparing at the brown-walled town. Conches in a temple, oil lamps in a dome, and a low moon out of Africa said this way home. Blessed be the English and all that they profess. Cursed be the savages that prance in nakedness. Amen, quo Jobson, but where I used to lie was neither shirt nor pantaloons to catch my brethren by, but a well-wheel slowly creaking going round, by a water channel leaking over drowned, warm ground. Parrots very busy in the trellised pepper vine, and a high sun over Asia shouting rise and shine. Blessed be the English and everything they own. Cursed be the infidels that bow to wood and stone. Amen, quo Jobson, but where I used to lie was neither pew nor gospelier to save my brethren by, but a desert stretched and stricken left and right, where the piled mirages thicken under white-hot light, a skull beneath a sandhill and a viper coiled inside, and a red wind out of Libya roaring run and hide. Blessed be the English and all they make or do. Cursed be the heretics who doubt that this is true. Amen, quo Jobson, but where I mean to die is neither rule nor caliper to judge the matter by, but Himalaya heavenward heading sheer and vast, in a million summits bedding on the last worlds past, a certain sacred mountain where the scented cedars climb, and the feet of my beloved hurrying back through time. Regulus, a Roman general, defeated the Carthaginians 256 B Roman 100, but was next year defeated and taken prisoner by the Carthaginians, who sent him to Rome with an embassy to ask for peace or an exchange of prisoners. Regulus strongly advised the Roman Senate to make no terms with the enemy. He then returned to Carthage and was put to death. The fifth form had been dragged several times in its collective life, from one end of the school, Horace, to the other. Those were the years when army examiners gave thousands of marks for Latin, and it was Mr. King's hated business to defeat them. Hear him then, on a raw November morning, at second lesson. Aha, he began, rubbing his hands. Cras, ingens itrabimus equer. Our portion today is the fifth ode of the third book, I believe it, concerning one Regulus, a gentleman, and how often have we been through it? Twice, sir, said Malpass, head of the form. Mr. King shuddered. Yes, twice, quite literally. He said, today, with an eye to your army vivivos examination, sug, I shall exact somewhat freer and more florid renditions, with feeling and comprehension, if that be possible. I accept. His eye swept the backbencher friend and companion Beetle, from whom now as always I demand an absolutely literal translation. The form laughed subserviently. Spare his blushes, Beetle charms us first. Beetle stood up confident in the possession of a guaranteed construe left behind by Turk, who had that day gone into the sick house with a cold, yet he was too wary a hand to show confidence. Credidimus Webelieve have believed he opened in hesitating slow time Tonantum, Joven thundering Joveregner to Riancalo in heaven Augustus Augustusce bitter, will be held or consider red presens divus, a present god ejectes, Britannies the Britons being added imperio to the empire gravibusque persis, with the heavier stern Persians. What? The grave or stern Persians. Beetle pulled up with the thank God I have done my duty air of Nelson in the cockpit. I am quite aware, said King, that the first stanza is about the extent of your knowledge, but continue, sweet one, continue. Gravibus, by the way, is usually translated as troublesome. Beetle drew a long and tortured breath. The second stanza, which carries over to the third of that ode, is what is technically called a stinker, but Turk had done him handsomely. Milus ne crassi, had hers the soldier of Crassus vixit live terpes, Meritus a disgraceful husband. You slurred the quantity of the word, after Terpes said, King, let's hear it. Beetle guessed again, and for a wonder hit, the correct quantity error disgraceful husband conjuge Barbara with a barbarous spouse. Why do you select that disgustful equivalent? Out of all the dictionary King snapped, isn't wife good enough for you? Yes, sir, but what do I do about this bracket? Sir, shall I take it now? Confine yourself at present to the soldier of Crassus. Yes, sir, et and consenuit, has he grown old in armies, in theram shasitum so srorum, of his father-in-law's enemies. Who, how, which? Arms of his enemies, father-in-law, sir. Thanks, by the way, what meaning might you attach to in armies? Oh, weapons of war, sir, there was a virginal note in Beetle's voice, as though he had been falsely accused of uttering indecencies. Shall I take the bracket now, sir? Since it seems to be troubling you. Pro curia o, for the Senate House and versique mores and manners, upset upside down. Very like your translation, meantime the soldier of Crassus. Sub regemido under a Median king Marsus et Apulus, he being a Marcian and an Apulian. Who the Median king? No, sir, the soldier of Crassus oblitus, agrees with Milus Crassi, sir volunteered too hasty Beetle. Does it? It doesn't with me. Oblitus Beetle corrected hastily forgetful ancillarum of the shields or trophoset nemines and thehais, name it Tagi, and the Tagitunic vesti, and eternal vestain calumi, Jove being Saphit Roma, and the Roman city with an air of hardly restrained zeal. Shall I go on, sir? Mr. King winced. No, thank you, you have indeed given us a translation. May I ask if it conveys any meaning whatever to your so-called mind? Oh, I think so, sir, this, with gentle toleration for Horace and all his works. We envy you. Sit down. Beetle sat down, relieved, well knowing that a reef of uncharted genitives stretched ahead of him, on which, in spite of M-Turk's sailing directions, he would infallibly have been wrecked. Rattray, who took up the task, steered neatly through them and came unscathed to port. Here we require drama, said King Regulus himself, is speaking now, who shall represent the provident-minded Regulus Winton, will you kindly oblige? Winton of King's House, a long, heavy, tow-headed second 15 forward overdue for his first 15 colors, and in aspect like an earnest elderly horse, rose up and announced, among other things, that he had seen signs affixed to Punic deluges. Half the form shouted for joy, and the other half for joy that there was something to shout about. Mr. King opened and shut his eyes with great swiftness. Signa ad fixa delubris, he gasped, so delubris is deluges. Is it, Winton? In all our dealings, have I ever suspected you of a jest? No, sir, said the rigid and angular Winton, while the form rocked about him. And yet you assert delubris means deluges. Whether I am a fit subject for such a jape is of course a matter of opinion, but Winton, you are normally conscientious. May we assume you looked out delubris? No, sir. Winton was privileged to speak that truth dangerous to all who stand before kings. Made a shot at it then. Every line of Winton's body showed he had done nothing of the sort. Indeed, the very idea that Pater Winton and a boy is not called Pater by companions for his frivolity would make a shot at anything was beyond belief. But he replied yes, and all the while worked with his right heel as though he were heeling a ball at puntabout. Though none dared to boast of being a favorite with King, the taciturn three-cornered, Winton stood high in his housemaster's opinion. It seemed to save him neither rebuke nor punishment, but the two were in some fashion sympathetic. Said King dryly, I was going to say flagido aditus damnum, but I think I see the process. Beetle, the translation of delubris, please. Beetle raised his head from his shaking arm long enough to answer, ruins, sir. There was an impressive pause, while King checked off crimes on his fingers, then, to Beetle the much-enduring man, addressed winged words. Guessing, said he, guessing, Beetle, as usual, from the look of delubris, that it bore some relation to diluvium or deluge, you imparted the result of your half-baked lucubrations to Winton, who seems to have been lost enough to have accepted it observing next your companions fall from the presumed security of your undistinguished position in the rearguard. You took another potshot the turbid chaos of your mind, threw up some memory of the word dilapidations, which you have pitifully attempted to disguise under the synonym of ruins. As this was precisely what Beetle had done, he looked hurt, but forgiving. We will attend to this later, said King. Go on, Winton, and retrieve yourself. Delubris happened to be the one word which Winton had not looked out, and had asked Beetle, for when they were settling into their places, he forged ahead with no further trouble, only, when he rendered Silicet, as forsooth King erupted. Regulus, he said, was not a leader-writer for the penny press, nor for that matter was Horace Regulus. Says the soldier ransomed by gold will come keener for the fight will he by be gum. That's the meaning of Silicet. It indicates contempt, bitter contempt, forsooth yowl, be talking about speckled beauties. And eventually transpire next, Howell, what do you make of that doubled vidi, ego vidi? It wasn't put in to fill up the meter, you know. Isn't it intensive, sir, said Howell, afflicted by a genuine interest in what he read. Regulus was a bit in earnest about Rome making no terms with Carthage, and he wanted to let the Romans understand it, didn't he, sir? Less than your usual grace, but the fact Regulus was in earnest, he was also engaged at the same time in cutting his own throat with every word he uttered. He knew Carthage, which your examiners won't ask you this, so you needn't take notes, was a sort of godforsaken nigger. Manchester. Regulus was not thinking about his own life. He was telling Rome the truth. He was playing for his side. Those lines, from the 18th to the 40th, ought to be written in blood. Yet there are things in human garments which will tell you that Horace was a flannerer man about town. Avoid such beings. Horace knew a very great deal. He knew erit ille fortis will he be brave, who once to faithless foes has knelt, and again, stop pawing with your hooves. Thornton Hick, under vitam sumerit in Cius. That means roughly, but I perceive I'm ahead of my translators. Begin at Hick under Vernon, and let us see if you have the spirit of Regulus. Now no one expected fireworks from gentle Paddy Vernon, subprefect of Hartop's house, but as must often be the case with growing boys, his mind was in abeyance for the time being, and he said all in a rush on behalf of Regulus. O Magna Carthago, probrosis altia Italii ruinis. O Carthage, thou wilt stand forth higher than the ruins of Italy. Even Beetle, most lenient of critics, was interested at this point, though he did not join the half-groan of reprobation from the wiser heads of the form. Please don't mind me, said King, and Vernon very kindly did not. He ploughed on thus. He Regulus is related to have removed from himself the kiss of the shameful wife, and of his small children as less by the head, and being stern to have placed his virile visage on the ground. Since King loved virile about as much as he did spouse, or forsooth, the form looked up hopefully, but Jove thundered not. Until Vernon continued, he should have confirmed the sliding fathers as being the author of counsel never given under an alias. He stopped, conscious of stillness round him, like the dread calm of the typhoon's center. King's opening voice was sweeter than honey. I am painfully aware by bitter experience that I cannot give you any idea of the passion, the power, the essential guts of the lines which you have so foully outraged in our presence. But the note changed so far as in me lies. I will strive to bring home to you, Vernon, the fact that there exist in Latin a few pitiful rules of grammar, of syntax, nay, even of declension, which were not created for your incult sportier Boeotian diversion. You will therefore, Vernon, write out and bring to me tomorrow a word-for-word English-Latin translation of the ode, together with a full list of all adjectives. An adjective is not a verb, Vernon, as the lower third will tell you. All adjectives, their number, case, and gender. Even now, I haven't begun to deal with you faithfully. I'm very sorry, Sir. Vernon stammered. You mistake the symptoms, Vernon. You are possibly discomfited by the imposition, but sorrow postulates some sort of mind-intellect noose. Your rendering of probrosis alone stamps you as lower than the beasts of the field. Will someone take the taste out of our mouths? And talking of tastes, he coughed. There was a distinct flavor of chlorine gas in the air. Up went an eyebrow, though King knew perfectly well what it meant. Mr. Hartop's ST Science class next door, said Malpass. Oh yes, I had forgotten. Our newly established modern side. Of course. Perron opened the windows, and Winton go on once more from interque merens. And hastened away, said Winton, surrounded by his mourning friends, in tointo illustrious banishment. But I got that out of Kennington, sir, he added in one conscientious breath. I am aware the master generally knows his ass-crib, though I acquit you of any intention. That way, can you suggest anything for egregious exile? Only egregious exile, I fear egregious. Is a good word ruined? No, you can't, in this case, improve on Kennington. Now, then, for atqui sibet qui sibi barbarus torta pararet, the whole force of it lies in the atqui. Although he knew, Winton suggested. Stronger than that, I think. He who knew well malpass, interpolated. Ye's well, though he knew, I don't like Kennington's, well-witting it's Wardour Street. Well, though he knew what the savage torturer was getting ready for him, said Winton. Ye's had in store for him. Yet he brushed aside his kinsmen, and the people delaying his return. Ye's, but then how do you render abstance? If it's a free translation, mightn't abstance and morantum come to about the same thing, sir? Nothing comes to about the same thing with Horace Winton. As I have said, Horace was not a journalist, no. I take it that his kinsmen bodily withstood his departure, whereas the crowd populumque democracy stood about futilely pitying him, and getting in the way now for that noblest of indingsquam si clientum. And King ran off into the quotation. As though some tedious business o'er of clients court his journey lay towards Venafrum's grassy floor, or Sparta-built Tarentum's bay. All right, Winton Beetle, when you've quite finished dodging the fresh air yonder, give me the meaning of tendon sand, turn down your collar. Me sir tendon, sir, oh, stretching away in the direction of sir. Idiot Regulus was not a feature of the landscape. He was a man self-doomed to death by torture atqui sibet, knowing, if having achieved it for his country's sake, can't you hear, that atqui cut like a knife, moved off with some dignity. That is why Horace out of the whole golden Latin tongue chose the one-word tendence, which is utterly untranslatable. The gross injustice of being asked to translate it converted Beetle into a young Christian martyr, till King buried his nose in his handkerchief again. I think they've broken another gas bottle next door, sir, said Howell. They're always doing it, the form coughed as more chlorine came in. Well, I suppose we must be patient with the modern side, said King, but it is almost insupportable for this side. Vernon, what are you grinning at? Vernon's mind had returned to him glowing, and inspired he chuckled as he underlined his Horace. It appears to amuse you, said King. Let us participate. What is it? The last 2 lines of the 10th ode in this book, sir, was Vernon's amazing reply. What I see non hoc semper erit, lamine is out, aque caelestes patiens, latus. King's mouth twitched to hide a grin. Was that done with intention? I thought it fitted, sir. It does, it's distinctly happy. What put it into your thick head, Paddy? I don't know, sir, except we did the ode last term. And you remembered the same head that minted proboscis as a verb. Vernon, you are an enigma. No, this side will not always be patient of unheavenly gases and waters. I will make representations to our so-called moderns meantime, who shall say I am not just. I remit you your accrued pains and penalties. In regard to probrosim, probrosis, probersit, and other enormities, I ought to do it. But this side is occasionally human, by no means bad, Paddy. Thank you, sir, said Vernon, wondering how inspiration had visited him. Then King, with a few brisk remarks about science, headed them back to Regulus, of whom, and of Horace and Rome, an evil-minded commercial Carthage, and of the democracy eternally futile, he explained, in all ages and climes. He spoke for 10 minutes, passing thence to the next ode delicta majorum, where he fetched up full-voiced apondis T minorum quad. Geris imperas, thou rulest, because thou bearest thyself as lower than the gods, making it a text for a discourse on manners, morals, and respect for authority, as distinct from bottled gases, which lasted till the bell rang. Then Beetle, concertining his books, observed to Winton, when King's really on tap, he's an interestin' dog. Hartop's chlorine uncorked him. Yes, but why did you tell me Delubris was deluges, you silly ass, said Winton. Well, that uncorked him too. Look out, you hoof-handed old owl. Winton had cleared for action as the form poured out like puppies at play, and was scragging beetle Stalky from behind collared Winton low. The three fell in confusion. Dis T minorum quad geris, imperas quoth Stalky ruffling Winton's lint-white locks, mustn't jape, with number 5 study, don't be too virtuous, don't brood over it, 'twont count against you in your future carrier, cheer up pater. Pull him off mire essential guts, will you, said Beetle, from beneath he's squashin' M. They dispersed to their studies. No one, the owner least of all, can explain what is in a growing boy's mind. It might have been the blind ferment of adolescence. Stalky's random remarks about virtue might have stirred him like his betters. He might have sought popularity by way of clowning, or, as the head asserted years later, the only known jest of his serious life might have worked on him as a sober-sided man's one love colors and dislocates all his after days. But at the next lesson, mechanical drawing with Mr. Lidgett, who as drawing master had very limited powers of punishment, Winton fell suddenly from grace and let loose a live mouse. In the form room, the whole form shrieking and leaping high threw at it all the plaster cones, pyramids, and fruit in high relief, not to mention ink pots, that they could lay hands on Mr. Lidgett. Reported at once to the head, Winton owned up to his crime, which venial in the upper third, pardonable at a price. In the lower fourth was of course rank ruffianism on the part of a fifth form boy, and so by graduated stages he arrived at the head study just before lunch, penitent, perturbed, annoyed with himself. Anders, the head, said to King in the corridor after the meal, more human than he had known him in 7 years. You see, the head drawled on, Winton's only fault is a certain castive and unaccommodating virtue, so this comes very happily. I've never noticed any sign of it, said King. Winton was in King's house, and though King as proconsul might, and did infernally oppress his own province, once a black and yellow cap was in trouble at the hands of the imperial authority, King fought for him to the very last steps of Caesar's throne. Well, you yourself admitted just now that a mouse was beneath the occasion, the head answered. It was Mr. King did not love Mr. Lidgett. It should have been a rat, but I hate to plead it's the lad's first offense. Could you have damned him more completely, King? And what is the penalty, said King in retreat, but keeping up a rearguard action? Only my usual few lines of Virgil, to be shown up by tea time. The head's eyes turned slightly to that end of the corridor, where Mullins, captain of the games, old Pot, or Potiphar Mullins, was pinning up the usual Wednesday notice, big middle, and little side football A to KL to Z3 to 4 P Roman 1000. You cannot write out the head's usual few, which means 500 Latin lines, and play football for 1 hour and 3/4 between the hours of 1 and 5 P Roman 1000. Winton had evidently no intention of trying to do so, for he hung about the corridor with a set face and an uneasy foot, yet it was law in the school, compared with which that of the Medes and Persians was no more than a non-committal resolution that any boy outside the first 15 who missed his football for any reason whatever, and had not a written excuse duly signed by competent authority to explain his absence, would receive not less than 3 strokes, with a groundash from the captain of the games, generally a youth between 17 and 18 years, rarely under 11 stone. Pot was nearer 13, and always in hard condition. King knew without inquiry that the head had given Winton no such excuse. But he is practically a member of the first 15. He has played for it all this term, said King. I believe his cap should have arrived last week. His cap has not been given him officially, therefore he is not, I rely on old Pot. But Mullins is Winton's studamate, King persisted. Pot Mullins and Pater Winton were cousins and rather close friends. That will make no difference to Mullins or Winton, if I know M, said the head. But King played his last card desperately. I was going to recommend Winton for extra subprefect in my house, now Carton has gone. Certainly, said the head. Why not? He will be excellent by tea time, I hope. At that moment, they saw Mr. Lidgett tripping down the corridor, waylaid by Winton. It's about that mouse business at mechanical drawing, Winton opened, swinging across his path. Yes, highly disgraceful, Mr. Lidgett panted. I know it was said Winton it was a cad's trick because you knew I couldn't give you more than 50 lines, said Mr. Lidgett. Well, anyhow, I've come to apologize for it. Certainly, said Mr. Lidgett, and added, for he was a kindly man, I think, that shows quite right feeling. I'll tell the head at once I am satisfied. No, the boy's still unmended voice jumped from the growl to the squeak. I didn't mean that I did it on principle, please, Daunterdo, anything of that kind. Mr. Lidgett looked him up and down, and being an artist understood. Thank you, Winton, he said, this shall be between ourselves. You heard, said King, indecent pride in his voice. Of course, you thought he was going to get Lidgett to beg him off the impart. King denied this with so much warmth that the head laughed and King went away in a huff. By the way, said the head, I've told Winton to do his lines in your form room, not in his study. Thanks, said King over his shoulder, for the head's orders had saved Winton and Mullins, who was doing extra army work in the study, from an embarrassing afternoon together. An hour later, King wandered into his still form room, as though by accident Winton was hard at work. Aha, said King, rubbing his hands, this does not look like games. Winton, don't let me arrest your facile pen. Whence this sudden love for Virgil? Impart from the head, sir, for that mouse business this morning. Rumours thereof have reached us that was a lapse on your part into lower thirdery, which I don't quite understand. The tump-tump of the puntabouts before the sides settled to games came through the open window. Winton, like his housemaster, loved fresh air. Then they heard Paddy Vernon, sub-prefect on duty, calling the roll in the field and marking defaulters. Winton wrote steadily. King curled himself up on a desk, hands round knees. One would have said that the man was gloating over the boy's misfortune, but the boy understood. Dis te minorum quod geris imperas, King quoted presently, it is necessary to bear oneself as lower than the local god-seven, than drowing masters, who are precluded from effective retaliation. I do wish you'd tried that mouse game with me, Pater. Winton grinned, then sobered. It was a cad's trick, sir, to play on Mr. Lidgett. He peered forward at the page he was copying. Well, the sin I impute to each frustrate ghost. King stopped himself. Why do you goggle like an owl? Hand me the Mantuan and ill dictate. No matter, any rich Virgilian measures will serve. I may peradventure recall a few, he began. Tu regia imperio populos Roman memento. He tibi erunt arts passus imponer morm. Parcere subjectis et debellere superbas. There you have it all. Winton, write that out twice, and yet once again. For the next 40 minutes, with never a glance at the book, King paid out the glorious hexameters, and King could read Latin as though it were alive. Winton hauling them in and coiling them away behind him as trimmers in a telegraph ship's hold coil away deep-sea cable. King broke from the Aeneid to the Georgics and back again, pausing now and then to translate some specially loved line or to dwell on the treble-shot texture of the ancient fabric. He did not allude to the coming interview with Mullins, except at the last, when he said, I think at this juncture, Pater, I need not ask you for the precise significance of atquicebet qui sibi barbarus torter. The ungrateful Winton flushed angrily, and King loafed out to take 5 o'clock calover, after which he invited little Hartop to tea and a talk on Cloringa's Hartop, accepted the challenge like a bantam, and the two went up to King's study about the same time as Winton returned to the form room beneath it to finish his lines. Then half a dozen of the second 15, who should have been washing, strolled in to condole with Pater Winton, whose misfortune and its consequences were common talk. No one was more sincere than the long, red-headed, knotty-knuckled Paddy Vernon, but being a careless animal, he joggled Winton's desk. Curse you for a silly ass, said Winton, don't do that. No one is expected to be polite while under punishment, so Vernon, sinking his sub-prefectship, replied peacefully enough. Well, don't be wrathy, Pater. I'm not, said Winton, get out, this ain't your house. Form room don't belong to you. Why don't you go to your own study? Vernon replied. Because Mullins is there waitin' for the victim, said Stocky delicately, and they all laughed. You ought to have shaken that mouse out of your trouser leg, Pater. That's the way I did in my youth. Pater's reverting to his second childhood. Never mind, Pater. We all respect you and your future career. Winton, still writhing, growled. Vernon, leaning on the desk, somehow shook it again, then he laughed. What are you grinning at? Winton asked. I was only thinking of you being sent up to take a licking from Pot. I swear, I don't think it's fair. You've never shirked a game in your life. And you're as good as in the first 15 already. Your cap ought to have been delivered last week, oughtn't it? It was law in the school that no man could by any means enjoy the privileges and immunities of the first 15 till the black velvet cap with the gold tassel, made by dilatory Exeter outfitters, had been actually set on his head. Ages ago a larger built and unruly second 15 had attempted to change this law, but the prefects of that age were still larger, and the lively experiment had never been repeated. Will you, said Winton, very slowly, kindly mind your own damned business, you cursed, clumsy, fat-headed fool. The form room was as silent as the empty field in the darkness outside. Vernon shifted his feet uneasily. Well, I shouldn't like to take a licking from Pot, he said. Wouldn't you? Winton asked, as he paged the sheets of lines with hands that shook. No, I shouldn't, said Vernon, his freckles growing more distinct on the bridge of his white nose. Well, I'm going to take it. Winton moved clear of the desk as he spoke, but you're going to take a licking from me first. Before anyone realized it, he had flung himself neighing against Vernon. No decencies were observed on either side, and the rest looked on amazed. The two met confusedly. Vernon trying to do what he could with his longer reach, Winton insensible to blows, only concerned to drive his enemy into a corner and batter him to pulp. This he managed over against the fireplace, where Vernon dropped half-stunned. Now I am going to give you your lickin', said Winton. Lie there. I get a groundash and ill cut you to pieces. If you move, ill chuck you out of the window. He wound his hands into the boy's collar and waistband, and had actually heaved him half off the ground before the others, with one accord, dropped on his head, shoulders, and legs. He fought them crazily. In an awful hissing silence, Stocky's sensitive nose was rubbed along the floor. Beetle received a jolt in the wind that sent him whistling and crowing against the wall. Perron's forehead was cut, and Malpass came out with an eye that explained itself like a dying rainbow through a whole week. Mad, quite mad, said Stocky, and for the third time wriggled back to Winton's throat. The door opened, and King came in. Hartop's little figure just behind him. The mound on the floor panted and heaved, but did not rise, for Winton still squirmed vengefully. Only a little play, sir, said Perron. Only hit my head against a form. This was quite true. Oh, said King, dimuvit obstance. Propinquos, you, I presume, are the populace delaying Winton's return to Mullins, eh? No, sir, said Stocky. Behind his claret-colored handkerchief were the Merrants amicos. Not bad, you see, some of it sticks. After all, King chuckled to Hartop, and the two masters left without further inquiries. The boys sat still on the no-passive Winton. Well, said Stocky, at last of all, the putrid hisses. Pater, you are the... I am sorry, I am awfully sorry, Winton began, and they let him rise. He held out his hand to the bruised and bewildered Vernon. Sorry, Paddy, I must have lost my temper. I don't know what's the matter with me. Fat lot of good that'll do my face at tea. Vernon grunted. Why couldn't you say there was something wrong with you instead of lambing out like a lunatic? Is my lip puffy? Just a trifle. Look at my beak. Well, we got all these pretty marks at Footerowan to the zeal with which we played the game, said Stocky, dusting himself. But do you think you're a fit to be let loose again, Pater? Sure, you don't want to kill another sub-prefect. I wish I was Pot. Id cut your sprightly young soul out. I suppose I ought to go to Pot now, said Winton, and let all the other asses see you looking like this. Not much. Well, all come up to number 5 study and wash off in hot water. Beetle, you aren't damaged. Go along and light the gas stove. There's a tin of cocoa in my study somewhere, Perron shouted after him. Rootle round till you find it and take it up. Separately by different roads, Vernon's jersey pulled half over his head. The boys repaired to number 5 study. Little Hartop and King, I am sorry to say, leaned over the banisters of King's Landing and watched. Very human, said Little Hartop. Your virtuous Winton, having got himself into trouble, takes it out of my poor old Paddy. I wonder what precise lie Paddy will tell about his face. But surely you aren't going to embarrass him by asking, said King. Your boy won, said Hardop. To go back to what we were discussing, said King quickly, do you pretend that your modern system of inculcating unrelated facts about chlorine, for instance, all of which may be proved fallacies, by the time the boys grow up, can have any real bearing on education, even the low type of it that examiners expect? I maintain nothing, but is it any worse than your Chinese reiteration of uncomprehended syllables in a dead tongue? Dead forsooth, King, fairly danced the only living tongue on earth, Chinese, on my word, Hardop. And at the end of 7-year show, often have I said it, Hardop went on, 7 years of 220 days of 6 hours, each your victims go away, with nothing, absolutely nothing, except perhaps, if they've been very attentive, a dozen ill grant, you 21 score of totally unrelated Latin tags, which any child of 12 could have absorbed in 2 terms. But can't you realize that if our system brings latter at any rate at a pinch of simple understanding grammar and Latinity, apart a mere glimpse of the significance foul word of, well, say 1 ode of Horace, 120 lines of Virgil, we've got what we poor devils of ushers are striving after. And what might that be, said Hardop? Balance, proportion, perspective. Life, your scientific man, is the unrelated animal beast, without background. Haven't you ever realized that in your atmosphere of stinks? Meantime you make them lose life for the sake of living, eh? Blind again, Hardop. I told you about Paddy's quotation this morning, but he made proboscis a verb. He did. You yourself heard young Corcoran's reference to Marant's amicos. It sticks, a little of it sticks among the barbarians. Absolutely and essentially Chinese, said little Hardop, who alone of the common room refused to be outfaced by King. But I don't yet understand how Paddy came to be licked by Winton. Paddy's supposed to be something of a boxer. Beware of vinegar made from honey, King, replied Pater. Like some other people, is patient and long-suffering, but he has his limits. The head is oppressing him damnably too. As I pointed out, the boy has practically been in the first 15 since term began. But my dear fellow, I've known you give a boy an impart and refuse him leave off games again and again. Ah, but that was when there was real need to get at some oaf who couldn't be sensitized in any other way. Now, in our esteemed head's action, I see nothing but. The conversation from this point does not concern us. Meantime Winton, very penitent, and especially polite towards Vernon, was being cheered with cocoa in number 5 study. They had some difficulty in stemming the flood of his apologies. He himself pointed out to Vernon that he had attacked a subprefect for no reason whatever and therefore deserved official punishment. I can't think what was the matter with me today, he mourned, ever since that blasted mouse business. Well then, don't think, said Starkey, or do you want Paddy to make a row about it before all the school? Here Vernon was understood to say that he would see Winton and all the school somewhere else. And if you imagine Perron and Malpass and me are going to give evidence at a prefect's meeting, just to soothe your beastly conscience, you jolly well said Beetle, I know what you Roman 999. What, croaked Pater out of the valley of his humiliation. You went berserk. I've read all about it in Hypatia. What's going berserk? Winton asked. Never you mind, was the reply. Now, don't you feel awfully weak and seedy? I am rather tired, said Winton, sighing. That's what you ought to be. You've gone berserk, and pretty soon you'll go to sleep. But you'll probably be liable to fits of it all your life. Beetle concluded, shouldn't wonder if you murdered someone some day. Shut up you and your berserks, said Starkey. Go to Mullins now and get it over, Pater. I call it filthy unjust of the head, said Vernon. Anyhow, you've given me my lickin', old man. I hope Pot'll give you yours. I am awfully sorry, was Winton's last word. It was the custom in that consulship to deal with games defaulters between 5 o'clock Calover and T. Mullins, who was old enough to pity, did not believe in letting boys wait through the night till the chill of the next morning for their punishments. He was finishing off the last of the small fry, and their excuses when Winton arrived. But please, Molinsthes, was Babcock Tertius, a dear little 12-year-old mother's darling. I had an awful hack on the knee. I've been to the matron about it, and she gave me some iodine. I've been rubbing it in all day. I thought that would be an excuse off. Let's have a look at it, said the impassive Mullins. That's a shin bruise about a week old. Touch your toes. I'll give you the iodine. Babcock yelled loudly, as he had many times before the face of Jevons, aged 11, a new boy, that dark wet term, low in the house, low in the lower school, and lowest of all in his homesick little mind, turned white at the horror of the sight. They could hear his working lips part stickily as Babcock wailed his way out of hearing. "Hullo, Jevons, what brings you here?" said Mullins. "Please, sir, I went for a walk with Babcock Tertius." "Did you then? I bet you went to the tuckshapan. You paid, didn't you?" A nod. Jevons was too terrified to speak. "Of course, and I bet Babcock told you that old pot 'ud let you off, because it was the first time." Another nod, with a ghost of a smile in it. "All right." Mullins picked Jevons up before he could guess what was coming, laid him on the table with one hand, with the other gave him 3 emphatic spanks, then held him high in air. "Now you tell Babcock Tertius that he's got you a licking from me, and see you jolly well pay it back to him. And when you're a prefect of games, don't you let anyone shirk his footer without a written excuse. Where do you play in your game?" "Forward, sir." "You can do better than that. I've seen you run like a young buckrabbit. Ask Dixon from me to try you as 3/4. Next game, will you cut along?" Jevons left warm for the first time that day, enormously set up in his own esteem, and very hot against the deceitful Babcock. Mullins turned to Winton. "Your name's on the list, Pater." Winton nodded. "I know it. The head landed me with an impart for that mouse business at mechanical drawing. No excuse." "He meant it then." Mullins jerked his head delicately towards the groundash on the table. "I heard something about it." Winton nodded. "A rotten thing to do," he said. "Can't think what I was doing ever to do it. It counts against a fellow so, and there's some more too." "All right, Pater, just stand clear of our photo bracket, will you?" The little formality over there was a pause. Winton swung round, yawned in Pot's astonished face, and staggered towards the windows. "What's the matter with you, Dick? Ill?" "No, perfectly all right, thanks. Only a little sleepy." Winton stretched himself out, and there fell deeply and placidly asleep. "It isn't a faint," said the experienced Mullins, "or his pulse wouldn't act. 'Tisn't a fit, or he'd snort and twitch. It can't be sunstroke this term, and he hasn't been overtraining for anything." He opened Winton's collar, packed a cushion under his head, threw a rug over him, and sat down to listen to the regular breathing before long Stocky arrived on pretense of borrowing a book. He looked at the windows. "Noticed anything wrong with Winton lately?" said Mullins. "Notice anything wrong with my beak, Stocky?" replied Pater. "Went berserk after Calover, and fell on a lot of us for jesting with him about his impart. You ought to see Malpass. I." "You mean that Pater fought?" said Mullins. "Like a devil. Then he nearly went to sleep in our study just now. I expect he'll be all right when he wakes up. Rummy business, conscientious old bargee. You ought to have heard his apologies." "But Pater can't fight one little bit," Mullins repeated. "'Twasn't fighting, he just tried to murder everyone." Stocky described the affair, and when he left, Mullins went off to take counsel with the head, who out of a cloud of blue smoke told him that all would yet be well. Winton said he is a little stiff in his moral joints. He'll get over that if he asks you whether today's doings will count against him in his. "But you know it's important to him, sir. His people aren't very well off," said Mullins. "That's why I am taking all this trouble. You must reassure him, Pot. I have overcrowded him with new experiences." "Oh, by the way, has his cap come?" "It came at dinner." Sir Mullins laughed. Sure enough, when he waked at tea-time, Winton proposed to take Mullins all through every one of his days' lapses from grace. "And do you think it will count against me?" said he. "Don't you fuss so much about yourself and your silly career," said Mullins. "You're all right, and ohers, Your first cap at last, shove it up on the bracket, and come on to tea. They met King on their way, stepping statelily, and rubbing his hands. I have applied, said he, for the services of an additional subprefect. In Carton's unlamented absence, your name, Winton, seems to have found favor with the powers that be, and all things considered, I am disposed to give my support to the nomination. You are therefore a quasi-lictor. Then it didn't count against me, Winton gasped as soon as they were out of hearing. A captain of games can jest with a subprefect publicly. You utter ass, said Mullins, and caught him by the back of his stiff neck, and ran him down to the hole where the subprefects who sit below the salt made him welcome with the economical bloater paste of midterm. King and Little Hartop were sparring in the Reverend John Gillett's study at 10p Roman 1000 classical versus, modern as usual. Character proportion background, snarled King, that is the essence of the humanities. Analects of Confucius, Little Hartop answered. Time, said the Reverend John behind the soda waiter. You men oppress me, Hartop. What did you say to Paddy in your dormitories tonight? Even you couldn't have overlooked his face. But I did, said Hartop calmly. I wasn't even humorous about it, as some clerics might have been. I went straight through and said naught. Poor Paddy. Now for my part, said King, and you know I am not lavish in my praises. I consider Winton a first-class type, absolutely first-class. Hardly, said the Reverend John. First class of the second class. I admit the very best type of second class. Buth shook his head. It should have been a rat paterlal, never be anything more than a colonel of engineers. What do you base that verdict on, said King stiffly. He came to me after prayers with all his conscience. Poor old Pater, was it the mouse, said Little Hartop. That and what he called his uncontrollable temper, and his responsibilities as subprefect. And you. If we had had what is vulgarly called a pigeon, he'd have had hysterics, so I recommended a dose of Epsom salts. Hell, take it too conscientiously. Don't eat me, King. Perhaps hell be a K Roman 100b. 10 o'clock struck, and the army class boys in the further studies, coming to their houses after an hour's extra work, passed along the gravel path. Below, someone was chanting to the tune of white sand and grey sand, dis te minorum quod geris imperas. He stopped outside Mullins' study. They heard Mullins' window slide up, and then Stalky's voice. Ah, good evening, Mullins, my barbarous daughter, were the waits we have come to inquire after the local berserk. Is he doing as well as can be expected in his new carrier? Better than you will, in a sec, Stalky, Mullins grunted. Glad of that. We thought he'd like to know that Paddy has been carried to the sick house in ravin delirium. They think it's concussion of the brain. Why, he was all right at prayers, Winton began earnestly, and they heard a laugh in the background as Mullins slammed down the window. Night regular, Stalky sang out, and the light footsteps went on. You see, it sticks, a little of it sticks among the barbarians, said King. Amen, said the Reverend John. Go to bed. A translation. Horace B.K. Roman 5 Ode 3. There are whose study is of smells, and to attentive schools rehearse how something mixed with something else makes something worse. Some cultivate in broths impure the clients of our bodies, increasing without venous cure, or cause disease. Others the heated wheel extol, and all its offspring, whose concern is how to make it farthest roll and fastest turn. Me much incurious if the hour present or to be paid for brings me to Brundusium by the power of wheels or wings. Me in whose breast no flame hath burned lifelong, save that by Pindar lit. Such lore leaves cold. I am not turned aside to it, more than when sunk in thought profound of what the unaltering gods require. My steward friend, but slave, brings round logs for my fire. The edge of the evening. Ah, what avails the classic bent, and what the chosen word against the undoctored incident? That actually occurred. And what is art whereto we press? Through paint and prose and rhyme. When nature, in her nakedness, defeats us every time. Hi, hi, hold your horses, stop, well, a lean man in a sable-lined overcoat leaped from a private car and barred my way up Pall Mall. You don't know me, you're excusable, I wasn't wearing much of anything last time we met in South Africa. The scales fell from my eyes, and I saw him once more in a sky-blue army shirt, behind barbed wire, among Dutch prisoners bathing at Simonstown more than a dozen years ago. Why, it's Ziegler Lafton, oh Ziegler. I cried, well, I am glad to see you. Oh no, you don't work any of your English on me, so glad to see you. Doncher Noan Tata, do you reside in this village? No, I am up here buying stores. Then you take my automobile, where to, oh, I know them, my Lord Marshalton is one of the directors, Pigot Drive, to the Army and Navy Cooperative Supply Association, Limited, Victoria Street, Westminster. He settled himself on the deep dove-color pneumatic cushions, and his smile was like the turning on of all the electrics. His teeth were whiter than the ivory fittings. He smelt of rare soap and such cigarettes, as he handed me from a golden box with an automatic lighter on my side of the car was a gold-mounted mirror card and toilette case. I looked at him inquiringly. Yes, he nodded. 2 years after I quit the Cape. She's not an Ohio girl, though she's in the country now. Is that right? She's at our little place in the country. Well, go there as soon as you're through with your grocery list engagements. The only engagement you've got is to grab your grip, get your bag from your hotel, and come right along and meet her. You are the captive of my bow and spear now. I surrender, I said meekly. Did the Ziegler automatic gun do all this? I pointed to the car fittings. Pshaw, think of your rememberin' that. Well, no, the Ziegler is a great gun, the greatest ever, but life's too short and too interesting to squander on pushing her in military society. I've leased my rights in her to a Transylvanian citizen, full of mentality and moral uplift. If those things weigh with the chancelleries of Europe, he will make good, and I shall be surprised. Excuse me. He bared his head as we passed the statue of the great Queen outside Buckingham Palace. A very great lady, said he. I have enjoyed her hospitality. She represents one of the most wonderful institutions in the world. The next is the one we are going to. Mrs. Ziegler uses and they break her up every week on returned empties. Oh, you mean the stores, I said. Mrs. Ziegler means it more. They are quite ambassadorial in their outlook. I guess I'll wait outside and pray while you wrestle with my business at the stores finished, and my bag retrieved from the hotel. His moving palace slid us into the country. I owe it to you, Ziegler began as smoothly as the car, to tell you what I am now. I represent the business end of the American invasion, not the blame cars themselves. I wouldn't be found dead in one, but the tools that make I am the Ziegler higher speed tool and lathe. Trust the trust, sir, is entirely my own. In my own inventions, I am the Rensselaer 10-cylinder Ariel, lightest aeroplane engine on the marketone price, 1 power, 1 guarantee. I am the Orlibar Paperwelt Pulpanol Company for aeroplane bodies, and I am the Rush silencer for military aeroplanes. Absolutely silent, which the continent leases under royalty, with 3 exceptions. The British aren't wise to it, yet that's all I represent at present. You saw me take off my hat to your late Queen. I owe every cent I have to that great and good lady. Yes, sir, I came out of Africa after my 18 months' rescue and open-air treatment and sea bathing as her prisoner of war like a giant. Refreshed, there wasn't anything could hold me when I'd got my hooks into it after that experience. And to you, as a representative British citizen, I say here and now that I regard you as the founder of the family fortune, Tommy's and mine. But I only gave you some papers and tobacco. What more does any citizen need? The Cullinan diamond wouldn't have helped me as much then. And talking about South Africa, tell me. We talked about South Africa till the cars stopped at the Georgian Lodge of a great park. Well, get out here, I want to show you a rather sightly view, said Ziegler. We walked perhaps half a mile across timber-dotted turf, past a lake, entered a dark rhododendron-planted wood, ticking with the noise of pheasants' feet, and came out suddenly where 5 rides met at a small classic temple between lichened stucco statues which faced. Circle of turf, several acres, in extent Irish yews of a size that I had never seen before walled the sunless circle, like cliffs of riven obsidian, except at the lower end, where it gave on to a stretch of undulating bare ground ending in a timbered slope half a mile away. That's where the old Marshalton racecourse used to be, said Ziegler. That ice house is called Flora's Temple Nell Gwyn, and Mrs. Siddons and Taglioni and all that crowd used to act plays here for King George III, wasn't it? Well, George is the only king I play, let it go at that. This circle was the stage. I guess the kings and the nobility sat in Flora's temple. I forget who sculpted these statues at the door. They're the comic and tragic muse, but it's a sightly view, ain't it? The sunlight was leaving the park. I caught a glint of silver to the southward, beyond the wooded ridge. That's the ocean channel, I mean, said Ziegler. It's 23 miles, as a man flies, a sightly view, ain't it? I looked at the severe, used the dumb yelling mouths of the 2 statues, at the blue-green shadows on the unsunned grass, and at the still bright plain in front, where some deer were feeding. It's a most dramatic contrast, but I think it would be better on a summer's day, I said, and we went on up one of the noiseless rides, a quarter of a mile at least, till we came to the porticoed front of an enormous Georgian pile. 4 footmen revealed themselves in a hall hung with pictures. I hired this off of my Lord Marshalton, Ziegler explained, while they helped us out of our coats, under the severe eyes of ruffed and periwigged ancestors. Yas, they always look at me too, as if I'd blown in from the gutter, which of course I have. That's Mary Lady Marshalton. Old man Joshua painted her. Do you see any likeness to my Lord Marshalton? Why, haven't you ever met up with him? He was Captain Mankletomy, Royal British Artillery captain, that blew up my gun in the war and then tried to bury me against my religious principles. 4 years his father died, and he got the lordship. That was about all he got by the time that your British death duties were through with him, so he said I'd oblige him by hiring his ranch. It's a hell and a half of a proposition to handle, but Tommy Mrs. Lafton understands. It come right into the parlor and be very welcome. He guided me hand on shoulder into a babble of high-pitched talk and laughter that filled a vast drawing-room. He introduced me as the founder of the family fortunes to a little lithe, dark-eyed woman, whose speech and greeting were of the soft-lipped South. She, in turn, presented me to her mother, a black-browed, snowy-haired old lady with a cap of priceless Venetian point hands that must have held many hearts in their time, and a dignity as unquestioned and unquestioning. As an empress, she was indeed a Burton of Savannah, who on their own ground outranked the Lays of Virginia. The rest of the company came from Buffalo, Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Chicago, with here and there a softening southern strain. A party of young folk popped corn beneath a mantelpiece, surmounted by a Gainsborough. 2 portly men, half hidden by a cased harp, discussed over sheaves of typewritten documents the terms of some contract. A knot of matrons talked servants, Irish versus German across the grand piano. Youth ravaged an old bookcase, while beside him a tall girl stared at the portrait of a woman of many loves, dead 300 years, but now leaping to life and warning under the shaded framelight. In a corner, half a dozen girls examined the glazed tables that held the decorations, English and foreign, off the late Lord Marshalton. See, he would this be the order of the Garter? One said, pointing. I presume likely no. The Garter has honey, swore I know that much. This is triadjuncta something. Oh, what's that cunning little copper cross, with for valor? A third cried. Say, look at here, said the young man at the bookcase. Here's a first edition of Handley Cross, and a Bewick's Birds right next to it, just like so many bestsellers. Look, matey. The girl beneath the picture half turned her body, but not her eyes. You don't tell me, she said slowly. Their women amounted to something after all. But woman's scope and outlook was very limited in those days, one of the matrons put in from the piano. Limited for her, if they were. I guess she was the limit. Who was she? Peters was the catalogue. A thin butler in charge of 2 footmen removing the tributaries slid to a table and handed her a blue-and-gilt book. He was buttonholed by one of the men behind the harp, who wished to get a telephone call through to Edinburgh. The local office shuts at 6, said Peters, but I can get through to name some town in 10 minutes, sir. That suits me, you'll find me here, when you've hitched up, oh say Peters, we Mr. Alforts and me'n't goin' by that early morning train tomorrow, but the other one on the other line, whatever they call it. The 9:27, sir. Yes, sir, early breakfast will be at 8:30, and the car will be at the door at 9. Peters, an imperious young voice, called, "What's the matter with Lord Marshalton's order of the Giarta? We shan't find it anyway." "Well, miss, I have heard that that order is usually returned to His Majesty on the death of the holder." "Yes, miss." Then, in a whisper to a footman, "More butter for the popcorn in King Charles Corner." He stopped behind my chair. "Your room is number 11, sir. May I trouble you for your keys?" He left the room with a 6-year-old maiden called Alice, who had announced she would not go to bed lest Peter Punkeneater takes me so there. He very kindly looked in on me for a moment as I was dressing for dinner. "Not at all, sir," he replied to some compliment I paid him. "I valeted the late Lord Marshalton for 15 years. He was very abrupt in his movements, sir. As a rule, I never received more than an hour's notice of a journey. We used to go to Syria frequently. I have been twice to Babylon, Mr. And Mrs. Ziegler's requirements are comparatively speaking few. But the guests, very little out of the ordinary, as soon as one knows their ordinaries, extremely simple, if I may say so, sir. I had the privilege of taking Mrs. Burton in to dinner, and was rewarded with an entirely new, and to me rather shocking view of Abraham Lincoln, who she said had wasted the heritage of his land by blood and fire, and had surrendered the remnant to aliens. My brother, so she said, fell at Gettysburg, in order that Armenians should colonize New England today. If I took any interest in any damn Yankee outside of my son-in-law Lafton yonder, I should say that my brother's death had been amply avenged. The man at her right took up the challenge, and the war spread. Her eyes twinkled over the flames she had lit. "Don't these folk," she said a little later, "remind you of Arabs picnicking under the pyramids?" "I've never seen the pyramids," I replied. "I didn't know you were as English as all that, and when I laughed, are you? Always it saves trouble." Now that's just what I find so significant among the Englishes, was Alice's mother, I think, with one elbow well forward among the salted almonds. "Oh, I know how you feel, Madam Burton, but a northerner like myself, Buffalo Evan, though we come over every year, notices the desire for comfort in England. There's so little conflict or uplift in British society." "But we like being comfortable," I said. "I know it's very characteristic, but ain't it just a little lacking in adaptability and imagination?" "They haven't any need for adaptability," Madam Burton struck in. "They haven't any Ellis Island standards to live up to." "But we can assimilate," the Buffalo woman charged on. "Now you have done it," I whispered to the old lady, as the blessed word assimilation woke up all the old arguments for and against. There was not a dull moment in that dinner for many afterwards, when the boys and girls at the piano played the ragtime tunes of their own land, while their elders, inexhaustibly interested, replunged into the discussion of that land's future, till there was talk of Kunkan. When all the company had been set to tables, Ziegler led me into his book-lined study, where I noticed he kept his golf clubs, and spoke simply as a child, gravely as a bishop, of the years that were passed since our last meeting. "That's about all, I guess, up to date," he said, when he had unrolled the bright map of his fortunes across 3 continents. "Bane rich suits me, so does your country, sir, my own country. You heard what that Detroit man said at dinner, a government of the alien, by the alien, for the alien mothers right to. Lincoln killed us from the highest motives, but he killed us, oh say, that reminds me, jever kill a man from the highest motives? Not from any motive, as far as I remember. Well, I have it don't weigh on my mind any, but it was interesting. Life is interesting for a rich for eneman in England. Ya's life in England is like settin' in the front row at the theatre, and never knowin' when the whole blame drama won't spill itself into your lap. I didn't always know that I lie abed now, and I blush to think of some of the breaks I made in South Africa about the British, not your official method of doing business, but the spirit. I was way off on the spirit. Are you acquainted with any other country where you'd have to kill a man or two to get at the national spirit?" "Well," I answered, "next to marrying one of its women, killing one of its men makes for pretty close intimacy with any country. I take it you killed a British citizen." Why know our syndicate confined its operations to alien stamful aliens? Jever know an English lord called Lundy 5 looks like a frame food and soap advertisement. I imagine he was in your Supreme Court before he came into his lordship. He is a lawyer, what we call a law lorder, judge of appeal, not a real hereditary lord. That's as much beyond me as this Ziegler slapped a fat debret on the table, but I presume this unreal law lord Lundy is kind o' real in his decisions. I judged so, and on more question ever meet a man called Whalen. Do you mean Burton Whalen, the editor of I mentioned the journal? That's him, looks like a tough, talks like a maxim, and trains with kings. He does, I said. Burton Whalen knows all the crowned heads of Europe intimately, it's his hobby. Well, there's the whole outfit for yow, exceptin' my Lord Marshalton nee Mankeltoe, and me, all active murderers, specially the law lorder accessories after the fact. And what do they hand you out for that in this country? 20 years, I believe, was my reply. He reflected a moment. "No," he said, and followed it with a smokering 20 months at the Cape. Is my limit, say murder ain't the Solskjaerin event. Those naturefakers in the magazines make out. It develops naturally like any other proposition. Say, jever play this golf game? It's come up in the States from Maine to California, and we're producing all the champions in sight, not a businessman's play. But interestin', I've got a golf links in the park here that they tell me is the finest inland course ever. I had to pay extra for that when I hired the rancher last year. It was just before I signed the papers that our murder eventuated. My Lord Marshalton, he asked me down for the weekend to fix up something or other about Peters, and the linen, I think 'twas Mrs. Ziegler, took a holt of the proposition. She understood Peters from the word go. There wasn't any house party, only 15 or 20 folk. A full house is 32, Tommy tells me. Guess we must be near on that tonight. In the smoking room, here my Lord Marshalton Mankeltoe, that was introduces me to this Whalen man, with the nose he'd been in the war too. From start to finish he knew all the columns and generals that I'd battled with in the days of my Ziegler gun. We kinder fell into each other's arms and let the harsh world go by for a while. Whalen, he introduces me to your Lord Lundy. He was a new proposition to me. If he hadn't been a lawyer he'd have made a lovely cattle king. I thought I had played poker some another of my breaks yas. It cost me $1,100 besides what Tommy said. When I retired, I have no fault to find with your hereditary aristocracy or your judiciary or your press. Sunday we all went to church across the park here. Pshaw, think, oh, you rememberin' my religion, I've become an Episcopalian. Since I married yas after lunch. Whalen did his crowned heads off Europe's stunt in the smockin' room. Here he was long on kings and continental crises. I do not pretend to follow British domestic politics, but in the aeroplane business, a man has to know something of international possibilities. At present you British are settin' in kimonos on dynamite kegs. Whalen's talk put me wise on the location and size of some of the kegs yas. After that we four went out to look at those golf links. I was hearin', we each took a club. Mind glanced at a great tan bag by the fireplace. Was the beginner's friend clique. Well, sir, this golf proposition took a hold of me as quick as death. They had to prise me off the greens when it got too dark to see. And then we went back to the house. I was walking ahead with my Lord Marshalton talking beginner's golf. I was the man who ought to have been killed by rights. We cut cross lots through the woods to Flora's Temple. That place I showed you this afternoon. Lundy and Whalen were maybe 20 or 30 rod behind us in the dark. Marshalton and I stopped at the theater to admire at the ancestral yew trees. He took me right under the biggest king somebody's yew, and while I was spanning it with my handkerchief, he says, look, he, just as if it was a rabbit, down comes a biplane into the theater with no more noise than the dead. My Rush silencer is the only one on the market that allows that sort of gumshoe work. What a biplane with two men in it. Both men jump out and start fussing with the engines. I was starting to tell Mankeltoe I can't remember to call him Marshalton any more. That it looked as if the Royal British Flying Corps had got on to my Rush silencer at last. But he steps out from under the yew to these two stealthy Steves and says, what's the trouble? Can I be of any service? He thought so. Did it was some of the boys from Aldershot or Salisbury. Well, sir, from there on the situation developed like a motion picture in hell. The man on the nice side of the machine whirls round, pulls his gun, and fires into Mankeltoe's face. I laid him out with my clique. automatically, anyone who shoots a friend of mine gets what's common to him if I am within reach. He drops Mankeltoe, rubs his neck with his handkerchief. The man, the far side of the machine, starts to run Lundy down the ride. Or it might have been Whalen shouts, "What's happened, Mankeltoe?" says Collar, that chap. The second man runs ringering oroses round the machine, one hand reaching behind him. Mankeltoe heads him off to me. He breaks blind for Whalen and Lundy, who are running up the ride. There's some sort of mix-up among 'em which it's too dark to see. And a thud Whalen says, "Oh well, collared." Lundy says, "That's the only thing I never learned at Harrow." Mankeltoe runs up to him, still rubbing his neck, and says, "He didn't fire at me. It was the other chap. Where is he?" "I've stretched him alongside his machine," I says. "Are they poachers?" says Lundy. "No, airmen. I can't make it out," says Mankeltoe. "Look at here," says Whalen, kind of brusque. "This man ain't breathin' at all. Didn't you hear something crack when he lit Lundy?" "My God," says Lundy, "did I thought it was my suspender snow." He said, "Braces." Right there I left them, and sort o' tiptoed back to my man. Hoppin' he'd revived and quit, but he hadn't. That darned cleek had hit him on the back of the neck. Just where his helmet stopped he'd got his. I knew it by the way the head rolled in my hands. Then the others came up the ride totin' their load. No mistakin' that shuffle on grass. Do you remember it in South Africa, yas? "HSH," says Lundy, "do you know I've broken this man's neck?" "Same here," I says. "What both?" says Mankeltoe. "Nonsense," says Lord Lundy, "who'd have thought he was that out of training? A man oughtn't to fly if he ain't fit." "What did they want here anyway?" said Whalen, and Mankeltoe says, "We can't leave them in the open. Someone'll come carry 'em to Flora's temple." We toted him again and laid him out on a stone bench. They were still dead. In spite of our best attentions, we knew it. But we went through the motions till it was quite dark. "Wonder if all murderers do that. We want a light on this," says Whalen. "After a spell there ought to be one in the machine. Why didn't they light it?" We came out of Flora's temple and shut the doors behind us. Some stars were showing the same as when Cain did his little act, I guess. I climbed up and searched the machine. She was very well equipped. I found 2 electric torches in clips alongside her barometers by the rear seat. "What make is," she says, Mankeltoe. "Continental Rensselaer," I says, "my engines and my rush silencer." Whalen whistles. "Here, let me look," he says, and grabs the other torch. She was sure well equipped. We gathered up an armful of cameras and maps and notebooks and an album of mounted photographs, which we took to Flora's temple and spread on a marble-top table. "I'll show you tomorrow," which the King of Naples had presented to Grandfather Marshallton. Whalen starts to go through M. We wanted to know why our friends had been so prejudiced against our society. "Wait a minute," says Lord Lundy, "lend me a handkerchief." He pulls out his own, and Whalen contributes his green android bandana, and Lundy covers their faces. "Now," he says, "well, go into the evidence." There wasn't any flaw in that evidence. Whalen read out their last observations, and Mankeltoe asked questions, and Lord Lundy sort o' summarized. And I looked at the photos in the album. "J'ever see a birdseye telephoto survey of England for military purposes? It's interesting but indecent, like turning a man upside down. None of those close-range panoramas of forts could have been taken without my rush silencer. I wish we was as thorough as they are," says Mankeltoe, when Whalen stopped translating. "We've been thorough enough," says Lord Lundy. "The evidence against both accused is conclusive. Any other country would give him 7 years in a fortress. We should probably give him 18 months as first-class misdemeanants. But their case," he says, "is out of our hands. We must review our own." "Mr. Ziegler," he said, "will you tell us what steps you took to bring about the death of the first accused?" I told him. He wanted to know specially whether I'd stretched first accused before or after he had fired at Mankeltoe. Mankeltoe testified he'd been shot at and exhibited his neck as evidence it was scorched. "Now, Mr. Whalen," says Lord Lundy, "will you kindly tell us what steps you took with regard to the second accused?" "The man ran directly at me, me lord," says Whalen. I said, "Oh no you don't," and hit him in the face. Lord Lundy lifts one hand and uncovers second accused's face. There was a bruise on one cheek, and the chin was all greened with grass. He was a heavy-built man. "What happened after that?" says Lord Lundy. "To the best of my remembrance, he turned from me towards your lordship. Then Lundy goes ahead, I stooped and caught the man round the ankles. He says the sudden check threw him partially over my left shoulder. I jerked him off that shoulder, still holding his ankles, and he fell heavily on it, would appear the point of his chin, death being instantaneous. Death being instantaneous, says Wayland. Lord Lundy takes off his gown, and Widgew could see him do it and becomes our fellow murderer. That's our case, he says. I know how I should direct the jury, but it's an undignified business for a Lord of Appeal to lift his hand to, and some of my learned brothers, he says, might be disposed to be facetious. I guess I can't be properly sensitized. Anyone who steered me out of that trouble might have had the laugh on me for generations. But I am only a millionaire, I said. We'd better search second accused in case he'd been carrying concealed weapons. That certainly is a point, says Lord Lundy, but the question for the jury would be whether I exercised more force than was necessary to prevent him from using them. I didn't say anything, he wasn't talking my language. Second accused had his gun on him sure enough, but it had jammed in his hip pocket. He was too fleshy to reach behind for business purposes, and he didn't look a gunman. Anyway, both of them carried wads of private letters. By the time Wayland had translated, we knew how many children the fat one had at home, and when the thin one reckoned to be married 2 bad years. Says Wayland to me, while we was rebuttoning their jackets, they was not in uniform. Ever read a book called The Wreckers, Mr. Ziegler? Not that I recall at the present moment, I says. Well do, he says, you'd appreciate it now, I assure you. You'll remember, I says, but I don't see how this song and dance helps us any. Here's our corpses, here's their machine, and daylight's bound to come. Heavens, that reminds me, says Lundy, what time's dinner? 8:30, says Mankeltoe. It's 5:30 now. We knocked off golf at 22, and if they hadn't been such silly asses fearing pistols like civilians wed have had them to dinner, why they might be sitting with us in the smoking room this very minute. He says then, he said that no man had a right to take his profession so seriously as these 2 mountebanks. How interesting, says Lundy. I've noticed this impatient attitude toward their victim in a good many murderers. I never understood it before, of course. It's the disposal of the body that annoys em now. I wonder, he says, who our case will come up before. Let's run through it again. Then Wayland whirls in. He'd been bitten his nails in a corner. We was all nerved up. By now me the worst of the bunch. I had to think for Tommy as well. We can't be tried, says Wayland. We mustn't be tried. It'll make an infernal international stink. What did I tell you in the smoking room after lunch? The tension's at breaking point. Already, this snap, it can't you see that? I was thinking of the legal aspect of the case, says Lundy. With a good jury wed likely be acquitted. Acquitted, says Wayland. Who dare acquit us in the face of what 'ud be demanded by the other party? Did you ever hear of the War of Jenkins' Ear? Ever hear of Mason and Slittle? Ever hear of an ultimatum? You know who these 2 idiots are. You know who we area Lord of Appeal, a Viscount of the English peerage. And me knowing all I know, which the men who know damn well know that I do know, it's our necks or Armageddon. Which do you think this government would choose? We can't be tried, he says. Then I expect I'll have to resign me club. Lundy goes on, I don't think that's ever been done before by an ex officio member. I must ask the secretary, I guess. He was kinder bunkered for the minute, or maybe 'twas the lordship common out on him. Rot, says Mankeltoe. Wayland's right. We can't afford to be tried. We'll have to bury them. But my head gardener locks up all the tools at 5 o'clock. Not on your life, says Lundy. He was on deck again as the high-class lawyer. Right or wrong, if we attempt concealment of the bodies, we're done for. I am glad of that, says Mankeltoe, because after all it ain't cricket to bury em. Somehow, but I know I ain't English. That consideration didn't worry me as it ought, and besides, I was thinking I had tone I'd begun to see a light way off, a little glimmerin' light o' salvation. Then what are we to do, says Wayland. Ziegler, what do you advise? Your neck's in it too. Gentlemen, I says, something Lord Lundy let fall a while back gives me an idea. I move that this committee empowers Big Klaus and Little Klaus, who have elected to commit suicide in our midst, to leave the premises As they came, I am asking you to take big chances, I says, but they're all we've got, and then I broke for the biplane. Don't tell me the English can't think as quick as the next man. When it's up to them, they lifted him out o' Flora's Templar Reverend, but not wastin' time whilst I found out what had brought her down. One cylinder was misfirin. I didn't stop to fix it. My Rensselaer will hold up on 6. We've proved that if her crew had relied on my guarantees, they'd have been halfway home by then instead of talkin' their seats with hangin' heads like they was ashamed they ought to have been ashamed to playin' gunmen in a British Piers Park. I took big chances startin' her without controls, but 'twas a dead still night, and a clear run you saw it across the theatre into the park. And I prayed she'd rise before she hit high timber. I set her all I dared for a quick lift. I told Mankletoe that if I gave her too much nose, she'd be liable to upend and flop. He didn't want another inquest on his estate, no sir, so I had to fix her up in the dark yars. I took big chances too, while those other 3 held on to her, and I worked her up to full power. My Rensselaer's no ventilation fan to pull against, but I climbed out just in time. It hitched the signalin' lamp to her tail, so's we could track her. Otherwise, with my rush silencer, we might's well have shooed an owl out of a barn. She left just that way when we let her go. No sound, except the propellers woo-woo-woo. There was a dip in the ground ahead. It hid her lamp for a second, but there's no such thing as time in real life. Then that lamp traveled up the far slope slow, then it kinder lifted. We judged then it sure was liftin'. Then it lifted good. Do you know why our 4 naked perspirin' souls was out there underneath her hickin' her heavens high? Yes sir, we did it, and that lamp kept liftin' and liftin'. Then she sideslipped. My God, she sideslipped twice, which was what I'd been afraid of all along. Then she straightened up and went away climbin' to glory, for that blessed star of our hope got smaller and smaller till we couldn't track it any more. Then we breathed. We hadn't breathed any since their arrival, but we didn't know it till we breathed that time all together. Then we dug our fingernails out of our palms and came alive again in installments. Lundy spoke first. We therefore commit their bodies to the air, he says, and puts his cap on. The deep, says Whalen. It's just 23 miles to the Channel. Poor chaps, says Mankletoe. We'd have had 'em to dinner if they hadn't lost their heads. I can't tell you how this distresses me. Laughton. Well, look at here, Arthur, I says, it's only God's own mercy you and me ain't lyin' in Flora's temple now. And if that fat man had known enough to fetch his gun around while he was runnin', Lord Lundy and Whalen would have been alongside us. I see that, he says, but we're alive and they're dead, don't ye know? I know it, I says. That's where the dead are always so damned unfair on the survivors. I see that too, he says, but it'd have given a good deal if it hadn't happened. Poor chaps. Amen, says Lundy. Then we sorter walked back 2 and 2 to Flora's temple and lit matches to see we hadn't left anything behind. Whalen, he had confiscated the notebooks before they left. There was the first man's pistol, which we'd forgot to return him, lyin' on the stone bench. Mankletoe puts his hand on eithe, never touched the trigger and bane, an automatic, of course. The blame thing jarred off spitful as a rattler. Look out, they'll have one of us yet, says Whalen in the dark. But they didn't. The Lord hadn't quit being our shepherd, and we heard the bullet zip across the veld quite like old times yars. Swine, says Mankletoe. After that I didn't hear any more. Poor chap, talk me. I never worried about killing my man. I was too busy figuring how a British jury might regard the proposition. I guess Lundy felt that way too. Oh, but say, we had an interesting time at dinner. Folks was expected, whose auto had hung up on the road. They hadn't wired, and Peters had laid 2 extra places. We noticed 'em as soon as we sat down. I'd hate to say how noticeable they were. Mankletoe, with his neck bandaged, he'd caught a relaxed throat. Golfin sent for Peters and told him to take those empty places away, if you please. It takes something to rattle Peters. He was rattled that time. Nobody else noticed anything. And now, where did they come down? I asked as he rose. In the Channel, I guess. There was nothing in the papers about 'em. Shall we go into the drawing room and see what these boys and girls are doing? But say, ain't life in England interesting? Rebirth. If any God should say, I will restore the world her yesterday, whole as before. My judgment blasted it who would not lift heart, eye, and hand in passion o'er the gift if any God should will, to wipe from mind the memory of this ill, which is mankind. In soul and substance, know who would not bless, even to tears, his loving tenderness. If any God should give us leave to fly, these present deaths we live, and safely die. In those lost lives we lived ere we were born. What man but would not laugh the excuse to scorn? For we are what we are, so broke to blood, and the strict works of war, so long subdued, to sacrifice that threadbare death commands, hardly observance at our busier hands. Yet we were what we were, and fashioned so, it pleases us to stare at the far show of unbelievable years and shapes that flit in our own likeness on the edge of it. The horse marines. The RT Hun R.B. Haldane, Secretary of State for War 6, was questioned in the House of Commons on April 8 about the rocking horses, which the War Office is using for the purpose of teaching recruits to ride. Lord Ronald Shea asked the War Secretary if rocking horses were to be supplied to all the cavalry regiments for teaching recruits to ride. The noble lord replied, Mr. Haldane is doubtless alluding to certain dummy horses on rockers which have been tested with very satisfactory results. The mechanical steed is a wooden horse with an astonishing tail. It is painted brown and mounted on swinging rails. The recruit leaps into the saddle and pulls at the reins, while the riding instructor rocks the animal to and fro with his foot. The rocking horses are being made at Woolwich. They are quite cheap. Daily paper. My instructions to Mr. Leggett, my engineer, had been accurately obeyed. He was to bring my car on completion of annual overhaul from Coventry via London to Southampton docks, to await my arrival, and very pretty she looked under the steamer's side, among the railway lines at 6 in the morning, next to her new paint and varnish. I was most impressed by her 4 brand new tires. But I didn't order new tires, I said, as we moved away. These are irresilients too. Treble-ribbed, said Leggett, diamond stud sheathing. Then there has been a mistake. Oh no, sir, they're a gratis. The number of motor manufacturers who give away complete sets of treble-ribbed irresilient tires is so limited that I believe I asked Leggett for an explanation. I don't know that I could very well explain, sir, was the answer. It 'ud come better from Mr. Pycroft. He's on leave at Portsmouth staying with his uncle. His uncle 'ad the body all night. I'd defy you to find a scratch on her, even with a microscope. Then we will go home by the Portsmouth Road, I said. And we went at those speeds which are allowed before the working day begins, or the police are thawed out. We were blocked near Portsmouth by a battalion of regulars on the move. Whitsuntide manoeuvres just ending, said Leggett. They've had a fortnight in the Downs. He said no more until we were in a narrow street somewhere behind Portsmouth Town Railway Station, where he slowed at a greengrocery shop. The door was open, and a small old man sat on 3 potato baskets, swinging his feet over a stooping blue back. You call that shinin' M, he piped. Can you see your face in M? Yet no, then shine M, or ill give you a beltin' yowl, remember. If you stop kickin' me in the mouth, perhaps it'd do better, said Pycroft's voice meekly. We blew the horn. Pycroft arose, put away the brushes, and received us not otherwise than as a king in his own country. Are you going to leave me up here all day? Said the old man. Pycroft lifted him down, and he hobbled into the back room. It's his corns, Pycroft explained. You can't shine corny feet, and he hasn't had his breakfast. I haven't had mine either, I said. Breakfast for 2 more, Uncle Pycroft sang out. Go out and buy it then, was the answer, or else it's half rations. Pycroft turned to Leggett, gave him his marketing orders, and dispatched him with the coppers. I have got 4 new tires on my car, I began impressively. Yes, said Mr. Pycroft, you have, and I will say, patted my car's bonnet, you earned M. I want to know why, I went on. Quite justifiable. You haven't noticed anything in the papers, have you? I've only just landed. I haven't seen a paper for weeks. Then you can lend me a virgin ear. There's been a scandal in the junior service army, I believe they call M. A bag of coffee beans pitched on the counter roast, that said the uncle from within. Pyecroft rigged a small coffee roaster while I took down the shutters and sold a young lady in curl papers 2 bunches of mixed greens and 1 soft orange. Sickly stuff to handle on an empty stomach, ain't it, said Pyecroft. What about my new tires? I insisted. Oh, any amount, but the question Ish looked at me steadily. This what you might call a court-martial or a post-mortem inquiry? Strictly a post-mortem, said Roman 1, that being so, said Pyecroft, we can rapidly arrive at facts. Last Thursday, shutters go behind those baskets last Thursday at 5 bells in the forenoon watch, otherwise 10:30 a Roman 1000, your Mr. Leggett was discovered on Westminster Bridge, laying his course for the Old Kent Road. But that doesn't lead to Southampton, I interrupted. Then perhaps he was swinging the car for compasses. Be that as it may, we found him in that latitude simultaneous, as Jules and me was en route for Waterloo to rejoin our respective ships or navies. I should say Jules was a commissionaire, which meant being on leave same as me from a French Casso-era cruiser at Portsmouth. A party of her trusty and well-beloved petty officers had been seeing London chaperoned by the R Roman 100 chaplain. Jules had detached himself from the squadron and was cruising on his own when I joined him in company of copious lady friends. But mark you, your Mr. Leggett drew the line at the girls loud, and long he drew it. I am glad of that, I said. You maybe he adopted the puristical formation from the first. Yes, he said, when we was a-kneeling him at, but you wouldn't know the pub I am going to Southampton, he says, an ill stretch a point to go via Portsmouth, but says he's seeing what sort of one hell of a time invariably transpires when we cruise together. Mr. Pyecroft, I do not feel myself justified towards my generous and long-suffering employer in talking on that kind of ballast, as well I assure you he considered your interests. And the girls, I asked. Oh, I left that to Jules. I am a monogamite by nature, so we embarked strictly on Garkang, but I should tell you in case he didn't, that your Mr. Leggett's care for your interests had extended to sheathing the car in matting and gunny bags to preserve her paintwork. She was all swathed up like an Italian baby. He is careful about his paintwork, I said. For a man with no service experience, I should say, he was fair homicidal on the subject. If we'd been Marines, he couldn't have been more pointed in his allusions to our hobnailed socks. However, we reduced him to a malleable condition, and embarked for Portsmouth. Id seldom rejoined my vaso, an automobile avec a fur coat and goggles, nor add Jules. Did Jules say much? I asked, helplessly turning the handle of the coffee roaster. That's where I pitied the poor beggar. He hadn't the language, so to speak. He was confined to heavings and shruggings, and copious Jews. The French are very badly fitted with relief valves, and then our Mr. Leggett drove. He drove. Was he in a very malleable condition? Not him. We recognized the value of his cargo from the outset. He hadn't a chance to get more than moist at the edges, after which we went to sleep, and now well go to breakfast. We entered the back room, where everything was in order, and a screeching canary made us welcome. The uncle had added sausages and piles of buttered toast to the kippers. The coffee, cleared with a piece of fish skin, was a revelation. Leggett, who seemed to know the premises, had run the car into the tiny backyard, where her mirror-like back almost blocked up the windows. He minded shop. While we ate, Pyecroft passed him his rations through a flap in the door. The uncle ordered him in after breakfast to wash up, and he jumped in his gaiters at the old man's commands, as he has never jumped to mine. To resume the post-mortem, said Pyecroft, lighting his pipe. My slumbers were broken by the propeller ceasing to revolve, and by vile language from your Mr. Leggett. I, Leggett, began, a blue-check duster in one hand and a cup in the other. When you're wanted aft, you'll be sent for Mr. Leggett, said Pyecroft amiably. It's clean mess decks for you now. Resuming once more, we was on a lonely and desolate ocean near Portsdown, surrounded by gorse bushes, and a Boy Scout was stirring my stomach with his little copper stick. You count 10, he says. Very good, Boy Jones, I says. Count 'em, and I hauled him in over the gunwale, and 10, I gave him with my large flat hand. The remarks he passed lying face down trying to bite my leg would have reflected credit on any service having finished. I dropped him overboard again, which was my gross political error. I ought to have killed him, because he began signaling rapid and accurating. Southeasterly direction, few equatorial calms are to be apprehended when BP's little pets take to signalin'. Make a note that 3 minutes later, we were stopped and boarded by scouts up our backs down our necks. And in our boots, the last I heard from your Mr. Leggett, as he went under brushing off his cap, was thanking heaven he'd covered up the new paintwork with Matt's an heroic soul. Not a scratch on her body, said Leggett, pouring out the coffee grounds. And Jules, said Roman, 10 Jules thought the much advertised social revolution had begun, but his Macintosh hampered him. You told me to bring the Macintosh, Leggett whispered to me. And when I half convinced, he was a French vicomte coming down to visit the commander-in-chief at Portsmouth. He tried to take it off, seeing his uniform underneath some sucking Sherlock Holmes of the Pink Eye Patrol. They called him Eddie, deduced that I wasn't speaking the truth. Eddie said I was trying to sneak into Portsmouth. Unobserved Mark, yon join hands with the enemy. It transpired that the scouts was conducting a field day against opposing forces, ably assisted by all branches of the service, and they was so afraid the car wouldn't count 10 points to them in the fray that they'd have scalped us, but for the intervention of an umpire, also in short underdrawers, a fleshy sight. Here Mr. Pycroft shut his eyes and nodded. That umpire, he said suddenly, was our Mr. Morshed, a gentleman whose acquaintance you have already made and profited by, if I mistake not. 7. Oh, was the Navy in it too, I said, for I had read of wild doings occasionally among the Boy Scouts on the Portsmouth Road, in which Navy, Army, and the world at large seemed to have taken part. The Navy was in it. I was the only one out of it for several seconds. Our Mr. Morshed failed to recognize me in my fur boa, and my appealing winks at I am behind your goggles didn't arrive. But when Eddie Darling had told his story, I saluted, which is difficult in furs, and I stated I was bringing him dispatches from the North. My Mr. Morshed cohered on the instant. I've never known his ethergram installations out of order. Yet go and guard your blessed road, he says to the Fratton Orphan Asylum, standing at attention all round him. And when they was removed Pycroft, he says still sot voce, what in Hong Kong are you doing with this dun-colored sampan? It was your Mr. Leggett's paint protective matting, which caught his eye. She did resemble a sampan, especially about the sternworks. At these remarks, I naturally threw myself on his bosom so far as service conditions permitted, and revealed him all, mentioning that the car was yours. You know his way of working his lips like a rabbit. Yes. He was quite pleased. His car, he kept murmuring, working his lips like a rabbit. I am more than a trifle for things he wrote about me. Ill keep the car. Your Mr. Leggett now injected some semi-mutinous remarks to the effect that he was your chauffeur in charge of your car, and as such capable of so acting. Mr. Morshed threw him a glance. It sufficed, didn't it suffice, Mr. Leggett? I knew if something didn't happen, something worse would, said Leggett. It never fails when you're aboard. And Jules, I demanded. Jules was, so to speak, panicking in a watertight flat. Through his unfortunate lack of language, I had to introduce him as part of the Entente Cordiale, and he was put under arrest, too. Then we sat on the grass and smoked, while Eddie and co. violently annoyed the traffic on the Portsmouth Road, till the umpires, all in short panties, conferred on the valuable lessons of the field day, and added up points. Same as at target practice, I didn't hear their conclusions, but our Mr. Morshed delivered a farewell address to Eddie and co. telling they ought to have deduced from 100 signs about me that I was a friendly bring-in dispatches from the north. We left trying to find those signs in the scout book, and we reached Mr. Morshed's hotel at Portsmouth at 6 p. Roman 1000 ong automobile. Here endeth the first chapter. Begin the second, I said. The uncle and Leggett had finished washing up and were seated smoking, while the damp duster dried at the fire. About what time was it, said Pycroft to Leggett, when our Mr. Morshed began to talk about uncles? When he came back to the bar, after he'd changed into those rat-catcher clothes, said Leggett. That's right, Pye, said he. Have you an uncle? I have, I says. Here's Santy to him, and I finished my sherry and bitters to you, uncle." "That's right," said Pyecroft's uncle sternly. "If you hadn't, I'd have belted you worth rememberin' a manual. I had the body all night." Pyecroft smiled affectionately. "So you 'ad, uncle, and beautifully you looked after her. But as I was saying, I have an uncle too," says Mr. Morshed Dark, and lowering, "yet somehow I can't love him. I want to mortify the beggar volunteers, to mortify my uncle one pace to the front." I took Jules with me, the regulation distance. Jules was getting interested. Your Mr. Legat preserved a strictly neutral attitude. "You're a oppressed man," says our Mr. Morshed. "I owe your late employer much, so to say the car will maneuver all night as requisite. Mr. Legat come out noble as your employee, and by Evan's divine grace, instead of arguing, he pleaded his new paint and varnish, which was Mr. Morshed's one vital spot. He's lieutenant on one of the new Catchamalivios. Now True says, he paints an early thing. Ill give you 1 hour to arrange a modus vivendi full bunkers, and steam ready by 9 p. Roman 1000 tonight, if you please." Even so, Mr. Legat was far from content. "I add to arrange the details. We run her into the yard here." Pyecroft nodded through the window at my car's glossy back panels. "We took off the body with its mats and put it in the stable substituting, and that yard's a tight fit for extensive repairs. The body of Uncle's blue delivery cart, it overhung a trifle, but after I'd lashed it, I knew it wouldn't fetch loose. Thus, in our composite cruiser, we repaired once more to the hotel and was immediately dispatched to the toy shop in the High Street, where we took aboard one rocking horse which was waiting for us." "Took aboard?" what I cried. "One 14-hand Dapplegree rocking horse with pure green rockers and detachable tail, pair gashly glass eyes, complete set, horrible grinning teeth, and 2 bludgered nostrils, which protruding from the brown papers produced the tout ensemble of a juju sacrifice in the Benin campaign. Do I make myself comprehensible?" "Perfectly. Did you say anything?" I asked. "Only to Jules, to him," I says, wishing to try him. "Elezavata bateau G say mon lieutenant, il vous donnerait pourquoi." "To me," says he, "vous en êtes heureux jamais de la vie." And I saw by his eye he'd taken on, for the full term of the war. Jules was a blue-eyed, brindle-haired beggar of a useful make, and in queerin' habits. "Your Mr. Legat," he only groaned. Legat nodded. "It was like nightmares," he said. "It was like nightmares." Once more then Pyecroft swept on. We returned to the hotel, and partook of a sumptuous repast under the able and genial chairmanship of our Mr. Morshed, who laid his projects unreservedly before us. "In the first place," he says, opening out bicyclemaps, "my uncle, who I regret to say is a brigadier general, has sold his alleged soul to Dicky Bradoon for a feathery hat and a pair o' gilt spurs." Jules conspues l'uncle, so Jules you'll be glad to hear. "1 minute, Pye," I said. "Who is Dicky Bradoon?" I don't usually mingle myself up with the bickerings of the junior service, but it transpired that he was Secretary o' State for Civil War, and he'd been issuing mechanical leather-belly gigis, which doctors recommend for tumurto the British cavalry, in lieu of real meat horses, to learn to ride on. Don't you remember, there was quite a stir in the papers, owing to the cavalry not appreciating M. But that's a minor item. The main point was that our uncle, in his capacity of Brigadier General Mark, you had wrote to the papers highly approving o' Dicky Bradoon's mechanical substitutes, and ad thus obtained promotional same as a agnostical stoker, Somsingen himself up the service, under a pious captain. At that point of the narrative, we caught a phosphorescent glimmer why the rocking horse might have been issued, but none the less the navigation was intricate, omitting the fact it was dark and cloudy. Our brigadier uncle lay somewhere in the South Downs with his brigade, which was maneuvering at Whitsom Manoeuvres on a large-scale Red Army versus Blue, etc., and all we had to go by was those flapping bicyclemaps and your Mr. Legat's groans. "I was thinking what the Downs mean after dark," said Legat angrily. "They was worth thinking of," said Pyecroft. "When we had studied the map till it fair spun, we decided to sally forth and creep for uncle by hand in the dark, dark night, and present I am with the rocking horse. So we embarked at 8 p. Roman 1000. 1 minute again, please. How much did Jules understand by that time?" I asked. "Sufficient unto the day or night, perhaps," I should say he told our Mr. Morshed he'd follow him more sang phrase, which is French for dead drunk or damned baron, is paucity o' language. There wasn't a blemish on Jules, but what I wished to imply was when we climbed into the back parts of the car, our Lieutenant Morshed says to me I doubt if id flick my cigarettes about too lavish Mr. Pyecroft, we ought to be sitting on £5 worth of selected fireworks, and I think the rockets are your end, not being able to smoke with my eed over the side I threw it away. And then your Mr. Leggett avaying been as nearly mutinous as it pays to be with my Mr. Morshed arched his back and drove. Where did he drive to please? Said Roman 1 primarily in search of any or either or both armies, secondarily of course, in search of our brigadier uncle, not finding him on the road. We ran about the grass looking for him. This took us to a great many places in a short time ow evenly, that lilac did smell on top of that first downstinkin, its blossomin' little heart out. I hadn't leisure to notice, said Mr. Leggett, the downs were full o' chalk pits, and wed no lights. We 'ad the bicycle lamp to look at the map, but didn't you notice the old lady at the window, where we saw the man in the nightgown? I thought nightgowns, as sleepin' rig was extinct, so to speak. I tell you, I hadn't leisure to notice, Leggett repeated. That's odd then, what might Ave made you tell the sentry at the first camp? We found that you was the Daily Express delivery wagon. You can't touch pitch without being defiled, Leggett answered. Told the officer in the bath we were umpires. Well, he asked us, that was when we found the territorial battalion undressin' in slow time. It lay on the left flank o' the Blue Army, and it cackled as it lay too. But it gave us our position. As regards the respective armies, we wandered a little more, and at 11 p. Roman 1000 not having had a road under us for 20 minutes, we scaled the heights of something or other which are about 600 feet high here. We altered to tighten the lashings of the superstructure, and we smelt leather and horses 3 counties deep all round. We was, as you might say, in the thick of it. Says my Mr. Morshed, my horizon has indeed broadened. What a little thing is an uncle Mr. Pyecroft in the presence o' these glittering constellations, simply ludicrous. He says to waste a rocking horse on an individual, we must socialize it, but we must get their eads up first. Touch off one rocket, if you please. I touched off a green 3-pounder, which rose several thousand meters, and burst into gorgeous stars. Reproduced the maneuver, he says, at the other end. Oh, this ridge, if it don't end in another cliff. So he steamed down the ridge 1.5 miles east, and then I let Jules touch off a pink rocket, or he'd kissed me. That was his only way to express his emotions, so to speak. Their heads come up, then all around us to the extent o' thousands. We hears bugles like cocks crowing below, and on the top of it, a most impressive sound, which id never enjoyed before, because hitherto id always been an integral part of it. So to say the noise of all armies gettin' under arms, they must have anticipated a night attack, I imagine, most impressive. Then we eared a threshing machine. Tut tut. This is childish, says Lieutenant Morshed. We can't wait till they've finished cutting chaff for their horses. We must make 'em understand we're not to be trifled with. Expedite 'em with another rocket, Mr. Pyecroft. It's barely possible, sir, I remarks, that's a searchlight churning up, and by the time we backed into a providential chalk cutting, which was where our first tire went pungo, she broke out to the northward and began searching the ridge, a smart bit o' work. 'Twasn't a puncture the inner tube had nipped, because we skidded so. Leggett interrupted. While your Mr. Leggett was effecting repairs, another searchlight broke out to the southward, and the two of 'em swept our ridge on both sides right at the west end of it. They showed us the ground rising into a hill, so to speak, crowned with what looked like a little Fort. Morshed saw it before the beams shut off. That's the key of the position, he says. Occupy it at all hazards. I haven't half got occupation for the next 20 minutes, says your Mr. Leggett, rootin' and blasphemin' in the dark. Mark, now our Morshed changed his tactics to suit his environment right, says he. Ill stand by the ship, Mr. Pyecroft, and Jules oblige me by doubling along the ridge to the east with all the maroons and crackers you can carry without spilling. Read the directions careful for the maroons, Mr. Pyecroft, and touch them off at half-minute intervals. Jules represents musketry and Maxim fire under your command. Remember, it's death or Salisbury jail, probably both. By these means, and some moderately hard running, we distracted to the eastward maroons, you may not be aware, are same as bombs with the anarchism left out in confined spots, like chalk pits, they knock, a 4.7 silly, but you should read the directions beforehand in the intervals of the slow but well-directed fire of my cowgun's Jules, who had found a sheepond in the dark, a little lower down gave what you might call a cinematograph reproduction o' sporadic musketry. They was large-size crackers, and he concluded with the dull sickening thud o' blind shells bursting on soft ground. How did he manage that, I said. You throw a lighted squib into water, and you'll see, said Pyecroft. Thus then we improvised, till supplies was exhausted, and the surrounding landscapes fair owled and ummed at us. The Jun or service might add their doubts about the rockets, but they couldn't overlook our gunfire. Both sides tumbled out full of initiative. I told Jules no two flat feet had any right to be as happy as us, and we went back along the ridge to the derelict. And there was our Mr. Morshed, apostrophe in his handiwork over 50 square mile o' country, with attend all ye who list to hear out of the fifth reader he got as far as, and roused the shepherds o' Stonehenge, the rangers o' Beaulieu when we come up, and he drew our attention to its truth, as well as its beauty that's rare in poetry, I am told. He went right on to the red glare on Skiddaw, roused those beggars at Carlisle-Hitch. He pointed out was poetic license for Leith Hill. This allowed your Mr. Leggett time to finish pumping up his tires. I eared the sweat off his nose. You know what it is, sir, said poor Leggett to me. It wafted across my mind, as I listened to what was transpiring, that it might be easier to make the mess than to wipe it up, but such considerations weighed not with our valiant leader. Mr. Pyecroft, he says, it can't have escaped your notice that we have one angry and equally intelligent army in front of us, and another equally angry and equally intelligent army in our rear. What would you recommend? Most men would have besought to do a lateral glide, while there was yet time, but all I said was the rocking horse isn't expended yet, sir. He laid his hand on my shoulder. Says he, there's worse men than you in loftier places. They shall have it none the less. He remarks the ice is undeniably packing. I may have omitted to point out that at this juncture, two large armies, both deprived of their night's sleep, was awake, as you might say, and hurrying into each other's arms. Here endeth the second chapter. He filled his pipe slowly. The uncle had fallen asleep. Leggett lit another cigarette. We then proceeded en automobile along the ridge in a westerly direction towards the miniature fort, which had been so kindly revealed by the searchlight, but which on inspection your Mr. Leggett bumped into an outlying reef of it, proved to be a Wurzelklump cestadire, parallelogrammatic pile of about 3 million mangled wurzels, brought up there for the sheep, I suppose, on all sides, except the one we'd come by the ground fell away moderately quick, and down at the bottom there was a large camp lit up and full of harsh words of command. I said it was the key to the position. Lieutenant Morshed remarks, trot out persimmon, which we rightly took to read, unwrap the rocking horse. Hoopla, says Jules in an insubordinate tone, and slaps persimmon on the flank. Silence, says the lieutenant, this is the Royal Navy, not Newmarket, and we carried persimmon to the top of the Mangelwurzel clump as directed. Owing to the inequalities of the terrain, I do think your Mr. Leggett might have had a spiritoval in his kit. He wouldn't rock free on the bedplate, and while adjusting him, his detachable tail fetched adrift. Our lieutenant was quick to seize the advantage. Remove that transformation, he says, substitute one Roman candle. Gas power is superior to manual propulsion. So he substituted. He arranged the piece de resistance in the shape of large drumsnot saucers marked yaudrums of colored fire, with printed instructions at proper distances round persimmon. There was a brief interregnum, while we dug ourselves in among the wurzels by hand. Then he touched off the fires, not omitting the Roman candle, and you may take it from me, all was visible persimmon shone out in his naked splendor, red to port, green to starboard, and one white light at his bows, as per board o' trade regulations, only he didn't so much rock, you might say, as shrug himself, in a manner of speaking. Every time the candle went off, one can't have everything, but the rest surpassed our highest expectations. I think persimmon was noblest on the starboard or green side, more like when a man thinks he's seeing mackerel in hell, don't you know, and yet it'd be the last to deprecate the effect of the port light on his teeth, or that bloodshot look in his left eye. He knew there was something going on. He didn't approve of. He looked worried. "Did you laugh?" I said. I'm not much of a wag myself, nor it wasn't, as if we add time to allow the spectacle to sink in. The colored fires was supposed to burn 10 minutes, whereas it was obvious to the meanest capacity that the junior service would arrive by forced marches in about 2.5. They grasped our topical allusion as soon as it was across the footlights, so to speak. They were quite chafed at it, of course. We reflected, we might have known that exposin illuminated rockin' horses to an army that was learnin' to ride on partook of the nature of a double entendre, as the French say, same as waggling the tiller lines at a man who's had a hanging in the family. I knew the cocks of the Archimandrite's galley off killed for a similar plaisanterie, but we never anticipated lobsters being so sensitive. That was why we shifted. We could hardly tear our commanding officer away. He put his head on one side and kept cooing. The only thing he had neglected to provide was a line of retreat, but your Mr. Legaton heroic soul in the last stage of wet prostration took command of the van, or rather the rearguard. We walked downhill beside him, holding on to the superstructure to prevent her capsizing. These technical details, however, are beyond me. He waved his pipe towards Leggett. I saw there was 2 deepish ruts leading down ill somewhere, said Leggett. That was when the soldiers stopped laughing and begun to run uphill. Stroll, lovey stroll, Pyecroft corrected. The dervish rush took place later. So I laid her in these ruts. That was where she must have scraped her silencer a bit. Then they turned sharp right ruts, did, and then she stopped bonnythigh in a manure heap, sir. But I'll swear it was all of a 1 in 3 gradient. I think it was a barnyard. We waited there, said Leggett. But not for long, said Pyecroft. The lights were towering out of the drums on the position we had so valiantly abandoned, and the junior service was escalading it en masse when numerous bodies of eagerly-trained men arrived simultaneous in the same latitude from opposite directions, each remarking briskly, "What the hell did you do? That for detonation, as you might say, is practically assured." They didn't ask for extraneous aids. If we'd come out with sworn affidavits of what we'd done, they wouldn't have believed us. They wanted each other's company exclusive. Such was the effect of persimmon on their class feelings idolatry. I call it events transpired with the utmost velocity and rapidly increasing pressures. There was a few remarks about Dicky Bradoon and mechanical horses, and then someone was smacked hard by the sound in the middle of a remark. "That was the man who kept calling for the 4th to 5th Dragoons," said Leggett. "He got as far as Drag." "Was it?" said Pyecroft dreamily. "Well, he couldn't say they didn't come. They all came, and they all fell to arguing whether the infantry should have a persimmon for a regimental pet, or the cavalry should keep him for stud purposes. Hence the issue was soon clouded with Mangold Wurzels. Our commander said we had sowed the good seed, and it was bearing abundant fruit. They weigh between 4 and 7 pounds apiece. Seeing the children had got over their shyness and had really begun to play games, we backed out o' the pit and went down by steps to the camp below. No man, as you might say, making us afraid here. We enjoyed a front view of the battle, which rolled with renewed impetus owing to both sides receiving strong reinforcements. Every minute all arms were freely represented. Cavalry on this occasion only acting in concert with artillery. They argued the relative merits of horses versus feet, so to say, but they didn't neglect Persimmon, the wounded, rolling downhill, with the Wurzels informed us that he had long ago been socialized, and the smallest souvenirs were worth a man's life. Speaking broadly, the junior service appeared to be a shade out of, and if I may venture so far, they did not pay prompt and unhesitating obedience to the retires, or the ceasefires, or the for even's sake, come-to-bed ducky of their officers, who I regret to say, were oddly embroiled at the heads of their respective units. "How did you find that out?" I asked. "On account of Lieutenant Morshed going to the mess tent to call on his uncle and raise a drink, but all hands had gone to the front. We thought we eared somebody bathing behind the tent, and we found an oldish gentleman trying to drown a boy in knickerbockers in a horse trough. He kept him under with a bicycle, so to speak. He had nearly accomplished his fell design. When we frustrated him, he was in a highly malleable condition, and full o' juice d'esprit. Arsk, not what I am, he says. My wife, LL, tell me that quite soon enough. Arsk, Rather what I've been, he says, I've been dinnin' here. He says, I commanded 'em in the 80s, he says, and God forgive me, he says, sobbin' evilly, I've spent this holy evening telling their colonel they was a set of educated inefficients hark to 'em we could without strainin' ourselves. But how he picked up the gentle murmur of his own corps in that Onthicny party up the hill, I don't know. They've marched and fought 30 mile today, he shouts, and now they're a-tearin' the intestines out of the cavalry up yonder. They won't stop this side the gates o' Delhi. He says, I commanded their ancestors. There's nothing wrong with the service, he says, wringing out his trousers on his lap. Even pardon me for doubtin' 'em, same old game, same young beggars. The boy in the knickerbockers, languishing on a chair, puts in a claim for one drink. Let him go dry, says our friend in shirt. Tells he's a reporter. He run into me on his filthy bicycle, and he asked me if I could furnish him with particulars about the mutiny in the army. You false-hearted proletarian publicist, he says, shacking his finger at him, for he was really annoyed. I'll teach you to defile what you can't comprehend. When my regiment's in a state o' mutiny, I'll do myself the honor of informing you personally, you particularly ignorant and very nasty little man. He says you're no better than a Dobie's donkey. If there wasn't dirty linen to wash, you'd starve, he says. And why I haven't drowned you will be the lastin' regret of my life. Well, we sat with them and 'ad drinks for about half an hour in front of the mess tent. He'd ha killed the reporter if there hadn't been witnesses, and the reporter might have taken notes of the battle, so we acted as two-way buffers. In a sense, I don't hold with the press mingling up with service matters. They draw false conclusions. Now mark you at a moderate estimate. There were 7,000 men in the fighting line, half of 'em hurt in their professional feelings, and the other half rubbin' in the liniment, as you might say, all due to persimmon. If you hadn't seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. And yet, mark you, not one single unit of 'em even resorted to his belt. They confined themselves to natural productions, and the Wurzels, I thought Jules was having fits, till it transpired the same thought had impressed him. In the French language, he called it incroyable. I believe 7,000 men, with 7,000 rifles, belts, and bayonets, in a violently agitated condition, and not a ungenteel blow struck from first to last. The old gentleman drew our attention to it as well. It was quite noticeable. Lack of ammunition was the primary cause of the battle ceasing. A brigade major came in, whipping his nose on both cuffs and saying he had snuff. The brigadier uncle followed. He was, so to speak, sneezing. We thought it best to shift our moorings without attracting attention, so we shifted. They called the cows 'ome. By then the junior service was going to bye-bye all round us, as happy as the ship's monkey when he's been playing with the paints. And Lieutenant Morshed and Jules kept bowing to port and starboard of the superstructure, acknowledging the unstinted applause which the multitude would have given 'em if they'd known the facts on the other. And as your Mr. Leggett observed, they might have killed us. That would have been about 5 bells in the middle watch, say 2:30, a well-spent evening. There was but little to be gained by entering Portsmouth at that hour, so we turned off on the grass. This was after we had found a road under us, and we cast anchors out at the stern and prayed for the day. But your Mr. Leggett, he had to make and mend tires all our watch below. It transpired she had been running on the rim o' 2 or 3 wheels, which very properly he hadn't reported till the close of the action, and that's the reason of your 4 new tires. Mr. Morshed was of opinion you'd earned 'em. Do you dissent? I stretched out my hand, which Pyecroft crushed to pulp. No, Pye, I said, deeply moved, I agree entirely. But what happened to Jules? We returned him to his own navy. After breakfast, he wouldn't have kept much longer without someone in his own language to tell it to. I don't know any man I ever took more compassion on than Jules. His sufferings swelled him up centimeters, and all he could do on the hard was to kiss Lieutenant Morshed and me and your Mr. Leggett. He deserved that much, a cordial beggar. Pyecroft looked at the washed cups on the table and the low sunshine on my cars back in the yard. Too early to drink to him, he said, but I feel it just the same. The uncle sunk in his chair, snored a little. The canary answered with a shrill lullaby. Pyecroft picked up the duster, threw it over the cage, put his finger to his lips, and we tiptoed out into the shop while Leggett brought the car round. "I'll look out for the news in the papers," I said as I got in. Oh, we short-circuited that nothing transpired except a statement to the effect that some territorial battalions had played about with turnips at the conclusion of the maneuvers. The taxpayer don't know all he gets for his money, farewell. We moved off just in time to be blocked by a regiment coming towards the station to entrain for London. Beg your pardon, sir, said a sergeant in charge of the baggage, but would you mind backing a bit till we get the wagons past? Certainly, I said. You don't happen to have a rocking horse among your kit, do you? The rattle of our reverse drowned his answer, but I saw his eyes. One of them was blackish green, about 4 days old. The legend of mirths. The 4 archangels, so the legends tell. Raphael, Gabriel, Michael, Azrael, being first of those to whom the power was shown, stood first of all the host before the throne. And when the charges were allotted burst, tumultuous winged from out the assembly first. Zeal was their spur that bade them strictly heed their own high judgment on their lightest deed. Zeal was their spur that, when relief was given, urged them unwearied to fresh toil in heaven, for honor's sake perfecting every task, beyond what e'en perfection's self could ask. And Allah, who created zeal and pride, knows how the twain are perilously allied. It chanced on one of heaven's long-lighted days, the 4 and all the host having gone their ways, each to his charge, the shining courts were void, save for one seraph whom no charge employed, with folden wings and slumber-threatened brow, to whom the word, beloved, what dost thou? By the permission came the answer soft, little I do, nor do that little oft, as is the will in heaven so on earth, whereby the will I strive to make men mirth. He ceased and sped, hearing the word once more. Beloved, go thy way and greet the 4th. Systems and universes overpast. The seraph came upon the 4 at last, guiding and guarding with devoted mind the tedious generations of mankind, who lent at most unwilling ear and eye, when they could not escape the ministry, yet patient, faithful, firm, persistent, just, toward all that gross, indifferent, facile dust. The archangels labored to discharge their trust, by precept and example, prayer and law, advice, reproof, and rule, but laboring saw, each in his fellow's countenance confessed, the doubt that sickens, have I done my best? Even as they sighed and turned to toil anew, the seraph hailed them with observance due, and after some fit talk of higher things, touched tentative on mundane happenings. This they permitting, he emboldened thus, prolust of humankind promiscuous. And since the large contention less avails than instances observed, he told them tales of the shop, the bed, the court, the street, intimate, elemental, indiscreet, occasions where confusion smiting swift piles jest on jest as snowslides pile the drift, whence one by one beneath derisive skies the victims' bare bewildered heads arise. Tales of the passing of the spirit graced with humor blinding as the doom it faced, stark tales of ribaldry that broke aside to tears by laughter swallowed ere they dried, tales to which neither grace nor gain accrue, but only Allah be exalted true, and only as the seraph showed that night, delighting to the limits of delight. These he rehearsed with artful pause and halt, and such pretense of memory at fault, that soon the foreso, well the bait was thrown, came to his aid with memories of their own, matters dismissed long since as small or vain, whereof the high significance had lain hid till the ungirt glosses made it plain. Then, as enlightenment came broad and fast, each marveled at his own oblivious past, until the gates of laughter opened wide, the four with that bland seraph at their side, while they recalled, compared, and amplified. In utter mirth, forgot both zeal and pride. High over heaven, the lamps of midnight burned. Ere weak with merriment, the four returned. Not in that order they were wont to keep, pinion to pinion, answering sweep for sweep. In awful diapason, heard afar, but shoutingly adrift twixt star and star, reeling a planet's orbit, left or right, as laughter took them in the abysmal night, or by the point of some remembered jest, winged and brought helpless down through gulfs unguessed, where the blank worlds that gather to the birth leaped in the womb of darkness at their mirth, and e'en Gehenna's bondsmen understood. They were not damned from human brotherhood, not first nor last of heaven's high host the four. That night took place beneath the throne once more. O lovelier than their morning majesty, the understanding light behind the eye. O more compelling than their old command, the new-learned, friendly gesture of the hand. O sweeter than their zealous fellowship, the wise half-smile that passed from lip to lip. O well and roundly, when command was given, they told their tale against themselves to heaven, and in the silence, waiting on the word, received the peace and pardon of the Lord. My son's wife. He had suffered from the disease of the century since his early youth, and before he was 30, he was heavily marked with it. He and a few friends had rearranged heaven very comfortably, but the reorganization of earth, which they called society, was even greater fun. It demanded work in the shape of many Taxerids' daily hours of brilliant talk, with brilliant talkers, some sparkling correspondence, a few silences, but on the understanding that their own turn should come soon, while other people expounded philosophies, and a fair number of picture-egaleries, tea-fights, concerts, theaters, music halls, and cinema, shows, the whole trimmed with love-making to women whose hair smelt of cigarette smoke. Such strong days sent Frankwell Midmore back to his flat, assured that he and his friends had helped the world a step nearer the truth, the dawn, and the new order. His temperament, he said, led him more towards concrete data than abstract ideas. People who investigate detail are apt to be tired at the day's end. The same temperament, or it may have been a woman, made him early attach himself to the immoderate left of his cause, in the capacity of an experimenter in social relations, and since the immoderate left contains plenty of women anxious to help earnest inquirers with large independent incomes to arrive at evaluations of essentials, Frankwell Midmore's lot was far from contemptible. At that hour fate chose to play with him, a widowed aunt widely separated by nature and more widely by marriage from all that Midmore's mother had ever been or desired to be, died, and left him possessions. Mrs. Midmore, having that summer embraced a creed which denied the existence of death, naturally could not stoop to burial, but Midmore had to leave London for the dank country at a season when social regeneration works best. Through long cushioned conferences 2 by 2 after tea, there he faced the bracing ritual of the British funeral, and was wept at across the raw grave by an elderly coffin-shaped female with a long nose who called him Master Frankie, and there he was congratulated behind an echoing top hat by a man he mistook for a mute, who turned out to be his aunt's lawyer. He wrote his mother next day after a bright account of the funeral. So far as I can understand, she has left me between 400 and 500 a year. It all comes from the land, as they call it down here, the unspeakable attorney spirit, and a green-eyed daughter who hums to herself as she tramps, but is silent on all subjects, except Hunton insisted on taking me to see it. The land is brown and green in alternate slabs, like chocolate and pistachio cakes, speckled with occasional peasants who do not utter in case it should not be wet enough. There is a wet brook in the middle of it. Their house is by the brook. I shall look into it later. If there should be any little memento of Jenny that you care for, let me know. Didn't you tell me that mid-Victorian furniture is coming into the market again? Jenny's old maid, it is called Rhoda Dalber, tells me that Jenny promised it £30 a year. The will does not, hence I suppose the tears at the funeral. But that is close on 10% of the income. I fancy Jenny has destroyed all her private papers and records of her vie in time, if indeed life be possible in such a place. The spirit. Man told me that if I had means of my own, I might come and live on the land. I didn't tell him how much I would pay not to. I cannot think it right that any human being should exercise mastery over others in the merciless fashion our tomfool social system permits. So as it is all mine, I intend to sell it, whenever the unholy spirit can find a purchaser. And he went to Mr. Spirit with the idea next day, just before returning to town. Quite so, said the lawyer. I see your point, of course, but the house itself is rather old-fashioned, hardly the type purchasers demand nowadays. There's no park, of course, and the bulk of the land is let to a lieutenant, a Mr. Sidney. As long as he pays his rent, he can't be turned out, and even if he didn't, Mr. Spirit's face relaxed a shade. You might have a difficulty. The property brings 400 a year, I understand, said Midmore. Well, hardly deducting land and income tax, tithes, fire insurance, cost of collection and repairs, of course, it returned £284 last year. The repairs are rather a large item owing to the brook. I call it lyris out of Horace, you know. Midmore looked at his watch impatiently. I suppose you can find somebody to buy it, he repeated. We will do our best, of course, if those are your instructions. Then that is all except their Midmore half rose, but Mr. Spirit's little grey eyes held his large brown ones firmly. Except about Rhoda Dolby, Mrs. Worf's maid, I may tell you that we did not draw up your aunt's last, which she grew secretive towards. The last elderly people often don't. Had it done in London, I expect her memory failed her, or she mislaid her notes. She used to put them in her spectacles. My motor only takes 8 minutes to get to the station, Mr. Midmore. But as I was saying, whenever she made her will with us, Mrs. Worf always left Rhoda £30 per annum. Charlie, there was a clerk with a baldish head and a long nose, dealt documents onto the table like cards, and breathed heavily behind Midmore. It's in no sense a legal obligation, of course, said Mr. Spirit. Ah, that one is dated January the 11th, 1818. Midmore looked at his watch again, and found himself saying with no good grace, well, I suppose she'd better have it for the present at any rate. He escaped with an uneasy feeling that £254 a year was not exactly 400, and that Charlie's long nose annoyed him. Then he returned first class to his own affairs. Of the two, perhaps 3 experiments in social relations, which he had then in hand, one interested him acutely. It had run for some months, and promised most variegated and interesting developments, on which he dwelt luxuriously all the way to town. When he reached his flat, he was not well prepared for a 12-page letter, explaining in the diction of the immoderate left, which rubricates its is, and illuminates its ts, that the lady had realized greater attractions in another soul. She restated rather than pleaded the gospel of the immoderate left as her justification, and ended in an impassioned demand for her right to express herself in and on her own life, through which she pointed out she could pass. But once she added that if later she should discover Midmore was essentially complementary to her needs, she would tell him, so that Midmore had himself written much the same sort of epistle, barring the hint of returned, a woman of whom his needs for self-expression had caused him to weary 3 years before did not assist him in the least. He expressed himself to the gasfire in terms essential, but not complimentary. Then he reflected on the detached criticism of his best friends and her best friends, male and female, with whom he and she and others had talked so openly, while their gay adventure was in flower. He recalled Toothies must have been about mid-neither analysis from every angle remote and most intimate of the mate to whom she had been adjudged under the base convention, which is styled marriage. Later, at that bad hour, when the cattle wake for a little, he remembered her in other aspects, and went down into the hell appointed desolate, desiring, with no God to call upon. About 11 o'clock next morning, Eliphaz the Temanite, Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Nomathite called upon him, for they had made appointment together to see how he took it. But the janitor told them that Job had gone into the country he believed. Midmore's relief, when he found his story was not written across his aching temples, for Mr. Spirit to read the defeated lover, like the successful one, believes all earth privy to his soul, was put down by Mr. Spirit to quite different causes. He led him into a morning room. The rest of the house seemed to be full of people singing to a loud piano idiotic songs about cows, and the hall smelt of damp cloaks. It's our evening to take the winter cantata, Mr. Spirit explained it's high tide on the coast of Lincolnshire. I hoped you'd come back. There are scores of little things to settle. As for the house, of course, it stands ready for you at any time. I couldn't get Rhoda out of Itna. Could Charlie, for that matter? She's the sister, isn't she, of the nurse who brought you down here when you were 4, she says, to recover from measles. Is she? Was I, said Midmore, through the bad tastes in his mouth. Do you suppose I could stay there the night? 30 joyous young voices shouted appeal to someone to leave their pipes of parsley. Olo, olo, olo. Mr. Sperrit had to raise his voice above the din. Well, if I asked you to stay here, I should never hear the last of it from Rhoda. She's a little cracked, of course, but the soul of devotion, and capable of anything. Knee sit answerly, you know. Thank you then. Ill go, ill walk. He stumbled out dazed and sick into the winter twilight and sought the square house by the brook. It was not a dignified entry, because when the door was unchained and Rhoda exclaimed, he took 2 valiant steps into the hall, and then fainted as men sometimes will after 22 hours of strong emotion and little food. I am sorry, he said. When he could speak, he was lying at the foot of the stairs, his head on Rhoda's lap. Your 'ome is your castle, sir, was the reply in his hair. I smelt it wasn't drink. You lay on the sofa till I get your supper. She settled him in a drawing-room hung with yellow silk, heavy with the smell of dead leaves, an oil lamp. Something murmured soothingly in the background, and overcame the noises in his head. He thought he heard horses' feet on wet gravel, and a voice singing about ships and flocks and grass. It passed close to the shuttered bay window. But each will mourn his own, she saith. And sweeter woman near drew breath than my son's wife, Elizabeth. Cusha, cusha, cusha calling. The hoofs broke into a canter as Rhoda entered with the tray, and then ill put you to bed, she said. Sydney's coming in the morning. Midmore asked no questions. He dragged his poor bruised soul to bed, and would have pitied it all over again, but the food and warm sherry and water drugged him to instant sleep. Rhoda's voice wakened him, asking whether he would have IP foot or sits, which he understood were the baths of the establishment. Suppose you try all 3, she suggested. They're all yours, you know, sir. He would have renewed his sorrows with the daylight, but her words struck him pleasantly. Everything his eyes opened upon was his very own, to keep forever. The carved 4-post Chippendale bed, obviously worth hundreds, the wavy walnut William and Mary Cherche had seen worse ones, labeled 20 guineas apiece. The oval medallion mirror, the delicate 18th century wire fireguard, the heavy brocaded curtains were his all his. So too a great garden full of birds that faced him when he shaved, a mulberry tree, a sundial, and a dull steel-colored brook that murmured level with the edge of a lawn. 100 yards away, peculiarly and privately his own, was the smell of sausages and coffee that he sniffed at the head of the wide square landing, all set round with mysterious doors and Bartolozzi prints. He spent 2 hours after breakfast in exploring his new possessions. His heart leaped up at such things as sewing machines, a rubbered bath chair in a tiled passage, a malachite-headed Malacca cane, boxes and boxes of unopened stationery seal rings, bunches of keys, and at the bottom of a steel-knit reticule, a little leather purse with £7 10 shillings in gold and 11 shillings in silver. You used to play with that when my sister brought you down here after your measles, said Rhoda, as he slipped the money into his pocket. Now this was your poor dear auntie's business room. She opened a low door. Oh, I forgot about Mr. Sidney. There, he is an enormous old man with roomy red eyes that blinked under downy white eyebrows, sat in an empire chair, his cap in his hands. Rhoda withdrew, sniffing. The man looked Midmore over in silence, then jerked a thumb towards the door. I reckon she told you who I be, he began. I am the only farmer you've got. Nothing goes off my place, thout it walks on its own feet. What about my pig pound? Well, what about it, said Midmore. That's just what I become about. The county councils are getting more particular. Did ye know there was swine fever at Pashels? There be it'll ave to be in brick. Yes, said Midmore politely. I've been at your aunt that was plenty times about it. I don't say she wasn't a just woman, but she didn't read the least same way. I Roman 999, I be used to bane put upon, but there's no doing any longer, thout that pigpound. When would you like it? Midmore asked. It seemed the easiest road to take. Any time or other suits me, I reckon he ain't thrivin' where he is, and I paid 18 shillin' for him. He crossed his hands on his stick and gave no further sign of life. Is that all? Midmore stammered. All no except glanced fretfully at the table beside Heimsep. My usuals, where's that Rhoda? Midmore rang the bell. Rhoda came in with a bottle and a glass. The old man helped himself to 4 stiff fingers, rose in one piece, and stumped out at the door. He cried ferociously, "Don't suppose it's any odds to you whether I am drowned or not, but them floodgates want a wheel, and winch they do I be too old for liftin' 'em with the barmy time o' life." "Good riddance if 'e was drowned," said Rhoda, "but don't you mind him, he's only amusin' himself. Your poor dear auntie used to give is usual tisn't the whiskey you drink and send about his business. I see now is a pig pound, the same thing as a pigsty." Rhoda nodded. "E needs one too, but he ain't entitled to it. You look at his least third drawer on the left, in that Bombay cabinetin'. Next time he comes you ask to read it, that'll choke off, because he can't." There was nothing in Midmore's past to teach him the message and significance of a handwritten lease of the late 80s, but Rhoda interpreted. "It don't mean anything really," was her cheerful conclusion, "except you mustn't get rid of him anyhow, and can do what he likes. Always lucky for us, he do farm, and if it wasn't for his woman. Oh, there's a Mrs. Sidney, is there?" "Lor no, the Sidneys don't marry, they keep, that's his 4th sinceto my knowledge. He was a talkin' man from the first." "Any families?" "They'd be grown up by now if there was, wouldn't they? But you can't spend all your days considerin' his interests. That's what gave your poor aunt indigestion. Ave, you seen the gun room." Midmore held strong views on the immorality of taking life for pleasure, but there was no denying that the late Colonel Worth's 7 Tigrinya breechloaders were good at their filthy job. He loaded one, took it out, and merely pointed it at a cock pheasant, which rose out of a shrubbery behind the kitchen, and the flaming bird came down in a long slant on the lawn. Stone dead. Rhoda, from the scullery, said it was a lovely shot, and told him lunch was ready. He spent the afternoon, gun in one hand, a map in the other, beating the bounds of his lands. They lay altogether in a shallow, uninteresting valley, flanked with woods, and bisected by a brook upstream. Was his own house downstream, less than half a mile, a low red farmhouse squatted in an old orchard beside what looked like small lock gates on the Thames. There was no doubt as to ownership. Mr. Sidney saw him while yet far off, and bellowed at him about pigpounds and floodgates. These last were 2 great sliding shutters of weedy oak across the brook, which were prized up inch by inch with a crowbar along a notched strip of iron, and when Sidney opened them, they at once let out half the water. Midmore watched it shrink between its oldered banks like some conjuring trick. This, too, was his very own. "I see," he said. "How interesting. Now what's that bell?" For he went on, pointing to an old ship's bell in a rude belfry at the end of an outhouse. "Was that a chapel once?" The red-eyed giant seemed to have difficulty in expressing himself for the moment, and blinked savagely. "Yes," he said at last, "my chapel. When you ear that bell ring, you'll ear something nobody but me 'ud put up with it, but I reckon it don't make any odds to you." He slammed the gates down again, and the brook rose behind them with a suck and a grunt. Midmore moved off, conscious that he might be safer with Rhoda to hold his conversational hand. As he passed the front of the farmhouse, a smooth, fat woman with neatly parted gray hair under a widow's cap curtsied to him deferentially through the window. By every teaching of the immoderate left, she had a perfect right to express herself in any way she pleased, but the curtsy revolted him, and on his way home he was hailed from behind a hedge by a manifest idiot with no roof to his mouth, who hallooed and danced round him. What did that beast want? He demanded of Rhoda at tea. Jimmy, he only wanted to know if you had any telegrams to send. Go anywhere so long as tisn't across running water. That gives is seizures. Even talking about it for fun like makes shake. But why isn't he where he can be properly looked after? What arms he doing? He's a lovechild, but his family can pay for Roman 999. If he was locked up, Ed die all off at once, like a wild rabbit. Won't you please look at the drive, sir? Midmore looked in the fading light. The neat gravel was pitted with large roundish holes, and there was a punch or two of the same sort on the lawn. "That's the uncommon Rhoda," explained your poor dear auntie. "Always let em use our drive for a short cut. After the Colonel died, the Colonel wouldn't so much, because he preserved, but your auntie was always an horsewoman till sciatica. Isn't there someone who can rake it over Aura?" Something said Midmore vaguely. "Oh yes, y'all never see it in the morning. Beauty was out when they came home, and Mr. Fisher's the master told me to tell you with his compliments, that if you wasn't preservin' and cared to the old understanding, his gravel pit is at your service, same as before. He thought perhaps you might know, and it had slipped my mind to tell you it's good gravel, Mr. Fisher's, and it binds beautiful on the drive. We ave to draw it course from the pit, but—" Midmore looked at her helplessly. "Rhoda," said he, "what am I supposed to do?" "Oh, let em come through," she replied. "You never know, you may want to hunt yourself some day." That evening it rained, and his misery returned on him, the worse for having been diverted at last. He was driven to paw over a few score books in a panelled room called the library, and realized with horror what the late Colonel Worth's mind must have been in its prime. The volumes smelt of a dead world as strongly as they did of mildew. He opened and thrust them back one after another, till crude colored illustrations of men on horses held his eye. He began at random, and read a little, moved into the drawing-room with the volume, and settled down by the fire still reading. It was a foul world into which he peeped for the first time, a heavy-hitting, hard-drinking hell of horoscopers, swindlers, matchmaking mothers, economically dependent virgins, selling themselves blushingly for cash and lands, Jews, tradesmen, and an ill-considered spawn of Dickens and Horsedung characters. I give Midmore's own criticism, but he read on fascinated, and behold, from the pages leaped, as it were the brother to the red-eyed man of the brook, bellowing at a landlord. Here Midmore realized that he was that very animal for new barns, and another man who, like himself again, objected to hoofmarks on gravel, outrageous as thought and conception, where the stuff seemed to have the rudiments of observation. He dug out other volumes by the same author, till Rhoda came in with a silver candlestick. Rhoda said he, "Did you ever hear about a character called James Pig and Batsy?" "Why, o' course," said she. "The Colonel used to come into the kitchen in his dressing gown and read us all those Jorroxes." "Oh Lord," said Midmore, and went to bed with a book called Handley Cross under his arm, and a lonelier Columbus into a stranger world the wet-ringed moon never looked upon. Here we omit much, but Midmore never denied that for the epicure in sensation, the urgent needs of an ancient house, as interpreted by Rhoda, pointing to daylight through attic tiles held in place by moss, gives an edge to the pleasure of social research elsewhere. Equally, he found that the reaction following prolonged research loses much of its grey terror if one knows one can and will bathe the soul in the society of plumbers. All the water pipes had chronic appendicitis. Village idiots. Jimmy had taken Midmore under his weak wing and camped daily at the drive gates, and a giant with red eyelids whose every action is an unpredictable outrage. Towards spring, Midmore filled his house with a few friends of the immoderate left. It happened to be the day when all things and Rhoda working together, a cartload of bricks, another of sand, and some bags of lime had been dispatched to build Sydney, his almost daylight-minded. Pigpound Midmore took his friends across the flat fields with some idea of showing them Sydney as a type of the peasantry. They hit the minute when Sydney, hoarse with rage, was ordering bricklayer-mate carts, and all off his premises the visitors disposed themselves to listen. "You never give me no notice about Changan, the pig," Sydney shouted the pig at, least 18 inches longer on end in the old sty, and smiled at the company. "But my good man," Midmore opened, "I ain't for aught you know, I be a damn sight worse than you be. You can't come and beave arbitrary with me. You are beavin' arbitrary. All you men go clean away, and don't set foot on my land till I bid ye." "But you asked," Midmore felt his voice jump up, "to have the pigpound built. S'pose I Roman 999. That's no reason you shouldn't send me notice to change the pig comin' down on me like this 'thout warnin' that pigs got to be got into the cowshed and all. Then open the door." and let him run in, said Midmore. Don't you be arbitrary with me, take all your damn men off my land, I won't be treated arbitrary. The carts moved off without a word, and Sidney went into the house and slammed the door. Now I hold that is enormously significant, said a visitor. Here you have the logical outcome of centuries of feudal oppression, frenzy of fear. The company looked at Midmore with grave pain. But he did worry my life out about his pigsty, was all Midmore found to say. Others took up the parable and proved to him, if he only held true to the gospels of the immoderate left, the earth would soon be covered with jolly little pigsties built in the intervals of morris dancing by the peasant himself. Midmore felt grateful when the door opened again, and Mr. Sidney invited them all to retire to the road, which he pointed out was public. As they turned the corner of the house, a smooth-faced woman in a widow's cap curtsied to each of them through the window. Instantly, they drew pictures of that woman's lot, deprived of all vehicle for self-expression, set grey life, and apathetic end. One quote then. They discussed the tremendous significance of village theatricals. Even a month ago, Midmore would have told them all that he knew and Rhoda had dropped about Sidney's forms of self-expression. Now, for some strange reason, he was content to let the talk run on from village to metropolitan and world drama. Rhoda advised him, after the visitors left, that if he wanted to do that again, he had better go up to town. But we only sat on cushions on the floor, said her master. They're too old for romps, she retorted, and it's only the beginning of things I've seen. What I've seen, besides they talked and laughed in the passage, going to their bath such as took em. Don't be a fool, Rhoda, said Midmore, no manualness. He has loved her, will casually dismiss a woman on whose lap he has laid his head. Very good, she snorted, but that cuts both ways, and now you go down to Sidney's this evening and put him where he ought to be. He was in his right about you givin' im notice about Changin the pig, but he hadn't any right to turn it up before your company. No manners, no pig-pwned hell, understand. Midmore did his best to make him. He found himself reviling the old man in speech, and with a joy quite new in all his experience he wound up it was a plagiarism from a Plumberby telling Mr. Sidney that he looked like a turkeycock, had the morals of a parish bull, and need never hope for a new pig-pound as long as he or Midmore lived. Very good, said the giant. I reckon you thought you had something against me, and now you've come down and told it me like man to man. Quite right. I don't bear malice now. You send along those bricks and sand, and I'll make a do to build the pig-pound myself. If you look at my lease, you'll find out you're bound to provide me materials for the repairs. Only I thought there'd be no harm in my asking you to do it throughout like. Midmore fairly gasped then. Why the devil did you turn my carts back when I sent them up here to do it throughout for you? Mr. Sidney sat down on the floodgates, his eyebrows knitted in thought. I'll tell you, he said slowly, 'twas too damn like cheatin', a suckin' baby, my woman, she said so too. For a few seconds, the teachings of the immoderate left, whose humor is all their own, wrestled with those of Mother Earth, who has her own humors. Then Midmore laughed, till he could scarcely stand. In due time, Mr. Sidney laughed too, crowing and wheezing crescendo, till it broke from him in roars. They shook hands, and Midmore went home grateful that he had held his tongue among his companions. When he reached his house, he met 3 or 4 men and women on horseback, very muddy indeed, coming down the drive, feeling hungry himself. He asked them if they were hungry. They said they were, and he bade them enter. Jimmy took their horses, who seemed to know him. Rhoda took their battered hats, led the women upstairs for hairpins, and presently fed them all with tea cakes, poached eggs, anchovy toast, and drinks from a Coromandel-wood liqueur case, which Midmore had never known that he possessed. And I will say, said Miss Connie Sperrit, her spurred foot on the fender, and a smoking muffin in her whip hand, Rhoda does one top hole. She always did since I was 8. 7, miss, was when you began to unt, said Rhoda, setting down more buttered toast. And so the Roman 1000 FH was saying to Midmore, when he got to your brute Sidney's land, we had to whip him off. It's a regular Alsatia for em, they know it. Why? Dropped his voice. I don't want to say anything against Sidney, as your tenant, of course, but I do believe the old scoundrel's perfectly capable of putting down poison. Sidney's capable of anything, said Midmore with immense feeling, But once again, he held his tongue. They were a queer community, yet, when they had stamped and jingled out to their horses again, the house felt hugely big and disconcerting. This may be reckoned the conscious beginning of his double life. It ran in odd channels, that summer a riding school, for instance, near Hayes Common, and a shooting ground near Wormhood Scrubs. A man who has been saddle-galled or shoulder-bruised for half the day is not at his London best of evenings. And when the bills for his amusements come in, he curtails his expenses in other directions. So a cloud settled on Midmore's name. His London world talked of a hardening of heart and a tightening of purse strings, which signified disloyalty to the cause. One man, a confidant of the old expressive days, attacked him robustiously and demanded account of his soul's progress. It was not furnished, for Midmore was calculating how much it would cost to repave stables so dilapidated that even the village idiot apologized for putting visitors' horses into them. The man went away and served up what he had heard of the pig-pond episode as a little newspaper sketch, calculated to annoy Midmore. Read it with an eye as practical as a woman's, and since most of his experiences had been among women, at once sought out a woman to whom he might tell his sorrow at the disloyalty of his own familiar friend. She was so sympathetic that he went on to confide how his bruised heart knew all about Ithad, found solace with a long O in another quarter, which he indicated rather carefully in case it might be betrayed to other loyal friends, as his hints pointed directly towards Fassel Hampstead, and as his urgent business was the purchase of a horse. From a dealer Beckenham way, he felt he had done good work. Later, when his friend, the scribe, talked to him alluringly of secret gardens, and those solaces to which every man who follows the wider morality is entitled, Midmore lent him a £5 note, which he had got back on the price of a 90 guinea, bay gelding. So true it is, as he read in one of the late Colonel Worth's books, that the young man of the present day would sooner lie under an imputation against his morals than against his knowledge of horseflesh. Midmore desired more than he desired anything else at that moment to ride, and above all to jump on a 90 guinea bay gelding with black points, and a slovenly habit of hitting his fences. He did not wish many people, except Mr. Sidney, who very kindly lent his soft meadow behind the floodgates, to be privy to the matter, which he rightly foresaw would take him to the autumn. So he told such friends as hinted at country weekend visits that he had practically let his newly inherited house. The rent, he said, was an object to him, for he had lately lost large sums through ill-considered benevolences. He would name no names, but they could guess, and they guessed loyally all round the circle of his acquaintance, as they spread the news that explained so much. There remained only one couple of his once intimate associates to pacify. They were deeply sympathetic and utterly loyal, of course, but as curious as any of the apes, whose diet they had adopted. Midmore met them in a suburban train, coming up to town not 20 minutes after he had come off 2 hours advanced tuition, 1 guinea an hour over hurdles. In a hall he had, of course, changed his kit, but his too heavy bridle hand shook a little among the newspapers on the inspiration of the moment, which is your natural liar's best hold. He told them that he was condemned to a rescue. He would lie in semi-darkness, drinking milk for weeks and weeks, cut off even from letters. He was astonished and delighted at the ease with which the usual lie confounds the unusual intellect. They swallowed it as swiftly as they recommended him to live on nuts and fruit, but he saw in the woman's eyes the exact reason she would set forth for his retirement. After all, she had as much right to express herself as he purposed to take for himself, and Midmore believed strongly in the fullest equality of the sexes. That retirement made one small ripple in the strenuous world. The lady who had written the 12-page letter 10 months before sent him another of 8 pages, analyzing all the motives that were leading her back to him. Should she commend that he was ill and alone, much might yet be retrieved. She said, out of the waste of jarring lives and piteous misunderstandings, it needed only a But Midmore needed 2 next morning very early for a devil's diversion among wet coppices called cubbing. "You haven't a bad seat," said Miss Sperrit through the morning mists, "but you're worrying him. He pulls so," Midmore grunted. "Let him alone, then look out for the branches," she shouted, as they whirled up. A splashy ride. Cubs were plentiful. Most of the hounds attached themselves to a straight-necked youngster of education, who scuttled out of the woods into the open fields below. Hold on, someone shouted. Turn Midmore. That's your brute Sydney's land, it's all wire. Oh, Connie, stop, Mrs. Sperrit shrieked, as her daughter charged at a boundary hedge. Wire be damned, I had it all out a fortnight ago. Come on, this was Midmore buffeting into it, a little lower down. Ik knew that, Connie cried over her shoulder, and she flitted across the open pasture, humming to herself. Oh, of course, if some people have private information, they can afford to thrust this, was a snuff-colored habit into which Miss Sperrit had cannoned down the ride. What Midmore got Sydney to heel, you never did that, Sperrit. This was Mr. Fisher Roman 1000 FH, enlarging the breach Midmore had made. No, confound him, said the father testily. Go on, sir, injecto ter pulveriuve, kicked half the ditch into my eye already. They killed that cub, a little short of the haven his mother had told him to make for a 2-acre Alsatia of a gorse patch, to which the Roman 1000 FH had been denied access for the last 15 seasons. He expressed his gratitude before all the field and Mr. Sidney at Mr. Sidney's farmhouse door. And if there should be any poultry claims, he went on. There won't be, said Midmore. It's too like cheating a sucking child, isn't it, Mr. Sidney? You've got me, was all the reply I be used to bane put upon, but you've got me, mused Midmore. Midmore pointed to a new brick pigpound built in strict disregard of the terms of the lieutenant's lease. The gesture told the tale to the few who did not know, and they shouted. Such pagan delights as these were followed by pagan sloth of evenings, when men and women elsewhere are at their brightest, but Midmore preferred to lie out on a yellow silk couch reading works of a debasing vulgarity, or by invitation to dine with the sperrits and savages of their kidney. These did not expect flights of fancy or phrasing. They lied, except about horses, grudgingly, and of necessity, not for art's sake, and men and women alike, they expressed themselves along their chosen lines, with the serene indifference of the larger animals. Then Midmore would go home and identify them one by one out of the natural history books, by Mr. Surtees on the table beside the sofa. At first they looked upon him coolly, but when the tale of the removed wire and the recaptured gorse had gone the rounds, they accepted him for a person willing to play their games. True, a faction suspended judgment for a while because they shot, and hoped that Midmore would serve the glorious mammon of pheasant raising rather than the unkempt god of fox hunting. But after he had shown his choice, they did not ask by what intellectual process he had arrived at it. He hunted 3, sometimes 4 times a week, which necessitated not only one bay gelding 94 tens, but a mannerly white-stickinged chestnut 114, and a black mare, rather long in the back, but with a mouth of silk 150, who so evidently preferred to carry a lady that it would have been cruel to have balked her. Besides, with that handling, she could be sold at a profit, and besides, the hunt was a quiet, intimate, kindly little hunt, not anxious for strangers of good report in the field, the servant of one Roman 1000 FH, given to hospitality, riding well its own horses, and with the exception of Midmore, not novices, but as Miss Sperrit observed, after the Roman 1000 FH had said some things to him at a gate, "It is a pity you don't know as much as your horse, but you will in time. It takes years and years. I've been at it for 15, and I'm only just learning, but you've made a decent kick-off." So he kicked off in wind and wet and mud, wondering quite sincerely why the bubbling ditches and sucking pastures held him from day to day, or what solace he could find on off days in chasing grooms and bricklayers round outhouses. To make sure, he uprooted himself one weekend of heavy midwinter rain and re-entered his lost world in the character of Galahad fresh from a rescue. They all agreed with an eye over his shoulder for the next comer that he was a different man, but when they asked him for the symptoms of nervous strain and led him all through their own, he realized he had lost much of his old skill in lying. His 3 months' absence, too, had put him hopelessly behind the London field. The movements, the illusions, the slang of the game had changed. The couples had rearranged themselves, or were recrystallizing in fresh triangles, whereby he put his foot in it badly. Only one great soul, he who had written the account of the pigpound episode, stood untouched by the vast flux of time, and Midmore lent him another fiver for his integrity. A woman took him in the wet forenoon to a pronouncement on the oneness of impulse in humanity, which struck him as a polysyllabic resume of Mr. Sidney's domestic arrangements, plus a clarion call to shock civilization into common sense. "And y'all come to tea with me tomorrow?" she asked, after lunch nibbling cashew nuts from a saucer. Midmore replied that there were great arrears of work to overtake when a man had been put away for so long. "But you've come back like a giant refreshed. I hope that Daphnesis was the lady of the 12, and the 8-page letter will be with us too. She has misunderstood herself, like so many of us," the woman murmured. "But I think eventually she flung out her thin little hands. However, these are things that each lonely soul must adjust for itself." "Indeed, yes," said Midmore with a deep sigh. The old tricks were sprouting in the old atmosphere like mushrooms in a dung pit. He passed into an abrupt reverie, shook his head, as though stung by tumultuous memories, and departed without any ceremony of farewell. Talkatch, a mid-afternoon express, where a man meets associates who talk horse, and whether, as it affects the horse, all the way down. What worried him most was that he had missed a day with the hounds. He met Rhoda's keen old eyes without flinching, and the drawing room looked very comfortable. That wet evening at tea, after all his visit to town, had not been wholly a failure. He had burned quite a bushel of letters at his flat A flather. He reached mechanically towards the worn volumes near the sofa. Flat was a consuming animal. As for Daphne, he opened at random on the words, "His lordship," then did as desired, and disclosed. Tableau of considerable strength and variety, Midmore reflected. "And I used to think, but she wasn't. We were all babblers and skirters together. I didn't babble much, thank goodness, but I skirted." He turned the pages backward for more sorties certicini and read. When at length they rose to go to bed, it struck each man, as he followed his neighbor upstairs, that the man before him walked very crookedly. He laughed aloud at the fire. "What about tomorrow?" Rhoda asked, entering with garments over her shoulder. "It's never stopped raining since you left. You'll be plastered out of sight, and all in 5 minutes. You'd better wear your next best, adn't you?" "I'm afraid they've shrank. Adn't you best try 'em on?" "Here," said Midmore. "Suit yourself. I bathed you when you wasn't larger than a leg o' lamb," said the ex-latest maid. "Rhoda, one of these days I shall get a valet and a married butler. There's many a true word spoke in jest, but nobody's hunting tomorrow. Why have they cancelled the meet? They say it only means slipping and overreaching in the mud, and they all add enough of that today. Charlie told me so just now." Oh, it seemed that the word of Mr. Sparrott's confidential clerk had weight. Charlie came down to help Mr. Sidney lift the gates. Rhoda continued. "The floodgates, they are perfectly easy to handle now. I've put in a wheel and a winch. When the brook's really up, they must be took clean out on account of the rubbish blockin' 'em. That's why Charlie came down." Midmore grunted impatiently. "Everybody has talked to me about that brook ever since I came here. It's never done anything yet. This has been a dry summer. If you care to look now, sir, I'll get you a lantern." She paddled out with him into a large wet night. Halfway down the lawn, her light was reflected on shallow brown water, pricked through with grass blades at the edges. Beyond that light the brook was strangling and kicking among hedges and tree trunks. "What on earth will happen to the big rosebed?" was Midmore's first word. "It generally has to be restocked after a flood." She raised her lantern. "There's 2 garden seats knockin' against the sundial now that won't do the roses any good. This is too absurd. There ought to be some decently thought-out system for dealing with this sort of thing." He peered into the rushing gloom. There seemed to be no end to the moisture, and the racket in town. He had noticed nothing. "It can't be helped," said Rhoda. "It's just what it does do once in just so often. We'd better go back." All earth underfoot was sliding in 1,000 liquid noises towards the hoarse brook. Somebody wailed from the house, "Fraid o' the water, come air, fraid o' the water." "That's Jimmy wet, always takes I am that way," she explained. The idiot charged into them, shaking with terror. "Brave Jimmy, how brave of Jimmy. Come into the hall. What Jimmy got now?" she crooned. It was a sodden note, which ran, "Dear Rhoda, Mr. Lawton, with whom I rode home this afternoon, told me that if this wet keeps up, he's afraid the fish pond he built last year, where Coxon's old milldam was, will go as the dam did once before. He says, if it does, it's bound to come down the brook. It may be all right, but perhaps you had better look out. Roman 100s. If Coxon's dam goes, That means ill ave the drawing room carpet, up at once to be on the safe side. The clowemmer is in the library. Wait a minute, Sydney's gates are out, you said. Both hell need it. If Coxon's pond goes, I've seen it once. I'll just slip down and have a look at Sydney. Light the lantern again, please, Rhoda. You won't get him to stir, he's been there since he was born, but she don't know anything. I'll fetch your waterproof and some top boots. Fraid o' the water, fraid o' the water, Jimmy sobbed, pressed against a corner of the hall, his hands to his eyes. All right, Jimmy, Jimmy can help play with the carpet, Rhoda answered, as Midmore went forth into the darkness, and the roarings all round. He had never seen such an utterly unregulated state of affairs. There was another lantern reflected on the streaming drive. Hi, Rhoda, did you get my note? I came down to make sure. I thought afterwards Jimmy might funk the water. It's me, Miss Sperrit, Midmore cried. Yes, we got it, thanks. You're a back, then? Oh good, is it bad down with you? I am going to Sydney's to have a look. You won't get him out, Lucky. I met Bob Lawton. I told him he hadn't any business impounding water for his idiotic trout without rebuilding the dam. How far up is it? I've only been there once. Not more than 4 miles. As the water will come, he says, he's opened all the sluices. She had turned and fallen into step beside him, her hooded head bowed against the thinning rain. As usual, she was humming to herself. Why on earth did you come out in this weather? Midmore asked. It was worse when you were in town. The rain's taking off now. If it wasn't for that pond, I wouldn't worry so much. There's Sydney's bell. Come on. She broke into a run. A cracked bell was jangling feebly down the valley. Keep on the road, Midmore shouted. The ditches were snorting bankful on either side, and towards the brookside the fields were afloat and beginning to move in the darkness. Catch me going off it. There's his light burning all right. She halted undistressed at a little rise, but the floods in the orchard look. She swung her lantern to show a front rank of old apple trees, reflected in still outlying waters beyond the half-drowned hedge. They could hear above the thud-thud of the gorged floodgates shrieks, in 2 keys, as monotonous as a steam organ. The high ones, the pig, Miss Sperrit laughed. All right, I'll get her out. You stay where you are, and I'll see you home afterwards. But the water's only just over the road, she objected. Never mind, don't you move, promise. All right, you take my stick then, and feel for holes in case anything's washed out anywhere. This is a lark. Midmore took it and stepped into the water that moved sluggishly as yet across the farm road, which ran to Sydney's front door from the raised and metalled public road. It was halfway up to his knees when he knocked. As he looked back, Miss Sperrit's lantern seemed to float in mid-ocean. You can't come in, or the water'll come with you. I've bunged up all the cracks, Mr. Sydney shouted from within. Who be ye? Take me out, the woman shrieked, and the pig from his sty behind the house urgently seconded the motion. I am Midmore. Coxon's old Mildam is likely to go, they say. Come out. I told him it would when they made a fish pond of it. Twasn't ever puddled proper, but it's a middlin' wide valley. She's got room to spread. Keep still or ill take, and duck you in the cellar you go. Muse Midmore, and take the law. Muse Lawton, soon's you've changed your socks. Confound you, errant you, coming out to catch my death. Cold all right where I be. I've seen it before, but you can take her. She's no sort use or sense. Climb out through the window. Didn't I tell you id? Plug the door cracks, you fools. The parlor window opened, and the woman flung herself into Midmore's arms, nearly knocking him down. Mr. Sydney leaned out of the window, pipe in mouth. Take her home, he said, and added oracularly. 2 women in 1 house. 2 cats and 1 mouse. 2 dogs and 1 bone. Which I will leave alone. I've seen it before. Then he shut and fastened the window. A trap, you had ought to have brought a trap for me. I'll be drowned in this wet, the woman cried. Hold up, you can't be any wetter than you are. Come along. Midmore did not at all like the feel of the water over his boot tops. Hooray, come along. Miss Sperrit's lantern, not 50 yards away, waved cheerily. The woman threshed towards it like a panic-stricken goose, fell on her knees was jerked up again by Midmore and pushed on till she collapsed at Miss Sperrit's feet. "But you won't get bronchitis if you go straight to Mr. Midmore's house," said the unsympathetic maiden. Oh God, I wish our evenly Father 'ud forgive me my sins and call me 'ome," the woman sobbed. "But I won't go to his 'ouse, I want." "All right, then stay here now. If we run," Miss Sperrit whispered to Midmore Shell, "follow us not too fast." They set off at a considerable trot, and the woman lumbered behind them bellowing, till they met a third lantern. Rhoda, holding Jimmy's hand, she had got the carpet up, she said, and was escorting Jimmy past the water that he dreaded. "That's all right," Miss Sperrit pronounced. "Take Mrs. Sidney back with you, Rhoda, and put her to bed. I'll take Jimmy with me. You aren't afraid of the water now, are you, Jimmy?" "Not afraid of anything now." Jimmy reached for her hand. "But get away from the water quick." "I am coming with you," Midmore interrupted. "You most certainly are not. You're drenched." She threw you twice. "Go home and change. You may have to be out again all night. It's only 7:30 now. I am perfectly safe." She flung herself lightly over a stile and hurried uphill by the footpath, out of reach of all but the boasts of the flood below. Rhoda, dead silent, herded Mrs. Sidney to the house. "You'll find your things laid out on the bed," she said to Midmore as he came up. "I'll attend Todo. This she's got nothing to cry for." Midmore raced into Dry Kit and raced uphill to be rewarded by the sight of the lantern. Just turning into the Sperrit's gate, he came back by way of Sidney's farm, where he saw the light twinkling across 3 acres of shining water, for the rain had ceased, and the clouds were stripping overhead. Though the brook was noisier than ever now, there was only that doubtful millpond to look after that, and his swirling world abandoned to himself alone. "We shall have to sit up for it," said Rhoda after dinner, and as the drawing-room commanded the best view of the rising flood, they watched it from there for a long time, while all the clocks of the house bore them company. "'Tisn't the water, it's the mud on the skirting board, after it goes down, that I mind," Rhoda whispered. "The last time Coxon's mill broke, I remember, it came up to the second, no, third step. Oh, Mr. Sidney's stairs." "What did Sidney do about it?" "He made a notch on the step. He said it was a record, just like Roman 999. "It's up to the drive now," said Midmore after another long wait, "and the rain stopped before 8, you know. Then Coxon's dam as broke, and that's the first of the floodwater." She stared out beside him. The water was rising in sudden pulse, an inch or two at a time, with great sweeps and lagoons, and a sudden increase of the brook's proper thunder. "You can't stand all the time. Take a chair," Midmore said presently. Rhoda looked back into the bare room. "The carpet bane up does make a difference." "Thank you, sir. I will have a set down." "Right over the drive now," said Midmore. He opened the window and leaned out. "Is that wind up the valley, Rhoda?" "No, that's it, but I've seen it before." There was not so much a roar as the purposeful drive of a tide across a jagged reef, which put down every other sound. For 20 minutes a wide sheet of water hurried up to the little terrace, on which the house stood pushed round. Either corner rose again and stretched, as it were yawning beneath the moonlight, joined other sheets waiting for them in unsuspected hollows, and lay out all in one. A puff of wind followed. "It's right up to the wall. Now I can touch it with my finger." Midmore bent over the windowsill. "I can hear it in the cellars," said Rhoda dolefully. "Well, we've done what we can, I think. I'll have a look." She left the room, and was absent half an hour or more, during which time he saw a full-grown tree hauling itself across the lawn by its naked roots. Then a hurdle knocked against the wall, caught on an iron foot-scraper just outside, and made a square-headed ripple. The cascade through the cellar windows diminished. "It's dropping," Rhoda cried, as she returned. "It's only tricklin' into my cellars now. Wait a minute, I believe I can see the scraper on the edge of the drive, just showing." In another 10 minutes, the drive itself roughened and became gravel again, tilting all its water towards the shrubbery. "The pond's gone past," Rhoda announced. "We shall only have the common flood to contend with now. You'd better go to bed." "I ought to go down and have another look at Sidney before daylight." "No need. You can see is light burnin' from all the upstairs windows. By the way, I forgot about her. Where've you put her?" "In my bed." Rhoda's tone was ice, I wasn't going to undo a room for that stuff. But it couldn't be helped, said Midmore. She was half-drowned one, mustn't be narrow-minded, Rhoda, even if her position isn't quadrigular. PFFF, I wasn't worryin' about that. She leaned forward to the window. There's the edge of the lawn showin' now. It falls as fast as it rises. Dearieth change of tone made Midmore jump. Didn't you know that I was his first? That's what makes it so hard to bear. Midmore looked at the long lizard-like back and had no words. She went on, still talking through the black window pane. Your poor dear auntie was very kind about it. She said she'd make all allowances for one, but no more, never any more. Then you didn't know who Charlie was all this time. Your nephew, I always thought. Well, she spoke pityingly. Everybody's business, being nobody's business. I suppose no one thought to tell you, but Charlie made his own way for himself from the beginning. But her upstairs, she never produced anything, just an housekeeper, as you might say, turned over and went to sleep straight off. She had the impudence to ask me for hot sherry gruel. Did you give it to her, said Midmore. Me your sherry, no. The memory of Sidney's outrageous rhyme at the window and Charlie's long nose, he thought it looked interested at the time, as he passed the copies of Mrs. Worf's last four wills, overcame Midmore without warning. This damp is givin' you a cold, said Rhoda, rising. There you go again, sneezin's a sure sign of it. Better go to bed. You can't do anything except stood rigid, with crossed arms about me. Well, what about you? Midmore stuffed the handkerchief into his pocket. Now you know about it, what are you goin' to do here? She had the answer on her lean cheek before the sentence was finished. Go and see if you can get us something to eat, Rhoda, and beer. I expect the larder'll be in a swim, she replied, but old bottled stuff don't take any harm from wet. She returned with a tray all in order, and they ate and drank together and took observations of the falling flood till dawn opened its bleared eyes on the wreck of what had been a fair garden. Midmore, cold and annoyed, found himself humming. That flood strewed wrecks upon the grass. That ebb swept out the flocks to sea. There isn't a rose left, Rhoda. An awesome ebb and flow it was, to many more than mine and meat. But each will mourn his. It'll cost me 100. Now we know the worst, said Rhoda. We can go to bed. He'll lay on the kitchen sofa, his lights burnin' still. And she, dirty old cat, you ought to hear her snore. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after a maddening hour in his own garden on the edge of the retreating brook, Midmore went off to confront more damage at Sidney's. The first thing that met him was the pig, snowy white, for the water had washed him out of his new sty, calling on high heaven for breakfast. The front door had been forced open, and the flood had registered its own height in a brown dado on the walls. Midmore chased the pig out and called up the stairs. I be a bed, o' course, which step, as she rose to Sidney, cried from above the fourth. Then it's beat all records come up. Are you ill? Midmore asked. As he entered the room, the red eyelids blinked cheerfully. Mr. Sidney, beneath a sumptuous patchwork quilt, was smoking. Now I'm only thanking God I ain't my own landlord. Take that cheer. What's she done? It hasn't gone down enough for me to make sure. Them floodgates o' yourn'll be middlin' far down the brook by now, and your rose garden have gone after 'em. I saved my chickens, though you'd better get Muse Sperrit to take the law o' Lawton in his fish pond. No thanks, I've trouble enough without that. Have ye? Mr. Sidney grinned. How did ye make out with those two women o' mine? Last night I lay they fought. You infernal old scoundrel, Midmore laughed. I been then again, I bain't, was the placid answer. But Rhoda, she wouldn't ha' left me last night, fire or flood, she wouldn't. Why didn't you ever marry her? Midmore asked. Waste of good money, she was willin' without. There was a step on the gritty mud below, and a voice humming. Midmore rose quickly, saying, well, I suppose you're all right now. I ain't a landlord, nor I ain't young nor anxious, o' Muse. Midmore, would it make any odds about her £30 common regular? If I married her, Charlie said maybe 'twould. Did he? Midmore turned at the door, and what did Jimmy say about it? Jimmy, Mr. Sidney chuckled, as the joke took him. Oh, he's none o' mine, he's Charlie's lookout. Midmore slammed the door and ran downstairs. "Well, this is a sweet mess," said Miss Sperrit, in shortest skirts and heaviest riding boots. "I had to come down and have a look at it. The old mayor climbed the belfry tower, been up all night nursing your family. Nearly that, isn't it cheerful?" He pointed through the door to the stairs, with small twig drift on the last 3 treads. "It's a record, though," said she, and hummed to herself. "That flood strewed wrecks upon the grass. That ebb swept out the flocks to sea. You're always singing that, aren't you?" Midmore said suddenly, as she passed into the parlor, where slimy chairs had been stranded at all angles. "Am I now? I come to think of it, I believe I do. They say I always hum when I ride. Have you noticed it?" "Of course I have. I notice every—" "Oh," she went on hurriedly, "we had it for the village cantata last winter, the Brides of Enderby. No high tide on the coast of Lincolnshire, for some reason." Midmore spoke sharply. "Just like that." She pointed to the befouled walls. "I say, let's get this furniture a little straight. You know it too. Every word, since you sang it, of course." "When?" "The first night I ever came down. You rode past the drawing-room window in the dark singing Etan's Sweeter Woman. I thought the house was empty. Then your aunt always let us use that shortcut. Hadn't we better get this out into the passage? It'll all have to come out anyhow. You take the other side." They began to lift a heavyish table. Their words came jerkily between gasps, and their faces were as white as sand, newly washed and very hungry pig. "Look out!" Midmore shouted. His legs were whirled from under him as the table, grunting madly, careened and knocked the girl out of sight. The wild boar of Asia could not have cut down a couple more scientifically, but this little pig lacked his ancestors' nerve and fled shrieking over their bodies. "Are you hurt, darling?" was Midmore's first word, and "No, only winded," was Miss Sperrit's, as he lifted her out of her corner, her hat over one eye and her right cheek a smear of mud. They fed him a little later on some chicken feed that they found in Sydney's quiet barn, a pail of buttermilk out of the dairy, and a quantity of onions from a shelf in the back kitchen. "Sidonians, most likely," said Connie. "You'll hear about this." "What does it matter? They ought to have been gilded. We must buy him and keep him as long as he lives," she agreed. "But I think I ought to go home now. You see, when I came out, I didn't expect, did you?" "No, yes, it had to come. But if anyone had told me an hour ago," Sydney's unspeakable parlor and the mud on the carpet. "Oh, I say, is my cheek clean now?" "Not quite. Lend me your hanky again. A minute, darling. What a pearler you came." "You can't talk. Remember when your chin hit that table and you said, 'Blast'? I was just going to laugh." "You didn't laugh when I picked you up. You were going ooh like a little owl." "My dear child." "Say that again." "My dear child, do you really like it? I keep it for my best friends, my dear child. I thought I was going to be sick there." And then he knocked every ounce of wind out of Meth Angel. "But I must really go." They set off together, very careful not to join hands or take arms. "Not across the fields," said Midmore, "at the stile. Come round, Bybie, your own place." She flushed indignantly. "It will be yours in a little time," he went on, shaken with his own audacity. "Not so much of your little times, if you please." She shied like a colt across the road. Then instantly, like a colt, her eyes lit with new curiosity as she came in sight of the drive gates. "And not quite so much of your airs and graces," Madam Midmore returned, "or I won't let you use our drive as a short cut any more." "Oh, ill be good, ill be good." Her voice changed suddenly. "I swear I'll try to be good, dear. I'm not much of a thing at the best. What made you?" "I am worse miles and oceans worse, but what does it matter now?" They halted beside the gate pillars. "I see," she said, looking up the sodden carriage sweep to the front door porch, where Rhoda was slapping a wet mat to and fro. "I see now. I really must go home. No, don't you come. I must speak to Mother first, all by myself." He watched her up the hill till she was out of sight. "The floods. The rain, it rains without a stay. In the hills above us, in the hills. And presently the floods break way. Whose strength is in the hills." The trees they suck from every cloud. The valley brooks they roar aloud. Bank high for the lowlands, lowlands. Lowlands under the hills. The first wood down is sere and small. From the hills, the brishings off the hills. And then come by the bats and all. We cut last year in the hills. And then the roots we tried to cleave, but found too tough and had to leave. Polting through the lowlands, lowlands. Lowlands under the hills. The eye shall look, the ear shall hark. To the hills, the doings in the hills. And rivers mating in the dark. With tokens from the hills. Now what is weak will surely go. And what is strong must prove it so. Stand fast in the lowlands, lowlands. Lowlands under the hills. The floods, they shall not be afraid. Nor the hills above nor the hills of any fence which man has made. Betwixt him and the hills, the waters shall not reckon twice, for any work of man's device. But bid it down to the lowlands, lowlands. Lowlands under the hills. The floods shall sweep corruption clean. By the hills, the blessing of the hills, that more the meadows may be green. Nuemended from the hills, the crops and cattle shall increase, nor little children shall not cease. Goplau the lowlands, lowlands. Lowlands under the hills. The fabulists, when all the world would have a matter hid. Since truth is seldom friend to any crowd. Men write in fable as old Sop did, jesting at that which none will name aloud. And this they needs must do, or it will fall. Unless they please, they are not heard at all. When desperate folly daily laboureth, to work confusion upon all we have. When diligent sloth demandeth freedom's death, and banded fear commandeth honour's grave. Even in that certain hour before the fall. Unless men please, they are not heard at all. Needs must all please, yet some not all for need. Needs must all toil, yet some not all for gain. But that men taking pleasure may take heed, whom present toil shall snatch from later pain. Thus some have toiled, but their reward was small, since though they pleased, they were not heard at all. This was the lock that lay upon our lips. This was the yoke that we have undergone, denying us all pleasant fellowships. As in our time and generation, our pleasures unpursued age past recall, and for our pains we are not heard at all. What man hears aught except the groaning guns? What man heeds aught save what each instant brings? When each man's life all imaged life outruns, what man shall pleasure in imaginings? So it hath fallen as it was bound to fall. We are not nor we were not heard at all. The Vortex, August 1914. Thy Lord spoke by inspiration to the bee. Al-Quran. I have to my grief and loss suppressed several notable stories of my friend, the Hun A. Roman 1000 Penfanteniu, 8 once Minister of Woods and Waysides, in de Thouars, first administration, later Premier in all but name of one of our great and growing dominions, and now as always the idol of his own province, which is 2 1/2 the size of England. For this reason I hold myself at liberty to deal with some portion of the truth concerning Penfantenius' latest visit to our shores. He arrived at my house by car on a hot summer day in a white waistcoat, and Spat's sweeping black frock coat and glistening, to fought a little rounded perhaps at the edges, but agile as ever in mind and body. What is the trouble now? I asked for the last time we had met. Penfanteniu was floating a £3 million loan for his beloved but unscrupulous province, and I did not wish to entertain any more of his financial friends. We, Penfanteniu replied ambassadorially, have come to have a voice in your councils. By the way, the voice is coming down on the evening train with my agent general. I thought you wouldn't mind if I invited you know, we're going to share your burdens henceforward. You'd better get into training." "Certainly," I replied. "What's the voice like?" "He's in earnest," said Penfantenio. "He's got it, and he's got it bad. Hell give it to you," he said. "What's his name?" "We call him all sorts of names, but I think you'd better call him Mr. Lingnam. You won't have to do it more than once." "What's he suffering from?" "The Empire. He's pretty nearly cured us all of imperialism. At home, p'raps he'll cure you." "Very good. What am I to do with him?" "Don't you worry," said Penfantenio. "He'll do it." And when Mr. Lingnam appeared half an hour later with the agent general for Penfantenio's dominion, he did just that. He advanced across the lawn eloquent, as all the tides, he said, he had been observing to the agent general, that it was both politically immoral and strategically unsound that 44 million people should bear the entire weight of the defenses of our mighty empire. But as he had observed here, the agent general evaporated. We stood now upon the threshold of a new era in which the self-governing and self-respecting bis dominions would rightly and righteously as co-partners in empery shoulder their share of any burden which the pan-imperial council of the future should allot. The agent general was already arranging for drinks with Penfantenio at the other end of the garden. Mr. Lingnam swept me on to the most remote bench and settled to his theme. We dined at 8. At 9, Mr. Lingnam was only drawing abreast of things imperial. At 10, the agent general who earns his salary was shamelessly dozing on the sofa. At 11, he and Penfantenio went to bed. At midnight, Mr. Lingnam brought down his big-bellied dispatch box with the newspaper clippings and set to federating the empire in earnest. I remember that he had 3 alternative plans. As a dealer in words, I plumped for the resonant third reciprocally coordinated senatorial hegemony, which he then elaborated in detail for 3/4 of an hour. At 1:30, he urged me to have faith and to remember that nothing mattered except the idea. Then he retired to his room accompanied by 1 glass of cold water, and I went into the dawnlit garden and prayed to any power that might be off duty for the blood of Mr. Lingnam, Penfantenio, and the agent general. To me, as I have often observed elsewhere, the hour of earliest dawn is fortunate, and the wind that runs before it has ever been my most comfortable counselor. "Wait," it said, "all among the night's expectant rosebuds. Tomorrow is also a day wait upon the event." I went to bed so at peace with God and man, and guessed that, when I waked, I visited Mr. Lingnam in pajamas, and he talked to me pan-imperially for half an hour. Before his bath later, the agent general said he had letters to write, and Penfantenio invented a cabinet crisis in his adored dominion, which would keep him busy with codes and cables all the forenoon. But I said firmly, "Mr. Lingnam wishes to see a little of the country round here. You are coming with us in your own car." "It's a hired one," Penfantenio objected. "Yes, paid for by me as a taxpayer," I replied. "And yours has a top, and the weather looks thundery," said the agent general. "Ours hasn't a windscreen, even our goggles were hired." "I'll lend you goggles," I said. "My car is under repairs." The hireling, who had looked to be returned to London, spat and growled on the drive. She was an open car capable of some 18 miles on the flat, with titanic gears and a perpetual palsy. "It won't make the least difference," sighed the agent general. "Hell, only raise his voice. He did it all the way coming down." "I say," said Penfantenio suspiciously, "what are you doing all this for?" "Love of the empire," I answered, as Mr. Lingnam tripped up in dust coat and binoculars. "Now Mr. Lingnam will tell us exactly what he wants to see. He probably knows more about England than the rest of us put together." "I read it up yesterday," said Mr. Lingnam simply, while we stowed the lunch basket. "One can never make too sure with a hired car." He outlined a very pretty and instructive little day's run. "You'll drive, of course," said Penfantenio to him. "It's the only thing you know anything about." This astonished me, for your greater federationists are rarely mechanicians, but Mr. Lingnam said he would prefer to be inside for the present and enjoy our conversation. Well settled on the back seat, he did not once lift his eyes to the mellow landscape around him, or throw a word at the life of the English road, which to me is one renewed and unreasoned orgy of delight. The mustard-colored scouts of the Automobile Association, their natural enemies; the unjust police, our natural enemies; the deliberate market-day cattle broadswordian at all corners, the bicycling butcher boy a furlong behind rodengines that pulled Gidigoron's rifle galleries and swings, and sucked snortingly. From wayside ponds, in defiance of the notice board, traction engines their trailers piled high, with road metal uniformed village nurses, 1 per 7 statute miles, flitting by on their wheels, governess carts full of pink children jogging unconcernedly past. Roaring brazen touring cars the wayside rector, with virgins in attendance, their faces screwed up against our dust motorbicycles of every shape charging down, at every angle red flags, of rifler ranges detachments, of dustiputtied territorials, coveys of flagrant. Children playing in mid-street, and the wise, educated English dog safe, and quite silent on the pavement if his foolmistress would but cease from trying to save him past, and repassed us in sunlit or shaded settings, but Mr. Lingnum only talked he talked we. All sat together behind so that we could not escape him, and he talked above the worn gears and a certain maddening swish of one badly patched tire end. He talked of the federation of the empire against all conceivable dangers except himself. Yet I was neither brutally rude like Penfontaine nor swooningly bored like the agent general. I remembered a certain Joseph Finsbury, who delighted the Tregonwell Arms on the borders of the New Forest with Ninet, should have been 10 versions of a single income of £200, placing the imaginary person in, but I could not recall the list of towns further than London, Paris, Baghdad, and Spitzbergen. This last I must have murmured aloud, for the agent general suddenly became human, and went on Bussora, Heligoland, and the Scilly Islands. "What?" growled Penfontaine. "Nothing," said the agent general, squeezing my hand affectionately, "only we have just found out that we are brothers." "Exactly," said Mr. Lingnum. "That's what I've been trying to lead up to. We're all brothers. Do you realize that 15 years ago such a conversation as we're having would have been unthinkable? The empire wouldn't have been ripe for it, to go back even 10 years. "I've got it," cried the agent general. "Brighton, Cincinnati, and Nizhny Novgorod. God bless our Roman 50s. Go on, Uncle Joseph. I can endure much now." Mr. Lingnum went on like our Chandradin, slowly and loudly. He admitted that a man obsessed with a central idea, and, after all, the only thing that mattered was the idea, might become a bore. But the world's work, he pointed out, had been done by bores, so he laid his bones down to that work, till we abandoned ourselves to the passage of time and the mercy of Allah, who alone closes the mouths of his prophets, and we wasted more than 50 miles of summer's vivid own England upon him the while. About 2 o'clock, we topped Sumter Rising and looked down on the village of Sumter Barton, which lies just across a single railway line spanned by a red brick bridge. The thick, thunderous June airs brought us gusts of melody from a Gidigoron steam organ in full blast near the pond on the village green. Drums too thumped, and banners waved, and regalia flashed at the far end of the broad village street. Mr. Lingnum asked why. "Nothing imperial, I'm afraid. It looks like a forester's fetione of our big mutual benefit societies," I explained. "The idea only needs to be coordinated to imperial scale," he began. "But it means that the pub will be crowded," I went on. "What's the matter with lunching by the roadside here?" said Penfontaine. "We've got the lunch basket." "Haven't you ever heard of Sumter Barton ales?" I demanded, and became the administrator at once, saying, "I see Lingnum can drive us in, and well get some," while Hoforthes was the hireling chauffeur, whose views on beer we knew not. "Lays out lunch here, that'll be better than eating at the pub. We can take in the forester's fete as well, and perhaps I can buy some newspapers at the station." "True," I answered, "the railway station is just under that bridge, and well, come back and lunch here." I indicated a terrace of cool, clean shade beneath kindly beeches at the head of Sumter Rise, as Halford got out the lunch basket. A detachment of regular troops on maneuvers swung down the baking road. "Ah," said Mr. Lingnum, the monthly magazine roll in his voice, "all Europe is an armed camp," groaning, "as I remember I once wrote under the weight of its accoutrements." "Oh, hop in and drive," cried Penfontaine. "We want that beers." It made no difference. Mr. Lingnum could have federated the empire from a tight rope. He continued his oration at the wheel as we trundled. "The danger to the younger nations is of being drawn into this vortex of militarism. He went on dodging the rear of the soldiery. Slow past troops, I hinted, it saves dust, and we overtake on the right, as a rule in England. Thanks, Mr. Lingnum slewed over. That's another detail, which needs to be coordinated throughout the empire. But to go back to what I was saying, my idea has always been that the component parts of the empire should take counsel among themselves on the approach of war, so that after we have decided on the merits of the casus belli, we can coordinate what part each dominion shall play whenever war is unfortunately a possibility. We neared the Hogback Railway Bridge, and the hireling knocked piteously at the grade. Mr. Lingnum changed gears, and she hoisted herself up to a joyous yippee-adie from the steam organ. As we topped the arch, we saw a forester's band with banners marching down the street. That's all very fine, said the agent general, but in real life, things have a knack of happening without approaching. Some schools of thought hold that time is not, and that when we attain complete enlightenment, we shall behold past, present, and future as one awful whole. I myself have nearly achieved this. We dipped over the bridge into the village. A boy on a bicycle, loaded with 4 paper bonnet boxes, pedaled towards us out of an alley on our right. He bowed his head the better to overcome the ascent, and naturally took his left. Mr. Lingnum swerved frantically to the right. Penfontaine, shouted the boy, looked up, saw the car was like to squeeze him against the bridge wall, flung himself off his machine, and across the narrow pavement into the nearest house. He slammed the door at the precise moment when the car, all brakes set, bunted the abandoned bicycle, shattering 3 of the bonnet boxes, and jerking the 4th over the unscreened dashboard into Mr. Lingnum's arms. There was a dead stillness, then a hiss like that of escaping steam, and a man who had been running towards us ran the other way. Why, I think that those must be bees, said Mr. Lingnum. They were for full swarms, and the first living objects which he had remarked upon all day. Someone said, "Oh God." The agent general went out over the back of the car, crying resolutely, "Stop the traffic, stop the traffic." Their Penfontaine was already on the pavement ringing a doorbell, so I had both their rugs, which for I am an apiarist, I threw over my head while I was tucking my trousers into my socks, for I am an apiarist of experience. Mr. Lingnum picked up the unexploded bonnet box, and with a single magnificent gesture, he told us afterwards, he thought there was a river beneath, hurled it over the parapet of the bridge ere he ran across the road towards the village green. Now the station platform immediately below was crowded with foresters and their friends waiting to welcome a delegation from a sister court. I saw the box burst on the flint edging of the station garden, and the contents sweep forward, conwise like shrapnel, but the result was stimulating rather than sedative. All those well-dressed people below shouted like Sodom and Gomorrah. Then they moved as a unit into the booking office, the waiting rooms, and other places, shut doors and windows, and declaimed aloud, while the incoming train whistled far down the line. I pivoted round cross-legged on the back seat, like a Circassian beauty beneath her veil, and saw Penfontaine, his coat collar over his ears, dancing before a shut door, and holding up handfuls of currency to a silver-haired woman at an upper window, who only mouthed and shook her head. A little child, carrying a kitten, came smiling round a corner suddenly, but these things moved me no more than so many yards of threepenny cinematograph film. The kitten leaped spitting from her arms, the child burst into tears. Penfontaine, still dancing, snatched her up and tucked her under his coat. The woman's countenance blanched. The front door opened. Penfontaine and the child pressed through, and I was alone in an inhospitable world where everyone was shutting windows and calling children home. A voice cried, "You've froughtened M, throw dust on M, and they'll settle." I did not desire to throw dust on any created thing. I needed both hands for my draperies and 2 more for my stockings. Besides, the bees were doing me no hurt. They recognized me as a member of the County Beekeepers' Association, who had paid his annual subscription, and was entitled to a free seat at all apicultural exhibitions, the quiver and the churn of the hireling car, or it might have been the lurching banners and the arrogant big drum, inclined many of them to go up street and pay court to the advancing foresters' band. So they went, such as had not followed Mr. Lingnum in his flight toward the green, and I looked out of 2 goggled eyes instead of half a one at the approaching musicians, while I listened with both ears to the delayed train's second whistle down the line beneath me. The foresters' band no more knew what was coming than do troops under sudden fire. Indeed, there were the same extravagant gestures and contortions as attend wounds and deaths. In war, the very same uncanny cessations of speech for the trombone was cut off at mid-slide, even as a man drops with a syllable on his tongue. They clawed, they slapped, they fled, leaving behind them a trophy of banners and brasses crudely arranged round the big drum. Then that end of the street also shut its windows, and the village, stripped of life, lay round me like a reef at low tide. Though I am, as I have said, an apiarist, in good standing, I never realized that there were so many bees in the world when they had woven a flashing haze from one end of the desert street to the other. There remained reserves enough to form knops and pendules on all windowsills and gutter ends, without diminishing the multitudes in the 3 oozing bonnet boxes, or drawing on the 4th Railway Battalion in charge of the station below the prisoners in the waiting rooms and other places. There cried out a great deal. I argued that they were dying of the heat, and at regular intervals the station master called, and called to a signalman who was not on duty, and the train whistled as it drew nearer. Then Penfontaine, venal and adaptable politician of the type that survives at the price of all the higher emotions, appeared at the window of the house on my right, broken and congested with mirth, the woman beside him and the child in his arms. I saw his mouth open and shut. He hollowed his hands round it, but the chirr of the motor and the bees drowned his words. He pointed dramatically across the street many times and fell back, tears running down his face. I turned like a hooded barbette in a heavy seaway, not knowing when my trousers would come out of my socks again through 180 degrees, and in due time bore on the village green. There was a salmon in the pond, rising short at a cloud of midges to the tune of yippee-addy, but there was none to gaff him. The swingboats were empty coconuts, sat still on their red sticks before white screens, and the gay-painted horses of the giddygorons revolved riderless. All was melody, green turf, bright water, and this greedy gambling fish. When I had identified it by its grey gills and binoculars as lignum, I prostrated myself before Allah in that mirth, which is more truly labour than any prayer. Then I turned to the purple Penfontaine at the window and wiped my eyes on the rug edge. He raised the window half one cautious inch and bellowed through the crack, "Did you see him? Have they got you? I can see lots of things from here. It's like a threering circus." "Can you see the station?" I replied, nodding toward the right rear mudguard. He twisted and craned sideways, but could not command that beautiful view. "No, what's it like?" he cried. "Hell," I shouted. The silver-haired woman frowned, so did Penfontaine, and I think apologized to her for my language. "You're always so extreme," he fluted reproachfully. "You forget that nothing matters, except the idea. Besides, they are this lady's bees." He closed the window and introduced us through it in dumb show, but he contrived to give the impression that I was the specimen under glass. A spurt of damp steam saved me from apoplexy. The train had lost patience at last, and was coming into the station directly beneath me. To see what was the matter, happy voices sang and heads were thrust out all along the compartments, but none answered their songs or greetings. She halted, and the people began to get out. Then they began to get in again, as their friends in the waiting rooms advised. All did not catch the warning, so there was congestion at the doors, but those whom the bees caught got in first. Still the bees, more bent on their own business than wanton torture, kept to the south end of the platform by the bookstall, and that was why the completely exposed engineer driver at the north end of the train did not at first understand the hermetically sealed station master when the latter shouted to him many times to get on out. "Oh, this. Where are you?" was the reply. "And what for?" "It don't matter where I am, and y'all get what for in a minute, if you don't shift," said the station master. "Drop 'em at Parsons Meadow, and they can walk up over the fields." That berry-armed, thin-shirted idiot leaning out of the cab took the station master's orders as an insult to his dignity, and roared at the shut offices, "Y'all give me what for? Will you look ere I am not in the abbot of his outstretched hand flew to his neck. Do you know that if you sting an engineer driver, it is the same as stinging his train?" She starts with a jerk that nearly smashes the couplings and runs barking like a dog till she is out of sight. Nor does she think about spilled people and parted families on the platform behind her. I had to do all that. There was a man called Fred, and his wife Harrietta, cheery, full-blooded Kapluho, interested me immensely before they battered their way into a small detached building, already densely occupied. There was also a nameless bachelor who sat under a half-opened umbrella and twirled it dizzily, which was so new a game that I applauded aloud. When they had thoroughly cleared the ground, the bees set about making comb for publication at the bookstall counter. Presently, some bold hearts tiptoed out of the waiting rooms over the loud gravel, with the consciously modest air of men leaving church, climbed the wooden staircase to the bridge, and so reached my level, where the inexhaustible bonnet boxes were still vomiting squadrons and platoons. There was little need to bid them descend. They had wrapped their heads in handkerchiefs, so that they looked like the disappointed dead scuttling back to purgatory. Only one old gentleman, pontifically draped in a banner embroidered temperance and fortitude, ran the gauntlet up street shouting, as he passed me, "It's night, or blucher, mister." They let him in at the White Hart, the pub, where I should have bought the beer. After this, the day sagged. I fell to reckoning how long a man in a Turkish bath, weakened by excessive laughter, could live without food and specially drink, and how long a disenfranchised bee could hold out under the same conditions. Obviously, since her one practical joke cost her her life, the bee can have but small sense of humor, but her fundamentally dismal and ungracious outlook on life impressed me beyond words. She had paralyzed locomotion, wiped out trade, social intercourse, mutual trust, love, friendship, sport, music. The lonely steam organ had run down at last all that gives substance, color, or savor to life. And yet in the barren desert she had created was not one whit more near to the evolution of a saner order of things. The heavens were darkened with the swarm's divided counsels. The streets shimmered with their purposeless sallies. They clotted on tiles and gutter pipes and began frenziedly to build a cell or two of comb air. They discovered that their queen was not with them, then flung off to seek her or world, disheveled and insane, into another hissing nebula on the false rumor that she was there. I scowled upon them with disfavor, and a massy blue thunderhead rose majestically from behind the elm trees of Sumter Barton Rectory, arched over, and scowled with me. Then I realized that it was not bees nor locusts that had darkened the skies, but the oncoming of the malignant English thunderstorm, one thing before which even Deborah the bee cannot express her silly little self. "Ah, now y'all catch it," I said, as the herald gusts set the big drum rolling down the street like a box kite. Up and up yearned the dark cloud, till the first lightning quivered and cut. Deborah cowered where she flew there, she fled where she was there, she sat still, and the solid rain closed in on her, as a book that is closed when the chapter is finished. By the time it had soaked to my second rug, Penfontaine appeared at the window, wiping his false mouth on a napkin. "Are you all right?" he inquired then. "That's all right. Mrs. Bellamy says that her bees don't sting in the wet. You'd better fetch Lingnam over, he's got to pay for them, and the bicycle." I had no words which the silver-haired lady could listen to, but paddled across the flooded street, between flashes, to the pond. On the green, Mr. Lingnam, scarcely visible through the sheeting downpour, trotted round the edge. He bore himself nobly, and lied at the mere sight of me. "Isn't this wet?" he cried. "It has drenched me to the skin. I shall need a change." "Come along," I said. "I don't know what y'all get, but you deserve more." Penfontaine, dry-fed and in command, "Let us in, you," he whispered to me, "are to wait in the scullery. Mrs. Bellamy didn't like the way you talked about her bees. HSH. She's a kind-hearted lady. She's a widow Lingnam, but she's kept his clothes, and as soon as you've paid for the damaged shell, rent you a suit. I've arranged it all." "Then tell him he mustn't undress in my hall," said a voice from the stairhead. "Tell her," Lingnam began. "Come and look at the pretty suit I've chosen," Penfontaine cooed, as one cajoling a maniac. I staggered out afters again and fell into the car, whose ever-running machinery masked my yelps and hiccups. When I raised my forehead from the wheel, I saw that traffic through the village had been resumed after, as my watch showed, 1.5 hours suspension. There were 2 limousines, 1 landau, 1 doctor's car, 3 touring cars, 1 patent steam laundry van, 3 tricars, 1 traction engine, some motorcycles, 1 with a sidecar, and 1 brewery lorry. It was the allegory of my own imperturbable country, delayed for a short time by unforeseen external events. but now going about her business, and I blessed her with tears in my eyes, even though I knew she looked upon me as drunk and incapable. Then troops came over the bridge, behind me company of dripping wet regulars, without any expression in their rear, carrying the lunch basket, marched the agent general, and Halford the hired chauffeur. "I say," said the agent general, nodding at the darkened khaki backs, "if that's what we've got to depend on in event of war, they're a broken reed. They ran like hares, I tell you." "And you?" I asked. "Oh, I just sauntered back over the bridge and stopped the traffic that end. Then I had lunch. Pity about the beer, though I say these cushions are sopping wet." "I am sorry," I said, "I haven't had time to turn 'em." "Nor there wasn't any need to. Ave kept the engine running all this time," said Halford sternly. "Il ave to account for the expenditure of petrol. It exceeds the mileage indicated, you see." "I am sorry," I repeated. "After all, that is the way that taxpayers regard most crises." The house door opened, and Penfontaine and another came out into the now thinning rain. "Ah, there you both are. Here's Lingnam," he cried. "He's got a little wet. He's had to chain." We saw that I was too sore and weak to begin another laugh, but the agent general crumpled up where he stood. The late Mr. Bellamy must have been a man of tremendous personality, which he had impressed on every angle of his garments. I was told later that he had died in delirium tremens, which at once explained the pattern and the reason why Mr. Lingnam, writhing inside, it swore so inspiredly of the deliberate and diffuse federationist. There remained no trace save the binoculars and 2 damp whiskers. We stood on the pavement before elemental man, calling on elemental powers to condemn and incinerate creation. "Well, hadn't we better be getting back?" said the agent general. "Look out," I remarked casually. "Those bonnet boxes are full of bees still." "Are they?" said the livid Mr. Lingnam, and tilted them over with the late Mr. Bellamy's large boots. Deborah rolled out in drenched lumps into the swilling gutter. There was a muffled shriek at the window, where Mrs. Bellamy gesticulated. "It's all right, I've paid for them," said Mr. Lingnam. He dumped out the last dregs like mold from a pot-bound flower pot. "What, are you going to take him home with you?" said the agent general. "No," he passed a wet hand over his streaky forehead. "Wasn't there a bicycle that was the beginning of this trouble?" said he. "It's under the foreaxle, sir," said Halford promptly. "I can fish it out from air." "Not till I've done with it, please." Before we could stop him, he had jumped into the car and taken charge. The hireling leaped into her collar, surged, shrieked less loudly than Mrs. Bellamy at the window, and swept on. That which came out behind her was, as Halford truly observed, no joywheel. Mr. Lingnam swung round the big drum in the marketplace and thundered back, shouting, "Leave it alone, it's my meat." "Mincemeat, means," said Halford after this second trituration. "You couldn't say now it had ever been one, could you?" Mrs. Bellamy opened the window and spoke. It appears she had only charged for damage to the bicycle, not for the entire machine, which Mr. Lingnam was ruthlessly gleaning spoke by spoke from the highway, and cramming into the slack of the hood. At last he answered, "And I have never seen a man foam at the mouth before. If you don't stop, I shall come into your house and this Karen drive upstairs and kill you." She stopped. He stopped. Halford took the wheel, and we got away. It was time, for the sun shone after the storm, and Deborah, beneath the tiles and the eaves, already felt its reviving influence compel her to her interrupted labors of federation. We warned the village policeman at the far end of the street that he might have to suspend traffic. Again the proprietor of the Giddy-Gorham swings and Coconuts wanted to know from whom in this world or another he could recover damages. Mr. Lingnam referred him most directly to Mrs. Bellamy. Then we went home. After dinner that evening, Mr. Lingnam rose stiffly in his place to make a few remarks on the federation of the empire, on the lines of coordinated offensive operations, backed by the entire effective forces, moral, military, and fiscal, of permanently mobilized communities, the whole brought to bear without any respect to the merits of any casus belli, instantaneously, automatically, and remorselessly at the first faint buzz of war. "The trouble with us," said he, "is that we take such an infernally long time making sure that we are right, that we don't go ahead when things happen. For instance, I ought to have gone ahead instead of pulling up when I hit that bicycle. But you were in the wrong lingnam. When you turned to the right, I put in. I don't want to hear any more of your damned detached, mugwumping excuses for the other fellow, he snapped. Now you're beginning to see things, said Penfontenue. I hope you won't backslide when the swellings go down. The Song of Seven Cities. I was lord of cities, very sumptuously builded. 7 roaring cities paid me tribute from afar. Ivory their outposts, where the guardrooms of them gilded, and garrisoned with Amazons invincible in war. All the world went softly when it walked before my cities. Neither king nor army vexed my peoples at their toil. Never horse nor chariot irked or overbore my cities. Never mob nor ruler questioned whence they drew their spoil. Banded, mailed, and arrogant from sunrise unto sunset. Singing while they sacked it, they possessed the land at large. Yet when men would rob them, they resisted, they made onset, and pierced the smoke of battle with 1,000 sabrid charge. So they warred and trafficked only yesterday my cities. Today there is no mark or mound of where my cities stood. For the river rose at midnight, and it washed away my cities. They are evened with Atlantis and the towns before the flood. Rain on rain-gorged channels raised the water levels round them. Freshet backed on freshet swelled and swept their world from sight, till the emboldened floods linked arms and flashing forward drowned them. Drowned my 7 cities and their peoples in one night. Low among the alders lie their derelict foundations, the beams wherein they trusted and the plinths whereon they built. My rulers and their treasure and their unborn populations, dead, destroyed, aborted, and defiled with mud and silt. The daughters of the palace whom they cherished in my cities, my silver-tongued princesses and the promise of their May. Their bridegrooms of the Junitidal have perished in my cities, with the harsh envenomed virgins that can neither love nor play. I was lord of cities, I will build anew my cities. 7 set on rocks above the wrath of any flood. Nor will I rest from search till I have filled anew my cities with peoples undefeated of the dark, enduring bloods. To the sound of trumpets shall their seed restore my cities, wealthy and well-weaponed, that once more may I behold. All the world goes softly when it walks before my cities, and the horses and the chariots fleeing from them as of old. Swept and garnished. January 1915. When the first waves of feverish cold stole over Frau Ebermann, she very wisely telephoned for the doctor and went to bed. He diagnosed the attack as mild influenza, prescribed the appropriate remedies, and left her to the care of her one servant in her comfortable Berlin flat. Frau Ebermann, beneath the thick coverlet, curled up with what patience she could until the aspirin should begin to act and Anna should come back from the chemist with the formamint, the ammoniated quinine, the eucalyptus, and the little tin steam inhaler. Meantime, every bone in her body ached, her head throbbed, her hot, dry hands would not stay the same size for a minute together, and her body, tucked into the smallest possible compass, shrank from the chill of the well-warmed sheets. Of a sudden she noticed that an imitation lace cover, which should have lain mathematically square with the imitation marble top of the radiator behind the green plush sofa, had slipped away, so that one corner hung over the bronze-painted steam pipes. She recalled that she must have rested her poor head against the radiator top while she was taking off her boots. She tried to get up and set the thing straight, but the radiator at once receded toward the horizon, which, unlike true horizons, slanted diagonally exactly parallel with the dropped lace edge of the cover. Frau Ebermann groaned through sticky lips and lay still. "Certainly I have a temperature," she said. "Certainly I have a grave temperature. I should have been warned by that chill after dinner." She resolved to shut her hot-lidded eyes, but opened them in a little while to torture herself with the knowledge of that ungeometrical thing against the far wall. Then she saw a children, untidy, thin-faced little girl of about 10 who must have strayed in from the adjoining flat. This proved Frau Ebermann groaned again. at the way the world falls to bits when one is sick proved that Anna had forgotten to shut the outer door of the flat. When she went to the chemist, Frau Ebermann had had children of her own, but they were all grown up now, and she had never been a childlover in any sense, yet the intruder might be made to serve her scheme of things. Make put, she muttered thickly, that white thing straight on the top of that yellow thing. The child paid no attention, but moved about the room, investigating everything that came in her way: the yellow cut-glass handles of the chest of drawers, the stamped bronze hook to hold back the heavy puce curtains, and the mauve enamel new art finger plates on the door. Frau Ebermann watched indignantly. That is bad and rude, go away," she cried, though it hurt her to raise her voice. "Go away. By the road you came." The child passed behind the bedfoot, where she could not see her. "Shut the door as you go. I will speak to Anna, but first put that white thing straight." She closed her eyes in misery of body and soul. The outer door clicked, and Anna entered, very penitent that she had stayed so long at the chemist's, but it had been difficult to find the proper type of inhaler. "And where did the child go?" moaned Frau Ebermann. "The child that was here." "There was no child," said startled Anna. "How should any child come in when I shut the door behind me? After I go out, all the keys of the flats are different." No, you forgot this time, but my back is aching, and up my legs also. Besides, who knows what it may have fingered and upset? Look and see." "Nothing is fingered, nothing is upset," Anna replied, as she took the inhaler from its paper box. "Yes, there is now. I remember all about it. Put that white thing with the open-edged lace, I mean quite straight on that," she pointed. Anna, accustomed to her ways, understood and went to it. "Now is it quite straight?" Frau Ebermann demanded. "Perfectly," said Anna. In fact, in the very center of the radiator. Anna measured the equal margins with her knuckle, as she had been told to do when she first took service. "And my tortoiseshell hair brushes," Frau Ebermann could not command her dressing table from where she lay. "Perfectly straight, side by side in the big tray, and the comb laid across them. Your watch also in the coralline watch holder. Everything." She moved round the room to make sure everything is as you have it when you are well. Frau Ebermann sighed with relief. It seemed to her that the room and her head had suddenly grown cooler. "Good," said she. "Now warm my nightgown in the kitchen, so it will be ready when I have perspired. And the towels also. Make the inhaler steam, and put in the eucalyptus. That is good for the larynx. Then sit you in the kitchen, and come when I ring. But first, my hot water bottle." It was brought and scientifically tucked in. "What news?" said Frau Ebermann drowsily. She had not been out that day. "Another victory," said Anna. "Many more prisoners and guns." Frau Ebermann purred. One might almost say grunted contentedly. "That is good too," she said, and Anna, after lighting the inhaler lamp, went out. Frau Ebermann reflected that in an hour or so the aspirin would begin to work, and all would be well. Tomorrow, no, the day after, she would take up life with something to talk over with her friends at coffee. It was very one knew it that she should be overcome by any ailment, yet in all her distresses she had not allowed the minutest deviation from daily routine and ritual. She would tell her friends, she ran over their names one by one exactly what measures she had taken against the lace cover on the radiator top, and in regard to her 2 tortoiseshell hair brushes and the comb at right angles, how she had set everything in order. Everything in order. She roved further afield as she wriggled her toes luxuriously on the hot water bottle. If it pleased our dear God to take her to himself, and she was not so young as she had been, there was that plate of the 4 lower ones in the blue toothglass, for instance, he should find all her belongings fit to meet his eye. Swept and garnished were the words that shaped themselves in her intent brain. Swept and garnished for. No, it was certainly not for the dear Lord that she had swept. She would have her room swept out tomorrow or the day after, and garnished. Her hands began to swell again into huge pillows of nothingness. Then they shrank, and so did her head to minute dots. It occurred to her that she was waiting for some event, some tremendously important event, to come to pass. She lay with shut eyes for a long time till her head and hands should return to their proper size. She opened her eyes with a jerk. "How stupid of me," she said aloud, "to set the room in order for a parcel of dirty little children." They were there 5 of them, 2 little boys, and 3 girls shedded by the anxiously 10-year-old, whom she had seen before. They must have entered by the outer door which Anna had neglected to shut behind her. When she returned with the inhaler, she counted them backward and forward, as one counts scales, 2, 3, 4, 5. They took no notice of her, but hung about first on one foot, then on the other like strayed chickens, the smaller ones holding by the larger. They had the air of utterly wearied passengers in a railway waiting room, and their clothes were disgracefully dirty. "Go away," cried Frau Ebermann at last, after she had struggled, it seemed to her for years, to shape the words. "You called," said Anna, "at the living-room door." "No," said her mistress. "Did you shut the flat door when you came in?" "Assuredly," said Anna. "Besides, it is made to catch shut of itself." "Then go away," said she, very little above a whisper. If Anna pretended not to see the children, she would speak to Anna later on. "And now," she said, turning toward them, as soon as the door closed, the smallest of the crowd smiled at her, and shook his head before he buried it in his sister's skirts. "Why don't you go away?" she whispered earnestly. Again they took no notice, but guided by the elder girls set themselves to climb boots, and all on to the green plush sofa in front of the radiator. The little boys had to be pushed, as they could not compass the stretch unaided. They settled themselves in a row with small gasps of relief, and pawed the plush approvingly. I ask you, why do you not go away? Do you not go away?" Frau Ebermann found herself repeating the question 20 times. It seemed to her that everything in the world hung on the answer. "You know, you should not come into houses and rooms unless you are invited, not houses and bedrooms, you know." No, a solemn little 6-year-old repeated, "Not houses, nor bedrooms, nor dining rooms, nor churches, nor all those places shouldn't come in. It's rude." "Yes, he said so," the younger girl put in proudly. "He said it. He told them only pigs would do." That the line nodded and dimpled one to another with little explosive giggles, such as children use when they tell deeds of great daring against their elders. "If you know it is wrong, that makes it much worse," said Frau Ebermann. "Oh yes, much worse," they assented cheerfully, till the smallest boy changed his smile to a baby wail of weariness. "When will they come for us?" he asked, and the girl at the head of the row hauled him bodily into her square little capable lap. "He's tired," she explained. "He is only 4. He only had his first breeches this spring." They came almost under his armpits, and were held up by broad linen braces, which his sorrow diverted for the moment. He patted proudly. "Yes, beautiful dear," said both girls. "Go away," said Frau Ebermann. "Go home to your father and mother." Their faces grew grave at once. "HSH, we can't," whispered the eldest. "There isn't anything left." "All gone," a boy echoed, and he puffed through pursed lips. "Like that uncle told me, both cows too." "And my own 3 ducks," the boy on the girl's lap said sleepily. "So you see, we came here." The elder girl leaned forward a little, caressing the child she rocked. I don't understand," said Frau Ebermann. "Are you lost? Then you must tell our police." "Oh no, we are only waiting." "But what are you waiting for?" "We are waiting for our people to come for us. They told us to come here and wait for them, so we are waiting till they come," the eldest girl replied. "Yes, we are waiting till our people come for us," said all the others in chorus. "But," said Frau Ebermann very patiently, "but now tell me, for I tell you that I am not in the least angry. Where do you come from? Where do you come from?" The 5 gave the names of 2 villages, of which she had read in the papers. "That is silly," said Frau Ebermann. "The people fired on us, and they were punished. Those places are wiped out, stamped flat." Yes, wiped out, stamped flat. That is why, and I have lost the ribbon off my pigtail," said the younger girl. She looked behind her over the sofa back. "It is not here," said the elder. "It was lost before, don't you remember? Now if you are lost, you must go and tell our police. They will take care of you and give you food," said Frau Ebermann. "Anna will show you the way there." "Nothis," was the 6-year-old with the smile. "Must wait here till our people come for us, mustn't we, sister?" "Of course we wait here till our people come for us. All the world knows that," said the eldest girl. Yes, the boy in her lap had waked again little children too as little as Henry, and he doesn't wear trousers, yet as little as all that. I don't understand, said Frau Ebermann, shivering in spite of the heat of the room, and the damp breath of the steam inhaler. The aspirin was not doing its duty. The girl raised her blue eyes and looked at the woman for an instant. You see, she said, emphasizing her statements with her ringers, they told us to wait here till our people came for us, so we wait till our people come for us. That is silly again, said Frau Ebermann. It is no good for you to wait here. Do you know what this place is? You have been to school. It is Berlin, the capital of Germany. Yes, yes, they all cried, Berlin, capital of Germany. We know that that is why we came. So you see, it is no good, she said triumphantly, because your people can never come for you here. They told us to come here and wait till our people came for us. They delivered this as if it were a lesson in school. Then they sat still, their hands orderly folded on their laps, smiling as sweetly as ever. Go away, Frau Ebermann shrieked. You called, said Anna, entering. No, go away, go away. Very good, old cat, said the maid under her breath. Next time you may call. And she returned to her friend in the kitchen. I ask you please to go away, Frau Ebermann pleaded. Go to my Anna through that door, and she will give you cakes and sweeties. It is not kind of you to come into my room and behave so badly. Where else shall we go now? The elder girl demanded, turning to her little company. They fell into discussion. One preferred the broad street with trees, another the railway station. But when she suggested an emperor's palace, they agreed with her. We will go, then, she said, and added half apologetically to Frau Ebermann, you see, they are so little they like to meet all the others. What others? Said Frau Ebermann. The other hundreds and thousands of the others. That is a lie, there cannot be 100 even, much less 1,000, cried Frau Ebermann. So said the girl politely. Yes, I tell you, and I have very good information. I know how it happened. You should have been more careful. You should not have run out to see the horses and guns passing. That is how it is done when our troops pass through. My son has written me so. They had clambered down from the sofa and gathered round the bed with eager, interested eyes. Horses and guns going by, how fine, someone whispered. Yes, yes, believe me, that is how the accidents to the children happen. You must know yourself that it is true. One runs out to look. But I never saw any at all. A boy cried sorrowfully. Only one noise I heard. That was when Aunt Emmeline's house fell down. But listen to me, I am telling you, one runs out to look, because one is little and cannot see well, so one peeps between the man's legs, and then you know how close those big horses and guns turn the corners, then one's foot slips, and one gets run over. That's how it happens. Several times it had happened, but not many times, certainly not 100, perhaps not 20. So you see, you must be all tell me now that you are all that there are, and Anna shall give you the cakes. Thousands, a boy repeated monotonously. Then we all come here to wait till our people come for us. But now we will go away from here. The poor lady is tired, said the elder girl, plucking his sleeve. Oh, you hurt, he cried, and burst into tears. What is that for? Said Frau Ebermann. To cry in a room where a poor lady is sick is very inconsiderate. Oh, but look, lady, said the elder girl. Frau Ebermann looked and saw. Au revoir, lady. They made their little smiling bows and curtsies, undisturbed by her loud cries. Au revoir, lady, we will wait till our people come for us. When Anna at last ran in, she found her mistress on her knees, busily cleaning the floor with the lace cover from the radiator. Because she explained it was all spotted with the blood of 5 children. She was perfectly certain there could not be more than 5 in the whole world who had gone away for the moment, but were now waiting round the corner, and Anna was to find them and give them cakes to stop the bleeding, while her mistress swept and garnished, that our dear Lord, when he came, might find everything as it should be. Mary Postgate. Of Miss Mary Postgate, Lady McCausland wrote that she was thoroughly conscientious, tidy, companionable, and ladylike. I am very sorry to part with her, and shall always be interested in her welfare. Miss Fowler engaged her on this recommendation, and to her surprise, for she had had experience of companions, found that it was true. Miss Fowler was nearer 60 than 50 at the time, But though she needed care, she did not exhaust her attendant's vitality. On the contrary, she gave out stimulatingly. And with reminiscences, her father had been a minor court official in the days when the Great Exhibition of 1851 had just set its seal on civilization, made perfect some of Miss Fowler's tales. None the less were not always, for the young Mary was not young. And though her speech was as colorless as her eyes or her hair, she was never shocked. She listened unflinchingly to every one said at the end, how interesting or how shocking, as the case might be, and never again referred to it, for she prided herself on a trained mind, which did not dwell on these things. She was too a treasure at domestic accounts, for which the village tradesmen with their weekly books loved her, not otherwise. She had no enemies, provoked no jealousy, even among the plainest. Neither gossip nor slander had ever been traced to her. She supplied the odd place at the rector's or the doctor's table at half an hour's notice. She was a sort of public aunt to very many small children of the village street, whose parents, while accepting everything, would have been swift to resent what they called patronage. She served on the village nursing committee as Miss Fowler's nominee when Miss Fowler was crippled by rheumatoid arthritis, and came out of 6 months' fortnightly meetings, equally respected by all the cliques. And when fate threw Miss Fowler's nephew, an unlovely orphan of 11, on Miss Fowler's hands, Mary Postgate stood to her share of the business of education. As practiced in private and public schools, she checked printed clothes lists and unitemized bills of extras, wrote to head and house masters, matrons, nurses, and doctors, and grieved or rejoiced over half-term reports. Young Wyndham Fowler repaid her in his holidays by calling her gatepost postie or packthread, by thumping her between her narrow shoulders, or by chasing her bleeding round the garden, her large mouth open, her large nose high in air at a stiff-necked shamble, very like a camel's. Later on he filled the house with clamor, argument, and harangues as to his personal needs, likes and dislikes, and the limitations of you women, reducing Mary to tears of physical fatigue, or when he chose to be humorous, of helpless laughter at crises which multiplied as he grew older. She was his ambassadress and his interpretress to Miss Fowler, who had no large sympathy with the young, a vote in his interest at the councils on his future, his sewing woman, strictly accountable for mislaid boots and garments, always his butt and his slave. And when he decided to become a solicitor and had entered an office in London, when his greeting had changed from hullo postie, you old beast, to mornin' packthread, there came a war which, unlike all wars that Mary could remember, did not stay decently outside England and in the newspapers, but intruded on the lives of people whom she knew. As she said to Miss Fowler, it was most vexatious. It took the rector's son, who was going into business with his elder brother. It took the colonel's nephew on the eve of fruit farming in Canada. It took Mrs. Grant's son, who his mother said was devoted to the ministry. And very early indeed, it took Win Fowler, who announced on a postcard that he had joined the Flying Corps and wanted a cardigan waistcoat. He must go, and he must have the waistcoat, said Miss Fowler, so Mary got the proper-sized needles and wool, while Miss Fowler told the men of her establishment were gardeners, and an odd man aged 60 that those who could join the army had better do so. The gardeners left cheap, the odd man stayed on, and was promoted to the gardener's cottage. The cook, scorning to be limited in luxuries, also left after a spirited scene with Miss Fowler, and took the housemaid with her. Miss Fowler gazetted Nellie Cheap's 17-year-old daughter to the vacant post, Mrs. Cheap to the rank of cook, with occasional cleaning bouts, and the reduced establishment moved forward smoothly. Wynne demanded an increase in his allowance. Miss Fowler, who always looked facts in the face, said he must have it. The chances are he won't live long to draw it, and if 300 makes him happy. Wynne was grateful and came over in his tight-buttoned uniform to say so. His training center was not 30 miles away, and his talk was so technical that it had to be explained by charts of the various types of machines. He gave Mary such a chart. And you'd better study it, Postie, he said. You'll be seeing a lot of M's soon. So Mary studied the chart. But when Wynne next arrived to swell and exalt himself before his womenfolk, she failed badly in cross-examination, and he rated her as in the old days. You look more or less like a human being, he said in his new service voice. You must have had a brain at some time in your past. What have you done with it? Where do you keep it? A sheep would know more than you do. Posty, you're a lamentable, you are less use than an empty tin, can you dowie old cassowary. I suppose that's how your superior officer talks to you, said Miss Fowler from her chair. But Posty doesn't mind. Wynne replied, do you packthread? Why was Wynne saying anything? I shall get this right next time you come, she muttered, and knitted her pale brows again over the diagrams of Tobbs Farmans and Zeppelins. In a few weeks, the mere land and sea battles, which she read to Miss Fowler after breakfast, passed her like idle breath. Her heart and her interest were high in the air with Wynne, who had finished rolling, whatever that might be, and had gone on from a taxi to a machine more or less his own one. Morning it circled over their very chimneys, alighted on Vegg's Heath, almost outside the garden gate, and Wynne came in blue with cold, shouting for food. And she drew Miss Fowler's bath chair, as they had often done along the Heath footpath, to look at the biplane. Mary observed that it smelt very badly. Posty, I believe you think with your nose, said Wynne. I know you don't with your mind. Now what type's that? I'll go and get the charts, said Mary. You're a hopeless, you haven't the mental capacity of a white mouse, he cried, and explained the dials and the sockets for bomb dropping till it was time to mount and ride the wet clouds once more. Ah, said Mary, as the stinking thing flared upward. Wait till our flying corps gets to work. Wynne says it's much safer than in the trenches. I wonder, said Miss Fowler, tell Cheap to come and tow me home again. It's all downhill. I can do it, said Mary, if you put the brake on. She laid her lean self against the pushing bar, and home they trundled. Now be careful you aren't heated and catch a chill, said overdressed Miss Fowler. Nothing makes me perspire, said Mary, as she bumped the chair under the porch. She straightened her long back. The exertion had given her a color, and the wind had loosened a wisp of hair across her forehead. Miss Fowler glanced at her. What do you ever think of Mary? She demanded suddenly. Oh, Wynne says he wants another 3 pairs of stockings as thick as we can make them. Yes, but I mean the things that women think about here. You are more than 40. 44, said truthful Mary. Well, Mary offered Miss Fowler her shoulder, as usual. And you've been with my 10 years now. Let's see, said Mary. Wynne was 11 when he came. He's 20 now, and I came 2 years before that. It must be 11. 11, and you've never told me anything that matters in all that. While looking back, it seems to me that I've done all the talking. I'm afraid I am not much of a conversationalist, as Wynne says. I haven't the mind. Let me take your hat. Miss Fowler, moving stiffly from the hip, stamped her rubber-tipped stick on the tiled hall floor. Mary, aren't you anything except a companion? Would you ever have been anything except a companion? Mary hung up the garden hat on its proper peg. No, she said, after consideration, I don't imagine I ever should, but I've no imagination, I'm afraid. She fetched Miss Fowler her 11 o'clock glass of Contrixville. That was the wet December when it rained 6 inches to the month, and the women went abroad as little as might be. Wynne's flying chariot visited them several times, and for 2 mornings he had warned her by postcard. Mary heard the thresh of his propellers at dawn. The second time she ran to the window and stared at the whitening sky. A little blur passed overhead. She lifted her lean arms towards it. That evening at 6 o'clock there came an announcement in an official envelope that Second Lieutenant W. Fowler had been killed during a trial flight. Death was instantaneous. She read it and carried it to Miss Fowler. I never expected anything else, said Miss Fowler, but I am sorry it happened before he had done anything. The room was whirling round Mary Postgate, but she found herself quite steady in the midst of it. Yes, she said, it's a great pity he didn't die in action after he had killed somebody. He was killed instantly, that's one comfort, Miss Fowler went on. But Wynne says the shock of a fall kills a man at once. You hate what happens to the tanks, quoted Mary. The room was coming to rest now, she heard Miss Fowler say impatiently. But why can't we cry? Mary and herself replying, there's nothing to cry, for he has done his duty as much as Mrs. Grant's son, Roman 999. And when he died she came and cried all the morning, said Miss Fowler. This only makes me feel terribly tired. Will you help me to bed, please, Mary? And I think id, like the hot water bottle. So Mary helped her, and sat beside talking of Wynne in his riotous youth. I believe, said Miss Fowler suddenly, that old people and young people slip from under a stroke like this. The middle-aged feel it most. I expect that's true, said Mary, rising. I am going to put away the things in his room now. Shall we wear mourning? Certainly not, said Miss Fowler, except of course at the funeral. I can't go. You will. I want you to arrange about his being buried here. What a blessing it didn't happen at Salisbury. Everyone from the authorities of the Flying Corps to the rector was most kind and sympathetic. Mary found herself for the moment in a world where bodies were in the habit of being dispatched by all sorts of conveyances to all sorts of places. And at the funeral, two young men in buttoned-up uniforms stood beside the grave and spoke to her afterwards. "You're a Miss Postgate errant, you said. One Fowler told me about you. He was a good chopper, first-class fellow. A great loss." "Great loss," growled his companion. "We're all awfully sorry." "How high did he fall from?" Mary whispered. "Pretty nearly 4,000 feet, I should think. Didn't he? You were up that day, monkey." "All of that," the other child replied. "My bar made 3,000, and I wasn't as high as him by a lot." "Then that's all right," said Mary. "Thank you very much." They moved away as Mrs. Grant flung herself weeping on Mary's flat chest under the lich-gate and cried, "I know how it feels, I know how it feels." "But both his parents are dead," Mary returned, as she fended her off. "Perhaps they've all met by now," she added vaguely as she escaped towards the coach. "I've thought of that too," wailed Mrs. Grant, "but then he'll be practically a stranger to them. Quite embarrassing." Mary faithfully reported every detail of the ceremony to Miss Fowler, who, when she described Mrs. Grant's outburst, laughed aloud. "Oh, how Wynne would have enjoyed it. He was always utterly unreliable at funerals, do you remember? And they talked of him again, each piecing out the other's gaps. And now," said Miss Fowler, "well, pull up the blinds, and well, have a general tidy. That always does us good. Have you seen to Wynne's things?" "Everything since he first came," said Mary. "He was never destructive even with his toys. They faced that night room." "It can't be natural not to cry," Mary said at last. "I am so afraid you'll have a reaction. As I told you, we old people slip from under the stroke. It's you I'm afraid for. Have you cried yet?" "I can't. It only makes me angry with the Germans." "That's sheer waste of vitality," said Miss Fowler. "We must live till the war's finished." She opened a full wardrobe. "Now I've been thinking things over. This is my plan. All his civilian clothes can be given away, Belgian refugees, and so on." Mary nodded. "Boots, collars, and gloves." "Yes, we don't need to keep anything except his cap and belt. They came back yesterday with his Flying Corps clothes." Mary pointed to a roll on the little iron bed. "Ah, but keep his service things. Someone may be glad of them later. Do you remember his sizes?" 5 feet 8.5, 36 inches round the chest. But he told me he's just put on 1.5 inches. I'll mark it on a label and tie it on his sleeping bag." "So that disposes of that," said Miss Fowler, tapping the palm of one hand with the ringed third finger of the other. "What waste it all is. Well, get his old school trunk tomorrow and pack his civilian clothes." "And the rest," said Mary, "his books and pictures, and the games, and the toys, and the rest." "My plan is to burn every single thing," said Miss Fowler. "Then we shall know where they are, and no one can handle them afterwards. What do you think?" "I think that would be much the best," said Mary, "but there's such a lot of them." "Well, burn them in the destructor," said Miss Fowler. This was an open-air furnace for the consumption of refuse, a little circular 4-foot tower of pierced brick over an iron grating. Miss Fowler had noticed the design in a gardening journal years ago and had had it built at the bottom of the garden. It suited her tidy soul, for it saved unsightly rubbish heaps, and the ashes lightened the stiff clay soil. Mary considered for a moment, saw her way clear, and nodded again. They spent the evening putting away well-remembered civilian suits, underclothes that Mary had marked, and the regiments of very gaudy socks and ties. A second trunk was needed, and after that a little packing case, and it was late next day when Cheap and the local carrier lifted them to the cart. The rector luckily knew of a friend's son, about 5 feet 8.5 inches high, to whom a complete flying corps outfit would be most acceptable, and sent his gardener's son down with a barrow to take delivery of it. The cap was hung up in Miss Fowler's bedroom, the belt in Miss Postgate's, for, as Miss Fowler said, they had no desire to make Teapotty talk of them. "That disposes of that," said Miss Fowler. "I'll leave the rest to you, Mary. I can't run up and down the garden. You'd better take the big clothes basket and get Nellie to help you." "I shall take the wheelbarrow and do it myself," said Mary, and for once in her life closed her mouth. Miss Fowler, in moments of irritation, had called Mary deadly methodical. She put on her oldest waterproof and gardening hat, and her ever-slipping galoshes, for the weather was on the edge of more rain. She gathered firelighters from the kitchen, a half-scuttle of coals, and a faggot of brushwood. These she wheeled in the barrow down the mossed paths to the dank little laurel shrubbery, where the destructor stood under the drip of 3 oaks. She climbed the wire fence into the rector's glebe just behind, and from his tenants, Rick pulled 2 large armfuls of good hay, which she spread neatly on the firebars. Next, journey by journey, passing Miss Fowler's white face at the morning-room window each time, she brought down in the towel-covered clothes basket on the wheelbarrow thumbed, and used Henty's, Marryatt's, Levers, Stevenson's, Baroness Orksey's, Garvis's, schoolbooks and atlases, unrelated piles of the motor cyclist, the light car, and catalogues of Olympia exhibitions, the remnants of a fleet of sailing ships, from 9-penny cutters to a 3-guinea yacht, a prep school dressing gown, bats from 3 and 6pence to 24 shillings, cricket and tennis balls, disintegrated steam and clockwork locomotives with their twisted rails, a grey and red tin model of a submarine, a dumb gramophone, and cracked records, golf clubs that had to be broken across the knee like his walking sticks, and an assegai. Photographs of private and public school cricket and football 11s, and his OT Roman 100 on the line of March Kodaks and film rolls, some pewters, and 1 real silver cup for boxing competitions, and junior hurdles, sheaves of school photographs, Miss Fowler's photograph, her own, which he had borne off in fun and good care, she took not to ask, had never returned a playbox with a secret drawer, a load of flannels, belts and jerseys, and a pair of spiked shoes unearthed in the attic, a packet of all the letters that Miss Fowler and she had ever written to him kept. For some absurd reason, through all these years, a 5-day attempt at a diary framed pictures of racing motors in full Brooklyn's career, and load upon load of undistinguishable wreckage of toolboxes, Rabbithuches, electric batteries, tin soldiers, fretsaw outfits, and jigsaw puzzles. Miss Fowler at the window watched her come and go, and said to herself, "Mary's an old woman, I never realized it before." After lunch, she recommended her to rest. "I am not in the least tired," said Mary. "I've got it all arranged. I am going to the village at 2 o'clock for some paraffin. Nellie hasn't enough, and the walk will do me good." She made one last quest round the house before she started, and found that she had overlooked nothing. It began to mist as soon as she had skirted Vegg's Heath, where wind used to descend. It seemed to her that she could almost hear the beat of his propellers overhead. But there was nothing to see. She hoisted her umbrella and lunged into the blind wet till she had reached the shelter of the empty village. As she came out of Mr. Kidd's shop with a bottle full of paraffin in her string shopping bag, she met Nurse Eden, the village nurse, and fell into talk with her, as usual, about the village children. They were just parting opposite the Royal Oak, when a gun they fancied was fired immediately behind the house. It was followed by a child's shriek, dying into a wail. "Accident," said Nurse Eden promptly, and dashed through the empty bar, followed by Mary. They found Mrs. Jarrett, the publican's wife, who could only gasp and point to the yard, where a little cartload was sliding sideways amid a clatter of tiles. Nurse Eden snatched up a sheet drying before the fire ran out, lifted something from the ground, and flung the sheet round it. The sheet turned scarlet, and half her uniform too, as she bore the load into the kitchen. It was little Edna Jarrett, aged 9, whom Mary had known since her perambulator days. "Am I hurted bad?" Edna asked, and died between Nurse Eden's dripping hands. The sheet fell aside, and for an instant before she could shut her eyes, Mary saw the ripped and shredded body. "It's a wonder she spoke at all," said Nurse Eden, what in God's name was it? A bomb, said Mary. The Zeppelins. No, an aeroplane. I thought I heard it on the heath, but I fancied it was one of ours. It must have shut off its engines as it came down, that's why we didn't notice it. The filthy pigs, said Nurse Eden, all white and shaken. See the pickle I am in. Go and tell Dr. Hennies. Miss Postgate nurse looked at the mother, who had dropped face down on the floor. She's only in a fit, turn her over. Mary heaved Mrs. Jarrett right side up and hurried off for the doctor. When she told her tale, he asked her to sit down in the surgery till he got her something. But I don't need it, I assure you, said she. I don't think it would be wise to tell Miss Fowler about it, do you? Her heart is so irritable in this weather. Dr. Hennies looked at her admiringly as he packed up his bag. No, don't tell anybody till we're sure, he said, and hastened to the Royal Oak, while Mary went on with the paraffin. The village behind her was as quiet as usual, for the news had not yet spread. She frowned a little to herself, her large nostrils expanded uglily, and from time to time she muttered a phrase which Wynne, who never restrained himself before his womenfolk, had applied to the enemy. Bloody pagans, they are bloody pagans. But she continued, falling back on the teaching that had made her what she was. One mustn't let one's mind dwell on these things. Before she reached the house, Dr. Hennies, who was also a special constable, overtook her in his car. Oh, Miss Postgate, he said, I wanted to tell you that accident at the Royal Oak was due to Jarrett's stable tumbling down. It's been dangerous for a long time. It ought to have been condemned. I thought I heard an explosion too, said Mary. You might have been misled by the beams snapping. I've been looking at 'em. They were dry-rotted through and through. Of course, as they broke, they would make a noise just like a gun. Yes, said Mary politely. Poor little Edna was playing underneath it. He went on, still holding her with his eyes, and the tiles cut her to pieces, you see. I saw it, said Mary, shaking her head. I heard it too. Well, we cannot be sure. Dr. Hennies changed his tone completely. I know both you and Nurse Eden, I've been speaking to her, are perfectly trustworthy, and I can rely on you not to say anything yet. At least, it is no good to stir up people unless— Oh, I never do anyhow, said Mary, and Dr. Hennies went on to the county town. After all, she told herself, it might just possibly have been the collapse of the old stable that had done all those things to poor little Edna. She was sorry she had even hinted at other things, but Nurse Eden was discretion itself. By the time she reached home, the affair seemed increasingly remote by its very monstrosity. As she came in, Miss Fowler told her that a couple of aeroplanes had passed half an hour ago. I thought I heard them, she replied. I am going down to the garden now. I've got the paraffin. Yes, but what have you got on your boots? They're a soaking wet. Change them at once. Not only did Mary obey, but she wrapped the boots in a newspaper and put them into the string bag with the bottle, so armed with the longest kitchen poker she left. It's raining again, was Miss Fowler's last word, but I know you won't be happy till that's disposed of. It won't take long. I've got everything down there, and I've put the lid on the destructor to keep the wet out. The shrubbery was filling with twilight by the time she had completed her arrangements and sprinkled the sacrificial oil. As she lit the match that would burn her heart to ashes, she heard a groan or a grunt behind the dense Portugal laurels. Cheap, she called impatiently, but Cheap, with his ancient lumbago and his comfortable cottage, would be the last man to profane the sanctuary. Sheep, she concluded, and threw in the fusee. The pyre went up in a roar, and the immediate flame hastened night around her. How Wynne would have loved this, she thought, stepping back from the blaze. By its light she saw, half hidden behind a laurel not 5 paces away, a bareheaded man sitting very stiffly at the foot of one of the oaks. A broken branch lay across his lapon-booted leg, protruding from beneath it. His head moved ceaselessly from side to side, but his body was as still as the tree's trunk. He was dress-edge, moved sideways to look more closely in a uniform something like Wynne's, with a flap buttoned across the chest. For an instant she had some idea that it might be one of the young flying men she had met at the funeral, but their heads were dark and glossy. This man's was as pale as a baby's, and so closely cropped that she could see the disgusting pinky skin beneath his lips moved. "What do you say?" Mary moved towards him and stooped. "Lady, lady, lady," he muttered, while his hands picked at the dead wet leaves. There was no doubt as to his nationality. It made her so angry that she strode back to the destructor. Though it was still too hot to use the poker, their wind's book seemed to be catching well. She looked up at the oak. Behind the man, several of the light upper and 2 or 3 rotten lower branches had broken and scattered there. Rubbish on the shrubbery path on the lowest fork. A helmet with dependent strings showed like a bird's nest in the light of a long-tongued flame. Evidently, this person had fallen through the tree. Wind had told her that it was quite possible for people to fall out of aeroplanes. Wind told her, too, that trees were useful things to break an aviator's fall. But in this case, the aviator must have been broken, or he would have moved from his queer position. He seemed helpless, except for his horrible rolling head. On the other hand, she could see a pistol case at his belt, and Mary loathed pistols months ago. After reading certain Belgian reports together, she and Miss Fowler had had dealings with one, a huge revolver with flat-nosed bullets, which latter, Wind said, were forbidden by the rules of war to be used against civilized enemies. "They're good enough for us," Miss Fowler had replied. "Show Mary how it works." And Wind, laughing at the mere possibility of any such need, had led the craven, winking Mary into the rector's disused quarry, and had shown her how to fire the terrible machine. It lay now in the top left-hand drawer of her toilet table, a memento not included in the burning. Wind would be pleased to see how she was not afraid. She slipped up to the house to get it. When she came through the rain, the eyes in the head were alive with expectation. The mouth even tried to smile. But at sight of the revolver, its corners went down just like Edna Jarrett's. A tear trickled from one eye, and the head rolled from shoulder to shoulder, as though trying to point out something. "Cassie tout, Cassie," it whimpered. "What do you say?" said Mary, disgustedly, keeping well to one side, though only the head moved. "Cassie," it repeated. "Chi me, rens, la medicine doctor." Neen said she, bringing all her small German to bear with the big pistol. "Ich haben der tot kinder Jessing." The head was still. Mary's hand dropped. She had been careful to keep her finger off the trigger for fear of accidents. After a few moments waiting, she returned to the destructor, where the flames were falling, and churned up Wind's charring books. With the poker again, the head groaned for the doctor. "Stop that," said Mary, and stamped her foot. "Stop that, you bloody pagan." The words came quite smoothly and naturally. They were Wind's own words, and Wind was a gentleman who, for no consideration on earth, would have torn little Edna into those vividly colored strips and strings. But this thing hunched under the oak tree had done that thing. It was no question of reading horrors out of newspapers to Miss Fowler. Mary had seen it with her own eyes on the royal oak kitchen table. She must not allow her mind to dwell upon it. Now Wind was dead, and everything connected with him was lumping and rustling and tinkling under her busy poker into red-black dust and gray leaves of ash. The thing beneath the oak would die too. Mary had seen death more than once. She came of a family that had a knack of dying under, as she told Miss Fowler, most distressing circumstances. She would stay where she was till she was entirely satisfied that it was dead, as dear Papa in the late 80s, Aunt Mary in 89, Mama in 91, Cousin Dick in 95, Lady McCausland's housemaid in 99, Lady McCausland's sister in 1900, and one Wind buried 5 days ago, and Edna Jarrett still waiting for decent earth to hide her, as she thought her underlip caught up by one faded canine brows knit, and nostrils whitish. Wielded the poker with lunges that jarred the grating at the bottom and careful scrapes round the brickwork above. She looked at her wristwatch. It was getting on to 4:30, and the rain was coming down in earnest. Tea would be at 5. If it did not die before that time, she would be soaked and would have to change meantime, and this occupied her. Wind's things were burning well, in spite of the hissing wet, though now and again a bookback with a quite distinguishable title would be heaved up out of the mass. The exercise of stoking had given her a glow which seemed to reach to the marrow of her bones. She hummed. Mary never had a voice to herself. She had never believed in all those advanced views, though Miss Fowler herself leaned a little that way off woman's work in the world. But now she saw there was much to be said for them. This, for instance, was her work, which no man, least of all Dr. Hennies, would ever have done. A man at such a crisis would be what Wynne called a sportsman would leave everything to fetch help, and would certainly bring it into the house. Now, a woman's business was to make a happy home for her. A husband and children failing thesate was not a thing one should allow one's mind to dwell upon but. Stop it, Mary cried once more across the shadows. Neen, I tell you ich, haben der tot kinder Jessing. But it was a fact a woman who had missed these things could still be useful, more useful than a man in certain respects. She thumped like a pavior through the settling ashes at the secret thrill of it. The rain was damping the fire, but she could feel it was too dark to see that her work was done. There was a dull red glow at the bottom of the destructor, not enough to char the wooden lid if she slipped it. Half over against the driving wet this arranged, she leaned on the poker and waited. While an increasing rapture laid hold on her, she ceased to think. She gave herself up to feel. Her long pleasure was broken by a sound that she had waited for in agony several times in her life. She leaned forward and listened, smiling. There could be no mistake. She closed her eyes and drank it in once. It ceased abruptly. Go on, she murmured half aloud, that isn't the end. Then the end came very distinctly, in a lull between two raingusts. Mary Postgate drew her breath short between her teeth and shivered from head to foot. That's all right, said she contentedly, and went up to the house, where she scandalized the whole routine by taking a luxurious hot bath before tea, and came down looking, as Miss Fowler said, when she saw her lying all relaxed on the other sofa, quite handsome. The beginnings. It was not part of their blood. It came to them very late, with long arrears to make good. When the English began to hate, they were not easily moved. They were icy, willing to wait till every count should be proved. Ere the English began to hate, their voices were even and low. Their eyes were level and straight. There was neither sign nor show. When the English began to hate, it was not preached to the crowd. It was not taught by the state. No man spoke it aloud. When the English began to hate, it was not suddenly bred. It will not swiftly abate through the chill years ahead, when time shall count from the date that the English began to hate.